Due to protection, wars arise. Due to wars, hegemony emerges. Lin Chun possesses a heavenly treasure and extraordinary abilities, returning to the eve of the apocalypse. Looking to the future, Lin Chun stands tall and proud. This sky shall not oppose his will. This earth shall not obscure his vision. Lin Chun. In fact, I never cared much about hegemony. I just wanted to provide the highest protection for those I love. However, as more people were trodden upon, no one dared to provoke me, and thus it became hegemony. 0001 really reborn. At 8:30 a.m. on December 20th, 2022, the dormitory building number 47 of the School of Industrial Management at Yenwang University in Huagua was silent. Yenwang University, a world-renowned institution, is located in the northern suburbs of the international metropolis of Modu in Huagua. The management at this university is very strict, and at this time, the vast majority of students had already left their dormitories and entered classrooms. Therefore, dormitory number 47 was extremely quiet. Room 4014 in the dormitory was eerily quiet. The room contained 3 bunk beds and a large storage cabinet. Several laptops were casually placed on 2 computer desks, and a few posters of beautiful women were stuck on the walls. The trash can at the door was almost overflowing with instant food wrappers, emitting a foul odor. Under each bed were several pairs of smelly socks, worsening the air quality in the room. This was a standard room for single college students. The winter sun shone through the glass window, illuminating the face of a handsome young man sleeping by the window. This young man was named Lin Chun, a senior student at the School of Industrial Management. As Lin Chun slept, his face twisted in pain, as if he were having a nightmare. Ah! With a loud shout, Lin Chun suddenly sat up, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. Where am I? Is this the afterlife? But why does it feel so familiar? The peaceful environment did not give Lin Chun a sense of danger. He retracted the sharpness and scrutiny from his gaze, revealing a look of confusion. This seems to be my dorm room from college. Is this all real or fake? Could it be that my 10 years of experience in the apocalypse was just a dream? But what kind of dream would be this vivid? Memories of 10 years in the apocalypse slowly surged into Lin Chun's mind. In his memories, the apocalypse officially began at midnight on December 22nd, 2022, and he had survived a tragic 10 years in that world. At the onset of the apocalypse, he couldn't overcome his inner barriers and dared not fight against zombies and mutated beasts, missing the golden opportunity for evolution. At Tianyan Base, he reunited with his sister, Linya, who was studying at another university in the city. Linya inherited their parents' excellent genes and was as handsome as Lin Chun, currently in her sophomore year. After the apocalypse began, the leader of the self-rescue organization at Linya's school attempted to assault her. The strong-willed Linya awakened her wood-type abilities during a fierce struggle, killing the leader on the spot and subsequently becoming one of the leaders at her school. After their reunion, under Linya's protection, Lin Chun had fewer opportunities to fight, thus failing to awaken his abilities. Linya desperately obtained a zombie crystal core for Lin Chun, allowing him to also awaken his wood-type abilities. Female ability users were already rare, and Linya was extremely beautiful, attracting countless suitors. However, she followed Lin Chun's wishes regarding her romantic issues, leading to her tragic fate later on. After Linya's death, Lin Chun was devastated, engaging in reckless fights against zombies and mutated beasts, rapidly increasing his powers. He paid a tremendous price and finally avenged Linya. Years later, Lin Chun returned to his hometown in Fengxi province, only to discover that his father had originally awakened his abilities but had died 2 years into the apocalypse due to conflicts with other survivors. His mother, being an ordinary person, was killed by zombies shortly after his father's death. This caused Lin Chun to break down. He felt that if he had returned home with his sister earlier, she wouldn't have encountered any trouble, and their parents would still be alive. With nothing left to live for, Lin Chun became numb, living each day like a walking corpse. He existed only to survive, losing interest in everything. He joined a mercenary group and took on an escort mission to the capital base, where he continued to live. During his 10 years in the apocalypse, he participated in a large-scale exploration of a ruin, secretly hiding a unique seed-like item. On the night he returned to the camp, while playing with that peculiar black seed in front of his woman, a knife tip pierced through his left chest. It was a brother from his group who dealt him a fatal blow from behind. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the seed red. He felt his life slipping away, sensing that the seed was absorbing his blood. He turned his head to see his brother wrapping his arms around his woman's waist, reaching for the seed. He saw his woman leaning seductively against his brother. In the final moments of his life, he miraculously fell calm, thinking, finally, I will be free. But when did they get together? At that moment, he felt no hatred. Perhaps it was because since the deaths of his sister and parents, he no longer regarded his brothers and woman as important. Perhaps it was because deep down, he had long since stopped clinging to everything in this world. He just never found a reason to end his own life. His life was exchanged for Yiya's. His last thought was, Yiya, Mom and Dad, I'm finally coming to see you. His face began to contort as he produced one last thought. Heaven, my life has truly been placed on your tea table. If there is a next life, if everything could start over. Mom, Dad, Yiya. In dormitory 4014, Lin Shun sat on the bed. Unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. Wiping his face, he steadied his mind and began to seriously contemplate a question. The question was, did I really dream, or am I truly reborn as described in fantasy novels? If we say it's rebirth, then it's a bit too incredible. But if we say it's a dream, the painful and desperate experiences of 10 years in the apocalypse seem vivid and real. Even now, his heart still aches. With a slight shift in thought, waves of combat experience, mental techniques, and martial arts surged into his mind. The details were so clear that every word and sentence appeared distinctly. It's impossible to gain combat experience and martial arts content from a dream, right? Lin Shun made a preliminary judgment. I might really be reborn. Suppressing the overwhelming joy rising within him, Lin Shun hurriedly searched for his phone, ready to check the time on it. December 20th, 2022, 9 a.m. The apocalypse begins at midnight on December 22nd, 2022. I seem to remember that around 9 a.m. today, a massive 9.4 magnitude earthquake struck the capital of the island nation, causing countless casualties, much to the secret delight of some young people in Huahua. Later, people said that was a precursor to the apocalypse. If the apocalypse is destined to happen, then there should already be news reports about the earthquake on the island nation. Lin Shun threw off the blanket, leaped out of bed, and pressed the power button on a nearby laptop. While waiting for the laptop to boot up, Lin Shun hurriedly got dressed. Once it powered on, Lin Shun's right hand trembled as he gripped the mouse, eagerly clicking on the news feed. At 8:57 a.m. today, a 9.4 magnitude earthquake struck the capital of the island nation. The blood-red headline leapt out at him. Ha! 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 Lin Shun threw his head back and laughed 3 times, like a ghost wailing. Then, with clenched fists and tears streaming down his face, he murmured, It's coming, the apocalypse is really coming. I'm really reborn, God, Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, Jade Emperor. It doesn't matter who it is for whatever reason. Thank you for giving me another chance. Dad, Mom, Yaya, in this life, I swear I will never lose you again. At this moment, the cold blood began to boil. At this moment, the dead soul was completely revived. In the dormitory, Lin Shun confirmed that he indeed had the opportunity to live another life. His mind buzzed with confusion, and various emotions surged within him. His habitual indifference quickly brought him back to calmness as he began to contemplate the reason for his rebirth. Originally, he was indifferent to everything, but since all the tragedies had not yet occurred, he needed to think through the abnormal situation to ensure a smoother path in the future. He also had a gut feeling that his rebirth was not a simple matter. Understanding this issue would definitely benefit his future journey. His memories returned to the moments before his death in his previous life. Lin Shun's attention focused on that peculiar seed. At that time, the seed was absorbing the blood from his heart that he had spat out. He vaguely felt that his rebirth was caused by that peculiar seed. What kind of seed was it? Why did it have the immense power to reverse time and bring him back to before the apocalypse? Where did it come from? Who was its master? Suddenly, Lin Shun felt a wave of dizziness and found himself in a strange environment. Before him was a vast green pasture, with a forest in the distance and towering mountains behind it. To the left, there was also a prairie with a misty end. To the right, there seemed to be a calm ocean in the distance. Turning back, he saw the ocean again, its end also shrouded in mist. A small river flowed out from the mist on the left, dividing the prairie in two. The river quietly flowed through the grassland, slowly pouring into the ocean on the right. A few meters in front of him was a small pond about 2 meters square, approximately 2 to 3 meters deep, crystal clear down to the bottom. In the center of the pond was a spring the size of a fist, bubbling with water. Strangely, the water level of the pond did not rise as a result. In the sky hung a fireball the size of the sun, emitting warm light that illuminated this strange world. What is this place? Am I crossing over again? Looking at the peculiar environment, Lin Chun was utterly bewildered. Feeling anxious, "Oh heavens, are you playing with me? I just returned to the past, and Haven Tea saved my parents and Yaya yet. How could you bring me here?" Suddenly, a throbbing pain filled his head as a flood of information entered Lin Chen's mind. He took some time to sort through the sudden influx of information and finally understood the cause and effect. It turned out that Lin Chen's rebirth was indeed the result of that peculiar seed. The true name of the peculiar seed was the Chaos Seed, also known as the Cosmic Seed. In the endless void of chaos, countless universes exist. Some of these universes are created by intelligent beings through their cultivation and are called life universes. More of them are formed by the chaos itself under the influence of the laws of the Great Tao, known as chaos universes. The universe where Earth is located is one of the chaos universes. The predecessor of the chaos universe is the Chaos Seed. The Chaos Seed is nurtured by the laws of the Great Tao and evolved through a long process in the void of chaos, eventually becoming a chaos universe. Seeds that fail to evolve revert to their original seed form, waiting for intelligent beings to recognize them and evolve universes together with them. Therefore, the failed evolution of a chaos seed presents the greatest opportunity for the intelligent beings that cultivate. This seed was a failed chaos seed that had fallen in a universe where Earth is located for billions of years. Unfortunately, the beings that recognized it did not encounter it, and those who obtained it did not understand its value and usage. This was because its recognition method was quite special, requiring the heart's blood and the entire soul of the intelligent being. When Lin Chun died in his previous life, he happened to spit out his heart's blood, and his soul noticed the seed's absorption process. Then, when Lin Chen's life faded and his soul departed, it naturally entered the seed, completing the recognition process of the chaos seed. After recognizing its master, the seed felt Lin Chen's intense resentment and regret. So it consumed its accumulated chaos source power to reverse the time and space of the universe where Earth is located, sending Lin Chen back to 2 days before the apocalypse. Due to the limited chaos source power of the seed, it could only reverse the time of this universe back to 2 days before the apocalypse, resulting in its rank dropping from cosmic seed to world seed. At this point, the seed had given everything and could only hope that Lin Chun could cultivate to the peak of this universe in the future, giving it a chance to recover its original state. Now, the seed was bound to Lin Chen's soul existing within it. One could say the seed was this small world, and this small world was the seed. As the master of this small world, Lin Chun could freely enter and use it. In this small world, Lin Chun was like a god, able to manipulate everything with his thoughts. He could also absorb lifeless objects from the outside world, provided that his body could control them or his mental power could completely envelop them. To absorb living beings, they needed to not resist, or their mental power and life field strength must not exceed half of Lin Chen's. That small pond was the source of the world, possessing powerful effects. At the current stage, its main effect was to convert all types of energy into pure energy that was easy for the host to absorb. This small world appeared large, but its total area was only about 100 square kilometers, with the prairie covering about 30 square kilometers and the mist at the borders serving as a spatial barrier. Furthermore, time in this small world was 10 times faster than in the main world where Lin Chun was located, meaning that 10 days here equated to 1 day outside. In this world, Lin Chun could hasten or slow down time in a localized area, provided he expended the corresponding energy. This energy could be energy Lin Chun absorbed from the outside or the source energy of the small world. However, adjusting time at the cost of consuming the small world source energy would shrink its space. Lin Chen's cultivation in the small world followed the same principle. Not investing energy while cultivating inside would also cause the space to shrink. The evolution and expansion of the world in the future would depend on how much energy Lin Chun could absorb from the outside and how much his cultivation level could improve. After sorting through this information, Lin Chun felt a sudden enlightenment. He thought to himself, rebirth is not such an easy thing. His rebirth was equivalent to consuming the source of a universe, reversing the time and space of the entire universe. It reversed the time of all beings in the universe. In this process, other beings had no future memories at all. As the master of the seed, he was the only one who retained future memories. Of course, from now on, those memories could only serve as a reference for possibilities. The progress of this universe would, from now on, take a different path. Therefore, Lin Shun could confidently assure himself that his rebirth had its reasons and scientific basis. He could boldly declare that his kind of rebirth was the most perfect rebirth. His rebirth directly reversed all time and space of this universe, truly returning to the past. Others could only be reborn in parallel universes. But what use was that? All the tragedies in the original universe remained unchanged, right? No matter how well you fared in the parallel universe, it was just your own joy as self-comfort. After understanding everything, Lin Shun felt an ecstatic sense of control. He knew that his future was no longer limited to Earth. He would take his beloved family and friends and climb to infinite heights. However, having experienced painful trials, Lin Shun quickly forced himself to calm down. Great achievements are built on solid foundations. His immediate priority was to help his family and friends survive the apocalypse. He began to believe that no matter what was hidden behind this catastrophe, he would uncover the mystery and teach a profound lesson to the instigator of this disaster. Although the external calamity was imminent, since time inside this world was 10 times faster than outside, Lin Shun was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he planned to clarify the future development path and conduct some experimental actions in this world. He gazed ahead, and with a thought, the soil in front began to shift, quickly forming a uniquely shaped 2-story villa covering about 200 square meters. The source of the world's energy was located in front of the villa. Lin Shun walked to the storage room and transformed it into a virtual space. The purpose of the virtual space was to infinitely compress items after they were taken in, thereby saving space. This was a peculiar spatial conversion that virtualized the high-altitude range of this little world into the storage room. In other words, as long as the loading volume of the storage room did not exceed the total volume of the little world, it could store items infinitely. This was just a little trick passed on to Lin Shun by the seed. Lin Shun also set up planting and production areas, mainly in preparation for the impending apocalypse. In the apocalypse, almost all land would be contaminated by viruses, making it difficult for normal crops to grow, and agricultural and industrial production would nearly come to a halt. At that time, these planting and production areas would play a significant role. He also fenced off many areas to prepare for raising livestock. After finishing, Lin Shun felt a surge of energy and fatigue. It seemed that these operations consumed his mental energy. However, it was all worth it. Subsequently, Lin Shun spent an hour recalling his experiences from the past 10 years and developed a targeted action plan. Finally, Lin Shun began to cultivate. In the main world, the cosmic energy would only begin to revive by dawn tomorrow, and the cultivation techniques would only be effective then. However, in this little world, Lin Shun felt an abundance of energy as soon as he entered. Although cultivating at this time consumed the blood of the little world, it didn't stop Lin Shun from using a little to test its effects, right? In his previous life, the best cultivation technique he obtained was the 9 turns chi refining technique, which could only be considered mid-grade. He had obtained this only after risking his life during the 8 years of the apocalypse in a medium-sized ruin. As his mental energy circulated, the technique began to operate, and the abundant energy flowed into Lin Shun's body. After a full cycle of the technique, Lin Shun suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, as if he had shed heavy shackles. His body felt incredibly light, and his strength seemed to have increased significantly. At the same time, he inexplicably felt an extraordinary connection with the surrounding space. The next moment, he entered a state of inner sight. In this state, he saw a gray, tiny vortex appear in his dantian, and wisps of white mist appeared in his mind. This gray vortex seemed to be the manifestation of spatial elements. The white mist in his mind seemed to be the manifestation of mental energy. What was going on? Did I gain spatial and mental abilities after being reborn? Have I become a celestial awakened? In his previous life, those who obtained abilities before the appearance of the divine light of laws were called celestial awakened. Those who obtained abilities within the divine light of laws were called innate evolvers, and those who obtained abilities afterward were called acquired evolvers. According to rough statistics from his past life, the proportion of celestial awakened was about 1 in 100 million, innate evolvers 1 in 10,000, and acquired evolvers 1 in 1,000. Of course, this was the overall proportion. In certain groups, the ratio could increase 2 or 3 times. For example, in a university and military groups. Either they had extraordinary intelligence and mental prowess, or they had strong physiques and energy, with about one acquired evolver emerging for every 200 to 300 people in these groups. As for body-enhanced mutants, that ratio was relatively higher. These awakening ratios represented cultivation potential and speed. Lin Chun had only been an acquired evolver in his previous life. Now he had become a celestial awakened. Was this a gift from the seed, or a benefit of being reborn? In the seed world, Lin Chun was uncertain about his newfound spatial and mental abilities. After a moment, he decided to return to the main world for verification. In the dormitory, a figure flashed, and Lin Chun appeared in the real world. He immediately felt the difference. At that moment, he was extremely sensitive to the surrounding environment, even with his eyes closed. He could vividly sense objects within 2 or 3 meters around him. With a slight focus, he could even feel the situation outside the dormitory door. Concentrating further, he seemed to be able to see the corridor entrance about 7 or 8 meters away from the dormitory. At the same time, Lin Chun felt he could accurately sense the space and distances around him. The distance between his window and the dormitory door was about 5 meters. Lin Chun estimated the distance and strongly felt that he could leap over it in one step. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a flash before his eyes, and he was already standing at the door, almost bumping his nose against it. This was instant teleportation. Lin Chen's heart was bursting with joy, and he thought, since I can cross spaces, I wonder if I can pass through the door? The next moment, Lin Chun moved his body and appeared in the corridor, while the dormitory door remained tightly closed. My goodness, I can really ignore obstacles. At this moment, Lin Chun felt extremely fatigued. A slight inner glance at his dantian revealed that the gray vortex had thinned considerably. It seemed that this ability was still quite weak and could not be overused. Regardless, for whatever reason, he now possessed spatial and mental abilities. He was already a celestial awakened. The methods of utilizing these two abilities awaited further exploration. However, there was still one thing that needed verification. He took out his key, opened the door, entered the room, and closed the door. Lin Chun picked up his teacup, and with a thought, he drew out half a cup of water from the source of the world. Gazing at the cup as he said, "Let me see how powerful this materialized energy really is." Saying this, he raised the cup and drank it all in one go. Boom! As the water from the source entered his stomach, it felt as if a raging fire ignited within him, and a violent heat surged throughout his body. It hurts! In Lin Chen's perception, it seemed as if he was on fire, with tearing pain radiating from all over. In a moment of crisis, the seed transmitted a message. "Master, quickly enter my world." Without a second thought, Lin Chen immediately entered the seed world. "Master, quickly run the technique to refine the energy." The seed continued. Lin Chun gritted his teeth, sat cross-legged, and activated the 9 turns chi refining technique. The energy within his body surged violently, but the energy refined by the technique was merely a drop in the bucket. His body was under continuous torment, and it seemed like it was about to collapse completely. Blood poured from every pore, continuously releasing energy. Calm. The seed sent out a wave of energy, suppressing Lin Chun's body and forcibly locking the energy within him. The result was that Lin Chen's internal meridians and flesh were constantly being torn apart, then continuously reshaped by the energy. Lin Chun remained in indescribable agony, as if his very soul were about to shatter. Just when he was about to reach his limit and give up, the faces of Iya and his parents clearly appeared before him. "I cannot give up. I will not give up. In this life, I will never let you leave me." The courage that grew out of thin air kept Lin Chun persisting. His physical strength was constantly increasing, his energy accumulation was rising, and his willpower was continuously growing. It seemed like 1,000 years had passed, and Lin Chun finally sensed the existence of his body clearly, felt the flow of energy within him, and sensed his resilient will. When all the energy was refined, the seed lifted the suppression on Lin Chen's body. Lin Chun tiredly opened his eyes, introspected, and discovered that his physical strength had at least increased tenfold, equivalent to the level of a second-level mutant. And both of his abilities had officially advanced to mid-level first stage. Looking at the foul-smelling black blood shell emanating from his body, Lin Chun said lightly, "Seed, how much time has passed?" "Master, 15 hours have passed in the small world, and an hour and a half has passed outside. Well, that's not too long. There's still time. Master, you are truly amazing. This trial has brought you significant progress. However, next time, you must not be so reckless. You poured out the source water and drank it without my stopping you. If your soul had collapsed, I wouldn't have been able to save you. It cannot happen like this again. Yeah, there won't be a next time, Lin Shin said with lingering fear. He hadn't expected the energy of the source water to be so dense. This time he narrowly escaped death. Next time he might not be so lucky. The seed's pained voice came through. Master, the energy you consumed this time has shrunk the area of the space by at least half a square kilometer. You need to hurry up and replenish it for me. Lin Shun was startled. How could such a large pond shrink so much with just half a cup of energy consumed? Master, the vast majority of the energy in the pond exists to maintain the world framework's essence, and only a small portion supports space expansion. Okay, I understand. I will hurry to replenish it. Thank you, Master. The simple seed was easy to appease with an empty promise. Lin Shun returned to the main world, first dragging his exhausted body to take a shower, washing away the dirt produced by the marrow cleansing, then pulling out snacks from the dormitory and having a big feast, finishing 4 bowls of instant noodles before regaining his strength. Looking at the time, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Shin quickly thought through the situation. There are 37 hours left until the apocalypse arrives. If I buy tickets for Yi and me to fly back to the ancient capital of Fengxi now, by the time I persuade Yi and rush to the airport, it will definitely be evening before we take off. The ancient capital is still far from the mountainous area of my hometown, and tomorrow there will be frequent anomalies, likely leading to traffic disruptions or jams. Bringing Yi home would have a 95% chance of getting stuck on the way. Based on my previous life memories, my hometown village originally had very few people, and my parents only ran into problems in the second year of the apocalypse. As long as I get back home within 6 months, the chance of my parents having issues is less than 3%. My hometown has scarce resources and a low population, making it hard to succeed. Then I will follow the memories of my past life, develop well in this city, and start my legendary journey from this world-class metropolis. With my current abilities, as long as I don't seek death by charging into a large zombie tide, there shouldn't be any safety issues within a month or 2 of the apocalypse. This ability came a bit by chance. Next time I encounter something, I must think carefully before acting. If I hadn't held on just now, I would have been the most ridiculous reborn person in history, getting choked to death by the pie of rebirth. Brothers? Money. Just as Lin Shun was about to go out to execute his plan, his gaze fell on a note on the computer desk. The note had been there all along, but with everything that had just happened, Lin Shun hadn't paid attention to it. Now that his mood had calmed, his keen observational skills, developed over 10 years of the apocalypse, naturally caught sight of this note. Boss, this morning is the class with Wenbapi. You can't skip it. You got drunk last night, so just rest well today. We'll ask for leave for you. Boss, after being drunk, let's start a new life. Come back at noon, and we can go out for another drink. Boss, remember, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why obsess over just one flower? On the back of the note, 5 different expressions were drawn, representing the other 5 boys in the dormitory. After looking at the note expressionlessly for a while, Lin Shun retrieved a memory from the depths of his mind. Just yesterday, his girlfriend of 3 years, Xiao Ilan, threw herself into the arms of the young master by right in front of him. Lin Shin stepped forward to question her, but the other 5 in the dormitory came to help, only to be knocked to the ground by young Master Bai's group of followers. Last night, the brothers in the dormitory accompanied Lin Chun to drink heavily at a bar and returned late to the dormitory. Lin Chun was especially drunk. A strange smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Hee, Xiaolan, I've almost forgotten you. Your final outcome seems to be that you were offered to a high-ranking official at the Tianyun base by a young Master Bai, right? What happened to you afterwards? I don't know. My 5 brothers? Su Peng, Tian Dagang, Gong Zifan, Yi Wuzhang, Zhu Hai. In this life, how should I face you? As a world-renowned university, Yanhuang University is situated in the megacity of Modu with a population of over 20 million, attracting the best and brightest. However, students within the school still form distinct social circles based on status. The 5 brothers in Lin Chen's dormitory, like Lin Shun, came from the commoner class, naturally forming a circle where they often played, skipped class, and developed deep feelings for each other. Kong Yifan, Kong Air, Tian Dagong, Tian Si. You two directly led to Ya's death in my last life. Although I killed you later, I still deeply hate you in my heart. Now that this life has restarted, how should I face you? Should I let you go early to avoid later tragedies? Well, considering our past friendship and that you haven't done evil yet, I won't target you for the time being. However, your chances are definitely limited. Hee hee. Am I being a bit merciful? Mercy? Do I still have mercy in my heart? If this is mercy, then let it be for now. It makes me feel like I'm still a human. Standing at the starting point of the apocalypse, all tragedies have yet to occur, and I have strong resources. So Lin Shun didn't even notice that despite still being cold-hearted, the malice in his heart had dissipated considerably. The loving faces of his parents and Ya's trusting gaze warmed his heart. According to his actions during the apocalypse, if he hated someone, he would let others perish or destroy himself in battle. Simply put, it means to take life and death lightly. If you don't agree, then fight. This is the normal attitude toward life for survivors of the apocalypse. Shaking his head, Lin Shun thought, this violent mentality should still be appropriately suppressed in the early stages of the apocalypse. Strolling out the school gate, it was already 10:40. There was no way around it. Yanhuang University's campus is just that large. Lin Shun's dormitory building was relatively close to the south gate. Yet it still took about half an hour to walk quickly. As for a car, although Lin Shun's family could manage, he felt too embarrassed to ask his parents for money to buy one. Exiting the school gate, Lin Shun hailed a taxi and headed to the northern district center of the city. Just after 12, Lin Shun stood in front of a business building, preparing to enter. If everything could go back to the way it was, with everything repeating, his phone rang, and Lin Shun looked at the caller ID, Kong Air. With a slight twitch of his lips, he pressed the answer button, and a chaotic mix of laughter and noise came through the receiver. Voices that had long since faded away. Boss, where have you been? There are no classes this afternoon, and the brothers want to take you out for another round to help you completely forget that bitch. It was the deep, charming voice of Kong Yifan. Yes, yes, boss. Did you sneak off to have some fun by yourself? You're really being unfair. This was the voice of the fifth brother, Du Hai, who liked to act silly to lighten the mood. In the last life, during the apocalypse, Du Hai had not awakened any powers or received any enhancements. So he died the earliest. Boss, don't be sad. This was the clumsy and honest voice of the third brother, Su Peng. Are you okay, boss? This was the dry voice of the sixth brother, Yu Yang, who had the least presence among them. Among the six, Yu Yang came from the poorest family and often felt inferior during their interactions. But Lin Shun knew that in the previous life, the sixth brother was the most genuine to him because Lin Shun had helped him financially, and Yu Yang was essentially a person who knew how to be grateful. Boss, you're not planning to do something stupid, are you? Were you going to quietly leave this world? This was the teasing voice of Tian Dagong. Lin Shun felt a mix of emotions. My good brothers, if we could always maintain this sincere bond, how wonderful it would be. In this life, can this bond withstand the test of the apocalypse? The worldly wisdom Lin Shun had gained made him realize that this was just a fantasy. After all, people's natures are hard to change. But can the brothers sleeping above me be simply denied and forgotten? Boss, what is wrong? Where are you? Please don't do anything foolish. Perhaps Lin Chen's long silence led to a misunderstanding for Kong Yifan, adding a hint of urgency to his voice. Lin Chen calmed his emotional turmoil and replied lightly, I'm fine, I'm doing well. I'm just in the city to clear my mind. Don't worry about me for the next couple of days. You guys go about your business. Are you really okay, boss? If something's wrong, don't bear it alone. You still have your brothers. Really, more real than pearls. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After putting down the phone, Lin Chen walked into the building. About 10 minutes later, in a luxuriously decorated office, a business elite smiled and said to Lin Shun, who was sitting on the sofa, Lin Shun, your application has been approved. We estimate your credit limit can reach 3 million. Are you sure you only want to borrow 500,000? You seem like you want to start a business, right? Borrowing more would make things a bit easier, and it would increase your chances of success. You should know that not many companies like ours, Donglin Financial, have such lenient conditions. It seems Lin Shun came here to apply for a loan? That's right. Lin Shun wanted to borrow money. Lin Chen's family situation was decent. His father was a retired soldier, growing medicinal herbs in the mountains at home, which was quite profitable. But the expenses he provided for the siblings were only enough to get by and insufficient to support Lin Chen's upcoming plans. Therefore, Lin Chen set his sights on the numerous financial companies. Many people understand that financial companies are essentially high-interest lenders. These companies have very lenient loan conditions and excellent service. Even during meal times, they serve Lin Chen. However, their attitude when collecting payments is also very meticulous. They have the ability to quickly assess how much profit they can extract from you based on your information, thus deciding the loan amount they can give you. As for how Lin Chen learned their address and business information, well, living in the city, who hasn't received a few business cards from financial companies? Such cards were scattered all over Lin Chen's dorm. For quality customers, they try to offer you the maximum loan amount. Right now, Manager Liang is earnestly persuading Lin Chen to borrow more. Manager Liang, you're not wrong. But Lin Chen pretended to be anxious about success and failure. No buts. Lin Chen, as a young person, you should have courage. You need to have confidence to succeed in your business. Don't you agree? All right, then lend me 2 million. Lin Chen seemed unable to resist the challenge and asked for 2 million. A few minutes later, Lin Chen walked out of the building. After much persuasion, Manager Liang ultimately got Lin Chen to borrow 3 million, with a 1-month term and a monthly interest rate of 30%. Looking at the notification on his phone for the 3 million transfer, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile with sarcasm, originally planning to visit a few more financial companies. But this amount is enough, saving him quite a bit of time. Manager Liang, if you're lucky enough to survive the disaster and meet me, I'll give you a little benefit. After leaving a distance from the financial company, Lin Chen opened his mental perception and found no one following him. His mental detection range was about 100 meters, and directional detection could reach 800 to 1,000 meters. It seems Donglin Financial had great trust in his repayment ability and was not monitoring him. That's fine. If he had a tail while doing business this afternoon, it would be somewhat inconvenient. So, the plan officially begins. 0005, settling parents, standing in the bustling street. Lin Chen took out his phone, his expression complex, excitedly opening his contacts. Looking at the names of his parents in the contacts, Lin Chen's cold expression melted away, his eyes stinging, and tears that had been long suppressed seemed ready to fall. God knows he had the impulse to call this number since he woke up, but he had been forcing himself to suppress it. Now that the plan had begun, it was time to dial the number. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Lin Chen trembled as he tapped on his phone. The call quickly connected, and a cacophony of sound came through. Was his family in the quiet mountain village now in town? Hello, is this Chun? Came his father's deep voice, Lin Yuanshan. His mother, Jiang Lian, joyfully exclaimed from the receiver. Oh, it's Chun's call. Is there something urgent? Is it that you need money? I told you, old man. The family isn't lacking money, yet you only give the kids 3,000 a month. Now the kid's calling for money, right? Hearing the voices of his parents that had faded away for many years and his mother's concerned tone, Lin Chen could no longer suppress his emotions. In the bustling urban street, tears streamed down his face. The tears quickly blurred his vision, obscuring his features. Only after losing something do we realize its value. In his last life, he had the opportunity to return home with Yiya, but due to his cowardice, everything became irreparable. Since then, the image and laughter of Yiya and the loving voices of his parents could only be reminisced in dreams. After that, he lived a life devoid of hope, like a walking corpse, until he tragically left this world. Ironically, when he was betrayed by a woman and killed by his brothers, he felt little hatred. Instead, he had a strange sense of gratitude towards them, thankful that they finally freed him. What kind of indifference is this? What kind of resignation is this? Perhaps one phrase can explain this state. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fortunately, heaven shows mercy and everything has replayed. Everything is still in time. Lin Chen hesitated to speak, fearing his parents would detect something unusual in his voice. He tightly covered his mouth, allowing tears to flow freely down his face. Greedily listening to his parents' voices, he secretly regretted not cherishing his parents' love in his previous life, never bothering to call them to check in, and only calling when he needed money. It seemed that he finally understood the meaning of the hearts of parents are filled with worry for their children. Since Yiya and his parents died in his previous life, he hadn't cried again. After experiencing countless lonely nights, enduring endless pain, and witnessing numerous tragic events without shedding a tear, he even thought his tear ducts had dried up. He never expected that so many tears would surge forth now. With Lin Shen's current physical control, he could easily stop the flow of tears. However, he didn't do that. He let the tears continue to flow. Cry, cry. This is the tear of my rebirth, and this is also my last time crying. From now on, no one will make me cry again. Whoever wants to make me cry, I will make them bleed. If heaven and earth force me to cry, I will make them turn upside down. In the midst of it all the negative emotions accumulated over 10 years of the apocalypse erupted with the tears, and a fierce ambition to fight against heaven and earth was brewing. From now on, he would face the apocalypse with the calmest emotions, challenging fate. Lin Shen's prolonged silence made Lin Yuanshan uneasy, and his steady voice became urgent. Chun, son, what's wrong? Did you hear me? Who is holding this phone? What is your purpose? Have you kidnapped Xiao, Chun? Did you call for money? Don't act impulsively. Everything can be negotiated. Don't hurt my son otherwise. I will not spare you no matter where you are. Jiang Lian's panicked voice came through. Kidnapping. My baby, quickly tell them don't hurt Xiao Chun. We will pay whatever they want. Hearing his mother's alarmed voice, Lin Shen felt that this had escalated a bit. At this time, his negative emotions had mostly been vented. He wiped his face, gathered his energy, evaporated the tear marks on his face, and reabsorbed the remaining tears in his eyes. At this moment, apart from his slightly red eyes, Lin Shen appeared completely normal. Clearing his throat, Lin Shan said, Dad, Mom, it's me, Xiao Chun. Nothing is happening here. So don't worry. There was silence on the other end for a while. Then Lin Yuanshan's furious voice erupted. If nothing is happening, then why are you acting dumb? You little brat, do you know how scared your mother was just now? Jiang Lian's voice came through. My baby, as long as nothing is wrong. That's good. That's good. Don't scold our son anymore. Humph. I see this little brat is just asking for a beating. Lin Yuanshan's stubborn voice replied. Enough. Do you really hope something bad happens to your son? My baby, quickly ask him what is going on. Lin Yuanshan's reluctant voice came through. Speak, you little brat. Are you short on money again? I knew it. You wouldn't call if you weren't asking for money. Lin Shun felt embarrassed. Dad, Mom, this is really not about money. If it's not about money, then why are you calling? Well, my parents have already formed a fixed impression. Dad, Mom, I just miss you. I want to hear your voices. Are you both doing okay now? Lin Shen said emotionally. There was silence on the other end. After a long while, Jiang Lian's muffled crying could be faintly heard. My baby, our son has grown up. Lin Shen's eyes became moist again. This is my parents. My family, my mom and dad. Clearly, I haven't done anything for them yet, but a simple greeting can warm their hearts. Why was I so foolish in my previous life? Lin Yuanshan sniffed. Xiao Chun, you've grown up. I know you must have something going on. Otherwise, you wouldn't call. Just tell me, did you get into trouble? Don't worry, whatever it is, Dad will take care of it. I still have a few comrades from the military in the ancient capital. Dad can ask them for help. Lin Shen's tears were almost about to overflow again. He knew that his father's comrades were all mid to high-ranking officials in the military. But over the years, the strong-willed Lin Yuanshan had never relied on those people. In his previous life, even in the most difficult times, Lin Yuanshan never troubled those people. Now, for his son, he could bend his resilient back. Lin Shen didn't want his father to think too much and directly said, Dad, there's indeed something, but it's a good thing. Just need to trouble you and Mom. As long as it's a good thing, what's the trouble? Dad, the next thing I'm going to say and what I need you to do is a short-term secret. You must take it seriously and not let it leak out. Okay, you say. The country has discovered a precious resource in the mountains behind our house. As for what kind of resource, don't worry about it for now. Our resource department at Yanhuang University has taken on a national inspection task, and a large inspection team will be coming in a few days. They have chosen our house as the forward base, and they've given me a budget to have you procure some daily necessities and outdoor survival supplies to stockpile in our house to ease the transportation burden. I will send you the budget and purchase list shortly. Dad, if we get this done, I will be credited for it at school. What do you think? Okay. As long as it benefits you. What's the trouble for your mom and me? It just so happens that we are in town, and the big van at home is also ready. Dad, there are quite a few items to procure, so you and Mom will have to work hard today. And remember, please don't attract attention. After you buy the items back, don't receive guests at home for the next few days. Just wait at home with Mom, okay? Also, fill up the water tank at home. You little brat, you don't need to worry about that. I participated in secret operations when I was in the army too. I know more than you. All right, I'll briefly mention it. The budget is 800,000, and the items to procure are 800 pounds of cured meat, 200 pounds of sausages, 600 pounds of table salt. Why so much salt? It's for experiments. Also 1000 pounds of rice, cooking oil, instant noodles, ham, various canned goods, cigarettes, liquor, tea, and common medicines. Oh, and also purchase 20 sets of outdoor survival gear, climbing clothes, climbing backpacks, machetes, crossbows, military rations, etc. Lastly, try to get a few barrels of gasoline. If the money is not enough, call me quickly, and I will supplement you. The key is that no one else should know. Dad, I trust you. Okay, you can rest assured. These things can fit in 3 trucks. At most. Your mom and I will make a few more trips today. I've also done secret work before. I want to mess things up for you. Dad. I will send the money and purchase list to your phone shortly. Dad, you and Mom must not go out tomorrow, and don't entertain outsiders. People might come at any time. Got it. You little brat, you really talk too much. If there is nothing else, hang up. Your mom and I will start getting ready for your business. After transferring 800,000 to his father's account and sending over the purchase list, Lin Chun slowly ended the call. For now, he could only do this much for his parents. He really wanted to provide them with endless survival resources. But with this lie, he could only go this far. He couldn't directly say that the apocalypse was coming. If he said it outright, the endless explanations would make it impossible to accomplish anything. It was only a matter of time before this lie was exposed. However, after the apocalypse occurred, this lie would be inconsequential. The mountain village has few people and ample food. With these supplies, even if his parents wanted to be overly kind, they would have enough to last more than half a year. In his previous life, a tragedy occurred because after the second year of the apocalypse began, supplies became scarce, and his father went out to search for resources. In this life, as long as he returns to his hometown within 6 months, he can prevent the tragedy from happening. Forcing himself to let go of his worries about his parents, Lin Chun began his next course of action. Standing on the city streets, Lin Chun calmly made several phone calls, contacting various organizations such as traditional Chinese medicine cultivation bases, agricultural seed markets, livestock research bases, fruit tree nurseries, seafood research institutes, and freshwater product research institutes. He transferred a deposit to their accounts, requesting them to prepare several types of resources and to agree to meet him to collect the goods before 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with full payment upon collection. Lin Chun did not need too many precious resources in this apocalypse. Just having samples would suffice. The key was to ensure a comprehensive variety of samples. The tenfold time difference between the seed world and the main world, along with sufficient space, would allow Lin Chun to amass a vast reserve of resources in the apocalypse, which would continue to grow. As for other consumables, he was not overly concerned. When the apocalypse occurs, with his skills, these things would be easily obtainable. After a 20-minute call with his parents, it was now 12:40 in the afternoon. He took a taxi to the nearest car rental agency, spending 4,000 yuan to rent a medium-sized box truck for 2 days. Since his family had a car, Lin Chun had obtained his driving license early on, and after a spur-of-the-moment decision last year, he upgraded it, so driving a medium-sized truck was no problem for him. The place Lin Chun was heading to was on the outskirts of the city. For the next few hours, he drove the truck on the ring road. At 1:30 in the afternoon, he obtained samples of over 200 commonly used Chinese medicinal herbs, 100 of each type, costing 200,000 yuan. These samples were immediately transferred to the seed world after leaving the base. With a simple use of his mental energy, over 20,000 herbs were planted in no time. Lin Chun also used water from a nearby river to irrigate them briefly. The irrigation process was quite simple. With a thought, a mass of water appeared above the herb planting area, transforming into tiny droplets that fell down. Lin Chun noticed that the river water was not only clear and clean, but also contained a faint biological energy, allowing the herbs that absorbed this water to quickly regain vitality. Lin Chun chuckled. With this river water and this fertile ground, the herbs would bypass the regional adaptation process and grow robustly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, he received 100 to 1,000 pounds of 12 varieties of agricultural seeds, as well as several dozen pounds of over 20 vegetable seeds, costing another 200,000 yuan. These seeds were soon planted and initially irrigated. The temperature and light in the seed world were suitable, ensuring these seeds would grow well. At 3:20 in the afternoon, he collected several small chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and calves. Due to the large quantity, Lin Chun pretended to make 2 trips to finish collecting them. The livestock were enclosed in fenced areas within the seed world. Next, Lin Shan went to the feed market and bought enough different feeds for the livestock, placing them in the fenced areas for the animals to eat freely. In this spatial world, with abundant energy and the seed world's consciousness capable of exterminating all bacteria, these feeds would not spoil regardless of how long they were stored. Of course, the water pools in each livestock area could not be neglected, filled with energized river water. The living environment and living standards of the livestock surpassed all livestock on Earth, and their waste was decomposed by the seeds into nutrients for this world. Lin Shan spent 600,000 here, mainly due to the expense of several soon-to-be milking cows. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he acquired over 30 types of fruit trees, 500 of each, costing 400,000 yuan. The fruit trees were planted along the forest's edge and both sides of the river, making the land portion of the seed world vibrant. For seafood and freshwater fish, Lin Shan did not pursue quantity due to their strong reproductive abilities. Just a few of each type was sufficient, so he spent around 100,000 yuan on these two items. The fish entered the seed world, bringing life to the rivers and oceans within it. Lin Shan snapped his fingers. It was 6 o'clock sharp, and today's plan was successfully executed. His stomach growled. Oh, he hadn't even eaten lunch. With his current body, not eating for a day or two wouldn't have much impact, but in the rush, he completely forgot about lunch. Now that he stopped, his stomach reminded him it was time to replenish energy. Thus, Lin Shan had an expensive meal at a highway service station, with a table full of fish and meat costing over 4,000 yuan. Anyway, there was still over 600,000 left. In another 30 hours, this money would lose its value. So, whether expensive or not, Lin Shan didn't bother to care. Just after finishing his meal, he received a call from his dorm brothers. Lin Shan was too lazy to chat with them, as he still had a few small plans to execute today. He casually brushed them off, hanging up the phone and leaving the brothers in the dorm looking bewildered. In the 4014 dormitory, Kong Yifan took out 200 yuan and handed it to Yu Yang, saying, "Old Six, it seems that Boss 1T be coming back tonight, so let him have some peace. Go out and get us each a bucket of chicken, including yours. Don't be stingy." Kong Yifan then returned to his computer desk, calling out to the others, "Come on, let us continue. It's fine without Old Six. We'll aim to clear this dungeon before he gets back." Yu Yang silently nodded, taking the money and leaving the dorm, thinking, speaking of which, second brother is actually pretty good, but somehow the feeling of his help never feels as comforting as when boss helps me. Boss, you must take care of yourself. At 7:20 in the evening, in a large gift shop not far from Yanhuang University, Lin Shan looked at the middle-aged owner and said, "Boss Deng, your gift shop also sells gift swords, right?" Boss Deng nodded and said, "That's right. If you want to choose a good sword to give as a gift or to keep for yourself, this is the place to come. Look over there. The Longquan sword and the samurai sword are quite nice, and the price is reasonable, only around 300. Lin Shan shook his head and said meaningfully, "Boss Deng, I don't need those ornamental things. I want a real deal. In the apocalypse, firearms are mainly useful for intimidating ordinary people. But when it comes to zombies and mutated beasts, cold weapons are more reliable because they are quieter and less likely to attract hordes of corpses." Lin Shan knew there were good swords here because, in his previous life, some students had obtained many. Boss Deng scrutinized Lin Shan for a long time without refusing, instead smiling and saying, "Little brother, I do have a real deal, but the price." Lin Shan felt slightly reassured. As long as they could negotiate, it was not yet time to disregard order and start grabbing. He casually tossed a few hundred yuan bills onto Boss Deng's counter, which he had just withdrawn from the ATM. "Boss Deng, as long as the items are good, money is not a problem. Let me be clear, I know my stuff. Don't bring out any deceptive goods. As long as the items are good, if the money isn't enough, I can still pay by card." Saying this, he subtly released a bit of his aura to envelop Boss Deng. Boss Deng was impressed by Lin Shan's aura, startled for a moment, then picked up the bills, briefly checking their authenticity, and said, "Little brother, rest assured, since you are an expert, I won't take you lightly." After closing the shop door, Boss Deng took Lin Shan to a hidden warehouse. About half an hour later, Lin Shan loaded several long wooden boxes onto the truck and drove away. He applied mental suggestions to Boss Deng, making him sell all his secrets. Of course, Lin Shan did not take advantage of the price. Whatever price Boss Deng offered was the price. The deal included 60 ordinary seed knives with a hardness of around 56, priced at 1,000 each, totaling 60,000. 20 premium seed knives with a hardness above 58, priced at 4,000 each, totaling 80,000. 3 top-grade seed knives with a hardness of 60, priced at 40,000 each, totaling 120,000. 10 four-sided swords with a hardness of 56, priced at 2,000 each, totaling 20,000. And 3 medium four-sided swords with a hardness of 60, totaling 100,000. The total transaction price reached 300,000, and all the knives and swords were already sharpened, which, from Lin Chen's professional perspective, were sharpened quite well. What excited Lin Chen the most was that he obtained Boss Deng's treasure, a 6-sided heavy sword. God knows why such a treasure existed in Boss Deng's shop. This 6-sided heavy sword was 90 centimeters long, weighed 36 pounds, and had a hardness of 68, just below diamond hardness, nearly reaching the pinnacle of sword forging on Earth at this stage. According to Boss Deng, a meteorite was added during the sword's forging process. Due to its heavy weight, no one had been able to use it for many years. However, this weight was almost negligible for Lin Chen. Originally, this sword could not be worth less than 1 million as a collectible, but Lin Chen's money was already insufficient. Having returned from the apocalypse, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't follow the rules when faced with a treasure. He could have forcibly taken it, but to maintain his conscience, he did not do so. He specifically lifted the mental control over Boss Lin and seriously asked Boss Deng a question. If I could make you physically strong, completely free of diseases, and double your physical fitness, would you think it would be worth 5 million? Would you be willing to exchange this sword for that? In a clear state, Boss Deng readily agreed to the exchange. Lin Chen took a cup of river water from the seed world and infused it with a small drop of spring water, making Boss Deng drink it. After enduring the pain of marrow cleansing for more than 10 minutes, Boss Deng collapsed in the warehouse, covered in black mud. Lin Chen sensed Boss Deng's current physical fitness and realized that what Boss Deng gained had exceeded his promise to him. After locking the warehouse and moving Boss Deng back to his shop, Lin Chen again imposed a mental suggestion on Boss Deng, making him forget what happened that night, and then closed the shop door and drove away. This mental suggestion would dissolve in a maximum of 3 days, but by then, the apocalypse would have arrived. Although Boss Deng would remember everything, he would no longer be able to find Lin Chen. On the way to his next target, Lin Chen kept a smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel happy. This sword would be enough for him to use until level 6 of his abilities. After level 7, the body of an ability user would undergo significant changes, and general equipment would lose its damaging capability against them. At that time, divine weapons produced from ruins would be worth competing for among ability users. However, Lin Chen still mentally noted the debt he owed Boss Deng. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay Boss Deng more. What Lin Chen did not know was that according to the trajectory of his previous life, Boss Deng would have turned into a zombie during the first round of the world trials. However, in this life, he encountered Lin Chen, which enhanced his physical fitness, allowing him to survive the trials and become a congenital evolver, awakening fire-type abilities. Later, he also became a master blacksmith, having many interactions with Lin Chen. At around 8:40 p.m., Lin Chen slightly altered his facial bone structure using his body evolution ability, lowered his height by a few centimeters, expanded his waist, and then walked into a large internet cafe. He logged into a major social networking site on a machine in the corner, casually registered a new account, and posted a message. The title of the post was, "Will the apocalypse come on December 22nd of this year?" The content of the post, 10 years ago, December 22nd, was the predicted apocalypse by the Mayans. However, nothing happened on that day, and people crazily belittled the Mayan prophecy. Yet I firmly believe in this prophecy. I believe that the apocalypse, although delayed, will definitely not be absent. Therefore, during these few days every year, I buy a large batch of convenience food and drinking water to stockpile at home, prepare suitable weapons, and get ready for the apocalypse. If the apocalypse doesn't come, I can at least avoid going out to buy things for 2 months without any loss. I also enjoy reading novels and watching films about the apocalypse. The zombies, crystal cores, abilities, and survival bases in them are truly captivating. I've heard that zombies can also evolve, so if the apocalypse really comes, I must seize the opportunity when the early zombies are weak, kill more zombies, collect more crystal cores, awaken my own abilities, and fight for the hope of continuing to live. December 22nd of this year is approaching, and I've made preparations as usual. I don't know if the apocalypse will arrive this year. Yuan Fong, what do you think? adding a final humorous line. Lin Shun turned off his phone, stood up, and left. The doctor does not cure the incurable, and Buddha saves those with fate. This post was merely Lin Chen's redemption of his sense of belonging as a Chinese national, believing that those who are willing to prepare will be blessed. With over 300,000 on him, Lin Shun drove to a large supermarket called Happy Home, mindlessly spending over 100,000 to buy a large quantity of convenience food and bottled water. When supermarket staff helped load the items onto the truck, not many were surprised, thinking it was a purchase for some outdoor tourism by a unit. After all, Lin Shun had come in a cargo truck, and no one thought of the apocalypse. Around 10 o'clock that night, Lin Shun stored the items from the truck and arrived at a hotel inside a school not far from dormitory building 47, booking a luxurious suite on the top floor for 3 days, claiming that friends from out of town were coming to visit Magic City. He also reserved the rooftop garden for 3 days. Sitting on the sofa in the luxurious room, Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he took out his phone. Today's last task is to call the girl. Brother, why are you calling so late? Is something wrong? Brother, why aren't you speaking? What's wrong? Brother. Lin Chen originally thought he could control his emotions after crying at noon. But when he heard the clear voice from many years ago, like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, his eyes unexpectedly turned red. After a long pause, Lin Chen finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Yeah. Lin on the other end was startled, glancing at the time. It was already past 10 at night. Brother's state was not right. Could something really be wrong? Brother, please say something. Lin Chen finally managed to control himself and spoke smoothly. Yeah, I'm not in a good mood today. Will you accompany me for a day tomorrow? Lin felt like something was wrong. Brother, what happened? Please don't do anything silly. Don't worry, I'll definitely ask for leave to accompany you tomorrow. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just in a bad mood. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I'll wait for you at the west gate of your school. Okay, see you tomorrow, brother. Lin Chen hung up the phone, helplessly muttering to himself. Damn, this apocalypse is really fucking annoying. I can't tell the truth, and have to tell my family one lie after another. He didn't know that his phone call had left Lin anxious all night. On December 21st, 2022, at midnight, the international metropolis of Magic City had not yet fallen into silence. Many people were still enjoying their nightlife, known as the city that never sleeps. Most parts of Magic City were still filled with vibrant lights. Suddenly, the earth seemed to have an epileptic seizure, trembling gently. Everyone who was awake felt the tremor. Many people screamed that there was an earthquake and rushed to the streets, heading for open spaces. The entire city erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Almost all the sleeping people were awakened by the clamor and rushed out of their homes as well. This tremor came quickly and left just as fast, calming down within a minute. People realized that nothing had happened. The mountains hadn't collapsed, the buildings hadn't fallen, the roads were intact, and the animals hadn't gone wild. After a moment of hesitation, the startled people grumbled and returned to their places. Everything seemed unchanged. At this time, Lin Shun was busy in the seed world. He first finished watering the seeds, saplings, and vegetables he had planted during the day, and then began to study how to mix and dilute the spring water and river water based on different energy concentrations. He finally categorized the diluted products into 9 levels based on his feelings, to be used as energy supplements for ability users from level 1 to 9. As for the names, he irresponsibly chose the glitch names like level 1 energy liquid, level 2 energy liquid, and so on. Of course, he only figured out the ratios and prepared some backups, not making a large quantity. He remembered that the amount of spring water determined the size of the seed world. With energy support, he started to lavishly use energy, researching the methods of using his spatial abilities and mental powers. His research yielded fruitful results. For spatial abilities, he developed spatial movement, spatial barriers, and spatial blades. Most importantly, he created a proper storage space, although its capacity was only about 10 cubic meters. Lin Chen was not discouraged at all. As long as this ability was developed, he could gradually strengthen it later. As for mental powers, they were mainly for detection and early warning, and he added a mental barrier. Lin Chen mainly wanted to develop telekinesis, but his current mental strength was insufficient to support it. If Lin Chen had been in the main world when the earth trembled, he would have known that the prelude to the apocalypse had begun. Research in later generations showed that, strictly speaking, the apocalypse on Earth mainly began with the tremors. However, The tremors were a blessing bestowed upon humanity by heaven. Such tremors would occur 9 times on the 21st. These 9 tremors did not cause any deformation of the surface. Instead, they released the mysterious energy accumulated deep in the Earth's core, which later generations referred to as cosmic primal energy. This energy is highly active and beneficial for the evolution of living beings. Did you not see that the sensitive animals did not panic or move during the tremors? On this day, many people felt their physical fitness greatly enhanced and their spirits were high. Many patients felt their conditions improved or suddenly healed. Some jokingly said, "If this is the apocalypse, I hope it comes more fiercely." Little did they know that this release of primal energy might just be heaven's mercy, allowing humanity to increase their resistance to the impending evolutionary virus. At 2 a.m. on the 21st, the Earth trembled again, and there was peace worldwide. At 4 a.m. on the 21st, the event repeated itself. After that, it happened every 2 hours. Since people did not feel any disaster and instead felt quite well, they began their daily routines with a slightly uneasy heart. At 10 a.m., when the Earth trembled again, many people were too lazy to run out of buildings. However, doomsday theories inevitably arose. In many places, disturbances of varying degrees occurred, leading to traffic congestion, and many highways began to restrict access. At 7 a.m., Lynchen arrived at the car rental agency and picked up the new BMW he had booked online. Fortunately, he promised a high service fee, which led them to send someone to wait for him early in the morning. On his way to Huadong Electronic Mechanical College, where Linya was, Lynchen opened the news and heard about the traffic blockages on several highways, secretly relieved that he hadn't rushed home in a moment of impulse the day before. Otherwise, he would surely have been stuck on the road. After parking the car in a shop's parking line, he soon saw a tall and beautiful girl walking towards him from a school gate. Opening the car door and leaning against the front of the car, Lin Chun stared intently at the approaching figure, forcing himself not to tremble or lose composure, lest he scare the lovely girl. This beautiful figure had been absent from his life for 9 years, and since then, she had lingered in his dreams. Linya was wearing fitted jeans, a beige down jacket, high-heeled boots, and carried a small handbag, with her long, smooth hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and she exuded an aura of pure innocence rather than any seductiveness. As she walked closer, she looked around, trying to spot her dear brother. Upon exiting the school gate, a voice called out from across the street. "Yeah, your brother's over here." Linya looked up and saw her brother Lin Chun waving at her. Seeing her brother's familiar figure, Linya, who had been worried all night, felt relieved and smiled, as if the sun had dispelled the clouds. Nearby, a man, captivated by Lin Ya's angelic smile, was momentarily stunned and walked straight into a large tree, making intimate contact with it. Linya crossed the street and saw her brother's warm smile, his handsome face filled with indescribable joy as he opened his arms to her. A strange feeling of sweetness surged in her heart, and she called out, "Brother!" The next moment, Linya was enveloped in her brother's strong embrace, her hands tightly holding onto his waist. Their sibling bond had always been this strong. When Lin Chun held Linya, he felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had the whole world in his hands. He secretly vowed, "Girl, in this life, I will make you the most noble princess in the world. I won't let anyone hurt you in the slightest." After a while, Linya stepped out of Lin Chen's embrace, looked at him, and said, "Brother, you seem a bit different." "What is different?" "Well, you seem a bit taller, a bit whiter, and your eyes seem sharper than before. As if you're now a big shot. In short, you look better than before." Lin Chun chuckled inwardly. His sister really understood him well. After undergoing a cleansing of his marrow, his height had increased by 2 or 3 centimeters, from 178 centimeters to over 180 centimeters. Ability users inherently exert a pressure on ordinary people, as the intensity of their life field had changed. Even though Lin Chun tried hard to suppress his aura, it still made Linya feel this pressure. In the past, whenever they met, Linya would ask about Xiaolan, but this time she didn't mention her. After receiving Lin Chen's call last night, she was worried and directly called his dorm to clarify the situation regarding Xiao Ilan's infidelity. To be honest, when Linya learned about this, she felt a little sad for her brother, but more than that, she actually felt a bit of delight. She knew that feeling delighted about her brother's situation was not right, but she just wanted her brother to always keep her as the only one in his heart, just like when they were kids. Feeling her brother's intense and unconditional love for her maid Linya incredibly happy, to the extent that she didn't even ask about Lin Chen's car rental and just got in the car to travel around with him. Lin Chen accompanied Linya to all the representative tourist spots in the Magic City, indulgently watching her take photos with her phone and thoughtfully preparing 2 memory cards and 4 large power banks for her. He wanted his sister to enjoy the greatest happiness before the apocalypse arrived, allowing her to have the best memories of peaceful times. Of course, before midnight tonight, he would put Linya's phone away in the seed world to avoid it being damaged by magnetic storms. If Lin Chen at this moment was a standard doting brother, it wouldn't be off by much. At noon, Lin Chen and Linya had lunch at the most expensive hotel in the Magic City. The earth trembled again, and Linya, a bit scared, said to Lin Chen, "Brother, is the apocalypse really coming?" Lin Chen replied solemnly, "Yeah, don't be afraid. Everything will be fine with your brother around." At 2 in the afternoon, at the Magic City Zoo, Linya asked Lin Chen again, "Brother, the animal seems so lifeless. Is the apocalypse really coming?" Lin Chen answered evasively, "Yeah, the animals are just making the most of their time to train. Animals are the most sensitive, and they are indeed desperately absorbing cosmic primal energy." Lin Chen sighed inwardly. No wonder there were so many and such powerful mutant beasts after the apocalypse occurred. Someone nearby chimed in, "Training? Are these animals going to become spiritual beings?" Linya gave the person a big eye roll. "I'm talking to my brother. What is it to you?" At this time, the government agencies had already sensed something was wrong. The Central Authority had received feedback about unusual animal behaviors from various places. The relevant parties judged that there might indeed be a significant change on Earth, but they couldn't predict what exactly it would be. The Central Authority had no choice but to activate an emergency response plan, tightening security covertly. All police forces of the national agencies were on high alert. The military forces of the 7 military districts of the country began to enforce martial law secretly. It can't be said that these deployments were useless, but they also didn't have much effect. The apocalypse didn't follow common sense. The more people gathered, the greater the harm. They just didn't know this yet. At 4 in the afternoon, after the earth shook again, the accumulated fear in people's hearts finally erupted. Many began to believe that a disaster was imminent, and people started to frantically stock up on supplies. Global chaos began to ensue, and the streets around the world were in disarray. The police forces in the country were well prepared, and since there was no specific disaster occurring, the losses in the country were not significant. This tremor at 4 o'clock was the 9th of the day, and Mother Earth had completed her release of primal energy. At 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the evening, the Earth remained still. The unrest in the country had mostly calmed down by 7 o'clock, and other countries had also largely quelled all disturbances before 11 o'clock at night. When the people of the country breathed a sigh of relief, they did not know that the prelude to the apocalypse had almost finished playing. The apocalypse was truly coming. Apocalyptic-themed artistic works were quite popular in the country, and the buying frenzy that erupted around 4 o'clock had led to a significant increase in the stockpiling of supplies in people's homes. Therefore, when the apocalypse truly arrived, the survival rate of the people in the country was relatively high compared to all other countries in the world. At 7 in the evening, in the room Lin Chen had booked. "Yeah, do you believe your brother?" "Of course." "Then drink this glass of water." "Ah, brother, it hurts." Yeah, hold on." "Oh, brother, I feel full of energy, my body feels great." "Oh no, why am I so dark?" "Brother, I need to take a shower." After finishing her shower, Linya came out of the bathroom and curiously asked Lin Chen, "Brother, where did you get this magical water?" Yeah, that's a secret of your brother. If it leaks out, it could bring danger to me. Don't ask and don't tell others, okay?" "Oh, okay, I'll forget about it now." "Well then, yeah, get familiar with your new body." At 10:30 in the evening. "Yeah, you should be familiar with your physical strength by now. Let's go sit in the rooftop garden." "In the rooftop garden?" "Yeah, these are all your favorite snacks. Feel free to eat." Linya, with a big question mark on her forehead, looked at Lin Chen, who wasn't saying anything, and silently picked up a snack to eat. At 11:30 in the evening, Linya's bright eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. "Brother, shouldn't you give your sister an explanation?" The accumulation of questions was finally about to erupt. Lin Chen waved his hand. "Yeah, don't make a fuss. Let me call Mom and Dad first." Linya quieted down for a moment. "Chun, is there an urgent matter to call us so late?" "Dad, Mom, have you taken care of what I asked? Is there anyone else at home?" "You brat, don't you trust your dad?" Everything is taken care of, don't worry. There's no outsider knowing, and there's no outsider home now. Lin Chen's heart finally settled down. Dad, Mom, now listen to me, don't interrupt. Let me finish before you ask questions. Okay, go ahead. I have 4 things to say. First, the apocalypse is about to come in a little over 20 minutes. Second, Yi is right here with me, don't worry, I will protect her. Third, in a little over 20 minutes at midnight, global communications will be interrupted, and divine light will descend from the sky. Fourth, starting tomorrow, zombies and zombie beasts will appear, and if you get bitten by them, you will turn into a zombie. Their weak point is the head. If the head isn't broken, they 1T die. So you must be careful. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yuanshan and his wife were shocked. Chun, have you been stimulated by something? Dad, Mom, you must believe me. This is classified information from the country. You need to get dressed now and be in the yard at midnight to receive the divine light, and think about letting the divine light enter your body. I'll tell you, the divine light will last about 5 minutes, and after it disappears, the disaster will come. So you must hurry back inside. After you go back, try to resist sleep. Only sleep when you really can't hold on anymore. You can use the things I asked you to buy yesterday. Chun, what you're saying is really hard to believe. Dad, Mom, you have to trust me just this once. Even if you think I've been fooled by someone else's message. If communications are interrupted later and the divine light appears, you must do as I say. Oh, and there's a doomsday novel in my room called Doomsday Dragon Emperor. You must read it. It has survival principles for the apocalypse. Dad, Mom, you must live well. I will bring you back to our hometown. What? Dad, Mom, anyway, there's still 20 minutes to verify what I said. Just indulge me this once. Jaja, come, say hello to Mom and Dad so they can feel at ease. Lin Shun brought the phone to Linya's mouth. Linya looked at Lin Shun with a complicated expression and said, Dad, Mom, something magical is indeed happening here. It is said that there have been 9 earthquakes all over the world today. My brother said that you should believe there is some truth to it rather than dismiss it entirely. Dad, Mom, if the apocalypse really comes, I hope you both can survive until my brother and I return. Linya's last words were tinged with tears. She instinctively felt that her brother's words were likely true, and she started to worry about their parents. Lin Shin finally said, Dad, Mom, I have a few things to take care of here. If you can still get through to me after midnight, go ahead and call to scold me. Also, if this is true, please don't tell anyone about it. It will bring me a lot of trouble. Lastly, when dealing with zombies, be ruthless. They are no longer human, and leaving them alive will harm more people. After hanging up, Lin Shun smacked his lips. This was the only way he could help his parents. If he had said it earlier, it would have been endless explanations and could have leaked the information. After all, both parents had some troublesome relatives. But at this point, even if Mom and Dad believed the apocalypse was coming, it was too late to inform those relatives. Bruce. He had specifically warned that leaking this information would cause him trouble. Considering how much his parents cared for him, they would surely keep it a secret. Just as Linya was about to voice her doubts, Lin Shin put his finger to his lips. Don't speak. We have just a few minutes until midnight. Lin Shin's meaning was clear. Let the facts speak for themselves. In a mountain village in the northern part of Fengxi province, Lin Yuanshan looked at the hung-up phone, exchanging glances with his wife, Jiang Lian. Let's follow what her son said. After all, it's just a matter of a few minutes. What if something really happens? Let's start getting dressed. Lin Yuanshan nodded. Time passed second by second, slowly approaching midnight. The peaceful era was gradually drifting away from humanity on Earth. At the rooftop garden, Lin Shun and his sister sat silently, watching the seconds tick away on their phones. At exactly midnight, Lin Shun looked up at the sky. The apocalypse has come. Linya followed suit and looked up. In the bright moonlight, the deep and vast sky began to ripple like a piece of cloth. A muffled thunder echoed in the sky, and countless small holes appeared like a leaking sieve. An invisible and intense electromagnetic wave instantly spread across the globe, destroying all high-precision integrated electronic chips that were operating. Almost all satellites in space simultaneously lost their functions, becoming space debris. Most of the high-precision integrated chips on Earth that were not in operation were also destroyed. The sound of numerous transformers exploding filled the air. Fireballs appeared in various districts of the city, and the vibrant metropolis went dark in an instant, enveloped by the eerie glow of the moonlight. Some automatically switching generators began to operate, restoring light to a few places. However, more generator switch devices were controlled by high-precision integrated chips. And since the chips had been destroyed, The generators were powerless to recover. The chips of all powered-on mobile phones globally were simultaneously burned out, causing all powered-on phones to black out in an instant. Linya's phone had been taken into the seed world by Lin Shun, escaping the fate of destruction. More than half of the phones stored in warehouses and on shelves that were not powered on also lost their functions. The entire sky then began to brighten, shining with magical colors. Countless colorful light points like fireflies fell from the distant sky towards the earth at varying speeds. Linya gazed at the mesmerizing beauty of the sky, and just as she sighed how beautiful it was, she heard Lin Chen quickly say, "Yeah, quickly sit cross-legged and imagine those light points entering your body." Linya came to her senses and saw her brother already sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, entering a meditative state. Without thinking about why, she quickly followed suit. In a small mountain village in the northern part of Fengxi province, Lin Yuanshan and his wife had dressed and were staring wide-eyed at their phones. "Look, the phone has blacked out. It has turned off automatically. Look at the sky. It seems like it's leaking. The sky is starting to shine. Indeed, there's divine light." Lin Yuanshan shouted, "Stop talking. Quickly open the door and go into the yard to receive the divine light. You must call the divine light in your heart, letting it enter your body." At this moment, Lin Yuanshan completely believed his son and decided to follow everything his son said. When the couple reached the yard, their guard dog, Dahe, who had been curled up inside, also followed them outside to receive the divine light. In the previous life, Dahe did not receive the divine light, but did not become a zombie dog. Instead, it turned into a mutated beast. Moreover, even after mutating, Dahe remained loyal to its owner. This time, Dahe accepted the divine light. It was unknown how powerful it would become. 5 minutes later, the colorful light points in the sky disappeared, and an eerie red mist quickly enveloped the world. Through this red mist, the moon appeared to have turned red. The divine light is gone. Let us hurry back inside. Dahe, come back quickly. Dahe wagged its tail and followed its owner back inside. The door closed tightly. "I feel so sleepy." I feel sleepy too. But our son said to resist sleepiness, so you must hold on and stay awake. It seems our son was right. The apocalypse really has come. Thankfully, Yia and our son are together. I hope they will be safe. This is our son's top secret. You must keep it to yourself and not let it slip to avoid trouble for him. Dahe protested that its owner was talking about it. Dahe, be quiet. I'm not talking about you. In the rooftop garden of the metropolis, Lin Shun saw the divine light disappear and the red mist appear. Standing up and saying, "Yeah, let us go back to the room." "Brother, why do I suddenly feel a bit sleepy? Let's go back to the room first." After entering Yiya's room, Lin Shin handed her a cup of first-level energy water. "Yiya, from now on, I can't help you much. Listen carefully from now on. You must do your best to resist sleepiness. If you feel you can't fight it anymore, just take a sip until you truly can't resist, and then sleep. The longer you hold out, the greater your future achievements will be, and the sooner we will return to our hometown." Linya understood and nodded, accepting the cup of water. Back in his own room, Lin Shun sat cross-legged, reflecting on his gains. Research in the previous life indicated that the divine light produced at the beginning of the apocalypse was a result of the collision when the powerful laws of another world broke through the will of the earth. If this divine light is absorbed by living beings, it will lead to extremely beneficial evolutionary effects for them. The divine light loses some potency when passing through obstacles, and its effects diminish to varying degrees. This phenomenon had a particularly significant impact on the Western world, as when the divine light appeared, it was daytime in the West, and many brave individuals did not retreat to buildings but actively bathed in the divine light. In contrast, only a few people in Hua country were still awake and noticed this phenomenon, enjoying this transformation outdoors. As a result, the number of superpowered individuals and enhancers in the Western world later surpassed that of Hua country, but they only dared to confront Hua country when united. After all, the philosophical thoughts passed down in Hua country are suitable for cultivation, so the growth of superpowered individuals in Hua country is generally faster than that of their Western counterparts. The red mist after the divine light is the evolution virus implanted into Earth by another world. This evolution virus instantly appears in every inch of the Earth where air exists, forcing all earthly beings to undergo an evolution trial. Only those awakened with supernatural abilities, known as the Heavenly Awakeners, before the divine light appears can withstand the effects of the red mist. The probability of becoming a heavenly awakener is 1 in 100 million. Therefore, at this moment, there are no more than 100 people globally who are qualified to remain awake. Lin Shun is one of them. The longer others resist sleep, the greater the benefits they gain. Of course, no one knows this right now, and the vast majority of people have no awareness of resistance at all. Under this red mist invasion, 60% of humanity will fail to resist, leading to a collapse of consciousness and transformation into mindless zombies driven solely by a biological instinct to consume, with a strong infectious quality. Most other humans will remain unchanged, merely experiencing a boost in physical constitution. A very small number will undergo mutations, becoming what future generations refer to as supernatural beings and enhancers. As for Earth's animals, about 20% will become zombified, while most will undergo normal mutations and evolution, with a very few remaining unchanged. This outcome is undoubtedly a great irony for the human rulers of Earth. The red mist also causes all plants to undergo varying degrees of mutation or die outright. And the Earth's soil has been affected by the virus, penetrating nearly dozens of meters deep. The vast majority of Earth's water sources have also been contaminated by the virus, and ordinary people have extremely weak resistance to this polluted water. The living environment for humanity on Earth has suddenly become extremely harsh. However, these matters are temporarily irrelevant to Lin Shun. He is currently focused on experiencing his own changes. After introspecting, Lin Shun was surprised to discover that he had truly received a tremendous fortune. In his dantian, 6 chi vortices are now spinning. The center is a slightly larger gray vortex, which is his inherent spatial ability. 5 different colored thin vortices rotate orderly around the spatial vortex. Lin Shun couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is the 5 elemental abilities. All 5 elements are present. Yes, they're the elemental abilities of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is the super benefit brought to Lin Shun by the seed world. The seed world is bound to Lin Chen's soul, naturally granting him the essence of the 5 elements. Under the catalysis of the law divine light, it has finally solidified into Lin Chen's own ability. The golden vortex emits a sharp aura. The green one radiates vitality. The blue one exudes a moisturizing aura. The red one gives off a violent aura. And the yellow one exudes a heavy aura. Lin Shun was so overjoyed he nearly fainted. Heaven, why are you so good to me? Are you compensating me for the suffering I endured in my past life? He couldn't wait to study the newly emerged supernatural abilities. But there was still something he needed to do immediately. So he quickly stood up, instantaneously appearing downstairs, and after several more instant moves, he arrived at dormitory 4014 half a minute later. Lin Shun could now see in the dark, under the red moonlight. He looked complexly at his 5 brothers who were in deep sleep. To maximize the protection of his secret, he did not reveal anything to his brothers, nor did he provide them with any fortune. However, he did not regret his choice. Having experienced countless dangers in the apocalypse and witnessed numerous miraculous supernatural abilities, despite now having a high starting point and many trump cards, he would not become overly complacent. Rather, he chose to keep his trump cards hidden as much as possible. It was only right to give opportunities to his parents and Yaya. Lin Shun believed they would use their lives to keep his secret. Moreover, even if they leaked it, it wouldn't be much. With Lin Chen's current abilities, he thought he could still manage. But if more people knew, who could tell what would happen? For these brothers, Lin Chen's choice was to quietly give some help while he could. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Shun provided Yu Yang, Su Peng, and Du Hai with several doses of basic energy water to replenish their need for evolution energy. Yu Yang received it 9 times, essentially equivalent to a full marrow cleansing. Su Peng 6 times, and Du Hai 3 times. As for Kong Yifan and Tian Dagong, Lin Shun couldn't care less if they died. Not wiping them out was already good enough. How could he give them opportunities? Let them continue along the path of their past lives. However, in this life, they would have no chance to harm Yaya again. If they still sought their own destruction, Lin Shun would not hesitate to destroy them. Silently returning to the hotel suite, Lin Shun saw Yaya sitting cross-legged, resisting sleep. He returned to his own room and entered the seed world. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with his 5 elemental abilities and then go out to accomplish 2 major tasks. Lin Shun spent 3.5 hours in the seed world, understanding the characteristics and preliminary usage of his new abilities. Compared to his past life experience, he found that his cultivation potential was more than 3 times that of an ordinary supernatural being, and he was also a 7-element supernatural being. Theoretically, the difficulty of his upgrades and energy requirements were more than 20 times that of an ordinary single-element supernatural being. Lin Shan wasn't particularly worried about this. The greater the difficulty in upgrading, the stronger the power. Moreover, he had the seed world to gain more cultivation time, as well as the world source to refine all energy, converting all other energies into easily absorbable pure energy. When each supernatural ability first awakens, it starts at 0-level initiation. The energy vortex can only support the owner to use it 2 or 3 times before needing to absorb energy to recover or wait for natural recovery. A few individuals can unleash 4 supernatural attacks upon awakening, and very few can manage 5. As supernatural abilities progress, the number of uses in a single battle will increase exponentially. Lin Shan used energy water to elevate all 5 elemental abilities to upper level 0, causing the seed to suffer greatly in energy expenditure. The area of the seed world had already shrunk by more than 1 square kilometer. If Lin Shan wanted to break through the levels of his 5 elemental abilities, the energy required would increase exponentially, and the seed world would shrink even more drastically. Moreover, the seed world has a life-threatening characteristic. If consuming 1 point of energy causes the world to shrink, then restoring it to its original state would require Lin Shan to inject 2 points of energy into the world. Naturally, Lin Shan was unwilling to engage in such a losing business indefinitely. He stopped his cultivation, exited the seed world, and prepared to handle serious matters. In his past life, after the red mist appeared, all global life fell into a deep sleep for 8 hours. During this time, only those who had awakened before the red mist appeared were able to move freely. This ratio was 1 in 100 million. In other words, during these 8 hours, the entire Earth belonged to these 80 to 90 people who could do anything they wanted without interference. Lin Shan had made plans in advance to accomplish 2 major tasks during these 8 hours. At 12:50 a.m., in Lin Ye's room, Lin Shan watched as the energy around Lin Ye fluctuated violently. After carefully sensing, he found that there were actually 4 different types of energy entangled together. Under Lin Chen's mental observation, the energy colors on Lin Ye showed as blue, green, white, and a silvery hue. In his past life, Yaya was merely a wood-type supernatural being among postnatal evolvers. In this life, Yaya had also become a congenital evolver and possessed 4 supernatural abilities, likely rivaling the heavenly awakeners. The blue represents water, green represents wood, white represents mental strength, but what on earth is that silver? It seems very elusive and hard to grasp. There was no mention of such a supernatural ability in his past life. Well, tomorrow when she awakens, she will be able to discover the details after her self-exploration. Lin Ye finally couldn't resist her drowsiness and collapsed onto the carpet. Lin Shan sighed in relief. Ye finally awakened before falling asleep. The initial stability was secured. He picked Lin Ye up and placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Lin Shan lightly kissed Lin Ye on the forehead. "Girl, rest well. Brother has to get busy now." At 12:55 a.m., Lin Shan appeared at the campus business district where motorcycles were sold. Yanwang University included over a dozen major colleges, with a total population exceeding 150,000 and an area of about 20 square kilometers. With so many people living here, a relatively complete commercial chain had naturally formed, selling everything. At this moment, Lin Chen's appearance had changed. His facial bones had slightly deformed, his height had reduced by about 5 centimeters, and his originally tall and slender figure had expanded into that of a robust man, with a mask covering his face. Logically, it seemed unnecessary for him to prepare so much when the whole world was asleep. However, Lin Chen deeply remembered the saying, "A cautious sailor never capsizes." Although the majority of city surveillance facilities had been destroyed, who knew where there might still be undetected sensors at work? Moreover, he hadn't forgotten that there were around 20 awakening individuals in the entire Huagua, making it likely that this international metropolis Moda City had 1 or 2 of them, and it was uncertain whether they were peacefully asleep at this moment. If what he was about to do was exposed, it would attract severe repercussions from national agencies. Don't think that the national apparatus would become ineffective just because the apocalypse had arrived. On the contrary, in the early to mid stages of the apocalypse, Especially in the first 3 years, the original national apparatus maintained a firm grip on the governance of Huagua. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, due to the relatively small disparity in military power, a few military district bases, relying on their might, had altered their attitude towards the central authority. But they still dared not openly confront it. Only after 3 to 4 years into the apocalypse, when the basic living supplies from the old world had been exhausted, new production chains formed, and the deterrent power of firearms against powerful beings had largely failed, did the original national apparatus begin to lose its control over the country. By that time, it would be a moment for Lin Chun to relax slightly. Therefore, Lin Chun's actions now had to be cautious beyond measure. No precaution was excessive. Before acting, as per his usual practice, Lin Chun released his mental energy to scan the surrounding environment within 100 meters and found nothing unusual. The next second, he found an oil barrel in a shop, filled up 3 motorcycles with fuel, and then, like a gust of wind, made contact with each motorcycle. More than 60 motorcycles were stored in the seed world. Lin Chun teleported out the door, stood on the street, took out a fully fueled motorcycle, ignited it, and left. Thus, all the motorcycles in the shop disappeared without any signs of destruction. The roar of high-powered motorcycles shattered the silence of the sleeping city. Lin Chun rode the motorcycle, speeding out of the school at over 200 miles per hour, taking the coastal expressway toward the Huadong petrochemical general plant in the southern suburbs of the city. For Lin Chun, this speed was nothing. His neural reflexes and physical coordination could easily handle it. 5 minutes before the red mist, a divine light had fallen, causing most drivers on the road at midnight to stop and watch, with only a few continuing to drive, resulting in accidents as they fell asleep in the red mist. Therefore, there weren't many accident scenes on the road, which wouldn't hinder Lin Chun's high-speed progress. Lin Chun's first target was the Huadong petrochemical general plant, one of the largest petrochemical plants in the world, primarily engaged in oil refining. 30% of the fuel for the 4 provinces in East China and Modu City came from this plant. Its refining capacity reached 3 million tons of crude oil per year, with a maximum of 5 million tons, and it had nearly 2 million tons of standby fuel. It was located in Tianyuan County, on the southern outskirts of Modu City, about 20 kilometers from the world-class port of Pagong and approximately 90 kilometers from Huadong University in the northern part of Modu City, with a straight-line distance of 70 kilometers. Its guarding troops were the 35th Division of the 12th Group Army of the Jindu Military District. The 35th Division was also responsible for the defense of Tianyuan County and parts of the southern district of Modu City. In his previous life, due to the relatively small population of Tianyuan County, the terrain being suitable for defense, and the ample energy provided by the petrochemical plant, the 35th Division was able to recapture Tianyuan County and establish the Tianyuan base under the directive of on-site defense, rescue, and reconstruction. Unfortunately, events took a turn. The central authority underestimated the situation's development, and a month later, circumstances changed drastically. The Tianyuan base held on until the 4th month, ultimately deciding to retreat from Modu City to the main base of the Jindu Military District. The retreat was a bloody and tearful journey. Out of more than 2 million people, only less than 60,000 reached the military district's main base alive. It could be said that the road from Tianyuan to the Jindu Military District was paved with the corpses of the populace. The reasons for this outcome were manifold. In this life, without affecting himself, Lin Chun didn't mind doing some work to expedite the large-scale retreat, thereby reducing the loss of life among the Huaxia people. Originally, he wouldn't have cared if the world ended, but in this life he had the most precious family ties in the world, so he was willing to make some feasible efforts to make this world a bit better. After all, his family still needed to survive in this world. In his previous life, the Tianyuan base delayed making the decision for a large-scale retreat amid increasingly severe circumstances, primarily because the base leadership was reluctant to part with the rich resources of the petrochemical plant. In the apocalypse, the most valuable commodities were food, followed closely by energy. The existing 2 million tons of fuel and 6 million tons of crude oil captivated the leadership's attention, and they continued to procrastinate, clinging to a sense of false hope about retreating. Unfortunately, the subsequent defense of the petrochemical plant resulted in all its resources being consumed in battle, leading the Tianyuan base to finally decide to begin a large-scale retreat. The cost was the lives of over 1 million survivors. This was arguably the greatest tragedy after the apocalypse. This time, Lin Shun intended to leverage his extraordinary abilities to create a massive mystery. He planned to take away the vast majority of the petrochemical plant's resources, making the future leadership of the Tianyun base no longer cling to it and timely decide to retreat. At 1:20 a.m., Lin Shun arrived at the petrochemical plant. The plant spanned 4 to 5 kilometers and loomed over the earth like a monster. Most areas had lost power and were shrouded in the cold moonlight. 3 locations still had generators running, emitting light. Lin Shun was too lazy to investigate thoroughly. He directly used his mental energy to pinpoint the locations of the generators and surveillance cameras from 800 meters away in the lit areas. Then repeatedly teleported to avoid the cameras, approach the generators, and turn them off, storing the generators, monitoring computers, and surveillance cameras into the seed world. Lin Shun had already thoroughly researched and memorized the distribution of facilities within the plant through Google beforehand, so during the following time, he rode the motorcycle, crazily speeding through the petrochemical plant, collecting over 300 oil tankers and countless large, medium, and small oil storage tanks. As long as it was fuel, whether it was fuel oil or various lubricants, nothing was left behind. For the oil in the underground storage tanks, Lin Shun created several small virtual storage spaces in the seed world specifically for collecting these scattered oils. During this period, he exhausted his mental energy hundreds of times, but he quickly recovered thanks to the endless energy liquid. Finally, he casually took over a workshop's oil refining production line. When he left behind 10 tanks of gasoline, 8 tanks of diesel, and various lubricants. In other words, he only left the future Tianyun base with just over 30,000 tons. Less than 40,000 tons of fuel. This fuel was enough for the base's leadership to start considering a retreat if the situation became slightly unfavorable, without delay. And it could also support the survivors of Tianyun base to complete their retreat. Although the items Lin Shun collected were useful to him, they didn't hold much significance. Even if he established a force in the future, he might not use them all. By the 3rd or 4th year of the apocalypse, the main energy sources for Earthlings would shift to crystal cores, crystal stones, and primordial energy. Moreover, doing this would bring him unknown dangers. Future state institutions or authorities would relentlessly investigate this matter in secret. However, Lin Shun believed in his hidden abilities and wanted to ensure he could live with a clear conscience. In this life, his heart was still warm, his blood still hot, and his feelings still intact. He did not want to see piles of bones reappearing on the road from Tianyun to the Jindu military district. After exhausting his mental power hundreds of times and replenishing it, his psychic power ability rose from the intermediate level of the 1st rank to the upper level of the 1st rank, and he would soon break through to the 2nd rank. This was a pleasant surprise. When leaving the petrochemical plant, it was already 4:20 a.m. Lin Shun felt slightly anxious. Time was getting tight. The next place he needed to go was the Emergency Reserve Depot of the National Defense Army in Magic City. As one of China's international metropolises and an economic leader, its defense force was naturally not small or weak. Regular security tasks involved over 100,000 police and armed police, as well as special police units. 3 divisions of the regular troops from the Jindu military district were stationed on the outskirts, with the Haidong fleet to the east. A large amount of military supplies was stored in 5 secret locations in Magic City. The central plan assumed that if China were invaded, in the worst-case scenario where regular troops and police were defeated by external forces, at least 2 million militia could be quickly armed to counterattack the invaders. Don't doubt it. Among the more than 20 million population, the number of veterans of all ages was definitely more than 2 million. There were 5 military supply points in Magic City, 1 each to the south, north, and west, and 2 in the city center. In the last life, during the apocalypse, the 46th Division to the north, the 22nd Division to the west, and the 35th Division to the south had all extracted military supplies from their respective locations to arm willing recruits. However, the 2 military supply points in the city center had always fallen into a tide of corpses. It was said that around 7 or 8 years into the apocalypse, a super expert went to investigate and found that all the living supplies inside had rotted away, although the firearms and ammunition were still usable. They were basically useless by then and could only be used as raw materials. Moreover, even as raw materials, they were inferior to ores that had been soaked in primordial energy from nature. Thus, Lin Chen's target was the supplies at these two military points in the city center. Regarding the upcoming acquisition of supplies from these two military points, Lin Chen could confidently say he had a clear conscience. In his past life, after the three divisions merged, Tianjin Base had always aimed to seize these two military supply points, launching 3 attacks that ended in heavy losses. They eventually had to abandon the plan, allowing these military supplies to rot in underground warehouses. In this life, before attacking these two military points, Tianjin Base would surely send experts to scout the situation, easily discovering that the two supply points were empty, making the attack plan impossible. In this way, Lin Chen's retrieval of these military supplies would effectively save the lives of over 200,000 soldiers without them knowing. Even though after the apocalypse, it only took a meal to recruit a soldier, making soldiers quite cheap, they were still citizens of China. Lin Chen took out the supplies, allowing them to serve their intended purpose in resisting the apocalypse, so why not? Doing this could easily lead the higher-ups to connect this matter with a petrochemical plant incident and pursue it. But it didn't matter. One sheep is driven, and so is two. At 4:45 a.m., Lin Chen arrived at a street in the northern part of the city center. The street had a low flow of people, and at the end stood an old-fashioned building that didn't look very large, bearing the sign of a military-civilian friendship center. Lin Chen knew about this place because in his past life, Yaya participated in a team that investigated the military supply points and had told him about it afterward. From Google, it was clear that this place concealed secrets. Although there were only a few dozen people in the building, a police substation was located a few dozen meters to the left, and over 100 meters to the right was a special police station. Within a 1 to 2,000 meter radius, 6 police stations were distributed. However, none of this was related to Lin Chen. Under his precise sensing, Lin Chen couldn't help but secretly admire. Truly, this was a military unit built by our great China. Although the surface buildings had gone dark, at least 1/3 of the underground areas still had power. This also indicated that other military units wouldn't be far behind. Indeed, in the early stages of the apocalypse, the military was the big tiger, and it was better to befriend them than to offend them. In the absence of any host, this military supply point naturally could not withstand Lin Chen's invasion. Lin Chen only spent a little more time and effort to capture all the still operating generators, monitoring computers, and surveillance cameras. These well-preserved military electronic devices were rare goods in the early years of the apocalypse. Then, Lin Chen easily cleaned out this military supply point as if he were returning home. According to the central plan, a military supply point needed to arm at least 400,000 soldiers. Therefore, Lin Chen's gains were immense. The haul included over 500,000 various firearms, including light and heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns, and 600 million rounds of ammunition, averaging over 1,000 rounds per gun. In the years when China was down and out, they desperately produced mountains of light weapons, frequently planning to arm the entire populace for a mass warfare strategy. Now, mountains of light weapons and bullets were piled in various places, making the existence of 600 million rounds here not surprising. There were countless grenades, rocket launchers, and mortars, 2 million wooden handle grenades, 2 million sweet melon grenades, and hundreds of tons of high explosives. The most outrageous were 100 self-propelled howitzers of 122 millimeters, 20 self-propelled howitzers of 155 millimeters, and 4 self-propelled howitzers of 203 millimeters, all with ample ammunition, enough for 20 times their basic load. There were 100 shoulder-fired missile launchers from the Vanguard series, each equipped with 60 rounds, capable of accurately striking helicopters, cruise missiles, and supersonic targets. In terms of vehicles, there are 800 troop transport trucks, 2,000 military motorcycles, 600 various large engineering vehicles, 80 wheeled armored vehicles, 30 tracked armored vehicles, 40 Type 88 tanks, and 10 Type 98 tanks. Notably, there were 4 command RVs for special forces, 10G, 8 helicopters, and 10G, 9 helicopters, along with 4 missile vehicles, each equipped with 20 short-range missiles with a range of 400 kilometers. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What a horrifying firepower configuration this was. He truly wanted to shout, "Our great China is mighty." Unfortunately, most of the heavy equipment and vehicles among these arms could not be exposed, as they were all recorded. Using them would definitely reveal the truth. Even the firearms had to have their serial numbers erased before use. The only thing that required no effort was the various types of ammunition, which could be taken out and used at any time. The possibility of simple numbering on bullet casings leaking secrets can be ignored. What made Lin Shan happy was the harvest of supplies beyond weapons. This included over 2 million sets of various models of military uniforms, 600,000 sets of military protective gear, military tents, backpacks, blankets, water bottles, military daggers, and countless military boots. There were 2,000 tons of various frozen meats, countless compressed biscuits, 200 tons of dehydrated vegetables, 8 million cans of various canned goods, hundreds of tons of various seasonings, and countless tobacco, alcohol, and tea. All necessary daily necessities were present, piled high. Additionally, there were 20,000 tons of various fuels. After the harvest, looking at the empty underground base, Lin Shan felt nothing but infinite admiration for the engineering troops of the Celestial Empire. At 5:50 a.m., Lin Shan arrived at a military supply point southwest of the city center. On the surface, it was a semi-abandoned armed police training base. Due to his experience, Lin Shan spent only about 40 minutes here to complete the harvest, which was roughly similar to the previous military supply point. At 6:40 a.m., Lin Shan arrived at the most famous commercial pedestrian street in the Magic City, frantically collecting luxury items, especially women's clothing, bags, jewelry, and lingerie. His idea was that even in the apocalypse, he wanted Yaya to use the best things. He wildly expanded his mental power detection and teleported madly, averaging only 7 to 8 seconds to clear a store, not even sparing the shelves. Of course, he did not collect food from the stores. He would not rob other survivors of their chances of survival. At 7 o'clock a.m., Lin Shan had raided nearly 200 brand name stores, and the energy consumed made the seed protest again, saying that the seed world had shrunk by another square kilometer. However, at this moment, Lin Shan couldn't care less. When he moved to his next target, he estimated that the collected women's items were enough for Yaya to use for more than 10 lifetimes. At 7:06 a.m., he arrived at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, taking away 122 various world-famous cars of all models. At 7:10 a.m., he entered the finished product warehouse of a public car factory and took away 2,000 small cars. At 7:20 a.m., he entered the finished product warehouse of the Sheafing Automobile Factory, taking away 600 Sheafing large trucks and 1,000 various engineering vehicles. From 7:25 a.m. to 7:30 a.m., he rushed to 2 well-known 4S stores, collecting over 20 modified Hummers, modified large RVs, and various other modified vehicles, as well as more than 100 original brand cars. At 7:35 a.m., he entered the storage center of the international chain Giant Metro, collecting almost all the liquor, cigarettes, tea, and half of the food, purified water, beverages, convenience foods, and fruits. He took 90 of the refrigerated meat, leaving 10. He was not taking away the survival chances of others. He was still trying to save people. The foot traffic here was too large. It would soon fall into the tide of corpses. The food inside was like a carrot hung in front of donkey, continuously attracting survivors to come and meet their doom, adding bricks to the army of corpses. By taking away half of the food, Lin Shan could ensure that food would be completely removed before this place became an absolute dead zone, thereby losing its attraction to survivors and indirectly saving some lives. The remaining 10 of the meat could allow survivors to take it before it completely rotted. Of course, this required the survivors to have the courage to rush in within 2 or 3 days. If no one came to take the meat within 2 or 3 days, Lin Shan's intentions would be in vain, and it would be better to take all the meat away. His storage space could keep things fresh and never spoil. He left only a small amount of other daily necessities in the warehouse. The rest he accepted with a smile. At 7:44 a.m., Lin Shan finally arrived at his last stop, the Magic City New Energy Research and Manufacturing Center, taking away over 3,000 sets of solar generators and over 1,000 sets of wind turbines from the warehouse. These generators basically did not have high-precision integrated chips loaded, and since they had not been activated, they were well preserved. Considering the usefulness of these generators for survivors, Lin Shan only took half of the stock. According to Lin Shan's planned route, the manufacturing center was located in the northern suburbs, very close to East China University. After finishing this place, he could return to the hotel in the shortest time possible. At 7:48 a.m., Lin Shun collected his third motorcycle in the corner of the street outside the school gate. He released all his mental power to sense the surrounding movements and kept teleporting, returning to his hotel room by 7:50 a.m. At this point, all his plans were successfully completed. He was now lacking nothing. The resources he had were more than the total resources of many small countries in the world. Not to mention that he also had the seed world to continuously provide high-quality food. Lin Shun immediately entered the seed world, casually ate some food amidst the complaints of the seeds, and began to sit cross-legged to recuperate, restoring his spirit and physical strength. This night of busyness had consumed energy that could be replenished with energy liquid, but the consumption of mental and physical strength was genuine. Especially since he had to guard against surveillance cameras that might still be operational and the possible existence of awakened ones discovering his traces, his mind was always tense. The feeling of oppression was hard to describe. After adjusting for about an hour in the seed world, Lin Shun felt he had mostly recovered before returning to the main world. At this point, it was 7:57 a.m., and Yaya was about to wake up. This world was also about to wake up. However, 60% of humanity would turn into soulless monsters after waking up, starting to harm those who were still in a normal state under the control of the virus. The brutal apocalypse was about to reveal its true face. Lin Shun lay on the bed, covered with a quilt, and began to pretend to sleep, waiting for Yaya to wake him up. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He still had to keep pretending to be foolish in front of Yaya. He didn't know how long it would last. It was really damn frustrating. All of this was because my power was still too small, and this world was too dangerous. One day, I will fear nothing and build a worry-free space for my loved ones. At that time, I wouldn't need to hide anything from my loved ones. 001 wants to fight. The clock pointed to 8 o'clock a.m. on December 22nd, 2022, when demons came to the world, starting to wreak havoc and torment humanity. Lin Ya's eyelashes, like small fans, fluttered gently a few times as she opened her eyes. Looking at the exquisitely decorated ceiling, Lin Ya blinked in confusion a few times, recalling the series of events from last night. Suddenly, faint screams and pleas came from other rooms and floors of the hotel. "Oh, wife, what is wrong with you? Don't bite me. Zhuang, wake up. Don't come over. If you come over, I want to be polite. Dear, don't bite me. I promise you. I'll kick that yellow-faced woman and marry you. Don't come over, don't come over." The corridor was soon filled with the sounds of doors slamming, chaotic footsteps, and howling noises like the low moans of demons. Linya clearly felt that there were people running outside the hotel, shouting and screaming. The air began to fill with a heavy smell of blood. The floor where Linya was located was the 15th floor, the top floor, and it was very soundproof. She didn't know how she could hear such detailed sounds and vaguely sense distant events. Even just listening to the sounds allowed her to project blurry scenes in her mind. She could even sense that various tragic events were happening in the vast area downstairs. She did not realize that her hearing, sense of smell, and perception abilities had suddenly increased by countless times. Sensing the horrific scene, listening to the heart-wrenching screams, and smelling the bloody stench in the air, Linya couldn't help but turn pale, clutching the blanket and curling up on the bed, trembling. At this moment, despite being a powerful ability evolver, Linya's mind was still that of a fragile little girl. However, her inner resilience was undeniably strong. After trembling for 2 or 3 minutes, she gritted her teeth, suddenly threw off the blanket, ran to the window, and yanked open the curtains to look outside. In her flurry, she didn't notice that she had almost instantaneously reached the window, moving at 3 to 5 times her usual speed. The bloody stench in the air had spread thickly in just a few minutes, and a wave of foul, almost unshakable blood odor suddenly rushed into Linya's nostrils, making her feel nauseous. Her enhanced vision allowed Linya to clearly see what was happening within a couple of 100 meters outside the hotel. She saw several abnormal-looking people rapidly moving forward with their hands outstretched, chasing after those running ahead. The person in front was screaming in terror while desperately looking around for shelter. Some unlucky escapees were caught, tackled down, and then had their throats bitten out by these abnormal individuals. Many of the pursuers began to tear at the flesh of the unfortunate ones on the ground with their bare hands, greedily stuffing it into their mouths. More of the pursuers directly leaned in to bite and eat. Linya recognized the faces of those closest to the hotel who were chasing. These people had deep red eyes, almost devoid of pupils, and their gaze revealed endless madness, exuding a strong desire to devour. Their faces were pale and ashen, with fangs protruding from their mouths, and their fingers had grown long, hard, and sharp nails. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, but instead of red blood, a blackish-red, unknown liquid seeped from them. This liquid was not flowing, it clung to their bodies. Linya abruptly pulled the curtains shut and turned away, clutching her chest and violently retching. Next door, Lin Shan sensed his sister's every move with his mental power, his eyes deep. Yeah, although I can let you avoid all this suffering and live worry-free in my world, I cannot do that. I want you to live authentically, to truly feel the drastic changes in the world and experience everything. Next, I will have to ruthlessly train you until you become a qualified survivor of the apocalypse. Only then will I provide you with a princess-like life. After surviving in the apocalypse for 10 years, Lin Shun, though a doting brother, knew it was truly good for his loved ones in this world. So he decided to be harsh for a while, allowing Linya to quickly adjust her mentality and adapt to the apocalypse. Once Linya became a qualified survivor, he would be slightly more at ease about her safety. Bang, bang, bang. Linya finally remembered her brother was still nearby and rushed over to knock hard on Lin Shen's door. Iya, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Bro, there's so many monsters outside, it's so scary. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bursting into her brother's warm embrace, Linya found a sense of security, her fears subsiding, and countless questions began to surface. Bro, did you know about this all along? Since the day before yesterday, your behavior has been strange, especially last night when you clearly predicted that the apocalypse was coming. All right, given the circumstances, there are some things you should know. Linya forgot the dangers outside, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Shun, waiting for him to clarify. Yeah, on the 19th, I broke up with Xiaolon. That night, I got extremely drunk. I had a dream that night where I saw some things about the apocalypse. I initially didn't believe it, but when I woke up, I found I had gained water-based abilities just like this. Lin Shen took a cup and released some primary energy water from his fingertips. I discovered that not only can I release ordinary water, but I can also make the released water have energy. The energy in the water comes from within me. This energy-infused water is very beneficial for the human body, greatly improving physical quality, akin to the cleansing effect in fantasy novels. So, I gave you a cup yesterday. Of course, the higher the energy concentration in the water, the more fatigued I become, and I need to rest for a long time to recover. Ah, you gave me so much. Doesn't tea that harm your body? Bro, how could you be so foolish? Yeah, it's nothing. I'm willing to give you the best things in the world. Moreover, even if I'm tired after releasing energy, I can recover through rest or by eating high-energy food. All right, continue. Since such miraculous abilities have appeared, I believe the apocalypse in my dream will surely come. So I started preparing. I borrowed money at high interest, sent 800,000 back to our parents, and made up a story to have them stockpile a large amount of supplies at home and told them not to go out today. You already know what happened yesterday. Last night's divine light was the opportunity for evolution that appeared in my dream. The more divine light absorbed, the more likely one is to evolve abilities. Linya felt a little excited. Bro, was I in your dream? What happened to me later? What about our parents? Lin Shin recalled the endings of Linya and their parents in the previous life, his eyes reddening, falling silent. Linya felt a bit anxious. Lin Shin suddenly hugged Linya tightly, his voice choked. Yeah, in my dream, because of my mistakes, you and our parents left me early, leaving me to live alone in this world. My dream was filled with pain and regret, and after waking up, I was so scared. So scared that all of this would really happen. Linya stopped pressing Lin Shin about his dream, gently stroking his face. Bro, don't be afraid. It was just a dream. Aren't we together now? Our parents will definitely be fine. Besides, you made them prepare so many supplies. They won't run into any problems. Yeah, you're right. Our parents won't have problems. But now that communication is cut off, with the apocalypse upon us and monsters everywhere, we need to hone our abilities to reunite with our parents as soon as possible. Bro, I feel several streams of energy within my body. Is that the abilities you mentioned? Can you tell me about the basics of abilities? The details of the dream are already hazy, but I can tell you what I remember. Yeah, dreaming is like that. You can only remember the general idea and soon forget everything. While you still remember some details, tell me as much as you can. Abilities, this is how it is. Do you understand now? I understand some. The blue vortex in my Dantian is water-based ability. The green vortex is wood-based ability. The white mist in my mind is mental power ability, and the silver mist is an unknown ability. Bro, I feel that this silver vortex is time ability because I can clearly sense time flowing second by second, and I feel I can speed up or slow down time in certain areas. Lin Shun was taken aback. What? Time ability? Are you sure? In a previous life, no one had ever heard of anyone having time abilities. At most, there were rumors of 1 or 2 time-related treasures appearing in giant ruins. But there was never any news about who possessed them. I can try. Linya casually picked up a piece of paper and threw it into the air. The paper floated and slowly descended. Suddenly, as Linya's gaze shifted, the natural speed of the paper's descent slowed down several times. Like a slow-motion scene from a movie. Suddenly, Linya's eyes moved again, and the paper fell to the ground like an iron block, coming out of slow motion in an instant. Lin Shun excitedly grabbed Linya's shoulders. Yeah, this is really a time ability. Yeah, this is a big deal. You must not let anyone else know about it. What? Yeah, you don't know, in the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is not the zombies and mutated beasts, but our own kind. The first ability users to appear will attract the attention of many research institutes, especially multi-type ability users like us, who are seen as prime targets. We can't confront them yet. So, from now on, we must hide our abilities and pretend they are activated during battle. Moreover, you can only display your wood-type ability for a certain period of time. Your other abilities can be quietly used in combination with your wood-type ability during battles. But you must not let anyone find out. Even if they do, you cannot admit it. Yeah, you must listen to me on this. And your time ability must not be exposed. If it really comes to it, just admit you have a mental power ability, and that the abnormalities in your opponent are caused by your mental power ability. As long as you don't say anything about the time ability, no one will think of it. You can't tell mom and dad about this either. You can't bring danger to them. Seeing her brother's anxious and caring eyes, Linya obediently nodded. Lin Shun continued, Yeah, since the apocalypse has arrived, danger is everywhere. Now I ask you, do you have the determination to fight your way back home to see mom and dad? In other words, do you have the determination to fight? If you're afraid of fighting, I will protect you from now on. You can just be my good girl. I'm confident I can keep you safe. Brother, don't say that. I won't hide behind you while you fight alone. I'm willing to fight. I want to fight alongside you and return home to see mom and dad as soon as possible. Indeed, the gentle yet strong Linya was unwilling to hide behind her brother and watch him face danger alone. She was still quite scared of the monsters outside, but having her brother by her side gave her a sense of security, and the thought of returning home to see her parents motivated her. Plus, the physical enhancements from her 4-type abilities and her mental power foundation made her feel she could face those monsters head-on. All right, next I will train your endurance and combat abilities. I hope you 1T blame me for being harsh. Brother, I'll 1T blame you. Just arrange it. Lin Shin opened the storage cabinet and took out a pile of food, supplies, and clothing. Yeah, don't rush. First, change your high-top leather boots to high-top combat boots. Keep your jeans and change your down jacket to a fitted leather jacket. It's a pity to cut your beautiful long hair, so just tie it up and put on this beige beret. He then took out 4 long, rectangular wooden boxes. These are 2 meow knives and 2 swords. Yeah, do you prefer using knives or swords? The 2 shiny meow knives and 4 swords were placed on a coffee table. These are ordinary blades with a hardness of 56. For an average person, these are considered good knives and swords. They are sufficient to deal with 0-level zombies and mutated beasts, and can also handle level 1, though it may take more effort. Lin Shun did not want to take out better knives and swords to attract others' attention. Wow, brother, so many things. If the apocalypse NT come, you would be bankrupt. Brother, I want to use a sword. Lin Shun smiled slightly. As expected, he, just like in the past life, prefers to use a sword. This sword weighs 14 pounds, which Linya couldn't wield before her physical transformation last night. However, after the cleansing and awakening of her abilities, this weight felt almost negligible in her hands. Yeah, next I will teach you some basic combat moves. Hold the sword like this, turn your feet like this. Listen to my command. Left step, right leg turn, swing the sword backhandedly to slash out. Good, right step, left leg follow. Swing the sword forward to slash and stab downward. Remember, the vital point of zombie is only in the head. The main offensive method against zombies with a sword is to sever their neck or stab into their brain through their eyes, ears, and temples, or to chop their head from behind. For now, practice these moves until you're familiar with them. Now let's practice some leg techniques. Raise your knee, kick out. Remember, the goal of these leg techniques is to prevent the zombie's fingers from touching your body. Although ability users have resistance to the viruses carried by zombies of the same level, it's important to develop good combat awareness from the start to avoid being at a disadvantage when encountering higher-level zombies. Linya silently nodded and earnestly absorbed the combat techniques her brother taught her. With her current physical condition and mental power, she quickly met Lin Chen's initial training requirements. Very good. Now, let us practice your psychological endurance. Wait in the room for a moment. I'll go out and catch a zombie for you practice on. 0012 Butterfly Effect at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 22nd. The 5 people in dormitory 4014 of the 47th male dormitory building of the School of Management were almost simultaneously awakened by the earth-shattering screams and huge commotion coming from the dormitory building. Tian Dagong, who was sleeping by the door, threw off his blanket, only wearing shorts, and cursed as he opened the door to check what was happening outside. As soon as the door opened, a monster with a green face and sharp teeth heard the noise, turned its head to see Tian Dagong, and lunged at him without a word. "Ghost!" Tian Dagong screamed. Bang! He slammed the door shut, hurriedly locked it, and pounded his chest, still feeling terrified. Bang, bang, bang! The zombie outside kept banging on the door, but was then attracted by a nearby living person attempting to escape, and chased after them. The other 4 exchanged glances. Kong Yifun whispered, "What is going on, Fourth?" "Damn it! Monsters have appeared outside, just like the zombies in Resident Evil." "Damn it! Could it be that the post on the internet 2 days ago was true? Is today really the apocalypse?" Kong Yifun jumped out of bed, ran to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked downstairs. After a while, he turned around with a pale face and said, "It seems the online prophecy has come true. The apocalypse may be late, but it definitely won't be absent. What is that horrible smell?" Everyone looked around and found that Yu Yang's face and arms were covered with a layer of black stuff, emitting a terrible odor. Su Peng also had noticeable black grime on his body. Du Hai had some foreign substance on him as well, a layer of black and yellow material. Yu Yang let out a low exclamation and quickly ran into the bathroom to wash up, not even noticing the water was cold. In this cold winter month, the cold water didn't affect him too much. Tian Dagong's teasing voice rang out from outside the bathroom. "Since the apocalypse has come, could it be that the 6th and the others have undergone cleansing? But why aren't I and second brother included?" Yu Yang's expression changed. Apocalypse? Cleansing? No one in the dormitory knew that Yu Yang had a special ability since childhood. His sense of smell was extremely developed. Ever since he became aware, he had never told anyone, fearing others would mock him for having a dog-ass nose. When he just woke up, he keenly sensed a special fragrant smell and the familiar scent of the leader in the air. At that moment, a vague thought flashed through his mind. Did the leader sneak back last night? Yu Yang also realized that he felt exceptionally good at that moment, as if his body was particularly light and powerful, and he could almost fly with just a little effort. Moreover, there seemed to be a surge of energy flowing in his lower abdomen. He tried to sense that energy and discovered he had undergone a change. He found himself disappearing into the air. He had become invisible. Yes, he had awakened the ability to become invisible and had gained enhanced speed. Yu Yang was surprised and confused while being invisible. With a thought, he reappeared in the air. The intelligence of students who can enroll in Yanhuang University is certainly not low. Yu Yang thought of his boss's aura, the fragrance, the apocalypse that had already occurred, Tian Dagong's words about washing marrow. The differences in the degree of washing marrow between Su Peng and Du Hai compared to himself, and how Kong Yifun and Tian Dagong seemed unchanged. Everything was no longer difficult to understand. In the bathroom, Yu Yang had a complex expression, his emotions surging. "Boss, did you know that the apocalypse was coming long ago? Boss, did you obtain some heavenly treasures? And because there weren't enough, you chose me first, then Su Peng and Du Hai, while Kong Yifun and Tian Dagong were abandoned by you. Boss, among the 5 of us, you really treat me the best. To take care of my self-esteem. Your usual help has always been done quietly. Now, this most important help you are even unwilling to let me know. If it weren't for my special ability, I would really be kept in the dark by you. Boss, since you want to keep it secret, I will use my life to keep it for you. Boss. Anyway, I, Yu Yang, have no parents and came out of an orphanage. From now on, my life is yours. Boss, the apocalypse has already arrived. Where are you now? Are you okay? Boss, I'm waiting for you to come back. Bang, bang, bang. The bathroom door was knocked on by Su Peng, interrupting Yu Yang's deep thoughts. Little brother, hurry up and come out after you finish washing. Hi Z, and I still stink. While Yu Yang was lost in thought, the others had already figured out the changes in Su Peng and Du Hai. In summary, Su Peng's strength had increased 2 to 3 times, and his vision and hearing had greatly improved, but it wasn't to an outrageous extent, probably just a bit stronger than a professional elite athlete. Du Hai's change was that his physical quality had basically doubled, far stronger than an ordinary person. They were eager to know about Yu Yang's changes, and Kong Yifan and Tian Dagon's expressions were even more complex. They all realized that since the apocalypse had come without reason, the better one's physical quality, the higher the chance of survival. It's a pity that heaven did not bless the self-proclaimed extraordinary Kong Yifan and Tian Dagon. Yu Yang walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe and said lightly under the questioning of everyone, I feel that my physical quality is about the same as third brother's. The biggest difference is that my running speed might be particularly fast. Cautious Yu Yang concealed his invisibility ability. He sensed some things from the boss's differential treatment of the dormitory members. Kong Yifan spoke up, well then third and fifth brothers, hurry up and clean up. Then we will discuss how to deal with the current situation. Brothers, the apocalypse is both a danger and an opportunity. Perhaps this is our chance to show our skills. Du Hai weakly said, I wonder how the boss is doing now. Kong Yifan's expression stiffened as he said, the boss should have been with Xiaoya yesterday. This zombie mutation should also emphasize physical quality. The boss and Xiaoya are both in good shape, so they should be fine. Yu Yang thought to himself, even if all of you have problems, the boss won't have any issues. Due to Lin Chen's covert actions, Yu Yang's attitude towards the other brothers underwent a subtle change, especially developing a slight sense of vigilance towards Kong Yifan and Tian Dagon. He believed that Lin Chen's differential treatment of them was justified. However, he had not yet realized this psychological change. At the same time, in a small mountain village in the northern part of Fengxi province, Lin Yuanshan and his wife also woke up. Baby, why do I feel like there's something moving in my belly? Could it be that I'm pregnant again? Oh dear, I'm so old, how can I still? Oh dear, my palms are sweating nonstop. Am I going to die? Baby, why is your skin glowing with golden light? Why have you also turned into a monster? About 10 minutes later, the couple opened the bedroom door, revealing a dog face that seemed to be smiling. Oh dear, what kind of monster is this? It looks a lot like the hay, just fatter. After a chaotic noise, Lin Yuanshan's deep voice sounded. Wife, it seems the apocalypse has really come. Look, the electricity is out, the phone won't turn on, and we seem to have developed special abilities. Even the hay seems to understand human speech now. I'm worried about Xiao Chun and Yiya. I hope they are safe and also have special abilities. Wife, let's stay at home today and see what changes happen around us. Once we figure out the situation, we'll go out tomorrow to check on our relatives. Now, please take out my old radio and see if we can pick up any government announcements. Luckily, Xiao Chun had us buy plenty of dried batteries. Wife, today we will watch the Dragon Emperor of the Apocalypse that Xiao Chun mentioned and see what it says. At this moment, Lin Yuanshan still did not know how favored his family was by heaven. His son Lin Chun is a rare awakened one, and he and his wife and daughter Linya are exceptional innate evolvers, especially Linya, who is a 4-element ability user. Even their watchdog Da Hei has transformed into an evolved beast, not just a mutated one. This is the butterfly effect brought by Lin Chen's rebirth. 0013, it goes out of the Jianghu. The hotel where Lin Shan was staying was called Rian Hotel, meaning guests come like clouds. The time was about 8:30 in the morning, and the hotel seemed to have returned to calm, with the screams outside seemingly faded away. The zombies locked inside the rooms would remain quiet and stay in their rooms without stimulation. Those who were meant to be eaten had already been eaten, and the survivors were trembling in various rooms, waiting for government rescue. Of course, there were also a few strong and bold individuals who had already escaped. Groups of zombies slowly walked in the corridors of each floor, making the habitual hissing sounds. Once they saw a living being, they would howl and pounce to bite and devour. They were only interested in living beings that emitted the scent of blood and flesh, and were indifferent to their similarly virus-infected kind. The Rian Hotel has a capacity of about 1,000 people, and yesterday's occupancy rate was 60%. This means that when the disaster occurred, There were over 700 people in the hotel, including the hotel staff. Lin Shen's mental power could completely cover the hotel. He discovered that there were nearly 500 zombies in the hotel, while only about 150 living people were hiding in various rooms. The virus turned over 400 people into zombies, and then the zombies killed over 100 normal people. Half of those killed were completely eaten, while the other half were not fully consumed and turned into zombies, joining their ranks. During this process, 3 individuals, driven by intense fear and survival instincts, underwent physical mutations, with one awakening a fire-type ability. Once a person undergoes physical mutation or awakens an ability, their physical quality sharply increases, granting them resistance to the virus of zombies of the same level, allowing those few to escape with about a dozen others. Lin Shan was well aware of the distribution of zombies on each floor and quickly found a lone zombie. With a flash of his sword, before the zombie could react or call for help, Lin Shan shattered its limbs with the spine of his sword, causing it to fall to the ground. Lin Shan thrust the sword into the zombie's mouth, shredding its tongue so that it couldn't howl, then dragged the zombie back into the room and threw it in front of Linya. The zombie lay on its back, staring up at Linya. Yeah, it's up to you now. Whether you steam it or braise it, I don't care. Just one thing, let it be free. Lin Shan casually sat down on the sofa and said irresponsibly. Soon, the room was filled with the stench of decay. The zombie on the floor opened its red eyes wide, staring at Linya with a greedy desire to devour. Its immobile body twisted desperately, trying to crawl closer to Linya. Linya felt nauseous. At that moment, she really wanted to give up. But thinking of the bold words she had said to her brother and her parents far away, she finally gathered her courage, raised the sword, closed her eyes, and stabbed at the zombie. With a squelch, she felt the sword pierce through the zombie's flesh and quickly pulled it back. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her sword had slit the zombie open. A large gash appeared in its chest, oozing out black-red liquid. A stronger stench began to spread. She finally threw up. Lin Shan remained silent, calmly watching the situation unfold. After a long time, Linya stubbornly stood in front of the zombie and stabbed again. This time, she closed her eyes and stabbed at the zombie's ear. For the third stab, Linya forced herself to open her eyes and aim for the zombie, finally piercing its neck. But the zombie still didn't die. Suddenly, Linya became fierce, raised her sword high, and chopped down hard, severing the zombie's neck in one blow. Its head rolling aside. Looking at the head on the floor, Linya couldn't help but freeze. At that moment, Lin Shan's gentle voice rang out. Yeah, you did well. Linya stiffly turned her head to look at Lin Shan and suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying aggrievedly. Lin Shan patted Linya's back with concern. After a while, Linya pushed Lin Shan away, feeling embarrassed, and said, Brother, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Lin Shan sincerely said, Yeah, don't set your expectations too high. It's already great that you dared to strike in your first battle. You'll get used to it after a few more times. In his past life, Lin Shan saw many people who only knew to run away when faced with zombies, having no thought of fighting them. He himself was like that in the early days of the apocalypse. Even more people would be so scared upon seeing a zombie that they would freeze up, watching helplessly as the zombie devoured them. After throwing the ragged zombie out the window, Lin Shan caught another zombie with its limbs broken. This zombie was decapitated by Linya with one strike. Linya had already learned to suppress her urge to vomit with her mental energy. After Linya killed 2 more paralyzed zombies for the 5th zombie they caught, Lin Shan only broke its arms, letting it chase Linya around the room. Lin Shan required Linya to avoid the zombie's bites for at least 5 minutes. At first, Linya panicked a little, but soon she was able to dodge and tease the zombie according to the simple footwork Lin Shan taught her. During this process, Linya's fear of the zombies completely disappeared. Moreover, after killing a few zombies, the illusory guilt of having killed someone also vanished from her heart. After 5 minutes, Linya swung her sword lightly, granting the zombie its release. Next, it was time to avoid 2 paralyzed zombies at once. Then it was 3. Sit down and eat something, take a little break, and then we'll start actual combat. Oh brother, I just realized I'm really hungry. 2 hours after the disaster struck at 10 in the morning, Lin Shan took Linya to open the door to their hotel room, asking her to wait in the hallway while he lured a zombie over to start practical training. This time, Lin Shan required Linya to kill the zombie in the shortest time possible. Linya stood in the hallway with her sword, feeling a bit nervous yet excited. At that moment, Linya was filled with confidence. This confidence stemmed from her own strength, from the weapon in her hand, and from her brother standing beside her, supporting and protecting her. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Shun quickly appeared around the corner of the hallway, closely followed by a zombie. Lin Shun stepped forward, moving behind Linya. Jaja, Kirit. The zombie turned its attention towards Linya, reaching out with both hands to grab her. Linya's eyes lit up without thinking. She quickly dodged to the left, avoiding the zombie's outstretched arms, and with a flash of her sword, she struck back. The zombie's head flew off, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Beautiful. Lin Shun couldn't help but clap for Linya, astonished by her combat talent. In just 2 hours, Linya had transformed from a delicate girl into a female warrior capable of killing zombies in an instant, and she did so without changing her expression. Yeah, you're amazing. I'm proud of you. Brother, now you know, Linya said proudly, wrinkling her delicate nose. Brother, what do we do next? Linya was eager for battle. Lin Shun's expression deepened. Don't worry, brother has a plan. The subsequent actions were generally laid out by Lin Shun. A few minutes later, Lin Shun, carrying a heavy backpack weighing around 70 to 80 pounds and about a meter tall, sword in hand, closed the door. As the hotel had lost power and the electronic door lock had failed, Lin Shun used a mechanical lock taken from his storage space. Yeah. To survive well in this apocalypse, we need a group of supportive people. So now we're going back to the dormitory to rescue those few inside. The elevator is out, so we'll just kill our way down the stairs. As long as the zombies in other areas don't disturb us. We won't bother with them for now. Keep this small bottle for water. Drink a sip when you're tired. Brother, are you using your energy to make energy water again? Don't worry, brother knows what he's doing. From now on, I'll follow behind you. Unless you're in extreme danger. I 1T intervene. Also, when we encounter outsiders, never mention that I've dreamed about the future. After we go out, wait until there are more people with abilities before you activate your own in battle. I'll do the same, activating my abilities at the right moment. Oh, and don't mention the energy water to anyone for now. In short, try not to bring up anything about me. Got it, brother, you can rest assured. Your sister isn't foolish. Linya took the lead, with Lin Shun following behind with a heavy backpack, heading towards the stairs. Watching Yiya cautiously lead the way, Lin Shun smiled with satisfaction. In this damned apocalypse, the faster Yiya grew, the more at ease Lin Shun felt. Lin Jia carefully folded the hip, while Lin Shun followed leisurely behind. After passing 2 or 3 rooms, the door of one room suddenly banged violently from the inside. Linya jumped in surprise and looked at Lin Shun. Lin Shun smiled. That's just the zombies inside the room reacting to our footsteps and the scent of our flesh. Don't worry, they can't come out right now. At this stage, the zombies only have malfunctioning nervous systems, with their muscle tissue freed and no pain, making them about twice as strong as normal people. However, their balance system hasn't adjusted in the first 3 days, so their maximum speed is only that of a brisk walk. Also, their eyesight has severely deteriorated, relying on hearing and smell to find prey. A normal person with a bit of courage 1T be caught by zombies, as long as you don't get too close. But once caught, it's very hard to break free. As Linya walked through room after room, her mental energy detected that more than half of them contained zombies, while a few rooms hid living people. Turning a corner, she arrived at the staircase, where 2 zombies were wandering, blocking the way down. Linya held her breath, lunged forward in 2 quick steps, and severed one zombie's head before it could react. The other zombie roared and lunged at her. But Linya easily dodged and delivered another swift decapitation. The way down was now clear. Linya had officially taken her first step into the world of slaughter in the apocalypse, stepping into the chaotic life of the end times. 0014 Linya's first lesson in the apocalypse. Liang Zibong had come to Yinhuang University on business yesterday and was staying in a room near the stairs on the 15th floor of the Ruyin Hotel. This morning, he woke up to find the world had drastically changed, and he and his companion were trapped in their room. Outside the door, 2 zombies blocked the staircase, leaving him in a difficult position. When he faintly heard some movement, he crouched by the peephole to observe outside and quickly saw a tall woman dressed sharply, easily dispatching the 2 zombies. He almost thought this woman was a martial god come to life. Then he saw a tall man with a sword and a backpack walking over, and the 2 seemed ready to head downstairs. It was clear they were a team. Lin Chen's mental energy scanned the zombies' heads and found no crystal cores. He wasn't too disappointed, as this was to be expected. Among the zero-level zombies, only a very few genius zombies could produce energy cores shortly after becoming zombies. These zombies were as rare as innate evolutionaries among humans. There were probably only a dozen or so zero-level zombies in the entire Yanwan University with crystal cores in their heads. Most zombies would need to absorb air energy over time to generate energy cores. These cores could be absorbed and utilized by humans to promote supernatural evolution or physical enhancement, but it required a bit of method. As zombies continued to absorb the evolution virus and cosmic energy in the air, it was expected that within 3 days, some zombies would gradually advance to first-level zombies. After 7 days, with a heavy rain, almost all zombies would advance. Special zombies could even advance continuously. First-level zombies would pose a real threat to ordinary people. Therefore, the real test for survivors would begin 3 days later. However, it was absolutely certain that all first-level zombies would have energy cores in their heads. Lin Shun was waiting for that time to show his might, harvest the cores, gather energy, and expand his seed world. Just as Lin Yu stepped down the first level of the stairs, she heard the sound of a door opening, followed by a hoarse voice. "Wait a moment, please." Turning back, she saw a middle-aged man with a pot-belly cracking the door open a bit, peeking out cautiously. When he saw the two stop, Liang Zibong opened the door halfway, carefully looking out to check the situation in the corridor, and finding no zombies. He fully opened the door and stepped out. As he came out, Lin Yu noticed a young woman inside the room, heavily made up and looking terrified. Lin Yu finally saw her first living person besides her brother, her eyes brightening as she cheerfully asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's melodious voice, Liang Zibong felt his body go weak, and as he took in Lin Yu's beautiful face and perfect figure, he couldn't help but be momentarily distracted. A flicker of desire flashing in his eyes. Lin Shun observed Liang Zibong with amusement, curious about what tricks he might play. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing was fellow humans. However, with Lin Shun protecting her, no one could harm Lin Yu in this life. But that didn't stop Lin Yu from experiencing and growing. Seeing Liang Zibong in a daze, Lin Yu grew slightly impatient and said, "Sir, may I ask what you need? If there's nothing, we'll be leaving." Liang Zibong snapped back to reality and habitually offered 2 business cards, saying, I have something. I am Liang Zibong, Assistant Director of the Education Department of Magic City, here on business at Yanwan University. May I ask where you two are studying?" Lin Yu took the card, but Lin Shun ignored Liang Zibong's outstretched hand. Lin Yu said, "So you're Assistant Liang. My name is Lin Yu, and this is my brother Lin Shun. We haven't graduated yet. My brother is a senior in the International Trade Department of the Industrial Management School at Yanwan University, and I am a sophomore in the Automation Department of East China Electronic Machinery College." This girl honestly revealed her and her brother's background. Liang Zibong felt a secret joy, so they were still students who hadn't left campus. This would be easier to handle. He thought he could easily deceive them, and perhaps even take it a step further. Calculating in his mind, he enthusiastically said, "So it's classmate Shun and classmate Yu. Hello to both of you. Do you know what has happened outside?" Liang Zibong had actually deduced that the apocalypse had arrived through the power and communication outages and the emergence of zombies. After all, apocalyptic literature had deeply penetrated the public consciousness, and it had been hyped for many years both domestically and abroad. Liang Zibong was just trying to make small talk. Lin Yu casually replied, "My brother said the apocalypse has arrived outside." "Oh, I think so too. Where did you get your swords? You seem to be well prepared for the apocalypse." Lin Yu became a bit wary, as this touched on her brother's secret. After a moment of thought, she said, "A post about the apocalypse prophecy appeared online the day before yesterday. My brother believed it, so he prepared some things in advance and called me to hide together on this top floor. I was still laughing at him, but the apocalypse really came." Lin Shun felt relieved. At least the girl knew what not to say. "Classmate Yu, have you practiced martial arts? You killed zombies so efficiently." "I haven't practiced martial arts. I just have good physical fitness and am quite brave. Since yesterday, my strength has been increasing and my reflexes have quickened. I heard many people are like this. Didn't you feel it?" Liang Zibong certainly felt his body condition improving, but it was still not very noticeable. "Now it's very dangerous outside. Where are you planning to go?" "We're planning to rescue the classmates trapped in my brother's dormitory and unite everyone's strength to save more people." "Assistant Liang, do you have something else to do? If not, we'll be leaving," Liang Zibong tentatively said, Classmate, yeah. Could you and your brother escort me back to the education department? In this national crisis, I need to return to my post to contribute my strength to the people. If you escort me back, you will have done a great deed, and I will arrange a good job for you in the government later. Classmate, yeah, you must believe that even in the apocalypse, our government will not collapse. Moreover, precisely because this is the apocalypse, if you want to survive well, you cannot be separated from the government. His words were filled with righteous fervor, to the point where he nearly convinced himself. Lin Shan almost laughed out loud. Send you back to your post? What do you do at your post now? Do you think zombies need to be educated about civility and manners? It's true that aligning with the government can lead to a better life in the apocalypse. But how much say does a mere deputy-level nobody like you have in the government? Furthermore, do you really know how many zombies are out on the streets? Even Lin Shan himself wouldn't dare to say he has the ability to lead people through the city. Although he could ensure a constant supply of energy through the seeds, his body simply couldn't support prolonged high-intensity combat. And besides, do you, Liang Zibong, have the right to make Lin Shan waste even a bit of energy? Truly, you don't know your own limits. If it weren't for letting Yaya gain experience, Lin Shan wouldn't waste a second on Liang Zibong. Hearing Liang Zibong's request, Lin felt a bit awkward and thought seriously before saying, Assistant Liang, my brother and I have limited abilities and can't help you get back to the city center. I think you should wait here for the government rescue. Lin Shan was both angry and amused. This girl actually considered this scum's request. Fortunately, the girl still had a clear mind, knowing her own limitations and not getting overly excited by someone else's provocation. Liang Zibong actually knew that his request was quite unreasonable. Even if the two dared to take him along, he might not dare to follow. He thought to himself, these two students seem to have good skills. If I can trick them into becoming my lackeys and organize the students for self-rescue, when the rescue arrives, wouldn't I have done a great deed? Besides, as long as I keep this little beauty by my side, I won't worry about finding opportunities. All right, classmate, yeah, I understand your difficulties. But could you take me along to rescue our classmates? You haven't entered society yet, and your organizational skills are lacking. If I lead you, the rescue will go smoothly, and we can save more classmates. Lin Yu felt a bit troubled and looked at Lin Shan. Liang Zibong's heart sank as he realized he had overlooked Lin Shan, and his plan might fail. He desperately thought of a way to salvage the situation. Lin Shan could no longer hold back and leaned close to Lin Ya's ear, whispering, Yaya, you have psychic abilities and can sense the general thoughts of ordinary people. Liang Zibong is just an ordinary person. Use your psychic powers on him and see what he is thinking right now. Lin Ya activated her psychic detection on Liang Zibong. The feedback was unclear, but his lewd thoughts and malicious intentions to use her were fully exposed in her mental realm. Angered and anxious, Lin Ya shot Liang Zibong a glare and ran down the stairs without saying a word. She felt like a big fool for having a good attitude towards such a bad person for so long. Lin Shan closely followed Lin Ya. Liang Zibong was confused. Why was the little beauty about to take the bait, but then suddenly backed off at the critical moment? Lin Ya ran downstairs in a fit of rage. Not even noticing the zombies approaching from the hallway below, Liang Zibong shouted as he followed her down to the 14th floor, but was scared back into the room on the 15th floor by the zombies in the hallway. Slamming the door shut with a bang, Lin Ya reached the 12th floor and stopped when 3 zombies blocked the stairs, preparing to fight. In her furious state, Lin Ya performed exceptionally well, kicking one zombie down, then calculating the angle with her psychic power, swinging her sword to achieve a double kill, and then swiftly removing the head of one of the fallen zombies before it could get back up. Turning around, she saw Lin Shan watching her with a half-smile. Lin Ya pouted and said angrily, Brother, did you know from the start that that person had bad intentions? Were you laughing at me for being naive? Am I really that foolish? Facing his sister's questions, Lin Shan replied word by word, Yaya, there are many things and principles that I can't convey directly for you to understand deeply. Think about it. If I had told you from the beginning that man was not a good person, would you have believed me? Yaya, in fact, that man's reaction was not the worst. You will soon encounter even worse situations. Remember, at any time, a woman's beauty is a kind of original sin, which can provoke all kinds of evil, the most severe being the destruction of cities and nations. These things are recorded in history books throughout the ages. In the apocalypse, when laws lose their deterrent power, the situation for beautiful women becomes especially tragic. In the apocalypse, survivors can harm each other for no reason, so there is virtually no real trust among people. Today's incident is your first lesson in understanding the apocalypse. I hope you reflect carefully on your psychological state throughout this event from beginning to end. There's a saying in the apocalypse: the most dangerous thing is humanity itself. Look at that man. Clearly, he is still in danger and is a nobody. Yet upon seeing you, he wants to possess your beauty, scheme against you, and use you for no reason. Yeah, from now on, you need to start thinking about what attitude you should adopt to face this damned apocalypse. Lin Shun seized the opportunity to discuss matters directly, instilling survival principles for the apocalypse in Linya. He hoped to gradually transform Yaya into a qualified survivor, wishing for her transition to be smooth and not too painful. Linya had almost never doubted her brother's words. She began to fight, while also contemplating the principles her brother had explained. Linya continued to cautiously scout ahead. She didn't know that Lin Shen's psychic power was constantly enveloping her, monitoring all the zombies' movements around her, meaning she was actually in no danger. Even if she encountered danger, Lin Shun could provide timely rescue. She had a vague feeling about the psychic power surrounding her, but thought it was a natural phenomenon of her brother being by her side. Learning from experience, after the incident with Liang Zibong, Linya began to learn to constantly extend her psychic detection to assess her surroundings and the emotions of other survivors. As she descended, by the time she reached the reception hall on the ground floor, Linya had killed about 30 zombies. At this point, the staircase was basically clear by Linya. If anyone dared to escape at this moment, as long as they didn't make too much noise, they could basically get out. There were over 20 zombies in the hall. Just as Linya was about to rush in and kill them, Lin Shin stopped her. He had a sudden idea. He originally planned to gather a group of people and occupy the hotel as a temporary stronghold. Now, in the dead of winter, this hotel was the best place to settle. Additionally, the hotel's location was quite good, very close to the south gate, suitable for going out to gather supplies. He had previously worried that after he left, others would occupy the hotel, leading to complications. Unless absolutely necessary, he actually didn't want to bully the weak. However, if the weak came seeking death, he wouldn't be able to justify it to himself if he didn't fulfill their wishes. Therefore, he decided to act with the aim of minimizing disputes. Now he wanted to keep these zombies to help guard the hotel entrance. He took Linya back to the second floor. The second floor was the restaurant level. Although the restaurant operated 24 hours, usually by midnight, there were only a few customers and 7 or 8 staff members in the large restaurant. Last night was no exception, because there were 3 skeletons inside and only 4 zombies wandering around. In a nearby private room, for living people were hiding. Lin Shin didn't want the people hiding in the private room to come out too early, so he decided not to kill the 4 wandering zombies for now. He planned to bypass the zombies and exit through a window in the corner of the restaurant. Once inside the restaurant, due to its large size and the zombies' limited search range, the siblings quietly avoided the zombies in the center and reached the corner of the restaurant to open the window. Lin Shun, carrying a heavy backpack, jumped out and landed lightly on the ground, then waved for Linya to jump down. Linya hesitated for a moment, but jumped down directly and landed safely. Brother, I just realized I've really become a hero. Well, let's go. The world is waiting for you to save it. Heroine. Lin Shin affectionately patted Yaya's head. In fact, he did not allow his sister to develop such a chivalrous mindset. If this thought took root, and there was no strong martial power to support her in the apocalypse, she would die quite quickly. The great figures admired in his past life adhered to the life principle that has been passed down in Huagua since ancient times. When poor, one should cultivate oneself, and when prosperous, one should benefit the world. Do you want to cultivate yourself? Fine. But why do you have food in your bag while I do not? Why do you have good weapons in your hands while I do not? Why are there beautiful women around you while I have none? Then fine, I will rob you. Thus, those who want to cultivate themselves can only raise their weapons. Do you want to benefit the world? We support that. But why is your base so well built while ours looks like a pigsty? Why do you have so many good things in your base while mine is as poor as a beggar? In a word, everyone will attack him. Therefore, those who want to benefit the world can only send troops. With the army deployed, 100,000 corpses will lie in the field. So, there are no innocent people at any time. It's just that the era needs heroes, and the human spirit needs spiritual comfort. So these people are glorified as heroes. However, for now, he did not want to disappoint Linya and could only echo her words. The transformation of Yaya's thoughts needs to be gradual. It cannot be rushed. Lin Shun did not want Yaya to suffer too much during the process of changing her mindset. The harm caused to his sister in his past life made Lin Shen live in endless regret. In this life, he has the opportunity to make amends for his sister, and he himself did not realize that he had unconsciously become the legendary sister complex type. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary sister complex. It is a super version of it. To what extent is the sister complex? Let's put it this way. If you anger Lin Shen, he might spare you because he is in a good mood, just like an adult casually letting go of an ant showing off by the roadside. But if you make Linya unhappy, a killing intent will immediately arise in Lin Shen's heart. If you push further, your head will roll. However, Linya has always had a good temper, and so far, no one has paid the price for it. But this is only a matter of time. The siblings left the hotel and stealthily made their way towards the dormitory building number 47, about 600 or 700 meters away. Fortunately, the path was open, with not many zombies around. Most of the zombies were attracted to the buildings where people were hiding by the noise and commotion. The few zombies wandering on the road were easily dealt with by Linya. The winter sun shone weakly on the ground, failing to dispel the chill in people's hearts. The air seemed to still carry a lingering red mist, and the whole world presented an eerie tranquility. Occasionally, the distant sounds of screams and calls for help would break the silence, only to quickly fall silent again. The survivors had learned to maintain silence without any teaching. If it weren't for the strong smell of blood and decay in the air, if it weren't for the occasional cries for help and screams coming from afar, and if it weren't for the sporadic sounds of gunfire and explosions from the city center, Linya would almost think she and her brother were on a quiet outing in the wilderness. Turning a corner, they came upon a large playground of nearly 10,000 square meters. This playground was a shared space for the Industrial Management Institute, the Education Institute, and the Normal Institute. 100 meters to the east of the playground stood 3 7-story buildings, which were the boys' dormitories of the Industrial Management Institute, numbered 47, 48, and 49. Beyond the dormitory buildings, separated by an activity venue, were 2 girls' dormitories of the Industrial Management Institute. These 5 buildings were Lin Shen's rescue targets for today. He knew he had to gather a team, starting from the easier ones. Being students of the same institute, these students naturally had a high level of identification with him. In fact, gathering a team was quite a troublesome task. He mainly wanted to create a safe environment for Iya, while also selecting future core members from the large population. As the two crossed the intersection and were about to enter the playground, a sudden commotion and the sound of people running, along with the excited howls of zombies, came from the left. Lin Shen turned to look. With his keen eyesight, he quickly saw the situation on the left. In the distance, 4 people were running towards them from the direction of the dormitory of the Education Institute. 1 man and 3 women. The man at the back was wielding a 7-section steel whip, making a whooshing sound as he swung it. A beautiful and spirited woman held a red spear tightly with both hands, while the other 2 women wielded steel pipes over 1 meter long. The 2 women with the steel pipes were only pretending to fight. They had little combat ability, and the pipes in their hands mainly served to keep the zombies at bay and prevent them from being bitten. Behind them, over 30 zombies were in pursuit. These few were retreating while fighting, occasionally running a bit. In their panicked escape, they spotted Lin Shen and his sister and suddenly burst with energy, rushing towards them. As they ran away, some of the zombies, unable to sense their prey, stayed behind to wander. However, the noise from their escape attracted many scattered zombies to join the chase. The man in front noticed from a distance that the 2 at the intersection were not ordinary. At least they both had swords. He called out from afar, "Friends ahead, please help us. I need a rest for a moment. There are only girls with me, and they have little combat power. Please understand. I just need half a minute to catch my breath, and then I won't trouble you anymore." Lin Shen was initially displeased that this group had brought zombies over, but upon hearing the man's words, his expression softened slightly, and he exchanged a glance with Linya. Linya was already prepared to help, just waiting for her brother's signal. Seeing Lin Shen agree, she excitedly stood in the middle of the road, ready for battle. Li Jun and the 3 women passed Lin Shen and his sister, stopping to bend over, resting their hands on their knees, and taking deep breaths. Li Jun said, "Ting Ting and Mimi stay here on guard, while you and I turn to assist." Just as he turned around, Li Jun was left speechless. What did he see? He saw the little beauty Lin Yi displaying her prowess. Linya moved gracefully like a butterfly through the horde of zombies, striking accurately and fiercely, each sword strike resulting in a beheading. She agilely dodged left and right on the wide concrete path, never allowing the zombies to encircle her, always facing only 2 or 3 zombies head-on. The psychic ability granted Linya an extraordinary command of the battlefield and situational awareness, and her physique, 3 to 4 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, allowed her to easily execute various tactical maneuvers. Coupled with the fact that the zombies' movement abilities were actually inferior to those of ordinary people at this stage, and the alloy sword in her hand was incredibly sharp. All of this created the astonishing scene before them. The zombies, feared by everyone, were being decapitated by Linya. Lin Shun, carrying a large backpack, followed behind Linya, moving nonchalantly. Occasionally, zombies that managed to bypass Linya's defenses lunged at Lin Shun, but were kicked away 3 to 4 meters by him, and he did not pursue them. In the dozen seconds that Li Jun and the others were catching their breath, Linya had already collected 7 or 8 heads. There were still about 17 or 18 zombies left on the scene, under the stunned gaze of Li Jun and the others. Linya took about 30 seconds to finally finish off all the zombies. Linya felt a slight fatigue, but not much. Her arms were a bit sore. Switching the sword to her left hand, she shook her right wrist, took out the small bottle her brother had given her, took a small sip, and was immediately revitalized. Li Jun and the younger sister Li Ying looked at each other in surprise. Li Ying spoke up, "Brother, is it possible that the martial arts we practiced are fake?" Li Jun said dejectedly, "I also feel this way. The martial arts I've trained for over a decade feel fake." Jiang Mei murmured, "This girl is amazing. She really gives us women a sense of pride." Yi Tingting's eyes shone with admiration. "She's simply a Valkyrie reborn. I've decided I want to become her apprentice." Linya walked over and chirped hello, 0-0-1-6 saving and growing Li Jun, as if awakening from a dream, repeatedly said, "Hello, hello, you too. Thank you for saving my life." He extended his hand, only to see Linya holding a sword, feeling that his gesture was inappropriate. He hesitated, unsure whether to retract his hand, and felt a bit awkward. Linya smiled lightly, switched the sword to her left hand, extended her right hand to briefly touch Li Jun's before pulling it back. Li Jun looked at Lin Shun. Lin Shun remained indifferent, also switching the sword to his left hand. Li Jun, understanding the situation, stepped forward, firmly grasped Lin Shun's right hand, and enthusiastically said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me and this girl. My name is Li Jun. This is my younger sister Li Ying. This is my girlfriend Yi Tingting. And this is Tingting's friend Jiang Mei." Lin Shun retracted his hand and said, "Lin Shun, she's my sister Linya." Although Lin Chen's attitude was flat, Li Jun didn't dare to harbor any resentment. His martial artist intuition told him that Lin Shun was a very dangerous person. Judging by Lin Chen's performance in the recent battle, it was clear he was training his sister's combat abilities. To train his sister's combat skills amidst an attack from over 20 zombies, how much confidence did that take? Although the apocalypse had only occurred for a few hours, it felt like a long time had passed. When they saw other outsiders who seemed approachable, everyone felt quite happy. Thus, the group of young people quickly became familiar with one another. Li Jun stood around 176 centimeters tall, long practiced in martial arts, and had a very upright posture, with a righteous-looking face. He introduced himself, saying he and Li Ying came from a traditional martial arts family in Xiangxi, and, through connections, they were able to enter Yin Huang University to gain some experience. He was a third-year philosophy major in the education college, while his sister and the other 3 girls were third-year students in the physical education department of the normal college. Lin Shin felt a bit relieved, but also found it peculiar. It was no wonder the 3 girls had the courage and stamina to escape. What was strange was that a martial artist like Li Jun was studying philosophy. Was he here just for laughs? Li Jun's expression was somewhat helpless, as he awkwardly said, "Big brother Lin Shun, you know, philosophy is the easiest subject. You don't need to think hard. As long as you can ramble on and say things that others can't understand, even if you don't understand them yourself, then it's fine." At that moment, a suppressed laugh erupted at the corner, adding a touch of life to this desolate apocalypse. Lin Shin couldn't help but smile slightly. This Li Jun really had a bit of comedic talent. Li Jun continued, saying that when the apocalypse happened, there were 3 people in his dorm, including himself. The other 2 had turned into zombies. As a martial artist, he easily liberated those 2. He was worried about his sister and girlfriend, so he spent some time clearing the downstairs corridor, then rushed to his sister's dormitory, killing the zombies below the girl's dormitory using a fishing technique before breaking into his sister's room. Yi Tingting and Jiang may live in the same dormitory as Li Ying. Li Ying had killed the other 3 girls who had turned into zombies, saving Yi Tingting and Jiang Mei. Li Jun planned to lead them to the 19th cafeteria, as that was where the food was. During the evacuation, a dozen people followed, but a timid girl screamed along the way, attracting a large number of zombies. And more kept coming. In the chaos, only Yi Tingting and Jiang Mei survived under the protection of the Li siblings. However, they lost the blankets and food they were carrying. Li Jun had fought for several hours and was nearly exhausted, so he was saved at a critical moment by Lin Shun and his sister. Lin Shun felt that Li Jun had a good heart and was willing to risk his life for his women and family, which improved his impression of Li Jun. Brother Li, what do you plan to do next? The place you're going is not the same as mine, and I don't have time to accompany you to the 19th cafeteria. Big brother Lin Shun, I'm younger than you, so if you think highly of me, just call me Xiao Jun. All right, Xiao Jun, what are your plans next? Big brother Lin Shun, we definitely can't go to the 19th cafeteria anymore. Can you? You want me to take you with us? But I don't know how big brother Lin Shun feels about it. Don't worry, we absolutely won't hold you back. Lin Shun sensed that the 3 girls had no ill intentions and readily said, okay, you can follow us. Just keep quiet along the way, and I won't demand anything from you in battle. You can leave whenever you want. But I'll say this up front. If we encounter an emergency, I can only protect my sister. You have to take care of yourselves. Of course. Li Jun secretly sighed in relief. Now that danger was everywhere and he was with 3 women, the risk factor had increased significantly. Being able to rely on 2 strong individuals was naturally a stroke of luck, and moreover, they were siblings, which gave him a sense of closeness. However, Lin Shun was not someone who was easy to talk to. He simply needed to gather strength now. Lin Shun opened his backpack and gave the 4 some bread and bottled water, instructing them to eat and drink as they walked. He then had Lin Yu lead the way along the edge of the playground towards Building 47. Li Jun saw that the bag was filled with convenience food, 2 long wooden boxes and some outdoor supplies, thinking to himself that big brother Lin Shun was indeed well prepared. He wondered what was in those 2 wooden boxes, knives or swords. For Lin Shun, having Li Jun and his sister with their strong combat abilities following them was also an unexpected joy. As the 6 of them passed by the side of Building 49 and Building 48, many surviving students inside noticed them. Many waved makeshift rescue flags desperately, hoping for assistance from a 6. When they saw this group ignore them and disappear, many irrationally began to curse loudly, scolding Lin Shen's group for being inhumane, saying they were worse than pigs and dogs, and that they would surely be eaten by zombies, among other things. The result of their loud cursing was that more and more zombies were attracted, surrounding the dormitory building. With Lin Ya's keen hearing, she could clearly hear the angry curses, causing her face to pale. She rationally understood that with their capabilities, it was impossible to save those trapped students amidst a tide of hundreds or thousands of zombies. So she wouldn't bring up a rescue request to her brother, which made her feel very wronged. Didn't those people know that their curses wouldn't solve the problem? Didn't they realize that attracting more zombies would increase the difficulty of any subsequent rescue? Lin Shin smiled at Linya and said, "Yeah, you see, this is human nature in the apocalypse. Those people were originally strangers to us. It's understandable that we don't save them. But just because we didn't go to save them, they began to curse us for being inhumane. And so they deeply hated us and cursed us maliciously. Tell me, are such people worth saving?" Linya hesitated and said, "Brother, maybe this is just the opinion of a few people. Yeah, you clearly know that over half of them were cursing us just now. What? Are you afraid to face the true nature of humanity? If you can't even face the true nature of humanity, then you might as well not fight in the future and just let me protect you. After all, no matter how strong your combat ability is, it will fall under various malicious attacks on human nature." Lin Shen's tone was very stern at the end. Linya had never heard her brother speak such serious words to her, and her eyes couldn't help but redden, with tears about to fall. However, she didn't blame her brother. She knew he meant well by saying these things, and she recognized that he was right. Yet, she couldn't overcome the emotional hurdle within her, empathizing deeply with the suffering of others. Li Jun and the others quickly stepped forward to comfort her. To be honest, Li Jun personally felt that Lin Shen's words were absolutely correct. As the only male in his family, he carried the family's expectations and had gone through many trials at a young age, gaining a clear understanding of human nature. which allowed him to adapt to the apocalypse in the shortest time. However, he couldn't bring himself to scold his naive sister like Lin Chun did. At this moment, Lin Chun gently said to Linya, between me and those people, who do you think is more important? Of course, it's you, brother. If you die, brother, please don't say that. Exactly. As long as I'm alive and still with you, you have everything in the world, right? Brother, you're so conceited. But you're right. Since I'm right, and you already have the most important thing, then are the other things really that important? Brother, I think I understand a bit now. Yeah. I'm saying this to help you understand one thing. You're not a savior. Your abilities are limited, so don't take the suffering of others as your own burden. Their painful fates are given to them by heaven, and you cannot fight against heaven. Your purpose in living is to protect your loved ones and friends. As for others, help them if you want when you have the energy. If you don't want to, then don't help. Do you understand? Brother, I understand. Then should we still practice combat skills? We need to practice. I want to protect you and our parents. Then let's keep moving forward. Linya cast aside the negative emotions brought by the pain of those people and continued to forge ahead with determination. However, at that moment, there seemed to be a thin layer of frost covering her face, and her original enthusiasm and innocence had already become a thing of the past. Deep inside her heart, a deep chasm had formed between her family and outsiders. In peacetime, this chasm existed, but was firmly covered by moral and legal shackles. Now, the shackles had been cut open by Lin Chen's sharp words, and the chasm was clearly revealed. On the first day of this apocalypse, Linya experienced rapid growth. Li Ying showed a deeply touched expression at Lin Chen's admonition. Li Jun admired Lin Chen immensely. He felt almost powerless against his sister, but look at Lin Chen. With just a few words, not only did he help his sister accept the truth, but he also lifted her out of negative emotions and ignited her fighting spirit. Moreover, it seemed that even Li Ying, as an outsider, had taken in these truths, and Ting Ting and Mei Mei also agreed deeply. Lin Chun, what a genius! As a scion of a prominent family, Li Jun was usually quite proud. However, at this moment, he didn't even realize that his fondness for Lin Chun, whom he had just met, was rapidly increasing, and his admiration had reached over 80. It seemed he was on the path to becoming Lin Chen's loyal little brother. Room 4014 in Building 47 had its door tightly closed, with over a dozen people lying in a rather unkempt manner on the beds and the floor. Under the organization and leadership of Kong Yifan, they had fought in and out several times and had finally cleared the zombies in the fourth-floor corridor. When the disaster struck, there shouldn't have been many people in the corridor, but when some dormitories turned into zombie dens, some people opened the doors to escape, only to be chased out by zombies, leading to an increasing number of zombies in the corridor. Only by dealing with the zombies in the dormitories or ensuring that an entire dormitory had no zombies could they be preserved. In a previous life, it was very rare to have 6 people in Dormitory 4014 who had not turned into zombies. Thanks to the apocalyptic literature, the survivors knew right away that the apocalypse had come. Some people huddled in waiting for rescue, while others started figuring out how to clear the zombies to escape from the dead end. In Building 47, only Yu Yang had gained innate evolutionary abilities, but he only exhibited enhanced speed. Others had various physical enhancement mutations. More people gradually gained enhancements through combat. Out of approximately 400 people in the entire dormitory building, 4 lucky ones awakened water, metal, fire, and earth abilities during combat. However, at this time, most people were still unaware. Unfortunately, the level 0 abilities could only allow those lucky ones to launch 2 or 3 attacks before they were exhausted. So the main function of their abilities at this time was merely to prevent them from being infected when grabbed or bitten by zombies. After discussing, the few in 4014 dismantled a steel bed frame, tied 3 small knives to a steel pipe, and made 3 spears, while Yu Yang wielded a watermelon knife. After all, he was the fastest and was suitable for emergencies. Su Peng had gained strength mutation, so he directly used the steel pipe to smash. They employed various tactics, such as luring zombies away, feigning attacks, ambushing, and strong killing, spending over 2 hours to clean up the zombies in the 4th-floor corridor. During this time, 7 bold boys joined the team. They would retreat back to the dormitory to rest and replenish when they got tired, retreating to the dormitory as many as 5 times. Among the new recruits, 3 awakened physical enhancement abilities, which boosted their team's combat power. Now, the dormitory was filled with spoils taken from empty dormitories, mainly convenient food for shut-ins. Through resource collection, their current weapon reserves were 14 simple spears, 7 watermelon knives, and 1 ordinary seedling knife. The student who secretly hoarded the seedling knife didn't have the courage to use it and ultimately turned into a zombie. They were not interested in the tightly closed doors, whether there were zombies or living people inside. These clever individuals just wanted to escape safely as quickly as possible to a secure place with supplies and wait for rescue. They also fantasized about awakening abilities in battle, like in apocalyptic novels, opening up zombies' heads and hearts to check for crystals or some kind of evolutionary meat. Of course, such desires ultimately fell flat. However, the fact that 3 people gained physical enhancements during the battle still brought them great comfort. The members of this team generally felt truly powerful, proud of their team, and optimistic about their future. They planned to rest until 11 o'clock before launching an attack on the 3rd floor corridor, gathering more brave individuals. Given the temporary team's combat spirit and achievements, it must be said that Kong Yifun's organizational skills were indeed impressive. By this point, Kong Yifun was no longer satisfied with simply escaping to a safe place. Deep within him, a vague ambition began to take root. Although this ambition was not clear, it was indeed budding. However, he had a persistent question in his heart. Where had the leader gone? Would the leader come back? He suppressed the urge to think about this question. Duhai had awakened the ability of enhanced vision, and his combat tasks mainly involved battlefield assessment, enemy alerts, and combat support. So he didn't engage in direct combat often and wasn't very tired, leaving him the leisure to poke his head out the window and look around. Suddenly, Duhai shouted, "Leader! It's the leader! The leader is back!" Where? Su Peng sprang up and rushed to the window. While Yang had already occupied a spot by the window, Tian Dagong was a step slower and also walked over. Kong Yifun's expression was somewhat complicated as he walked towards the windowsill. The 7 people later also gathered by the window. Following the direction pointed out by Duhai towards the playground, a group of 6 was charging through the horde of zombies towards the dormitory building. Although they were far away, Duhai could see clearly and murmured, "The boss is indeed the boss. The team he leads is so formidable. Look at those 2 beautiful girls. They are practically exterminating zombies. That brave man beside the boss is wielding a steel whip, right? That steel whip is amazing. Every strike can smash a zombie's head. The boss is the most impressive, just standing at the back with his sword, maintaining order. Oh, the boss has chopped off the legs of a zombie and is letting the 2 girls behind have fun with it. Look, those 2 girls are throwing up. It seems the boss is training their courage." Tian Dagong started a joke. "I told you the boss would ride in on a colorful cloud, bringing stunning beauties back to rescue the brothers." Kong Yifun glanced at Tian Dagong with a complex expression, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Boss, you are still so outstanding. In the apocalypse, you are even more brilliant." He secretly tucked away his ambitions. Yu Yang and Su Peng were genuinely excited. While the later group of 7 felt that Dormitory 4014 was indeed magical, it seemed they had made the right choice. All the surviving students on the side of the dormitory facing them noticed this scene, recognized that Lin Shan was a student from this building, and understood that Lin Shan was coming to rescue them, feeling inexplicably excited. Many students poked their heads out, silently and enthusiastically waving at Lin Shan's team. They were all smart people. No one dared to make noise to attract more zombies and scare away this team. But that didn't stop them from waving enthusiastically to express their strong desire and joy. About 50 meters away from the right side of the dormitory, near the playground gate, Lin Shan halted the team's advance as they cleared the zombies in front of them. The 2 gate towers in front were surrounded by 300 or 400 zombies each, many of which were wearing pajamas or shorts. It was evident that these zombies were students who had rushed out of the dormitory in a panic but had not managed to escape. They could have directly killed them, as these zombies were too weak compared to their strength. Such an opportunity wouldn't come again in 3 days. However, Lin Shan was unwilling to reveal all their power. He wanted to conceal some of it. Lin Shan waved to the students who were greeting him, pointed at them, then pointed at the zombies in front of the gate tower, and finally pointed towards the left gate tower. The smart students quickly guessed Lin Shan's meaning. He was indicating that there were too many zombies in front of the right gate tower, and they should find a way to lure some over to the left gate tower. Next, various objects flew out from the dormitory and landed at the left gate tower, creating a huge noise. The horde of zombies at the right gate tower began to slowly move towards the left. When only about 70 or 80 zombies were left, they could no longer be attracted. Lin Shan gave a thumbs up to the dormitory, indicating that it was good. Making a pause gesture, Lin Shan opened his backpack, took out bread, juice, and sausage, and began to share with his team to start their meal. This signified, "Please be patient. We are recovering our strength." During the break, Lin Shan relayed a message to Linya. The wood-type abilities can be activated now. Lin Shan sensed that there were already 4 energy auras in the dormitory, so he needed to reveal the ability users in his team to stabilize the situation. 10 minutes later, Lin Shan's team began a spectacular slaughter of zombies in front of many surviving students. Lin Shan started throwing stones at the zombies from near to far, attracting a dozen zombies towards them. As the zombies approached within a certain distance, they finally caught their scent and excitedly lunged at them. This time, Linya was the main force, with the Li Jun siblings guarding on either side, while Lin Shan held the sword at the back, and the 2 sisters, Yi and Jiang, started to assist. Linya displayed her agile figure, moving her feet continuously to change her position while also redirecting the zombies' positions. In the flickering sword light, Linya struck with precision, killing every zombie in a flash. The heads of the zombies kept dropping, followed by the sound of them rolling on the ground. In just half a minute, 15 or 16 zombies were decapitated by Linya. The surviving boys in the dormitory were stunned. Lin Shan attracted 3 more waves of zombies, and about 40 zombies were slain by Linya. Someone upstairs first exclaimed "female warrior," and then more people began to shout until finally, everyone on the upper floor was uniformly calling out "female warrior, female warrior." The cheers echoed for hundreds of meters, drawing the distant zombies towards them. The people upstairs noticed the commotion from afar, stopped shouting, thus avoiding a tragedy. Survivors from Building 48 and Building 49 heard the noise from the dormitory ahead and were puzzled. Could it be that help had arrived from the upper floors? When the shouting ceased, Linya began to slaughter the last dozen zombies. Perhaps due to exhausting too much energy earlier, she failed to completely evade a zombie's attack while making a dodging move, and her sword also deviated, getting stuck in a zombie's shoulder, which did not result in an instant kill, so that zombie did not die immediately. Just as the zombie's arm was about to grab Linya's body, the hearts of the people upstairs jumped to their throats. Some began to blame Lin Shan internally for not replacing Linya in time. In a moment of urgency, Linya bent back to avoid the zombie's grasp, instinctively raising her left hand and pointing at the zombie. A green light burst forth from Linya's fingertip, transforming into a short arrow that pierced the zombie's forehead. The zombie fell face first. After the zombie fell, everyone could see clearly that there was a wooden arrow embedded in its forehead, which was gradually fading. Linya seemed to be startled by the sudden phenomenon, standing there somewhat at a loss. Another zombie had already lunged forward. Linya seemed to react at the last moment, raising her left hand again, and another wooden arrow killed that zombie. Lin Shan quickly pulled Linya behind him, allowing the Li Jun siblings to deal with the last few zombies. And then they discussed the situation that just occurred with Linya. Wood-type abilities. It must be wood-type abilities. I didn't expect to really witness the awakening of abilities in battle. The apocalypse literature enthusiasts upstairs concluded this matter. The survivors all envied the female warrior's good fortune, and many had already become Linya's fans. Lin Shan's team discussed the abilities for a while, seemingly at a loss, and finally led the team into the ground floor corridor to start clearing the zombies in the corridor. After clearing the zombies on this floor and closing the door to the left gate tower, Lin Shan announced in an appropriate voice at various points in the corridor, to all students still alive, "I am Lin Shan from the 4th year of the International Trade Department. We have cleared the zombies in the corridor, and those trapped in the rooms cannot come out for the time being. The corridor is temporarily safe. We are about to organize everyone to evacuate to the 14th cafeteria. Please prepare your daily necessities and warm clothing if you wish to evacuate. Everyone, please keep your voices low. There will be an announcement shortly." Ignoring those who cautiously opened their doors to check the situation, Lin Shan continued leading the team upward to clear each floor. After clearing each floor, Lin Shan would always say this. He wanted to make a name for himself, to embed his name in the hearts of every person he rescued. When they reached the 3rd floor, the 5 people from 4014 stood at the corner between the 3rd and 4th floors, looking at Lin Shan's group with various expressions. Behind them stood 7 spirited boys, who looked at Linya, the female warrior, with admiration. Lin Shan greeted them with a big smile. Brothers, I'm back. Where have you come back from, boss? You seem to be doing well? Wow, how did Xiaoya become so powerful? Kong Yifan asked on behalf of everyone. Lin Shan replied proudly, there was an apocalypse prophecy online the day before yesterday, and I believed it, so I summoned Yaya on my side, prepared some food and supplies, and booked a room at the Ruyun Hotel to wait out today. Don't blame me for not informing you guys. If I said it and the apocalypse didn't come, I would lose face as your leader. Plus, I knew you would hear about this post too. But most of you would probably not believe it. As it turns out, I was right. Here I am, back to save you all. Tian Dagong then asked boss, with you, Yaya, and this friend and sister being so strong, have you all awakened your powers? Lin Shan replied, well, after Yaya and I woke up, we killed a few zombies and felt our strength increase tremendously, and our reactions became incredibly quick. Yaya just awakened her wood-type ability. Li Jun and Li Ying come from ancient martial arts families, so their skills are already quite good. Have any of you awakened any abilities? Boss, I've awakened speed abilities. Yu Yang said, giving Lin Shan a secretive look. Su Peng added, I've awakened strength abilities. Du Hai said, I've awakened vision abilities. Kong Yifan admitted, I'm quite ashamed. Neither Dagong nor I have awakened any abilities. Lin Shan patted Kong Yifan on the shoulder. Yifan, don't be discouraged. The apocalypse has just begun. As long as you fight more, there should still be opportunities. Boss, it feels strange for you to call my name, Yifan said. Isn't it time for a change, Yifan? I thought since the times have changed, I'd call you by your name to show respect. Do you want me to keep calling you second? All right, boss. Just continue calling me by my name. Yu Yang secretly laughed. Respect also meant politeness, which represented distance. Indeed, there was a problem between the boss and the second in command. Yifan, aren't you going to introduce the friends behind you? The others quickly introduced themselves. They were Shun Huan, who had skin-hardening abilities, Deng Shulin, who had speed abilities, and Peng Jun, who had hearing abilities. The remaining members, Feng Fei, Zhang Jiaguang, Wei Xingping, and Fan Haiyang, had not awakened any abilities. All 7 expressed their willingness to accept Lin Shan's command moving forward. Lin Shan felt relieved, saying, brothers who haven't awakened abilities, don't be discouraged. Experience shows that it's easy to awaken abilities in battle. As long as you keep fighting, you might awaken at any moment. Since everyone is willing to recognize me as the leader, I will lead everyone to survive well in this apocalypse. Enough talk, let's get to work. Before starting, Lin Shan handed 2 machetes to Yu Yang and Su Peng, reasoning that since they had awakened abilities, they would be the main combat team. The more people, the easier it is to get things done. They finished clearing the 3rd floor corridor in 5 minutes. On this floor, 3 students voluntarily joined the fight. The 4th floor corridor was already cleared by Kong Yifan and the others, and clearing the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors took less than 20 minutes. 8 more students volunteered to join the battle on these floors. Now the team had 22 members with combat experience. Yi Tingting and Jiang Mei were not considered combat members. But while Lin Shan occasionally played with some disabled zombies, they managed to take down 1 zombie together. At 11:30, Lin Shan gathered all survivors of Building 47 on the rooftop for a meeting. After counting, there were 2,400 beds in Building 47, with over 2,200 residents, 370 survivors, and a survival rate of less than 20%. There was no way. Many dormitories were wiped out when just 1 person turned into a zombie. Lin Shan straightforwardly stated that there might be dangers on the way to retreat to the cafeteria, so those who chose to wait for rescue should return to their dormitories immediately. More than 90 people chose not to take the risk. The remaining 270 people chose to retreat. Standing in front of these people, Lin Shan began to speak. Thank you all for trusting me. I will do my utmost to ensure everyone's survival, but the premise is that you must follow my arrangements. Of course, I won't intentionally send you to your deaths. After we retreat to the 14th cafeteria, I won't require this anymore. Everyone expressed agreement. Now, those who feel they can take on zombies, step forward. Those who can't yet, stay where you are. 110 people stepped forward, including the 4 ability users. Those who stepped forward were all brave and smart. They knew that from now on. Only by risking their lives would they have a chance to survive. Lin Shan recognized 1 as an innate evolver and 3 as acquired evolvers. However, the current ability users were similar in function to body enhancers, and some are even less capable than body enhancers. So Lin Chun didn't pay much attention to these 4 ability users. As long as they didn't contest his leadership, Lin Chun chose to temporarily ignore them. The volunteers quickly divided into 11 groups of 10 people each, choosing their own leaders. The remaining 9 formed smaller teams of 3. They were to disassemble bed frames to make simple spears, gather supplies, and pack their bags. Those unwilling to participate in combat were considered logistics personnel, but had to at least carry a long steel pipe to fend off any zombies that got too close. During the march, logistics personnel would be protected at the back of the team, but needed to help carry the combat personnel's belongings. Only bedding and clothing were allowed. Nothing else. From now on, everyone should refer to me as the captain. Our plan is to first deal with the zombies at the left door tower, then take over the Cultural and Sports Activities Center of the Engineering Management Institute. After that, we will start rescuing Building 48, Building 49, and then the 2 girl dormitories of the Engineering Management Institute. Someone timidly asked, "Captain, do we combat personnel have enough strength to complete this rescue mission?" Also, even though I've joined the combat team, I have no combat experience. What should I do? Lin Chun smiled and said, "That's a great question. As for combat personnel, every time we rescue a building, we will absorb some brave fighters to strengthen our combat team. This includes girls. If they are willing to fight, we will include them. As for the lack of combat experience, we won't throw you into the fray right away. We'll give you a chance to adapt, and we'll provide maximum support during dangerous situations. If there are no further questions, let's take action immediately." 15 minutes later, they gathered at the right door tower. At 11:50, more than 290 people were ready to go. Over 160 logistics personnel carried more than 3 blankets each, holding food bags in their left hands and 2-meter-long steel pipes in their right hands. The new combat personnel were lightly equipped, holding simple spears, looking tense. The logistics personnel stayed back, and the new combat team stood still, waiting for orders. The large crowd had attracted the nearby zombies at the edge of the left door tower, which began to slowly approach. Lin Chun quickly stepped forward a few paces, allowing the zombies in front to notice him, then quickly retreated. Over 20 zombies quickened their pace to follow him. Once these zombies had moved away from the horde, Lin Chun called out, "Yaya, Li Jun, Li Ying, move up quickly." Each displayed their skills, and after a series of loud noises, more than 20 zombies had their limbs broken and lay moaning on the ground. Lin Chun ordered, "Yi Fun, you guys help drag these zombies to the back. The first and second teams each select 1 zombie and execute them in 3 minutes." Before long, some combat team members inevitably vomited. However, everyone endured and tortured the zombies for 3 minutes before finally killing them. Lin Chun continued to lure the zombies in waves, allowing all the new combat team members to kill a zombie each, initially overcoming their psychological barriers. A few logistics team members also participated in the brutal killing of zombies, and Lin Chun did not stop them. After all, opportunities are only given to those who are prepared. In 3 days, there will be no chance for such easy practice. After 3 days, Lin Chun would feel tremendous pressure facing a horde of zombies like the current one, making it impossible to casually let people practice on zombies. The zombies 3 days from now would have greatly increased hunting abilities and a much larger sensing range. As soon as there was a gathering of people, they could quickly form a zombie tide to surround them. Once the new team members adapted, Lin Chun and his 3 companions began to cripple zombies by breaking their arms and letting the new team members hunt them down. Each small team consisted of 3 members, 1 focused on offense, 1 on defense, and 1 on vigilance, with the team leader providing support, a simple and effective tactic. Once all the new team members had killed zombies with disabled arms, but still capable of movement, Lin Chun started to release a few complete zombies for the new team members to hunt together. At the same time, he assigned Yu Yang and Deng Shulin, who had speed enhancement abilities, to provide support. Under the pressure of the apocalypse crisis, the new combat team members grew quickly, transforming from timid novices into butchers in just a few minutes. After 20 minutes, the new team members were basically familiar with the process of cooperating to kill zombies. Lin Chun ordered 11 teams to begin formulating and executing their own tactics. Capable veteran team members stopped to watch, only helping out when some small teams attracted too many zombies. Yu Yang found a moment to quietly tell Lin Chun that he had awakened his invisibility ability, mentioning that he had only told Lin Chun about it so far. Lin Chun had sensed the energy aura within Yu Yang from the beginning and knew he had awakened his ability, but since it seemed he hadn't told anyone else, he kept quiet. In his past life, Yang had always been loyal to him, never abandoning him, following him from school to Tianjin base, to Jindu base, through Guda base, back to his hometown, and finally arriving at Daida base, where he died protecting Lin Shun. Therefore, in this life, Lin Shun trusted Yu Yang the most. In his past life, Yu Yang only had speed abilities, but with Lin Shun's help in this life, he awakened his invisibility ability, which would bring even greater assistance to Lin Shun. Lin Shun patted Yu Yang's shoulder and instructed him to keep hiding. Half an hour later, 500 to 600 zombies were almost completely eliminated, and the team members were unharmed. The new team members looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, hardly believing these were their own impressive feats. Of course, they understood that without Lin Chen's wise command and strong protection, they wouldn't have achieved these results. Lin Chen's prestige continued to rise. The following journey was much easier, with the ability users hardly needing to intervene. The new team members pushed through effortlessly towards the Cultural and Sports Activity Center. On the way, they passed a convenience store. After killing the zombies inside, Lin Chen ordered them to solve their lunch problem on the spot, allowing everyone to eat whatever they wanted. Once everyone was full, the logistics personnel found many bags and cleared the shelves of food. They also took the boxes of food from the warehouse, wrapping them around steel pipes to carry them away. For the food that couldn't fit, Lin Shun instructed all combat team members to each carry a small backpack filled with about 10 pounds of food, finally emptying the convenience store of its supplies. Fortunately, there were plenty of bags in the store, so they didn't worry about finding enough backpacks. At 12:30, the Cultural and Sports Activity Center was captured by Lin Chen's team. There were no zombies in a certain radius outside the center, and the survivors following Lin Chen finally found a relatively safe environment. At this point, Lin Chen's team of 130 combat members could be considered veterans. Lin Chen let out a preliminary sigh of relief. At 12:50, Lin Chen, carrying a fully stocked backpack, led the team to a spot not far from the left gate of Building 48. The team members urged him to temporarily put down the backpack, but Lin Chen smiled and remained silent. It was a joke. This was an important tool for his cheating, as many items from his space needed to be taken out from the backpack. Who knew when he would need something from the space? Besides, the weight of 70 to 80 pounds could also serve as physical training. Inspired by the rapidly growing combat team members, 20 logistics personnel requested to become combat team members and receive training support. Lin Chen agreed to their request. Now, facing over 200 zombies in front of the left gate of Building 48, the team members showed no fear, eager to try. The team began the training process for the new combat members according to the training protocol. 20 minutes later, the initial training was completed. This might be the fastest soldier training course in the world. The survivors in Building 48 were overjoyed to see the rescue team appear. When someone discovered that the leader was Lin Chen, whom they had cursed earlier that morning, some remained indifferent while others felt ashamed. It seemed he had gone to organize the rescuers after all. They had wrongly accused him. However, this was all irrelevant to Lin Chen. The 150 combat team members swiftly dealt with over 200 zombies in just 5 to 6 minutes, averaging less than 2 kills per person. This achievement stunned the survivors in Building 48. Yet, who would know that these fierce warriors had been trembling in their dormitories just that morning? At a window on the 7th floor of Building 48, a group of people watched closely as Lin Chen's team slaughtered zombies as if they were cutting vegetables. The leader of this group was a young nobleman of medium stature, dressed in expensive clothing with an arrogant expression. His name was Bai Zhengfeng. The 4 young men beside him were his bodyguards, followers, and companions. Originally, there were 5 followers, but one had turned into a zombie and had been dealt with. Bai Zhengfeng was the nephew of Bai Xiangdong, the deputy mayor of Magic City, and was studying finance at the School of Management. This dormitory was assigned to him and his 5 followers. He usually spent his time in a villa outside the school, indulging with different women. Yesterday, his new prey, Xiao Alan, had come to the dormitory to move things to his villa, so he took the opportunity to spend the night there and bond with his followers. When the apocalypse broke out, he found himself trapped here. However, he wasn't too anxious. His 4 followers were strong young men with some skills, and there were knives and clubs hidden in the dormitory, plus a handgun, ensuring his safety. He also believed that the vast national apparatus would not fall apart so easily. Once the government stabilized, his uncle would certainly send someone to rescue him. Because he belonged to the same branch of the Bai family as his uncle, he was the only male heir in that branch. Unless absolutely necessary, Bai Xiangdong would not abandon him. Bai Zhengfeng recognized Lin Chun and couldn't help but frown. He had never taken Lin Chun seriously. He would simply use money to force any woman Lin Chun fancied into submission. If Lin Chun dared to question him, he would not hesitate to beat him up and then forget about him. A lowly commoner was not worth his attention. However, now the tables had turned. Bai Zhengfeng was not worried that Lin Chun would openly retaliate against him. From Lin Chun's current actions of organizing a force, it seemed he was an ambitious and clever person. He would not openly oppose the national apparatus while the situation was uncertain. Bai Gongzi felt somewhat displeased. Why didn't he think of organizing the students to save themselves? If Lin Chen's team had been established by him and rescued more people, how many points would that add to his future when the government rescue arrived? He looked eagerly at Lin Chen's battle team, calculating in his mind. There were over 300 survivors in Building 48. 20 minutes later, on the rooftop, these 300 survivors stood in front of Lin Chun in a sparse manner. Behind Lin Chun, 150 battle team members stood upright and orderly, creating a stark contrast. Lin Chun briefly explained the current situation and then asked the survivors to make a choice, to wait for rescue on the spot or to take the risk and move to the 14th cafeteria with him. This time, perhaps because the survivors saw that Lin Chen's team was strong and reliable, the vast majority chose to move. So, Lin Chun began to call out the brave ones to step forward. Bai Zhengfeng watched Lin Chen's performance coldly with 4 lackeys beside him. When it came to this stage, he exchanged glances with his lackey, Zhong Wenbing. Zhong Wenbing stepped forward and loudly said, "Lin Chen, what do you want to do? Are you trying to recruit a team in this chaotic time? Have you considered the nature of what you're doing? Have you thought about the future of these classmates?" What was originally a simple self-rescue organization action was, through Zhong Wenbing's muddled reasoning, framed as an act of rebellion against Lin Chen. Lin Chen had long noticed Bai Zhengfeng and his 4 lackeys. However, he didn't take them seriously at all and was too lazy to bother with them for now. He could barely remember Qiao Ilan's image. How could he be angry about that? In the 10 years of the apocalypse, he had been with countless women and was no longer sensitive about such matters. Therefore, unless something happened to a woman who truly mattered to him, he would give a brutal retaliation. Other women wouldn't stir any waves in his heart, and he wouldn't make a big fuss over them. Even if he later wanted to deal with Bai Zhengfeng, Qiao Ilan's factor wouldn't be the main consideration. Moreover, since the apocalypse had just begun, it was inappropriate for him to show violence towards the living. He needed to give his partners time to adapt. In this life, everything was replaying, and all his energy was focused on strengthening himself and protecting his family and friends. Anything that conflicted with this goal could be set aside for now. But he knew that with Bai Zhengfeng's nature as a wealthy young master, he would eventually jump out to show his presence, and he was prepared for that. Sure enough, the sycophant Zhong Wenbing jumped out, and his words made the newly rescued survivors hesitate. Many of Lin Chen's battle team members also began to feel uneasy. Lin Chen secretly praised Zhong Wenbing's eloquence and said lightly, "Zhong Wenbing, according to your reasoning, I should just ignore my classmates and escape to a safe place by myself, right?" The expressions of the people changed again. Yes, is it a crime for Lin Chen to save people? Just as Zhong Wenbing was pleased that his rhetoric had disrupted Lin Chen's pace, he was suddenly choked in his silence by Lin Chen's straightforward words. Lin Chen had not fallen into his verbal trap at all. He didn't argue about the nature of the matter, but directly questioned whether it was right to save others. Another lackey, Dai Cheng, quickly jumped out to save face. Lin Chen, Wenbing didn't mean that. Then what did he mean? What he meant is that you want everyone to follow your arrangements alone, which is not acceptable at all. You should ask everyone present how many agree with you on this. Almost all present were the pride of heaven, consistently confident and extremely fond of free will. Yes, such an important matter cannot be decided by one person alone. It concerns everyone's safety and should be discussed together. 2 heads are better than 1. The survivors began to discuss animatedly, and even the battle team members behind Lin Chun started to chatter. There were also some sensible people who knew that only following orders could effectively respond to the crisis. But there were too few of these people, and their voices were very weak. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. "Dai Cheng, what do you think we should do?" "I think we should establish a self-rescue committee for the students of the School of Management." elected by everyone to select several executive members to lead us in facing the crisis. The newly rescued survivors expressed their agreement, and over half of the battle team members also showed support. The more than 20 people in Lin Chen's initial team remained silent. They had witnessed Lin Chen's calmness, wisdom, and strength throughout the process and felt that only following Lin Chen would bring peace of mind. They were not optimistic about this group of disorganized people. Dai Cheng was very pleased. Noticing Lin Chen's cold smile, Dai Cheng took the opportunity to say, "Then everyone, let's hurry up and elect the executive members to establish the executive committee to lead our self-rescue committee." Those in the battle team who were tempted looked at Lin Chen with a hesitant expression. After all, Lin Chen had already created a deterrent effect on them. Lin Chen turned around and said, "If you want to participate, just go ahead. I won't blame you." More than half of the battle team members moved forward. The 3 postnatal evolvers all went over, but the innate evolver Xiong Ping stayed behind. Xiong Ping was about 175 meters tall, a handsome young man who had awakened Earth-type abilities. Lin Chen knew Xiong Ping from his previous life memories. Xiong Ping was cold-natured but had principles. After several twists and turns in his past life, he became the leader of a powerful mercenary group. When Lin Chen was done in his past life, Xiong Ping was still active in the Jindu base. Xiong Ping staying behind made Lin Chen feel very good. Kong Yifan hesitantly said to Lin Chen, "Boss, can I go over and try to get in?" Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, and he said nonchalantly, "Yifan, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. If any of the brothers want to go and try, just go." The implication of going over to try was clear to everyone. In the end, Kong Yifan went over with Tian Dagong and Du Hai. However, the 7-person group unexpectedly all stayed behind. Yu Yang looked at Du Hai's back and secretly resented this ungrateful wolf. It's a pity that the boss secretly gave him such a precious thing. It was truly a waste. He looked at Su Peng with a much friendlier gaze and thought, the boss's judgment of people is still quite accurate. The 3rd brother is a good one. Lin Chen felt a bit complicated. Kong Lauer, Tian Laosi. It's better for you to leave me early in this life, so I won't feel conflicted every day seeing you. Du Hai, you should take care of yourself. I hope you won't provoke me in the future. Bai Zhongfeng looked at Lin Chen triumphantly. "Little one, you want to play with me? The peach tree you painstakingly planted. Isn't it easy for me to pick the fruit?" He didn't realize that in Lin Chen's eyes, the fruits he picked were just worm-eaten or rotten peaches, while the ones left behind were the good ones that Lin Chen valued. Unknowingly, he had helped Lin Chen do a screening job, reducing Lin Chen's workload. 0020 expressing attitudes at around 1:10 p.m. on the day of the apocalypse. Over 400 surviving students gathered on the rooftop of Building 48 at the School of Management of Yanhuang University, happily electing the executive members of the Self-Rescue Committee. Lin Chen stood aside with more than 80 battle team members, coldly watching this election farce. Lin Chen even seized the opportunity to educate Linya. "Ya, do you think what they are doing is right?" Linya frowned. "Brother, even I, a weak woman, understand that there can only be one voice in a team to effectively face a crisis. Why don't these top students from Yanhuang University understand?" The combat team members broke into a cold sweat. "Annie, if you are a weak woman, what does that make us men? Weaklings?" Lin Shan wore a sarcastic smile and said, "How could these high IQ individuals not understand this logic? They simply do not comprehend the cruelty of the apocalypse and have yet to recognize reality. Their overflowing free will make them unwilling to follow orders. Many of them even see opportunities amidst the crisis." "See opportunities? What opportunities?" Linya sensed the emotions of the dozen or so people who had emerged and softly said, "Brother, I understand. Those who want to be in charge are filled with a desire for control." Lin Chen also whispered, "Yeah, this is one aspect of human nature. Even in a crisis, one must seize opportunities to grasp everything, regardless of whether those things are realistic." Linya nodded, the frost on her face thickening. After a while, the election for the executive committee concluded, with 9 people being selected as committee members. The selected individuals all had the support of abilities users. Kong Yifan secured a spot thanks to the backing of Du Hai and Tian Dagong, as well as his own reputation. Bai Zhongfeng's follower, Lu Yi, awakened his power enhancement, and given his strong family background, he was naturally one of the committee members. Among the remaining 6, 4 were ability users and 2 were body enhancers. Although Lin Chen did not participate, Everyone tactfully allocated him a spot. They all knew that Lin Chen's team had the most reliable combat power. Dai Chung informed Lin Chun of this news, and Lin Chun remained noncommittal. Next, they began to elect the chairman and vice chairman of the committee, along with various other positions. Bai Jingfeng was determined to become the chairman. His plan was solid. Once he obtained this position, he could quickly gather countless survivors with the strong combat power of Lin Chen's team as his support, earning significant political clout. When they returned to the established survivor base, he would undoubtedly bring great prestige to his uncle and gain countless benefits for himself. As for Lin Chun, he would use him for now. Once the danger had passed, if Lin Chun obeyed, he could keep him as a lackey. If he did not listen, he could simply dispose of him. Bai Zhongfeng delivered his campaign speech. I have served as the vice chairman of the Yanhuang University Student Union and the chairman of the School of Management Subcommittee, possessing strong organizational skills. Most importantly, everyone knows my uncle from the Bai family. If I become the chairman of the executive committee, when we return to the survivor base established by the government, it will undoubtedly bring great benefits to the team I lead and provide everyone with a bright path for advancement. Just as he was speaking passionately, Lin Chen's voice interrupted him. Bai Jingfeng, please stop for a moment. I have something to say. Lin Chun, don't you know that interrupting others is impolite? Besides, I am currently delivering my campaign speech, which is a serious matter. If you want to give a speech, wait until I finish mine. If interrupting your speech makes you uncomfortable, I apologize. I just wanted to inform everyone that saving people is like putting out a fire. Everyone present is currently in a safe state, but there are still many classmates waiting for rescue. I have already fulfilled my obligations as a classmate from the School of Management, and I have no regrets. Now that our thoughts have diverged greatly, let's each go our separate ways. You can take your time with your election games here. I will lead those willing to follow me to save the world. Goodbye, everyone. Lin Chun began to move with his team. The people outside the team were completely dumbfounded. Without Lin Chen's strong combat power, what could they accomplish? Bai Zhengfeng was a bit anxious. Lin Chun was not playing by the rules, not being swayed by public sentiment, and simply walked away. This unexpected situation caught him off guard. Wait, Lin Chun, is it because I took Xiao Ilan that you are unwilling to work with me? I can return Xiao Ilan to you. You can't abandon everyone and leave. Lin Chen's expression clearly grew colder. Bai Zhengfeng, young master Bai, I think you have misunderstood this matter. This has nothing to do with Xiao Ilan. Fine, to put your mind at ease. I will publicly state my stance on this matter. Bai Zhengfeng, as far as I know, you did not use any underhanded means regarding Xiao Ilan. Instead, you directly used money to make her submit. As students, whether we have more or less money is a matter for our parents. So I will not blame my parents for not being capable, nor will I feel that my dignity has been harmed. I will only consider it as you helping me see a woman's true face. As for the few days ago, when I went to confront you and was taught a lesson by you, that was just me not thinking clearly for a moment. It was my failure to recognize reality, and I brought it upon myself. So, although I am dissatisfied with you, I will not resort to physical means against you because of it. Xiao Ilan left me for money. I am not a resentful man and will not harbor hatred towards her. But I'm also not a war man, so I will not bless her either. The moment she chose money over me, she transformed in my heart from a girlfriend into a familiar stranger. She has nothing to do with me anymore. Bai Zhengfeng, you should be grateful that you did not use any underhanded means. Everything was voluntary on Xiao Ilan's part. If you had used any dishonorable tactics during this process, trust me, I would not care about your background. Even if the apocalypse had not occurred, I would find a way to deal with you. And now, if I want to resolve you, it would just take a thought. Don't think that your follower with a police handgun can protect you. Let me tell you, times have changed. A simple police handgun is of little use against ability users. As long as ability users are vigilant, a handgun is ineffective. I am dissatisfied with you, but I have not dealt with you yet because I do not want to leave others with the impression that I still care about Xiao Ilan. I have truly expelled her from my heart. She is completely unrelated to me, and I do not want to take any action because of her. So, do not think that you have put a green hat on me. I will not have any lowly thoughts of you wearing the broken shoes I discarded. That would make our perspectives seem insufficient. So, from now on, let us reassess our relationship. It is impossible to be friends. I am ultimately dissatisfied with you, and we are not on the same path. Whether we become enemies is your choice, not mine. Bai Zhengfeng, young master Bai, do you understand what I'm saying? With Lin Chen's personality in his previous life, once he was dissatisfied with someone, he would speak directly with the sword. If there were no chances of winning openly, he would resort to underhanded means. However, now facing Bai Zhengfeng, he chose to temporarily swallow his dissatisfaction. Firstly, he really did not want to make a move because of a woman like Xiao Ilan. Secondly, and most importantly, he had the greatest concerns, Yi and his parents. He couldn't just wander the world with Yi at the beginning of the apocalypse, could he? Moreover, even if the siblings did roam the world, what about their parents at home? The government was still quite powerful in the early days of the apocalypse. If he dealt with Bai Zhengfeng now, the Bai family would mobilize their power to hunt him down, and his parents would definitely face retaliation from the Bai family. Patience is a knife over one's head. Besides, he had been with many famous women in his past life, and the cost was merely a biscuit or a few slices of bread. Damn, life is just this messed up. So, looking back at Xiao Ilan's matter now really isn't a big deal. As for Bai Zhengfeng, he could just resolve him when the opportunity arises in the future. If the timing isn't right, he could let be for now. Bai Zhengfeng's face turned a bit pale. Lin Chen knew that it was not surprising that his follower had a gun. Many people knew that. As a member of a political family, how could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Chen's words? It was precisely because he sensed the indifference and determination in Lin Chen's tone that he felt uneasy. It was clear that Lin Chen was warning him, don't use Xiao Ilan as a pretext and don't think about exploiting me. You could do whatever you want, but don't try to involve me. If you continue to probe me, we will soon be enemies. Thinking about the apocalypse that had already occurred and the changing times, although Bai Zhengfeng still looked down on Lin Chen in his heart, he wisely gave up the idea of continuing to provoke and exploit Lin Chen, his face awkwardly falling silent. He secretly vowed, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Lin Chen, don't think that without you, things can't be managed. Your departure is fine. It just means fewer thugs, and at least it eliminates those who would interfere with me. We have plenty of time ahead. Seeing Bai Zhengfeng silent, Lin Chen also chose not to continue provoking him. Turning to the crowd, Lin Chen said loudly, everyone, you cannot deny that it is my efforts that have allowed you to be in a safe state now. I do not need your gratitude, but you also have no grounds to demand anything from me. To put it bluntly, helping you is a favor, and not helping you is my duty. Now we have significant disagreements on how to proceed. Well, let's each go our own way. Those who agree with my views, come with me and follow my arrangements. I will do my best to ensure your safety. Those who do not agree with my views can stay and join this group. Before leaving, Lin Chen addressed those who remained. Let me inform you of my original plan. My original plan was to rescue the 3 male dormitories and 2 female dormitories of the School of Engineering and Management before dark today, and to clear the way to the 14th cafeteria, escorting everyone there to settle down and wait for rescue. After all, there is enough food there for everyone to hold out until help arrives. This decision remains unchanged. The activity center has been occupied by us, and the route is generally safe, though there may be a few wandering zombies. If you choose to go there to wait, please do not make too much noise to attract the zombie horde. If you choose to relocate, please bring enough warm supplies. That's it. Everyone, take your time. Lin Chen led the group of over 100 down from the rooftop without looking back. Long before Lin Chen's team attacked Building 48, the survivors in Building 48 had dismantled the steel bunk beds in their dormitories, making several makeshift weapons. So, almost everyone present was armed, and Lin Chen did not have to worry about the new team members' equipment. At this moment, the survivors from Building 49 saw the commotion on the rooftop of Building 48 and also began to make weapons in their dormitories, waiting for the rescue team to arrive. At 1:40 p.m., Lin Chen, leading 10 squads of 10 people each, began the rescue of Building 49. The more than 300 people on the rooftop of Building 48 continued to argue about democracy, unable to reach a decision. Some suggested staying in the dormitory and not taking risks since the zombies were locked in their rooms. Others suggested following Lin Chen's team to the cafeteria. Some proposed training warriors in Lin Chen's manner. There were even those who had already set off for the activity center. The chaotic scene made many realize that the so-called democracy they pursued resulted in a lack of action and execution, even failing to form a proper team. Some began to regret, thinking that it would be nice to join Lin Chen's team and follow orders. Unfortunately, they did not know they had already lost their chance. Except for the 20 who realized this the quickest, Lin Chen would certainly not allow more people with democratic thoughts to join his team to avoid future troubles. Bai Zhengfeng pinched his eyebrows, cursing himself inwardly. He realized he had overestimated his organizational abilities and influence. He knew very well that Lin Chen's approach was the most correct. However, he could not follow Lin Chen. At the base of Building 49, Lin Chen began strengthening the training of two new squads, still led by the speed abilities of Yu Yang and Deng Shulin. 20 minutes later, the new team members had basically overcome their mental barriers and gained combat capabilities. The team launched a full-scale attack. At 2:20 p.m., all the zombies in the corridors of Building 49 were cleared, and over 300 survivors, armed with simple weapons, gathered on the rooftop. This time, Lin Chen spoke directly about what had happened on the rooftop of Building 48, prompting the survivors to make an immediate choice: either join his dictatorial team or join the democratic team of Building 48. He made it clear that only those willing to fight could join his team. He would train the combat abilities of the joiners and do his best to ensure their safety. However, danger was everywhere, and he could not guarantee 100% safety. Among the survivors of Building 49, 60 chose to join Lin Chen's team to fight and promised to follow his commands. Just as the survivors finished making their choices, the survivors from Building 48 rushed up. After Lin Chen's team left Building 48, the 8 executive committee members each had their supporters. None were willing to yield to the others, all wanting to be the chairperson of the self-rescue committee and seize the opportunity to stand out. In the end, these 8 formed their own teams, creating a loose mutual aid alliance. Bai Zhengfeng, relying on his family background, gathered about 70 to 80 people, forming the largest force. Kong Yifan, leveraging his connection as Lin Chen's brother, gathered over 50 people, becoming the second largest force. The other 6 each gathered around 30 people. Thus, the democratic farce came to an end. Democracy was cast aside by these once proud sons of heaven. Many people felt extremely disappointed upon seeing this outcome. Damn, had they known it would turn out this way, it would have been better to join Lin Chen's team earlier. After dividing the spoils, the leaders of the various factions hurriedly led their respective teams to Building 49, preparing to strengthen their forces. They knew Lin Chen's nature. He would definitely not absorb everyone into his team. Those who were left were the quick and the slow. Kong Yifan was initially worried that Lin Chen would ask him to bring his team back, but Lin Chen merely patted his shoulder, encouraging him to do well, which relieved him, but also left him feeling somewhat lost. Did this mean that from now on, they would officially part ways and develop separately? The people in Building 49 who had democratic thoughts quickly abandoned their unrealistic ideas and requested to join Lin Chen's team. Unfortunately, Lin Chen coldly rejected them. He could not allow these people to pose a democratic risk to his team. The survivors of Building 49 had no choice but to choose a team they found acceptable to join. Here, 6 new teams emerged, led by the son of a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, the son of a department head, the son of a minister, and 3 newly evolved individuals. At this point, the male survivors of the School of Engineering and Management had formed a total of 15 teams. Lin Chen's team was naturally the largest and most powerful. They formed a verbal mutual aid alliance, with the main goal being to avoid internal conflict and unite against external threats. This fully reflected the tendency of Huagua people to form circles. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. So many leaders have popped up. Li Ying looked at the lively scene and nudged Li Jun with her elbow. Brother, why don't we go back and organize a team, and you could be the leader. Li Jun smiled wryly and said, Sister, you know I'm only interested in martial arts. Besides, do you think leading a team is a simple task? Once you become the leader, there will be endless worries. I prefer to keep things simple. Given the current situation, following Chun Gu guarantees the safety of our siblings. If we have the chance, we can go back home to take a look, which would be great. Lin Chen felt good hearing the discussion among Li Jun and his sister. How would he not feel good? With Li Jun and his sister's current abilities, even first-level ability, users couldn't pose a threat to them. For at least a month, they would be a powerful fighting force. Not to mention that with his help, there was a high possibility that the 2 of them could awaken their abilities. How could he not feel happy with 2 strong fighters sincerely following him? Following Lin Chen's earlier arrangements, the other 14 teams divided the non-combatants to carry luggage while the willing fighters prepared to train their combat abilities according to Lin Chen's methods. After gathering over 100 people from the activity center, aside from the more than 200 timid individuals who remained in the dormitory, there were now 1,200 boys in the School of Industrial Management. Among them, over 400 were willing to serve in logistics, while more than 700 were willing to fight. Lin Shun allowed those over 100 people to choose their teams to join and no longer restricted them. Generously distributing food to those who hadn't eaten yet, Lin Shun instructed his team members not to bring luggage. Only a few pieces of clothing and a small amount of water and food, with a total weight not exceeding 10 pounds. Although the team members were puzzled, they complied. Before heading out towards the girls' dormitory, Lin Shun laid out the overall requirements for the team. Logistics personnel would stay here and wait, while his team would handle the main zombie groups on the road, and the others would deal with scattered zombies to practice their skills. The leaders of the other teams were more than happy about this. Although they wanted their combat team members to thrive, they understood their own limitations. Life and death matters couldn't be rushed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the march officially began. The boys from the School of Industrial Management started to organize their resistance against the apocalypse. At Huanyang University, the surviving students from the School of Industrial Management were the first to form a large group, with Lin Shen's powerful team as the main force. The weak zombies they encountered on the road quickly turned into experience for the members of various teams, helping them break free from their psychological shackles, daring to fight against zombies and continuously improving their combat experience. They avoided densely populated zombie areas, walking more than 1,000 meters in a straight line, killing over 1,000 zombies. More than 200 people of all kinds emerged from the buildings they passed, following them from a distance, afraid to interfere with their fight. Among these people were students, teachers, and other idle individuals. Some wanted to approach the fighting students from the School of Industrial Management, but no one paid them any attention. Damn, any secluded place could suddenly be home to deadly zombies. Who had the time to chat? Every combat team member was on high alert. At 3:30, they could see the 27th girls' dormitory. In the hallways of the 27th girls' dormitory, many female zombies were wandering and screaming. The surviving girls were trembling in their dorms, afraid to make too much noise and attract zombies to knock on their doors. The situation in the girls' dormitory was quite tragic, with almost every dorm either completely intact or completely destroyed. Due to their innate cowardice and weakness, the appearance of even one zombie in a dorm would almost guarantee total annihilation. Even if there were tough girls in that dorm, if there were 2 or 3 zombies, there would be no hope of survival. Many girls opened their doors and ran out to escape. However, the number that could actually escape was minimal. Most were left as zombies in the hallways of various floors. Suwon was particularly unlucky. Out of the 6 people in her dorm, 4 had turned into zombies. Fortunately, Yuan Meng was quite skilled, and together they managed to kill 4 zombies. Originally, Yuan Meng had a handgun. However, she was too eager to protect Su Wan and had no chance to retrieve the gun from the box, having to fight the zombies hand-to-hand. In a moment of crisis, Yuan Meng unleashed a burst of lightning, instantly killing 4 zombies, but she herself turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Suwon was ultimately scratched by a zombie. When her whole body started to heat up and her consciousness began to blur, Suwon almost thought her life was coming to an end. When she woke up around 11 in the morning, she discovered that she had awakened wind-type abilities, significantly increasing her speed, enabling her to produce wind blades, and doubling her physical attributes. In fact, Suwon was quite lucky. People still didn't know that the chance of becoming a zombie after being scratched or bitten was 70%, the chance of gaining enhanced physical abilities was 20%, and the chance of obtaining abilities was only 10%. Having read apocalyptic literature, she quickly analyzed her situation. It was clear that the apocalypse had arrived, and she and Yuan Meng had acquired legendary abilities. However, faced with the numerous zombies in the hallway, she and Yuan Meng struggled to kill just a few, and there was little they could do against the rest. As for suggesting that Yuan Meng use the gun, she didn't consider it at all. Almost all apocalyptic novels mentioned that zombies had highly developed hearing, which certainly made sense. She didn't intend to personally verify this theory, but chose to believe it. If a gun were fired, it could attract all the zombies in the hallway to her door, blocking her from escaping. Simply put, she and Yuan Meng were trapped. However, she wasn't too anxious. She knew that the relevant authorities in the Magic City must know her identity, and there were many students in this school with similar backgrounds. Once the government stabilized, they would definitely send personnel to rescue these people, and Suwon would surely be at the top of the list. Naturally, there were many snacks in the girls' dormitory, and Suwon believed that rescue would arrive before they ran out of snacks. Right now, she and Yuan Meng were bored, leaning against the windowsill, watching the zombies wandering below in small groups and chatting idly. Suddenly, Yuan Meng pointed in the distance and exclaimed softly, "Miss, look over there." Suwon turned her head at Yuan Meng's exclamation and saw a large group of boys coming from the activity center, all wielding sticks and spears. This group was extremely ferocious, quickly killing the scattered zombies they encountered along the way. If there were slightly more zombies, the tall man in the front with a huge backpack and a long sword would raise his left hand to halt the advance of the team. Then, he seemed to briefly assign tactics, and his team would directly charge forward. The others split into several small teams to pick off zombies from the side. Occasionally, when someone encountered danger, this man would shoot water arrows with his left hand to help resolve the situation from a distance. In this team, people occasionally cast fireballs, wooden arrows, and earth spikes, while others glowed with golden light, taking the lead. The entire scene gave the impression of stepping into a magical world. Yuan Meng said, "Miss, it seems that many of these people have awakened their abilities. It looks like they are here to rescue the girls." Suwon smiled and replied, "Meng Jia, you don't think we're the only ones with abilities, do you? This world has changed." She continued, "They are mostly boys from the School of Industrial Management, but they don't seem to be a unified group. Bai Zhengfeng and Song Yang seem to be leading their own teams. The other leaders are familiar young masters as well. This apocalypse really is a training ground." Yuan Meng, who came from a special forces background and was familiar with military formations, said, "Miss, they are clearly divided into about 14 to 15 parts. The main group is the one in the middle front, with about 150 to 60 people. These individuals move in an orderly manner with proper command, and there are several strong fighters backing them up. They are clearly centered around that man with the huge backpack. That man is so handsome. Oh, and the two beautiful girls beside him are amazing. One has a gun, and the other wields a sword, killing zombies almost instantly. Oh, that sword-wielding beauty also shot wooden arrows, and she actually awakened wood-type abilities." Suwon wondered aloud, who is that handsome man with the sword? In such a short time, he trained a warrior with such heavy killing intent and gathered many capable people around him. A person with such abilities should have emerged long ago. Yuan Meng, while serving as Suwon's bodyguard, was also responsible for gathering information for her. She tilted her head in thought and said, "Miss, I think I know who he is." Suwon asked with slight interest, "Who is he?" Yuan Meng looked at her beautiful mistress and replied, "Miss, if I remember correctly, his name is Lin Shun, a senior student in the International Trade Department of the College of Engineering and Management. His girlfriend is Qiao Ilan, who is in the same class as Lin Shun. 3 days ago, Qiao Ilan broke up with Lin Shun and fell into the arms of Bai Zhengfeng. Qiao Ilan is a beauty of the department flower level, so it's natural that she caught the attention of Suwon, who is a national beauty. Although Qiao Ilan is 2 levels below Suwon in terms of beauty, Suwon is a national beauty level. There is still a school flower level between Qiao Ilan and Suwon. Is Qiao Ilan blind? How could she abandon such a remarkable man and choose a mere decorative pillow? Did Bai Zhengfeng use underhanded means? Suwon asked softly, "Miss, regarding this matter, Bai Zhengfeng can only be said to not have used any dark means. He used financial pressure to crush Qiao Ilan." Yuan Meng replied with interest, "It is said that gossip is a woman's nature." While Lin Shun is fighting for his life, Suwon and Yuan Meng are eagerly discussing Lin Chen's romantic news. "I wonder what Qiao Ilan is thinking. Is money really that important?" "Miss, for someone as outstanding as you, money is certainly not important. However, Qiao Ilan and Lin Shun are both commoners, and one must know that poverty brings sorrow to couples. Moreover, I heard that Lin Shun was previously nothing special, just an athletic and sunny handsome guy." Suwon glanced at Yuan Meng and said, "That's because it was a peaceful era before. How could commoners easily shine? Heroes emerge in chaotic times. Now that the apocalypse has come, Lin Chen's brilliance has emerged. If Qiao Ilan couldn't see Lin Chen's qualities, then she is truly blind. I have a feeling that Lin Shun will shine brightly in this apocalypse." Yuan Meng said with some concern, "Miss, you won't have feelings for Lin Shun, will you?" Suwon pouted, "Meng Jia, you don't need to remind me so often. I'm very clear-headed and won't easily fall for any man. I should have the freedom to comment on other men. Yuan Ming felt a bit downcast. She didn't want to keep raining on Su Wan's parade. However, reminding Su Wan constantly is one of her duties. Su Wan also lost interest in the conversation. Although she is extraordinarily beautiful and enjoys immense wealth, she has almost no autonomy over her own life. Despite considering herself exceptionally intelligent, she still cannot change any of this. It is said that the family has already decided to arrange a marriage between her and the talented heir of the Qin family, Qin Zheng. She had met Qin Zheng a few times before. He is indeed handsome and talented. However, that person appears humble, but is actually incredibly proud inside. And it is said that he has several stunning beauties surrounding him. In Su Wan's heart, Qin Zheng is merely not unpleasant. To say that she is infatuated with him would be an exaggeration. If the apocalypse hadn't erupted, she would soon return to the capital to get engaged to Qin Zheng. Followed by marriage, right? Now that the apocalypse has broken out, and she has awakened wind-type abilities, a hint of desire unexpectedly arose in her heart. She wondered if she could fight for her autonomy in life. The two women were lost in their thoughts until the rescue team arrived downstairs, causing the surviving girls to burst into tears of excitement. The boys, seeing the daughter nation ahead, their hormone levels skyrocketed, and they cleared the zombies in the corridor of the 7-story building in just over 10 minutes, escorting the surviving girls to the rooftop. There were a total of 260 surviving girls in this building, with a survival rate of just over 10%. The boy survival rate managed to reach 20%, and the grim situation of the girls brought tears to people's eyes. Most of the boys stayed downstairs and began to slowly lure and kill the zombies below Building 28. Those with girlfriends in Building 27 followed their leader to the rooftop. On the rooftop, some cried while others laughed. Those who cried were those who had just learned of their boyfriend or girlfriend's bad news, while those who laughed were the lovers who had survived and reunited. During the battle, Lin Shun seized a perilous opportunity to awaken his water-type abilities. Now, he calmly watched the apocalyptic drama before him, his heart undisturbed. Once people had vented their emotions a bit, Lin Shun directly announced his selection criteria. He required that only girls who dared to fight or were willing to fight deep down could join his team. Once a girl joined his team, she must undergo combat training. Lin Shun would do his best to ensure their safety and give them enough respect. Of course, even if they didn't join his team, he would escort the girls to a safe place. Lin Shen's decision delighted all the boys outside his team. It was clear that the girls wanted the protection of men. How many girls were willing to fight? This would mean more girls would join their team, giving the boys and their team a chance. Many boys in Lin Shen's team were astonished, but they could not change Lin Shen's decision. In the end, more than 30 intelligent and brave girls joined Lin Shen's team. These girls wanted to take control of their own destiny. They could not forget the helplessness they felt when facing zombies. Since Su Wan stepped onto the rooftop, she casually dealt with the buzzing flies around her while secretly observing Lin Shun and the few strong individuals beside him. When the girls who chose Lin Shen's team had mostly gathered, Su Wan brought Yuan Ming to Lin Shen's team. At this time, two other beauties almost simultaneously stepped out from the other side and headed towards Lin Shun as well. The two groups of beauties were momentarily taken aback, and then charming voices rang out. "Oh, Sister Wan, you want to join the fight too? Aren't you afraid the zombies will ruin your delicate face?" The speaker was Tang Yuanyuan, who also came from the capital, followed by her bodyguard, Zheng Han. The prominent figures had undergone several generations of genetic optimization, so their appearances were naturally not lacking. Tang Yuanyuan's looks were overshadowed by Su Wan, which is why they never got along well and always wanted to compete with each other. "Sister Tang, if you're not afraid of fighting as a younger sister, then as your elder sister, I must set a good example, right?" Su Wan replied with a gentle and calm voice. The bodyguards of both women observed in silence. The young masters surrounding the two beauties were disappointed, but dared not interfere. They all knew that these two beauties had considerable backgrounds and had received warnings from their families to only please and not offend. They couldn't even harbor feelings of pursuit, lest it bring disaster to the family. The boys in Lin Shen's team were overjoyed to see these stunning beauties join their ranks. After all, their team originally had two little beauties, Linya and Liang, and now 4 more big beauties had joined, even if they didn't have a chance to be close. Just looking at them was a pleasure. Moreover, among the more than 30 newly joined girls, only a few were from difficult backgrounds. It seemed that the welfare of this team was not bad. Lin Chun was indifferent to the addition of the 4 girls, nodding for them to stand in the team. Suwon was quite calm about it, but Tang Yuan felt a bit displeased. Humph, this young lady joins your team, and you don't feel honored but put on a deadpan face. Wait, I'll make it good for you. Little do they know, Lin Chun is secretly troubled by their joining. With his experiences from his previous life, Lin Chun knows that these 2 are noble ladies from the capital. These women made quite a name for themselves in his past life. Su Wan and Yuan Ming were known as the twin beauties of wind and thunder. Tang Yuan became the Flame Queen, and Zheng Han was called the Sword Lord. The 2 noble ladies had a series of romantic entanglements with the bright Emperor Qin Zheng and the dark Emperor Ouyang Mo Xia, both of whom are awakened, adding some cheer to the bloody apocalypse. He knows he can't keep these talented individuals. It's better to take a laid-back approach and handle things as they come. After all, they will soon be picked up by someone from the capital. Behind the scenes, Lin Chun instructed Linya and Li Ying to pay special attention to protecting Su Wan and Tang Yuan. Lin Chun did not refuse these 2 big troubles. Refusing would mean he was afraid, right? But he also didn't want anything to happen to the 2 girls while they were in his team. If something happened, it would mean making enemies with a major force in the capital. He isn't afraid of making enemies, but why add to his troubles? Li Ying pouted, Brother Chun, you're biased. With so many girls, why do you only want to protect these 2? Linya was also a bit unhappy, but she wasn't used to opposing her brother. Lin Chun said softly, Li Ying, stop it. These 2 girls have high status. If they encounter problems in our team, it will bring us big trouble. You are my most trusted people, and since you are girls, who else will help me if you don't? Leah's mood quickly brightened. Li Ying blushed when she heard you're my most trusted people, and shyly said, all right, I'll listen to Brother Chun. Lin Chun didn't think much of Li Ying's unusual behavior, but as a protective older brother, Li Jun saw it clearly. Oh no, my little sister is falling for him. My heart aches. But if the object of her affection is Brother Chun, then maybe it's okay, he thought in despair. In the first 3 days of the apocalypse, it was the easiest time to gain combat experience. The battles at this time seemed dangerous, but in reality, the risk level was quite low. It was easy to trigger abilities or gain physical enhancements. After 3 days, if ordinary people didn't have experts to protect them, fighting would be truly life-threatening. Of course, everyone walks their own path. Lin Chun had no obligation or interest in reminding them. As soon as the 14 boys left, they received a warm welcome from other leaders, with various attempts to recruit them. The reason was simple. The boys in Lin Chun's team could fight freely under the protection of many experts, rapidly increasing their combat experience. Everyone could see this. It was predictable that Lin Chun's team members would be the target of recruitment for a long time. After all, Lin Chun didn't seem to value his team members much, never restricting their freedom to come and go for any reason, only requiring that they follow orders when joining the team. In fact, Lin Chun was satisfied if he could select 30 suitable individuals from among the students for training. His team was currently in the process of sifting through the crowd. Others recruiting his team members were merely helping him filter out people. With comings and goings, Lin Chun's team now had over 180 members. Among them, more than 30 girls had yet to gain combat capabilities. After some chaos, the girls were divided among the 14 other teams. Lin Chun had his team create simple weapons for the more than 30 girls. The battle against the 28th female dormitory commenced. Lin Chun's team attacked the left gate, while all other teams attacked the right gate. Soon, sounds of retching echoed from the left gate. Lin Chun's team broke the limbs of zombies and dragged them in front of the willing girls, forcing them to kill the zombies. Faced with the horrifying sight of the zombies and the stench of decay, some girls couldn't bear the cruel scene and vomited before even making a move. They cried out in panic, begging to stop fighting. After the zombies were smashed by those brave enough to strike, the cries and retching reached a climax. Lin Chun frowned and had the few girls in better condition hold the hands of the crying girls, forcing them to smash the zombies' heads, and then made the crying girls open their eyes to see their results. It proved that human potential is limitless. Especially under the pressure of a crisis, humans are more likely to unleash their potential. Since these 30-some girls dared to step up, it showed they had a strong desire to become stronger deep down. Their instinct to retreat was just a natural reaction, after being forced to kill a few incapacitated zombies. All the girls in the team overcame their initial hesitation, conquered their psychological barriers, and broke free from their mental shackles, enabling them to face the zombies without crying out. The four noble ladies from the capital certainly wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Su Wan and Tang Yuan had already fought in the dormitory. Their guards killed zombies without blinking. Watching the miserable state of the other girls and Lin Chen's cold expression, Su Wan and Tang Yuan couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity about Lin Chen. Does he have no sympathy for women? Did Xiao Ilan's betrayal make him hate all women? If Lin Chen knew their thoughts, he would surely be amused. By the time there were only half the zombies left at the left gate, the girls were already able to face the zombies normally. Of course, the team was still over 100 meters away from the zombies. The material zombies were all lured over by the old team members. When only a third of the zombies remained, the female team members were already able to work in groups of 3 to kill a normal zombie. Under strong emotional stimulation, one girl even awakened ice-type abilities, and 4 others enhanced their physical capabilities. These few became the backbone of the female team. Lin Shun did not arrange for the 4 noble ladies from the capital, allowing them to perform freely. During peacetime, knife control didn't apply to the 4 ladies, and they all had high-quality cold weapons. Su Wan had a Miao knife, Tang Yuan had a fine sword, Yuan Ming had a military bayonet. In Zheng Han's weapon was the same as Lin Chen's, a medium-sized 4-sided sword. Though Lin Shun viewed Zheng Han's swordsmanship as barely acceptable when she unleashed it, it was vigorous and filled with killing intent. No wonder she was called the Sword Lord in her past life. The last few dozen zombies were lured over in small batches by the old team members and handed over to these rapidly growing female warriors to be killed. After clearing the left gate, the girls looked refreshed, although their faces were still pale and their bodies obviously tired. A strong sense of confidence and killing intent emerged from them. These fortunate girls had initially gained the qualification to live with dignity in the apocalypse. In the future, when they witnessed the tragic fate of girls who were unwilling to fight, their gratitude towards Lin Chen deepened. Due to the time spent training the girls for combat, the battle at the left gate concluded at 4:20 p.m. However, the battle at the right gate did not progress any faster. Although the right side had more people, without the experts from Lin Chen's team providing support, and with uncoordinated command, there were cautious members and reckless ones, resulting in multiple crises and allowing zombies to breach their ranks. The consequence of a zombie invasion was that these students, who could barely be considered warriors, collapsed psychologically and fled in all directions, adding a dozen new recruits to the zombie ranks. The larger the wounds inflicted by the zombies, the faster the infection spread. Thus, the students who were knocked down either got completely devoured or staggered back to their feet a few minutes later to join the ranks of the undead. In a critical moment, Lin Shun sent Li Jun and Su Peng along with a dozen enhancers to take a detour and eliminate the zombies chasing the students, preventing more significant losses. In such times, zombies roamed everywhere, and blindly fleeing would only attract more of them. The obvious disparity in combat power left the more than a dozen leaders feeling quite frustrated. Those who had joined Lin Chen's team earlier especially regretted it. But it was too late. Good opportunities wouldn't come again. The strength of Lin Chen's team and the incompetence of theirs were starkly exposed to the surviving girls on Building 28. As a result, 20 minutes later, over 50 girls on the rooftop of Building 28 requested to join Lin Chen's team for combat training. At 4:40 p.m., more than 200 surviving girls from Building 28 chose teams to join on the rooftop. Xiao Ilan also survived. She revealed astonishing news. She had fortunately awakened a spatial ability. She had returned to the dormitory to pack her bags yesterday, said goodbye to her dorm sisters, and stayed behind that night. When the disaster broke out, one of their dorm members turned into a zombie. They paid the price of losing a sister to kill the zombie and the sister who had transformed. During the struggle, Xiao Ilan sustained a minor scratch and was tied up by her sisters on the bed to observe her condition. By noon, she woke up and discovered she had gained spatial abilities. She developed a storage space of about 8 cubic meters. The sisters in her dorm immediately regarded her with respect. Contemporary college students, influenced by apocalyptic literature, understood the advantages of spatial storage abilities in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiao Ilan's future was undoubtedly bright, and they would cling tightly to this strong ally. On the rooftop, the news of Xiao Ilan's spatial abilities left everyone in shock, except for Lin Chen. Some knew the story between Xiao Ilan and Lin Chen, while others quickly found out. Everyone was exclaiming, "These two were simply born for the apocalypse." If they hadn't broken up, who knows what kind of achievements they would have made in this world. Everyone closely watched their actions to see if they would get back together. Bai Jingfeng tightly wrapped his arms around Qiao Ilan's slim waist, showering her with sweet words. He knew how Qiao Ilan felt about him. He was aware that she hadn't truly forgotten Lin Shun, and he was worried about the rekindling of their old flame. Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan also watched Lin Shun with great interest, curious about his reaction. Linya looked at her brother with concern. Liang glared at Qiao Ilan with a hostile expression. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Shun seemed oblivious to the shock of his spatial abilities. He calmly stated his selection principles, arranged for his team to start making equipment for the new recruits, and watched as other teams began recruiting. He seemed to treat Qiao Ilan as if she were air. Others, seeing Lin Shen's calm demeanor, were disappointed at not witnessing a good show. Thus, they all secretly looked down on Lin Shun, TSK pretentious. As for Qiao Ilan's sudden emergence of spatial abilities, Lin Shun really didn't think much of it. Not to mention that he had a real seed world. He also possessed spatial abilities himself. Moreover, his storage space was already over 10 or 20 cubic meters upon emergence, more than double that of Qiao Ilan's. Now, his storage space capacity had reached 40 to 50 cubic meters, and he had also developed ways to apply spatial abilities in combat. Regarding Qiao Ilan herself, as Lin Shun had told Bai Jingfeng, he had already regarded her as a familiar stranger. In the future, if Qiao Ilan didn't provoke him, he would act as if she didn't exist. However, he was somewhat confused. In his past life, Qiao Ilan hadn't been injured, hadn't awakened any abilities, and hadn't gained any physical enhancements. In this life, Qiao Ilan possessed the precious spatial storage ability, and her fate had changed. Would the tragedy of her past life still occur? Lin Shun felt that even though the timeline of this universe had been completely reversed by the chaotic seed, some subtle changes were inevitably taking place. This was true for the people he cared about, as well as for Qiao Ilan. It seemed that he could no longer rely entirely on past experiences for future actions. In reality, the true reason for the time reversal in this universe was due to Lin Chen's own will. After the time reversal, those who had deeper connections to Lin Shun would receive some intangible benefits. Qiao Ilan had just broken up with Lin Shun and still bore traces of him, so she attracted subtle attention from the universe's will and thus gained benefits. As for others like Lin's parents, Linya, Yiyang, Supeng, and so on, who had their fates changed because of Lin Shun, that's another story. Of course, no one knew any of this at the moment. Qiao Ilan witnessed Lin Shun's excellence and strength, feeling a bit bitter. Indeed, my previous judgment was not wrong. You are an outstanding man. But why does fate have to play tricks on me like this? After I left you, you shone with incredible brilliance. You were so indifferent to me. Have I truly hurt you deeply? Well, it is what it is. I wish you good luck. In this apocalypse, perhaps Bai Jingfeng's strong family background is more reliable than your powerful combat skills. After glancing at Bai Jingfeng, who was tightly holding her, Qiao Ilan continued to plan. Bai Jingfeng, I know you are only attracted to my beauty and will discard me when you get tired of me. But now, things won't develop as you expect. I will use your Bai family's power as a stepping stone to establish my own career. Lin Shun had been with Qiao Ilan for over 3 years, never realizing that the seemingly gentle and pleasant Qiao Ilan harbored such strong ambition and desire deep within. Things were becoming increasingly interesting. 024 arrival at the cafeteria on the day of the apocalypse at 4:40 p.m. The majority of the surviving male and female students from the School of Management and Engineering at Yanhuang University gathered in the Cultural and Sports Activity Center. There were 261 boys and 445 girls. Additionally, there were 220 boys in the dormitory building who were waiting to defend their position. None of the girls stayed in the dormitory. This meant that out of the 11,000 on-campus students in the School of Management and Engineering, less than 2,000 survived the brutal ordeal on the day of the apocalypse, with a survival rate of less than 20. This was still due to the strong organizer Lin Chun's presence. The survival rates for students from other departments would be lower than this figure. This was the unfortunate consequence of the apocalypse occurring in the dead of night, as well as the drawbacks of dense living conditions. Other places with less dense populations naturally had lower death rates. However, no one knew the situation outside now. The students in the School of Management and Engineering still had to strive for self-rescue. Winter nights were already dark early. Watching the sky begin to darken, Lin Chun hastened his pace towards the cafeteria. After escorting these students to the 14th cafeteria and settling them down, allowing himself to have a final farewell to the camaraderie of several years, he would lead the selected team to begin his true journey in the apocalypse. Lin Chun ordered everyone in the teams to take out their food and water, allowing combat personnel to eat their fill, while non-combat personnel could only have a half-full meal. At 4:55 p.m., the final march began. There are 6 stretchers in the team, carrying 6 boys who sustained minor scratches during the recent chaos. Someone initially suggested to deal with these 6 boys, but Su Wan and Xiao Ilan spoke up, saying their abilities were gained after being scratched. After discussion, the group was unsure about the chances of gaining abilities, so they tightly bound the 6 and carried them away, allowing them to test their luck. Lin Chen's team remained the main force. At this moment, Lin Chen's team had reached 240 members. To save time, Lin Chun selected 120 elite team members to form 12 agile squads to advance, while the remaining 120 were protected by over 60 veteran members, who were conducting combat training with more than 50 newly joined girls. The training method involved killing scattered zombies that the advancing squads missed. Other leaders took their combat teams to handle scattered zombies attracted by the noise of the fighting on both sides. Logistics personnel carried several blankets and food bags in the middle. The girls who were not participating in the battle were also required to cover their mouths tightly with one hand. The 14th cafeteria was less than a kilometer away from the sports activity center, yet the entire team took nearly 30 minutes to complete the journey. This was mainly because, at the beginning, the new female team members from Lin Chen's team screamed in panic, attracting too many zombies. Fortunately, the experts from Lin Chen's team suppressed the chaos, and everything was safe in the end. At 5:20 p.m., the surviving students from the School of Management arrived at the 14th cafeteria, which was specifically serving students from their school. The journey was quite arduous, since Lin Chen's main force was training the new members and escorting them. The pressure on other teams was indeed significant. Fortunately, the results were also substantial. Not only were there no casualties, but the female members of Lin Chen's team had begun to transform into female warriors, with 3-person teams easily able to kill a normal zombie. Some particularly fierce ones could achieve solo kills. In other teams, Kong Yifan awakened his fire ability as he did in his previous life, while Du Hai, who previously had no abilities, awakened an earth ability. Tian Dagong similarly gained enhanced strength as in his previous life. Su Peng surprisingly awakened a gold ability during the fighting. He had no abilities in his previous life. Of course, Lin Chen was only happy for Su Peng. The awakening of the fire ability renewed Kong Yifan's confidence. He felt he could finally be at ease in front of the boss. At Yinhuang University, the 13th and 14th cafeterias serve over 10,000 teachers and students from the School of Management. The 13th cafeteria serves teachers, so the environment is slightly better, while the 14th cafeteria is dedicated to students and has a slightly poorer environment. Due to its proximity, the students chose the 14th cafeteria, while they could take their time with the 13th cafeteria later. The large group swept through, devouring dozens of zombies in front of the 14th cafeteria. Standing in front of the 4-story cafeteria, nearly 2,000 students let out a low cheer. The cafeteria is usually stocked with enough food to last about 3 days for 6,000 to 7,000 people, sufficient for their less than 2,000-member team to hold out until rescue arrives. Yes, the students firmly believe in their country, trusting that as the world's second-largest nation, it will not be defeated by this disaster. They all judge that rescue will surely come within 3 to 10 days. Their judgment is based on solid reasoning. Not to mention that they are highly intelligent individuals representing the future of Huagua. Many national treasure-level scientists and numerous world-class research projects at Yinhuang University would make the government reluctant to give up on them. If rescue does not arrive for a long time, it would only indicate that Huagua has fallen, which also indirectly suggests that the world has ended. At that point, whether one lives or dies would matter little, right? A small incident occurred during their entry into the cafeteria. Normally, the cafeteria door should be locked from the outside, and the night shift staff should have a small door for entry and exit. However, Lin Chun and the others found that the cafeteria door was locked from the inside. This meant that many people might have already entered. After several knocks and no one answering, The students, unable to contain their impatience as night fell, began to shout and prepare to break down the door when the roll-up door creaked open. Inside stood a dozen tattooed men, clearly dressed as tough guys. The leader, a burly man named Chang Jio, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cursed, "What do you little bastards want? Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Chang Jio was a local tough guy, known as Brother Jio in this small area. During the disaster, he was threatening and extorting a student in a nearby forest with his underlings. When he woke up, he led his brothers to deal with a few zombified comrades. Pride opened the nearest cafeteria door and entered to hide. He had already noticed the arrival of students from the cafeteria's fourth floor, but didn't take it seriously. In his mind, no matter how many students there were, they were just timid little darlings who wouldn't dare to kill a chicken, posing no threat to him at all. Little did he know, most of these students had already broken the mental shackles woven by the laws of peacetime and had transformed into wolves. If it came to a confrontation, many of the students would dare to take him down. He led his team downstairs, and as the students prepared to break down the door, he opened the roll-up door, unconcerned, and berated the students. The students exchanged glances, confused about whether this person had lost his mind. Before anyone could respond, Chang Jio spotted Su Wan, Tang Yuan, Linya, Li Ying, and other beautiful girls he had never seen before standing at the front of Lin Chen's team, and his heart melted. The apocalypse had granted Chang Jio enhanced power, making him feel like a Superman, and he grew bold. After a whole day went by without anyone showing up at the cafeteria, he concluded that the world had undergone a drastic change. He felt that his time had come. Fueled by blind confidence, Chang Jio's eyes were only on the heavenly beauties. He ignored everything around him, murmuring, "So many beautiful girls." Chang Jio lewdly reached out to touch Su Wan's face. Just as the students were about to protest, Lin Chun grabbed Chang Jio's outstretched hand. Facing Su Wan and Tang Yuan, he calmly said, "Can you accept this trash's lewdness and humiliation towards you?" Lin Chun could easily crush this ant, but, as mentioned before, it was not appropriate for him to display brutality towards living people at the moment. Killing Chang Jio was inappropriate, and just beating him up felt unsatisfactory. So Lin Chun had to pass the responsibility to the two noble girls. Since they had joined his team, they had to contribute something. He knew that the bodyguards of the two noble girls had licenses to kill. Su Wan and Tang Yuan instantly understood Lin Chen's deeper meaning. Although these two noble girls were not domineering and did not bully others, they truly did not regard commoners as anything significant. Su Wan and Tang Yuan exchanged glances with their respective bodyguards. Yuan Ming hesitated slightly. The scene before her did not seem to match the description of an emergency situation. However, Zheng Han, without saying a word, brushed his waist, raised his hand. A soft gunshot rang out. A small blood hole appeared on Chang Jio's forehead, and he fell backward. Poor Chang Jio, who had been bullying the underclass for so long, had no idea that in the eyes of real powerful individuals and the wealthy, his life was truly worth little. Lin Chun released Chang Jio's arm, allowing him to fall freely, and then gave Tang Yuan a thumbs up. Tang Yuan was immensely proud, letting out a smug hum, and then glanced at Su Wan with a triumphant expression, feeling that she had won this round against Su Wan. Su Wan felt a bit annoyed. She appeared calm on the surface, giving Yuan Ming a faint glance, but there was a hint of reproach in her eyes. She was clearly somewhat blaming Yuan Ming for her performance, which had caused her to lose face in front of Tang Yuan. Yuan Ming lowered her head, not daring to look at her mistress. She secretly blamed herself for being too soft-hearted and reminded herself not to be like this next time. The students, having grown accustomed to seeing dead bodies throughout the day, were a bit surprised by the sight of Chang Jio dying on the spot, but they quickly calmed down. Bai Zhengfeng, Song Yang, and other rich kids had long known about the killing license business, so they remained incredibly composed. Chang Jio's subordinates, seeing the fierce demeanor of the newcomers who didn't even say a word before killing, were scared out of their wits. They scrambled to the side, no longer daring to block the entrance. After Zheng Han shot and killed Chang Jio, she stood at the door, took out a black certificate, and raised it towards the students, saying, "My name is Zheng Han, and this is my special duty certificate." This person blocked the safety passage, preventing students from entering a safe environment, disregarding the safety of 2,000 students' lives. To ensure that these 2,000 students could enter a safe environment in a timely manner and to guarantee their lives, I killed this person on the spot. Lin Chun silently gave this beautiful girl another thumbs up. Not only did she kill someone, but she also placed a heavy crime label on him, ensuring he could never turn back, putting herself on the moral high ground. It was evident that she was not just a pretty face. No wonder Zheng Han achieved such great success in her previous life, under the guidance of the leading brothers. The students entered the first floor of the 14th cafeteria in an orderly manner. As Tang Yuanyuan passed by Lin Chun, she whispered, "How did you know?" She was asking how Lin Chun knew about the killing license. Lin Chun smiled slightly. "Did you not hear by Gongzi and the others discussing you and Su Wan? They almost shouted it out to the whole world." Of course, the truth was not like that. Lin Chun could not say it was knowledge from his previous life and directly blamed that group of rich kids. However, Bai Zhengfeng and the others did indeed mention the term killing license, so Lin Chun was not completely wrong about them. Su Wan also heard Lin Chun's explanation and shot a fierce glance at Bai Zhengfeng along with Tang Yuanyuan. This glance left the rich kids confused, and they looked back with smiling faces, nodding continuously. At 5:27 p.m., nearly 2,000 students from the School of Management entered the first floor of the 14th cafeteria. The cafeteria spanned 7,000 to 8,000 square meters and could accommodate 4,000 to 5,000 people dining at the same time. With less than 2,000 students inside, it could only be described as lively, not overly crowded. The students all breathed a sigh of relief, finally arriving at a safe place. The rolling shutter door closed, and dozens of candles, prepared for power outages, were lit inside the cafeteria. Lin Chun gathered all the students in the middle of the hall, found a battery-powered loudspeaker used for maintaining order in the cafeteria, and stood in front of the crowd to begin speaking. To all the surviving students from the School of Management, congratulations on successfully moving to this temporarily safe place. I am Lin Chun, a senior from the International Trade Department. Some of you may know me, while those who don't surely know me by now. Yes, the rescue operation was organized by me. Although the current results are the result of many people's collective efforts, it cannot be denied that I played a crucial role in it. Almost everyone was amused by Lin Chen's self-promotion, but no one felt that what he said was wrong. The students of Yanwang University generally had a who else but me spirit, and they remained calm in response to Lin Chen's self-praise. I say this not to boast about my achievements or to make you grateful to me. I don't need your gratitude. I'm not anyone to you. The reason I did this is that I have some special powers after this damned apocalypse has arrived. Many of you also possess this power. To ensure that I can act with a clear conscience in the days to come, I took the risk of my life to organize your rescue. The apocalypse erupted without reason. Many irrational things appeared in this world, and perhaps even more irrational things would continue to emerge in the future. I believe many people have speculated about this world based on the apocalyptic literature they have read. I have my own speculation as well. Now, I will act based on my speculation. I will take those who are willing to believe in me and leave this place to venture into this dangerous world. Perhaps some have already guessed why I want to leave this safe place and what I'm going to do. That's right. I can clearly tell everyone that I'm going to seek power. I have always been a firm believer in the apocalypse, believing it will definitely come. I have read many novels and watched many films depicting the apocalypse, imagining countless times how I would strive if the apocalypse really came. The day before yesterday, many apocalyptic prophecies appeared online, and I made considerable preparations for them. The facts have proven that I was right. Since the day before yesterday, everyone's physical condition has improved to varying degrees. Today, some people have even gained various supernatural abilities. This proves that this world has unlocked the shackles on the evolution of human strength. I am willing to immerse myself in this dangerous environment to strive for power, hoping to live better in this apocalypse. Perhaps I will die very quickly. However, I have no regrets. Numerous apocalyptic-themed literary works describe a vast array of apocalyptic scenes and various systems of power evolution. I hope the students who remain here can brainstorm and, based on literary works and their own personal experiences, summarize preliminary rules for dealing with the apocalypse and methods for gaining power to survive better. Finally, I wish for our government to quell the apocalypse soon and for peace to return as quickly as possible. I also wish for all of you to live well. Here as my final piece of advice. No one is anyone else's. Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. After putting down the loudspeaker, Lin Chun, ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, turned to his team members and said loudly, "You should have clearly heard my speech. Now, I will give you 3 minutes to choose again. Will you choose to stay here safely and wait for the government's rescue? Or will you choose to follow me into the unknown danger? As always, if you choose to follow me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. But I cannot guarantee 100. Your lives are primarily in your own hands. The team members looked at each other. After a tense and intense brief deliberation, 3 minutes later, more than 30 girls and over 20 boys chose not to follow Lin Shun into danger anymore. Although these people had gained combat experience, their inner courage had been depleted along the way. Lin Shun did not show any disappointment and prepared to organize the team for departure. A timid voice emerged from the crowd. Senior Lin Shun, can I join your combat team now? Will I receive your combat training if I join now? There were quite a few such requests, mostly from those who had been carrying luggage and logistics. Lin Shun's earlier speech had awakened these people from their confusion, and after witnessing the killings along the way, their mental shackles were basically broken, and the idea of taking control of their own destiny began to sprout in their hearts. Seeing that Lin Shun was about to set off, they wanted to seize the last opportunity. Lin Shun smiled slightly and said, "Of course you can. I will provide you with as much help as I can." It is said that women's hearts are actually more resilient than men's. Sure enough, this time, more than 40 girls stepped forward to join Lin Shun's combat team, while there were only a little over 10 boys. As a result, the number of people in Lin Shun's team was still over 240, but the gender ratio had changed. There were more than 140 boys and just over 100 girls. Lin Shun instructed everyone to travel light, carrying only simple equipment, while some carried backpacks. At 5:33 p.m., the crowd in the cafeteria watched as Lin Shun's team opened the roll-up door and disappeared into the vast dusk, leaving them feeling a sense of loss. They vaguely sensed that from this moment on, a gap was beginning to form between them and Lin Shun's team. The future achievements of Lin Shun's team members would likely far exceed those of most people present. Of course, some mocked those who followed Lin Shun, saying they lacked brains, going out to take risks at such a late hour without knowing how they would die. Bai Zhengfeng and the other 14 leaders, although somewhat admiring and envious of Lin Shun's courage, felt more relieved. If Lin Shun didn't leave, many matters in the cafeteria would inevitably revolve around him due to his influence. Now that he was gone, it was their turn to take charge. Moreover, with the current strength of the cafeteria, they could basically ensure its safety. Lin Shun's formidable combat power was no longer that important. Someone whispered at this late hour, "Do they really have anywhere good to go?" Someone who knew about Lin Shun's experiences today said, "Lin Shun is most likely taking them to the Reborn Hotel. He hid there last night and started organizing the rescue operation from there this morning. Besides, the route has already been cleared. Even if a few wandering zombies show up, what does that matter to their team?" It goes without saying that this student had hit the nail on the head. The hotel. The environment, there's certainly much better than here. If I had known, I would have followed Senior Lin Shun. Come on. Joining Lin Shun's team means participating in battles. Look at you, with that quail-like appearance. It's already good that you won't cry for being scared by zombies. Some began to scheme, since this route has been cleared. Let's just deal with it here for the night, and move to join them tomorrow. There are so many hotel rooms, they can't occupy them all. Someone countered, "There's not much food in the hotel. Lin Shun's team might not last a few days. Are you not going to eat when you get there? We're classmates. I don't believe he won't care about us. Didn't you hear Lin Shun's final speech? He said he has fulfilled his obligations to us. Besides, he said no one is anyone's responsibility. His attitude is already very clear. Do you want to make a fool of yourself? Do you want to force him to take care of you? How much face do you have?" No one paid attention to the last sentence. They were all proud and strong individuals. Unless they had no other choice, most still believed it was best not to entangle Lin Shun any further. Moreover, judging from Lin Shun's attitude, even if they did entangle him, they probably wouldn't gain anything. That evening, after the leaders had allocated territory and settled their respective team survivors, they gathered everyone together after dinner. Under the weak candlelight, everyone brainstormed and pieced together a survival strategy based on their reading of apocalyptic literature and personal experiences. Although much of the content was speculation and inference, the advanced nature of the strategy could not be denied. 2 or 3 days later, this strategy was refined and compiled into a booklet by Lin Shun's team and disseminated throughout Yanhuang University, guiding the self-rescue efforts of the survivors there, allowing them to gain an evolutionary advantage at the onset of the apocalypse. Many of the rising experts in the future came from Yanhuang University. This strategy continued to be improved as the apocalypse deepened and gained attention from various bases and even the central authorities. This strategy was born from Lin Chen's suggestions, adding a significant highlight to his legendary story. At 5:33 p.m., the sky was about to turn completely dark. Lin Chen led his team away from the cafeteria, preparing to return to occupy the hotel. On the way back, given that it was getting late, Lin Chen did not conduct combat training for the new team members. He only asked them to keep up with the team and not fall behind. He assigned the main experts to patrol the sides. He himself took the lead, expanding his mental power and personally clearing the way ahead. Since most of the team members lacked experience and ability for night combat, he had to take the lead. He had come through this route earlier in the morning, so there were rarely any zombies. Even if a few straggling zombies from other places blocked the way, Lin Chen dealt with them instantly, hardly delaying the team's progress. All team members witnessed Lin Chen's astonishing combat power, which boosted their confidence significantly. Many people did not know where Lin Chen was taking them, but no one asked. They believed Lin Chen would not lead them to their deaths. This was exactly the goal Lin Chen wanted to achieve. His team must have unconditional trust in him as their captain. 0026 capturing the hotel, what puzzled Lin Chen a bit was that the two noble girls, Su Wan and Tang Yuan, seemed to have lost their minds and did not obediently wait in the cafeteria for people from the capital, but instead followed him out to take risks. It seemed he would have to worry for a few more days. With a rapid march, the team arrived at the hotel entrance at 5:57 p.m., just as it was completely dark. A crescent moon had risen in the sky, emitting a faint glow, providing weak light to this desolate world. The darkness brought a subtle restlessness to the team. Lin Chen set down his backpack, took out 3 small lamps with power sources, turned them on, and had 3 team members stand at 3 positions to hold them up. Zombies primarily rely on smell and hearing to hunt their prey, and their vision has degraded to the extreme. To some extent, zombies are not sensitive to light and may even dislike it. However, the team members were unaware of this. Some expressed concerns. Lin Chen did not say much, simply explaining that there were no zombies nearby and that even if a few scattered ones came, there was no need to worry. He had to be careful with his words and actions, not revealing any foresight. He could hint at discovering things about the apocalypse for others, but he couldn't let it originate from him. The psychological pressure from the petrification plant incident and the military resource point incident was too great for him. He dared not show any signs of weakness. Everything he did could be reasonably explained. Even if the authorities noticed him, they could only say they were slightly attentive, thinking he was a potential genius. If he showed too many unreasonable aspects, it would attract too much attention and suspicion from the authorities, linking him to those 2 incidents. So when leaving the cafeteria, he encouraged the surviving students to summarize the survival strategy, which he could then directly use. The hotel door was wide open. The zombies in the lobby had increased from more than 20 in the morning to over 30. There were a dozen human skeletons on the floor. It seemed that while Lin Chen was away, someone had attempted to take over the hotel, but naturally, it had failed. Then, Lin Chen rushed into the lobby alone. After a series of loud sounds, Lin Chen walked out easily and said, "It's safe now. Everyone can come in." The team members holding the lamps entered first, placing the lamps on the bar to illuminate the entire lobby. When the other team members entered and took a look, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. In just a short time, Lin Chen had broken the limbs of all those more than 30 zombies and piled them in a corner. The disabled zombies smelled the strong scent of blood and flesh, excitedly howling, but unfortunately, they couldn't move an inch. Fortunately, the hall was large enough, and over 200 people managed to squeeze away from the corner where the disabled zombies were. As the hotel doors closed, everyone felt a relative sense of security. On the left side of the first floor of the hotel was a regular-priced restaurant, and on the right was a row of storage rooms. Lin Chen personally took action and cleared out a few zombies in the restaurant. All over 200 people entered the restaurant, and everyone had enough space. Finally, no longer feeling crowded. After distancing themselves from the howling zombies, everyone relaxed completely, filled with immense joy. Although there were still zombies moving and howling on the upper floors, with so many powerful individuals here, what were those scattered zombies to worry about? In their hearts, this hotel already belonged to them. They would soon be able to eat, drink, and sleep in comfortable beds. Most of the people in the cafeteria could only sleep on the floor. They were right to follow Lin Chen out for an adventure. Lin Chen entered the storage room on the right and found several boxes of candles. He also took the opportunity to put a lot of previously unavailable supplies into the storage room. With a dozen candles lit, the restaurant and kitchen were brightly illuminated. Lin Shun had a dozen students who could cook start entering the kitchen to prepare meals. There was no shortage of cooking fuel for the time being. Although electricity and natural gas had been cut off, there were large gas tanks in the kitchen. Additionally, one storage room had enough gas cylinders to last until rescue arrived. While waiting for the food to cook, Lin Shun gathered over 60 new team members and smiled as he said, "We were in a hurry earlier, so we didn't have time for combat training. Now we'll start. After all, you're going to throw up anyway, so you might as well do it before eating." The center of the restaurant was cleared, and Lin Shun had the old team members drag the disabled zombies over for the new team members to practice killing. Some hesitated to take action. Lin Shun casually said, "If you don't take action, tomorrow I'll send those who hesitate back to the cafeteria to sleep on the floor." As they smelled the fragrant food, thinking of the soft beds in the hotel and the chaotic scene of nearly 2,000 people packed together in the cafeteria, the new team members finally closed their eyes and took action. Unsurprisingly, the restaurant was filled with the sounds of vomiting, adding a bit of seasoning to the already strong smell of blood and decay. The act of torturing the zombies lasted over 20 minutes, and it wasn't until they got to the last few that they finally stopped vomiting. The pale-faced new team members gulped down the mineral water passed to them by their companions. The old team members hurriedly carried the dead zombies out of the hotel to dispose of them and cleaned up the vomit, preparing to eat. Due to the cold winter, even though the power had been cut off at midnight, the ice in the hotel's large freezer had not completely melted, and the frozen food was still intact, likely lasting another 2 to 3 days without spoiling. Thus, the dining table was filled with large amounts of fish and meat, as well as some precious delicacies that the students usually had no opportunity to eat. Many team members had not had a proper meal since morning. At this moment, with a table full of hot food, despite the taste not being great and the dining environment being poor with a heavy stench of blood and rotting corpses in the air, everyone still dug in ravenously. It must be said that humans have a strong ability to adapt to their environment. The girls who usually complained about wanting to lose weight were now stuffing their mouths with meat. The whole team seemed to have returned to the eating state they had during military training. After eating their fill, bananas, apples, pears, and other fruits were placed on the table. Everyone sighed in satisfaction, feeling even more that following Lin Shun was the right choice. Thinking about the people in the cafeteria, they might have enough food, but how could it compare to the precious ingredients here? How could there be fruit after a meal? How could there be comfortable beds afterward? Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan increasingly felt that Lin Shun had a unique insight and was a talented person. If they had stayed in the cafeteria, they would definitely have enjoyed the best conditions. But no matter how good the cafeteria was, it couldn't compare to even half of what was here. Indeed, vision is important, and choices are crucial. Both women were secretly satisfied with their decisions, then looked at each other, huffed smugly, and turned their heads away. Lin Shun ignored the little antics of the two young ladies, clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, and began what was probably his umpteenth speech that day. "Everyone, the apocalypse has officially arrived, and we don't know how long it will last. From now on, we must face reality. We need to forget our peaceful lives and quickly get into character. From now on, we have a unified identity, apocalypse survivors. Welcome to the apocalypse." The team members chuckled softly. The arrival of the apocalypse will certainly bring government rescue. But upon careful thought, we are neither high-ranking officials nor scientists. In the social system of the apocalypse, our numbers are few and we are not indispensable. So the government will at most allow us to survive, but cannot take good care of us. If we want to live better than others in the apocalypse, we still need to work hard ourselves. I still say, no one is anyone's savior, and relying on others is unreliable. Since everyone has the desire to take their fate into their own hands, the determination and courage to fight for better, and enough trust in me, Lin Shun, to join my team, I promise you here, as long as you obey orders, I will lead you forward continuously. I will not easily abandon any team member. I will provide you with help to the best of my ability. Of course, crises are everywhere in the apocalypse, and no one can be 100% safe. You also need to be mentally prepared. I think when you choose to fight, you should be ready mentally. Here, I want to say that this mental preparation must be done daily, at all times. It cannot be overstated. Now, since we have formed a combat team, we must temporarily forget our identities as students and require ourselves according to the standards of soldiers. I declare that the disaster self-rescue team of the School of Management at Yanhuang University is officially established. The team will be abbreviated as Yanhuang Self-Rescue Team, with me as the captain in charge of everything. There will be sub-teams, with no limit on the number. According to today's combat method, each sub-team will have 10 members, including three-member combat squads. The team leaders will be temporarily designated by me. Tomorrow morning, I will lead you to rescue the neighboring College of Education and Normal College, with the main goal of getting everyone trained in combat. After returning at noon, you can voluntarily form sub-teams and choose team leaders. After confirming the sub-teams at noon tomorrow, the number of sub-teams will not increase in the short term. Instead, each team leader will expand their team and train the members according to the recruitment principles I set today. When government rescue arrives, the arrangements for the self-rescue team will be decided based on the circumstances. However, before government rescue arrives, the operations of the self-rescue team must follow my command. Those who do not obey orders or feel that the team is not good are welcome to leave. I will not restrict their freedom. In times of crisis, people especially need a strong leader to guide them. Lin Shun at this moment met this psychological need. The team members felt a sense of confidence in the future, no longer confused, and were momentarily invigorated. Undoubtedly, Lin Shen's team had already developed a certain degree of cohesion. After Lin Shen's speech, Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan, despite being well-informed, couldn't help but be impressed by his words and demeanor. Both women believed that Lin Shen would shine brightly in this apocalyptic world and might well become a significant figure in the future. The people present could perhaps be considered Lin Shen's initial team. However, in Lin Shen's mind, these team members did not yet meet his standards and would need to be further refined, selecting only the best of the best. He also had to consider that if he made too much of a show now, it could raise concerns and targeted actions from the government or military. Unless he fully aligned his team with the government or military, Lin Shen was well aware of the future developments and would not make a premature decision. From now on, he was resolutely pursuing a route of elite soldiers. He also planned that when the government rescue team arrived, if the situation was not right, he would actively disperse most personnel, leaving only the selected core members. As for aligning with the government or military, well, that was not on his agenda for now. Moreover, at the beginning of the apocalypse, in the eyes of the government and military, Lin Shen was at most seen as someone with some abilities who dare to seize opportunities. Without a social foundation, the government and military could easily dismiss Lin Shen with a mere position. That was a result Lin Shen absolutely would not accept. Whether one calls him proud or overly ambitious, that's just how it is. The first floor of the Union Hotel is half a regular restaurant and half a supply storage room, complete with a large kitchen. The second floor consists of a large dining hall divided into 3 parts, also with a large kitchen. The third floor has 40 private rooms, equipped with a small kitchen where precious ingredients like abalone and matsutake mushrooms are stored. The fourth floor is for administrative offices, and the upper floors are for accommodations. At 7:20 p.m., Lin Shen had someone hold a lamp for him as he personally took action, first clearing out a dozen scattered zombies on the second, third, and fourth floors. He rescued several restaurant staff members and obtained mechanical keys for all the rooms from the office. In the absence of electronic access control, doors could only be opened with mechanical keys. During this process, the observing team members once again witnessed Lin Shen's formidable combat power. After obtaining the keys, Lin Shen cleared the zombies in the corridors of the 5th and 6th floors, systematically opening all the rooms and killing the zombies inside. He decided to leave the floors above the 6th for the time being. The 30 or so guests rescued from the 5th and 6th floors were instructed to squeeze into 10 rooms in the corner of the 6th floor with the original restaurant staff. Lin Shen left the issue of their hunger to the original restaurant staff. As for their other problems, Lin Shen was too lazy to engage in small talk with them. Originally, each floor could accommodate about 100 people, but since the 5th and 6th floors mostly consisted of shared rooms, it was manageable. Apart from a few individuals and suites, everyone else had to share, including the ability users and enhanced individuals, for the sake of night watch vigilance. Team members could freely form groups for accommodation, and those short on blankets could fetch more from the storage room. The suites were occupied by Lin Shen and his siblings, the lead Jun siblings, and 1 suite each for Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan. No one could contest these arrangements since both sibling pairs were absolute combat power, and the 2 pairs of masters and servants had impressive backgrounds, even possessing murder licenses. Lin Shan arranged the rooms of the two pairs of masters and servants on either side of him, just in case. Then Lin Shan issued an unbelievable command. He required all team members to mobilize and enter the storage room to take enough instant food supplies for 10 days back to their rooms. Some were puzzled and questioned this. Lin Shan directly countered. If another team arrives at the hotel tomorrow, how will the food be distributed? Will it be shared or will we go to war? The team members suddenly understood and hurriedly took far more food than they needed back to their rooms. Instant noodles, sausages, preserved meats, bottled water, and other easy-to-store food supplies were practically gone, and fruits were completely taken. They also grabbed a considerable amount of rice, flour, oil, and various condiments. In the end, what remained were mostly rice, flour, noodles, beans, and hard-to-carry frozen foods. Someone suggested that starting tomorrow, they should eat frozen foods heartily before moving on to rice, flour, radishes, potatoes, and cabbage. As for the instant foods they took, they tacitly chose not to mention them. Lin Shan watched everyone busily with a faint smile. It seemed that no explicit reminder was needed. Everyone already had a sense of preparedness. In fact, Lin Shan felt quite awkward about being so cautious. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, not a wilderness scenario. He couldn't just go on a killing spree in front of his partners, slaughtering potential provocateurs. So, to avoid feeling stifled, he decided to make early arrangements to minimize possible conflicts. If anyone still sought death, Lin Shan could only let them have their wish. At 8:20 p.m., they finally finished their busy work. Everyone was exhausted from the day and ready to sleep. However, Lin Shan gathered everyone together for a meeting in the large conference room of the fourth-floor administrative area. The purpose of the meeting was to encourage collective brainstorming, recalling apocalyptic novels and disaster films they had seen, and combining their personal experiences to draft a survival guide for the apocalypse and speculations, reasoning, and summaries regarding zombies, ability users, and enhancers. Concerned with everyone's future fate, everyone perked up and engaged their minds. The meeting lasted an hour and was a resounding success, resulting in a hotel version of an apocalypse strategy. Surprisingly, without Lin Shan's explicit guidance, the general direction of this strategy aligned with his experiences from his previous life. First, the strategy concluded that considering the signs before the disaster and the human evolution and mutation phenomena after it, there was only a 0.01 chance that this disaster was caused by the Earth itself, while over 99 was likely due to an extraterrestrial supercivilization. As for the other party's intentions, it was highly probable that they did not aim to exterminate humanity, but rather sought to promote rapid evolution in ways that humanity would otherwise resist. The reasons behind their actions remained unknown for now. Another possible explanation was proposed, that this disaster was merely a form of entertainment for a god-level civilization playing with humanity. However, this speculation was hardly accepted by anyone. The reason was simple. Would a normal adult find pleasure in torturing ants? The strategy summarized combat techniques against zombies, proposed clear hypotheses regarding the origins and advancement paths of abilities, affirmed the likelihood of zombies evolving, expressed optimistic expectations regarding the generation of energy crystals by zombies, and predicted future uses for these zombie crystals. Of course, it also warned about the lethality of evolved zombies. The strategy mentioned that the red mist from last night likely affected not just humans, but all living beings in nature, though it was still unclear whether the impact will be beneficial or harmful. Additionally, the strategy emphasized that the issue of water sources was crucial. No one could guarantee that water sources would remain unaffected. Therefore, from now on, there should be a conscious effort to conserve water, and bottled and barreled water should be stockpiled as much as possible. The mention of water sources made many women who had originally planned to take showers reconsider. Jokingly, everyone said that with the imminent changes in water sources, if they didn't want to become zombies, they should minimize contact with water sources. The strategy raised many questions, awaiting confirmation in the future. After the meeting, everyone immediately took action. While the tap water was still flowing, they filled all the containers that could store water. Several large plastic water storage barrels were moved to the 5th floor and, after being filled with water, were stored in the room of Captain Lin Shan as the main reserve. Because no one knew when the water supply would stop or when the water that did come out would be unusable. In a calm situation, this group of highly intelligent individuals made many speculations. Everyone agreed that this guide should be distributed to everyone. Lin Shun felt greatly relieved. Many of his experiences were included in this guide. Starting tomorrow, his foresight would be supported by this guide, achieving his goal. Even if the implementation occasionally went beyond the scope, people could understand, right? The entire guide was concise, totaling just 3,000 words. Lin Shun immediately ordered 100 skilled calligraphers from the team to use the pens, ink, and paper from the office to each transcribe a copy, creating 100 small books the size of a palm, with fewer than 10 pages. The editor's section was labeled as the self-rescue team of the School of Management, Yanhuang University. The title page also stated, draft version, pending improvement. In later generations, these 100 small books became precious artifacts, with their collectible value continuously rising until it reached astronomical levels. Future humans evaluated that the emergence of this book during the boundless darkness of the apocalypse was like the first ray of sunshine breaking through the deep night, bringing hope to humanity in the darkness, indicating the direction for humanity's advancement, guiding them to overcome the difficulties in the early apocalypse, and laying a solid foundation for completely driving away the darkness in the future. Its significance to human civilization was no less than that of Das Kapital over 100 years ago. Around 9:40 p.m., after arranging personnel for the night watch, the members of Lin Chen's team finally lay down on soft beds, feeling a bit sentimental about the current situation and missing their friends and family in distant places. Before quickly falling into a deep sleep, Lin Shun and Lin Yu returned to their suite. After gently hugging Lin Yu, Lin Shun said, "Yeah, you've had a long day too. Get some good rest. Brother, you have to fight, command, and keep thinking. I know you just want to create a better living environment for me. Brother, you're more tired than I am, so you should also rest well." Seeing his sister being so understanding, Lin Shin smiled with satisfaction. He used his water ability to prepare a basin of water for Lin Yu, saying, "Yeah, wash up a bit before sleeping." They needed to conserve water, but since both of them had water abilities, it wasn't necessary for them to be too frugal. Of course, they couldn't be too extravagant either. You can skip washing your hair for now to avoid attracting attention outside. Back in his own room, Lin Chen did not rush to rest. He entered the seed world. In the seed world, he had more time to think and train his abilities. After just 2 days of not coming in, the fruit trees, grains, and livestock had all grown significantly. The fast-growing vegetable varieties in the garden were already ready for harvest. The consciousness of the seeds informed Lin Shun that if the crops in the world were not harvested after maturing, they would not continue to grow, but would only accumulate the energy concentration of the crops. Lin Shun certainly did not want to waste the energy of the seed world. After all, the level of the seed world had dropped from chaotic level to world level, losing its ability to absorb energy from the void and chaos. The energy in the world decreased with each use. Now that there was no energy replenishment, why waste the world as energy on such good crops? Lin Shun stored the mature vegetables in the virtual storage warehouse, leaving some to come back tomorrow to collect seeds and continue the next planting wave. The maturity period of the vegetables varied, so the first thing he would likely do every day when he came in would be to collect the fruits of his labor. Although these items could not be easily taken out for consumption right now, Lin Shen's heart was still filled with the joy of harvest. Moreover, he could completely treat the process of planting and harvesting as mental training. He temporarily did not want to consume the world as energy for cultivation. After all, in 2 days, he would be able to receive energy, and it wouldn't be too late to cultivate then. After reflecting on today's words and actions, he found no flaws. So Lin Shin simply adjusted his breathing in the seed world for 2 hours, and after restoring his state, he returned to the main world. At exactly 10 p.m., Lin Shin finally entered a peaceful sleep. 0028 external situation as the surviving students of Yanhuang University fell asleep comfortably or uncomfortably. Many people in China were still busy. Among these busy people were the central leadership of China, military, and political high-level officials from various regions, as well as several financial conglomerates and ancient family forces that had hidden during peacetime. For the upper echelons of China, as elite figures shouldering the future and fate of the country, they naturally remained vigilant and, even in peacetime, had conducted many speculations and rehearsals for potential large-scale disaster events, preparing contingency plans for various scenarios. The disaster that occurred that day was merely a composite attack consisting of a comprehensive electromagnetic attack and a comprehensive biochemical virus assault, as anticipated in their rehearsals. The reason for prohibiting the spread of related doomsday rhetoric during peacetime was merely a political maneuver, a measure taken to prevent social chaos. In fact, the ancestors of China had long warned that there's no smoke without fire. The higher-ups of China understood the deeper meaning of this saying. After years of hype surrounding the biochemical crisis, and with disaster literature being so popular, few would believe that the elite of China's upper echelons had not made any preparations for it. In reality, the high-level officials had not only made secret preparations, but had been continuously preparing for many years. One could see this from the various reactions of high-level officials after the disaster occurred. At 8 a.m., when the disaster broke out, the capital was plunged into darkness. Communications were cut off, zombies ran rampant, and chaos ensued. Within 10 minutes after 8 a.m., the surviving duty personnel from crucial departments had cleared out the zombies within their departments and restored electrical supply. The generators in operation at that time were simple and reliable old-style generators, started by human power. The internal combustion engine driving the generator was an old diesel engine that contained almost no circuitry. This was the contingency plan prepared by the central think tank for a large-scale electromagnetic attack. The central leadership assumed that once all precision electrical devices malfunctioned, as long as Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction remained unchanged, and as long as purely mechanical devices could still operate, then the electrical supply to important departments could be restored in the shortest time possible, and they could start sealed, simple machinery for basic production operations. As for communications, although satellites in space could not be relied upon, there were still defense cables buried deep underground, right? Even if the relay stations of the defense cables were destroyed and could not freely communicate with various locations, there were still the old primitive telegraph machines, weren't there? By 8:20 a.m., the elite soldiers guarding the central headquarters had already cleared out the zombies within the headquarters and rushed out to rescue the high-ranking officials of the central government and their important relatives living in various official residences back to the central headquarters. By 9:30 a.m., the non-infected high-ranking officials had gathered together. It was reassuring that the missing neural units in the central brain were not many, especially since none of the 9 towering pillars of China had encountered any issues. Perhaps it was because of their good physical condition. Perhaps it was due to their exceptional mental capabilities, or perhaps it was because they were protected by the nation's fortune, embodying the spirit of China. The officials arrived at the legendary underground nuclear shelter in Xishan around 11 a.m. through a secret underground passage. The construction of a Xishan underground nuclear shelter had begun as soon as China was established, in response to nuclear blackmail from the United States. The Chinese people have always adhered to the principle of digging deep and storing grain. This shelter was constructed from over 100 meters underground before the American Empire developed its underground nuclear bombs. With the strength of a great nation, the underground project has been continuously built for more than 70 years. You can let your imagination run wild about the extent it might reach. To put it simply, this is the last bastion for the Chinese race. This vast underground city houses almost all species genes and samples on Earth, stockpiles countless resources, preserves a complete industrial system of human civilization, and has built a fully self-sustaining ecological circle. In a situation where survival on the surface is impossible, it can sustain 2 million people for over 100 years while waiting for conditions above ground to improve. The secret guard troops of the nuclear shelter usually only operate on the first level, while the underground levels are opened only when supplies are replenished under heavy surveillance. The first level is home to many large warehouses filled with boxes made of thick lead containing various advanced precision electronic devices, dozens of advanced fighter jets, and many modern tanks. When the central officials arrived at the first level, the secret guard troops had already cleared out the zombified comrades, started the backup generators, and restored basic operations on the first level. A major general welcomed the central officials. The importance of this place goes without saying, but the leading military position is only that of a major general. Those who understand the nuances will naturally comprehend. By 11:30, the transfer of command over the entire nuclear shelter was complete. After rearranging the guard duties, Central 1 solemnly issued the following orders. I command, open seal no. 1. And activate the Nuon number 1 supercomputer group. Open seal number 2 to load fuel for the small nuclear power station. Open seal no. 17. To activate the high-power long-wave radio station, continuously transmitting the voice of the Central Command to the land of China. Assist the Special Operations troops and most of the internal service personnel in entering the nuclear shelter. The communication troops maintained contact with various military district bases to inquire about the current situation. Once contact was established, they sent authorization codes to unlock the local top-secret shelters. They reported on the local secret material storage points, but that could wait. Their supplies could last for a while, and we would discuss it later. Central 1 spent nearly half an hour just issuing various orders, reflecting the number of decisions made in such a short time. At 12:10, people in most areas of China lucky enough to have old-fashioned radios heard the voice of the Central Command. This is the Central Command of China. The disaster has struck suddenly, and those who dare to cause chaos will be severely punished. United as one, we will prevail. Victory will belong to the glorious people of China. The content of this broadcast did not contain much substance. It merely reminded the surviving populace to stay at home, pay attention to their safety, and wait for rescue from governments and military forces across the region. It also warned against those attempting to cause trouble. The primary purpose of the Central Command was to let the people know that the government of China still exists and has not abandoned them, thereby preventing the surviving populace from losing their courage and confidence to survive and from making irrational decisions that could harm themselves and others. The central broadcast indeed had a significant effect. God knows how ecstatic the frightened people were when they heard the voice of the Central Command, as if seeing a glimmer of dawn in the deep, dark night. Many who had malicious thoughts or were about to develop them slowed their descent into darkness. Around the same time, the main bases of the 7 military districts in China and the scattered station troops cleared out the zombies and restored basic operations. Although the scale of the underground nuclear shelters and resource reserves in each military district was far inferior to that of the central shelter, even a small sparrow has all its vital organs. They had almost everything necessary. The military district's main bases also contacted the deployed troops through telegraphs. Do not doubt that the regular army units above the regiment level and the special target guard troops in China had varying degrees of contingency plans for the large-scale electromagnetic attacks from the enemy. In particular, the preparations of troops stationed far from the base, tasked with guarding certain areas, were exceptionally thorough. Around noon, invisible radio waves crisscrossed the sky over China. All military districts established contact with their deployed troops and received reports on the situation from various locations. Subsequently, the military district bases and the Central Command communicated and exchanged preliminary intelligence. The Central Command issued a general policy of local defense, local rescue, and local reconstruction to the headquarters of various military districts and station troops, allowing each area to exercise its initiative. The Central Command's current focus was primarily on the task of reclaiming the imperial capital, as the capital serves as the political center of China and carries immense symbolic significance. Before the battle to reclaim the capital commenced, there was a race against time to rescue the surviving key government personnel, various practical scientists, and cutting-edge talents from all walks of life to prevent them from suffering unforeseen accidents. These individuals were the first priority for rescue, as they were crucial to the establishment of social order and the recovery and development of various research fields. The second priority for rescue included teachers and students from key universities, as they are the foundation for the future of a nation. As for others, they belong to the third priority or beyond. Moreover, to put it darkly, the government does not wish for ordinary citizens to change locations at this time, to avoid triggering large-scale movements of the zombie hordes, which would interfere with the rescue of the first two priorities. This echoes the saying, when a nation flourishes, the common people suffer. When it perishes, the common people suffer, in the face of issues related to the survival of the race. The Central Command is also well-intentioned but powerless. It is impossible to cover all bases. They can only make seemingly cold but actually rational choices. After the rescue tasks for the first two priorities are completed, the government will naturally not abandon ordinary citizens and will strive to rescue them. After all, ordinary citizens are the productive force of society, especially in the current situation, where global precision electronics and machinery have been largely destroyed. Future production of materials will increasingly rely on human labor. This is a natural law of development that cannot be altered by individual will. During this period, ordinary citizens must continue to endure in the furnace, accepting the selection process of survival of the fittest. Some clever and proactive survivors have already escaped from large cities to seek refuge in less populated areas. More survivors will have to continue to exist in the dark corners of the cities, gradually accepting the jungle law of the strong preying on the weak and the supremacy of the strong as humanity returns to its roots. Surviving government officials in various regions have basically gathered the police forces they could muster and fled to the nearest station troops. Due to the weakness of the zombies on the first day, almost all armed government officials who gathered forces could escape their controlled cities unscathed. Many powerful factions were preserved due to their large numbers of bodyguards. They began to consciously gather crowds and strengthen their power based on their vision and abundant resources. The ancient martial families that have been quietly lurking since the founding of the nation, due to their overall physical condition being superior to ordinary people, experienced relatively few transformations into zombies. Moreover, they dared to take action, and at this time, the zombies were quite weak, so they preserved the most people, giving them a clear advantage in the early stages of the apocalypse. Many members of the ancient martial families felt that their era was about to return. In the famous mountains and rivers of Huagua, there is still a small group of people hidden. In short, chaos has already appeared, and a troubled era is about to begin. In this world, among the determined men, who dares to ride the long winds and ascend to the 9 heavens? That afternoon, in a small mountain village in the northern part of Fengxi province, 2 people and a dog cautiously made their way through the village. Leading the way was Lin Yuanshan, who had awakened his gold-based supernatural abilities, followed by Jiang Lian, who had awakened her water-based abilities. Lin Yuanshan carried a huge machete about 70 to 80 centimeters long and had an old shotgun slung across his back. Jiang Lian held a long steel fork. The evolved beast, Dehei, which was the size of an adult cheetah, served as a guard beside them. Dehei had awakened wind-based abilities, capable of spitting out wind blades and running so fast that it was hard to see its shadow. Lin Yuanshan and his wife had stayed at home all morning, listening to the occasional screams and cries for help coming from the village, feeling uneasy. Finally, unable to contain themselves, they disregarded Lin Chen's repeated reminders over the phone and stepped out of their house in the afternoon, taking Dehei with them to check the situation in the village. Lin Chen's parents officially began their journey of survival in the apocalypse. 0029 Hotel morning around 6 o'clock on the morning of the 23rd. Lin Shan forced everyone out of their warm beds and gathered them in the large dining hall on the 2nd floor to practice basic combat skills under the guidance of the Li Jun siblings. Many people were quite unhappy, but Lin Shan displayed a tough attitude, stating that those who did not train would have to return to the cafeteria on their own. The team members could only yield to Lin Chen's authority. They also understood that this was for their own safety. Lin Chen had not required the 4 girls from the imperial capital to participate in the training, but they voluntarily joined Li Ying's training group. The 2nd floor dining hall was divided into 3 large sections, accommodating over 200 team members split by gender in 2 dining areas. Midway, some team members who left training to make breakfast discovered that the running water had been shut off. The team members secretly rejoiced at their foresight from the night before. At 7 o'clock, after training, each person was allocated about 1 liter of clean water for washing. Not only did no one complain, but after washing up, they moved all portable water storage containers back to their rooms on the 5th floor, planning to transport them down when needed. The storage room was completely emptied of all bottled water, barrel water, and drinks. Valuable items like cigarettes, alcohol, and tea were also divided up. After discussing survival strategies last night, the team members had recognized the importance of these supplies in the apocalypse. While this reflected human selfishness, no one said anything. They were now a group, and naturally, they had to prioritize the interests of their own members. The members of the Yin Huang self-rescue team were rapidly growing into qualified survivors of the apocalypse. Breakfast included 8 treasure porridge, frozen glutinous rice balls, and other precious frozen snacks. While eating, Linya glanced at Lin Shun, showing an expression that indicated she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yeah, what do you want to say to your brother? Just say it. I won't get angry, Lin Chen encouraged. Brother, I miss Shuer and Fong Fong. I'm safe now. But they, Shuer, Fong Fong? Oh, You mean your pet Persian cat and your good friend Zhou Fong, right? Lin Chun recalled after a moment. In his past life, that Persian cat was also an evolved beast, fiercely protecting Linya during conflicts with boys who had ulterior motives. Unfortunately, having just evolved, it was not very powerful and was accidentally killed by a fireball. Zhou Fong was a fire-based supernatural user who had a good relationship with Linya and had taken care of Lin Chun while at the Tianyan base. However, she had always looked down on Lin Chun's cowardice. After Linya was betrayed by Kong Yifan and fell victim to enemies, leading to her death at the Jindu base, Zhou Fong distanced herself from Lin Chun, and he later lost contact with her. Linya wanted to return to school to check on her pet and good friend. But without her brother's company, she lacked the confidence to safely cross the densely populated area alone. She wanted to mention it to her brother, but feared it might affect him, so she hesitated. Lin Chun patted Linya's head, affectionately saying, "Yeah, everything I do now is to ensure you can live happily. You can ask me for anything, no matter how reasonable or unreasonable, and I will do my best to satisfy you. But the premise is that what you want to do is worth your effort and poses no danger to you." After a moment of thought, Lin Chun added, "This matter is not very urgent. I'll lead the team this morning. After I arrange everything by noon, I will accompany you back to check." Linya said with a hint of worry, "Brother, it won't be too dangerous, right? If you think it's too dangerous, I'm not in a hurry to go back." Ultimately, her brother's safety weighed heavily on her mind. Lin Chun reassured her, "I promise you, it won't be too dangerous. Besides, we can drive there. Even if there are more zombies blocking the road, with our speed, escaping shouldn't be a problem." The four girls from the imperial capital and the Li Jun siblings shared a table with Lin Chun and Linya. Hearing their conversation, they couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Lin Chun was unconditionally spoiling his sister. In today's world, crossing through a bustling urban area for over 10 kilometers was no small feat yet. In Lin Chun's eyes, he could disregard the enormous danger for his sister's request. Of course, given their fighting abilities, they might truly be able to treat a horde of zombies as if they were nothing. After breakfast, and after a brief rest, Lin Chun assigned the day's tasks to the team. He first handed over about 20 strategy booklets to Yu Yang, along with a certain amount of pens, ink, and paper, instructing him to deliver them to the influential leaders among the ordinary students in the cafeteria, while also bringing back the strategies they had summarized for mutual benefit. After combining the wisdom of the high IQ students from both sides, they would compile a relatively comprehensive booklet and then make numerous copies to distribute. He didn't see this as being overly altruistic. It was a beneficial act for himself and the Huazhu people, and he didn't have to make any extra effort. Why not do it? In his past life, some research institutes took over a year to reach relatively complete conclusions. Yet they were secretive about the results, wanting a select few to benefit first while the majority of the public had to figure things out on their own. Lin Chun's approach was straightforward. Under the name of the Yanhuan University students, he would first create the opportunities, and the Huazhu people should feel free to take advantage of it. He instructed Yu Yang to ensure that this matter became known to everyone, as he understood the immense value of this strategy in the early days of the apocalypse. He was concerned that some shameless individuals might try to claim the collective wisdom of the public as their own for personal gain. So he wanted to cut off their paths in advance. Although the passage to the cafeteria had been cleared after a night had passed, there would surely be wandering zombies on the road. Furthermore, it could not be ruled out that someone fleeing might attract even more zombies to the area. Lin Chun advised Yu Yang to avoid entangling with any zombies encountered on the road, instead using their speed to shake them off. Even if some were led to the cafeteria, it wouldn't matter. With the strength available there, they could definitely handle the situation. After sending off Yu Yang, Lin Chun divided the team into 3 parts, each taking on different tasks. The first part, led by Li Jun and Li Ying, was to return and rescue friends from the education and normal colleges. Lin Chun specifically instructed Li Jun to follow the method he used yesterday, allowing the rescued students to create equipment, choose their own leaders, and have the team members led by Li Jun provide protection, enabling the surviving students to quickly form combat capabilities. He instructed Li Jun that if today's zombies exhibited any enhancement phenomena, he must not be greedy or reckless. Li Jun also had 2 tasks. First, to bring 30 copies of the initial self-rescue team strategy and distribute them. Second, to clearly explain the situation to the rescued students, ensuring that only those willing to fight and follow orders who also expressed a desire to join the self-rescue team, would be selected for on-site training, which he would bring back by noon. Li Jun's focus today was not on how many people to rescue, but to ignite the spark of self-rescue among the surviving students so they could form an organization while also training his team as combat abilities. The second part involved Ye and Su Peng training the remaining elite team members in the spacious area outside the hotel, focusing on the more than 60 new recruits who had joined yesterday. The training method followed the usual practice. First, speed enhancers would go to nearby locations to find zombies and lure them back in small groups to just outside the hotel. Then, the new recruits would undergo training according to the established procedures. Lin Shun required them to enable the new recruits to be capable of a small team taking down a single zombie within an hour. Those who felt they needed more practice could attempt 2-on-1, 1-on-1, or multiple combat scenarios. The ability users and enhancers were to pay attention to protecting the ordinary team members. The third part was led by Lin Shun, who would carry out a sweep of the entire hotel with dozens of team members who had little combat experience, while also training their indoor combat capabilities. The 4 women from the capital city could not join Li Jun's team, but they could choose from the other 2 teams or simply stay in their dormitories. All 4 women chose Lin Chen's team. They were all attracted to Lin Shun, this enigmatic man, wanting to observe him closely. Suwon even felt that Lin Shun was a natural talent. He had originally been a commoner with no foundation, but after gaining physical enhancement and awakening water abilities during the evolution wave, he quickly broke through mental shackles, commanding with confidence and accomplishing so much, rising with momentum in this apocalypse. She vaguely remembered that her family had connections with some strange individuals living in the mountains. She recalled her elders often muttering about fate and mentioning that those who were destined to rise should be befriended and not offended. She instinctively felt that Lin Shun was one of those legendary figures, with a strong fate and a great possibility of success. If her intuition was correct, she wanted to closely observe this man at the beginning of his rise to leave herself with something to reminisce about in the future. She also wanted to make initial contact with Lin Shun on behalf of her family, try her best to leave a good impression. This reaction was almost instinctive for the children of great families. Tang Yuan had similar thoughts to Suwon, also considering whether to pull Lin Shun in for her family before he completely rose to prominence. The 2 bodyguards naturally followed whatever their young lady said. Just as they were about to take action, a team member reported that the 30 or so former hotel guests rescued yesterday had woken up and found there was no water when they went to cook, and they were causing a commotion with the team members guarding the storage room to get bottled water. Lin Shun believed that the current team was not yet the ideal team in his mind and needed further refinement, so he had not implemented unified management of supplies. Although convenience foods, water, and some grains from the storage room had been moved back to the team members' rooms, there were still large amounts of food and seasonings inside, so Lin Shun had assigned someone to guard it. The task of guarding the supplies was entrusted to the 7-member group that had first pledged allegiance to Lin Shun. Those who pledge allegiance first should always receive some benefits. The 7-member group selected 10 members to take on this guarding task. Of course, they would have to split half of their members to participate in combat training, taking turns. Lin Shun smirked and told the reporting team member, Feng Fei, bring them over. I will talk to them. 0030 hotel cleared. While waiting for the guests to arrive, Lin Shun asked Li Jun and Lin Ye to wait temporarily, telling them to watch him handle this matter before taking people out to execute their tasks. Feng Fei brought the guests over. A temporarily leading middle-aged fat man arrogantly said to Lin Shun, "You must be the person in charge, right? Let me tell you, what you are doing is wrong. In the face of the apocalypse, all of us survivors should help each other to get through this tough time. You can't selfishly keep the survival supplies for yourselves. Moreover, these supplies have owners. Aren't you afraid that the government will hold you accountable once order is restored?" Other guests echoed his sentiments. Some team members, whose mindsets had not yet shifted, felt a bit embarrassed listening to the fat man's accusations. Lin Shun disdainfully replied, "Oh, we rescued you from being besieged by zombies. Isn't that help? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? You say the hotel supplies have owners, but the owner is not you, right? We risked our lives to kill the zombies. These supplies are our spoils of war. If you don't agree, you can sue us. What? Do you want to take a share? Aren't you afraid of future government accountability?" If these people had spoken reasonably, Lin Shun would have temporarily ignored them. But since they came in with a confrontational attitude, Lin Shun would not tolerate them. The fat man was left red-faced and speechless by Lin Shun's words. Seeing that the situation was not going well, a thin man stepped forward and humbly said, "Classmate, he doesn't know how to speak. Please don't hold it against him. We are all in the same boat. For the sake of our common humanity, please help us." Lin Shun smiled, pointing at the thin man and saying to the fat man, "Look how well he speaks. You should learn from him." He then turned to the guests and loudly declared, "Everyone, the apocalypse has suddenly descended, and you find yourselves in distress here. I personally express my sympathy. However, your suffering is not caused by us. So in principle, we have no obligation towards you. The safe floors in this hotel were cleared by us at the risk of our lives. It can be said without hesitation that the supplies below the 7th floor are our spoils of war, and we have absolute control over them. If you disagree, you can go clear the zombies above the 7th floor yourselves. The supplies you secure on the floors you clear belong entirely to you. We will not take a single cent. There are plenty of supermarkets and convenience stores outside. You can also seize them. If you take them down, the things inside will be yours. Do you dare? You don't dare. Since you are afraid to fight the zombies, you must listen to our arrangements. Listen carefully. The outside rescue might not come for a long time, and now that the water supply has stopped, food and water will become increasingly important. In the spirit of humanitarianism, as long as we can support ourselves, we can temporarily provide you with the supplies needed for survival. If rescue does not arrive soon and we find ourselves in difficulty, don't blame us for not caring about you. If you are dissatisfied with the current situation, think of your own solutions. You can choose to overthrow us, and then all the supplies will be yours. You can also choose to go out and find a better place. Ignoring the guest reactions, Lin Shun instructed Feng Fei to bring down 34 2-liter bottles of mineral water from upstairs, giving each guest 1 bottle. This is the daily water allocation for each of you, to be used for cooking. You need to keep the plastic bottles for storing water. After we take back the water tower on the roof today, you can go to the roof every morning to collect water. Once that water is taken, we will discuss the next steps. Just so you know, the current food supply is temporarily sufficient, but you must not waste it. If any waste is found, the food allocated to you next time will be halved. Finally, I would like to inform you that we will be cleaning the entire hotel today. After the cleaning is completed, your rooms will be changed. You can choose any room above the 9th floor, but once chosen, you cannot change it again. Also, you are not allowed to wander around our floor. That's it. If you are dissatisfied, as I said, either overthrow us and you decide for yourselves, or find your own way out. No longer will we listen to the complaints of the guests. Lin Shun waved his hand, signaling to take those guests away. Lin Shun said to all the team members in a serious tone, "Students, the apocalypse has arrived and order has left us. When peace will return is still uncertain. The attitude towards life during peaceful times is no longer suitable for this era. Everyone needs to think carefully about what changes they should make to survive well in the apocalypse. All right, let's get to work." All the team members were deeply shaken and began their day's actions thoughtfully. Their thoughts were gradually changing, quickly turning into qualified survivors of the apocalypse. Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan easily saw through Lin Chen's ideological transformation of the team members, and both admired Lin Chen's eloquence and leadership skills greatly. In fact, Lin Shun was just expressing the insights of a qualified survivor of the apocalypse. As always, he would not play the role of saint. As long as it did not affect his own interests, he did not mind giving others some help within his capabilities. Of course, the premise was that the decision had to depend on his own will. With this delay, it was around 8 o'clock. The operation officially began. Lin Shun took the keys to each room, followed by dozens of team members, starting the cleaning from the 7th floor's corridor. Lin Shun continuously lured zombies over, first breaking their arms to eliminate the greatest threat, and then handing them over to the team members for cooperative hunting. After several rounds, the team members began to hunt down intact zombies under Lin Chen's protection. Once they had basically matured in their training, the team members, led by their squad leaders, went up to the next floor to clean separately. As soon as the operation began, Lin Chen keenly noticed that after a night, the zombies' nervous balance systems had recovered significantly, and their mobility was nearly equal to that of normal humans. Specifically, the zombies' speed had increased somewhat, and when chasing humans, they no longer extended their arms straight forward. Their arms began to slightly stretch and sway, while running to control body balance. This was a terrifying trend. Lin Shan knew that if his team members did not remain vigilant today, casualties were likely to occur. However, there was nothing he could do. He could not act as a babysitter for every team member, and the situation would be even more severe tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the situation would deteriorate completely. Zombies would gain abilities, and mutated beasts would begin to emerge in large numbers, starting to compete with humans for living space. Of course, this was the case for others. For Lin Shan, it was still nothing. After cleaning the corridors on each floor, Lin Shan would open the rooms where people were present, driving the surviving guests down to the first floor to collect water and food, allowing the guests who stayed there to explain the situation to the newcomers. By 10 o'clock in the morning, all the corridors had been cleared. Lin Shan went up to the rooftop to check the water tower storage. There were 2 water towers, one prepared by the hotel owner to prevent water shortages, and the other a solar hot water tank built to save energy. The total water storage was about 60 cubic meters. Lin Shan finally felt relieved. The team's water supply could be relaxed a bit. Moreover, the cafeteria would most likely be short on water. Now, completely ignoring that side seemed inappropriate. He had to consider the team members' opinions, so he still had to reserve some for that side. However, in any case, at least within 10 days, the purified water for the team to cook was sufficient. This water was also enough for the guests to drink and for the team members to wash up. After all, this water was tap water, so giving it to the guests for drinking was not an issue. Naturally, someone had to guard it to prevent water theft. Next, he opened every room with zombies and began thorough cleaning, while also training the team members' indoor combat abilities. At 11:30 in the morning, Lin Shan arrived on the first floor, facing more than 100 rescued guests. The hotel was now completely safe. Given that you were originally guests of the hotel, you will not be driven away. You can continue to stay here or look for another place. If you stay here, you must follow our arrangements. Now, you can choose any room on the 9th floor. Once chosen, we will have someone register it. The guests, a mix of men, women, and children, all kinds of people, could only express their anger at Lin Shan's domineering declaration silently. I have good news for you. Due to the sufficient amount of water in the rooftop water tower, you can collect 2 bottles of water a day. One in the morning when you wake up, and another at 2 in the afternoon. Also, from now on, you can only use the kitchen on the first floor and eat on the first floor. The second floor is our training room and cafeteria, and you cannot wander around. You also cannot go to our accommodation floors. Other than that, you are free. 2 bottles of water equals 4 liters, which is enough not only for cooking and drinking, but also for simple washing. It would take more than 2 days for the more than 120 guests to consume 1 cubic meter of water, and even after 10 days, it would be no more than 5 cubic meters. So Lin Shan pretended to be generous. The guest expressions improved a bit. Lin Shan assigned a few girls to lead the guests to choose rooms and register. He also instructed a dozen team members to start cooking. He himself went outside the hotel to observe the training situation of the new team members. The new team members had already begun, and 3 of them could cooperate to hunt zombies. Although today's zombies were much fiercer than yesterday's, under Lin Yu's diligent protection, there had been no casualties among the team members yet. Lin Yu was very attentive to the tasks assigned to her by her brother, maintaining high vigilance and rescuing team members from dangerous situations multiple times. At this time, some team members were still standing in place, waiting for the speedsters to lure the zombies back. Meanwhile, the squad that had confidence in themselves had already begun to explore further away. Su Peng, along with several enhancers, was responsible for the safety of these exploring team members. Lin Shan couldn't help but nod. Indeed, human potential is brought out under pressure. Looking at the killing intent displayed on these team members' faces, who would dare to believe that they were once weak scholars who hadn't even killed a chicken or fought before yesterday? Everyone's face was numb, and they looked extremely haggard, resembling a refugee camp. Yu Yang sighed inwardly. Has it only been a day, and it's come to this? Is this the democracy you wanted? Is this the safety you desired? If you all had listened to my boss, followed my boss, and fought alongside him with his skills, you would have ended up in this situation. When Yu Yang walked in, full of spirit, those who noticed him brightened their eyes, realizing that he and his group were doing well, and they quickly surrounded him to inquire about the situation. Yu Yang, where did you go last night? Did you really go to a hotel? It must have been a nice place, right? Yu Yang, could you talk to Boss Lin and let me join his fighting team? Compared to here, I'd rather die in battle. Yu Yang raised his hands and said with a wry smile, "Everyone, it's tough everywhere right now. So let us hang in there. I believe the government's rescue will arrive soon. I'm here to share our views on the apocalypse with you. This is a booklet we compiled overnight. Please take a look. Where's your leader?" The students reached out to take the 5 or 6 booklets from Yu Yang's hands and replied in a dissatisfied tone. Their leaders are all staying in the dormitory on the 4th floor, while the key members are on the 3rd floor. We, who don't want to fight, are stuck on the 1st and 2nd floors. Yu Yang fell silent. Has the class division already begun so quickly? But it's also quite natural. Since you don't want to fight, you can only remain at the bottom. You're not their children, so why should they take care of you? Just surviving is already good enough for you. Yu Yang walked up the stairs. He distributed 5 or 6 booklets on the 2nd floor and 4 on the 3rd. The remaining 4 were to be given to the leaders. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the air quality was relatively better. As he was led to a small conference room, Yu Yang saw a few attractive, languid-looking girls walking out of some dormitories. The situation was obvious, and Yu Yang felt a sense of emotion but maintained a calm demeanor. In the conference room, 14 leaders were sitting together, frowning and discussing something. Only after becoming leaders did they realize that it wasn't easy to hold such a position. They were currently troubled by issues of water and sanitation. The sanitation problem was impossible to solve. It was unsafe to go out at night to relieve oneself. The backup water prepared for the canteen due to the water shortage wouldn't last for many days. They didn't even dare to waste water to flush after using the toilet in their own dormitories. When they saw Yu Yang come in, their expressions were quite complex. Just by looking at Yu Yang, they didn't need to ask. Those who followed Lin Chen must have had a good night. After all, it was a hotel, and it was countless times better than their pigsty. Yes, they were all sure that Lin Chun's group went to the hotel last night. Yu Yang got straight to the point, briefly reported the situation at the hotel, and then took out 4 booklets for them to circulate. The leaders showed some interest since it was related to power and survival. They had indeed compiled a strategy last night, but they lacked writing materials and hadn't transcribed more. The ink and paper Yu Yang brought helped them a lot. After a brief exchange, Yu Yang took the strategy compiled by the canteen and was about to take his leave. The leaders urged Yu Yang to come back in the afternoon to report how much water was available at the hotel and see if they could support this side, as they had heard Yu Yang say that Lin Chen would be clearing the hotel today. It was well known that there was a large water tower on the hotel roof. Kong Yifan and the others accompanied Yu Yang downstairs, eagerly asking about the hotel's specific situation, especially about Linya. Yu Yang glanced at his former brothers, feeling somewhat complicated. They could have worked together to create a career, but it fell apart due to Kong Yifan's personal ambition. Yu Yang didn't know if Kong Yifan regretted it now, but he knew that Tian Dagong and Du Hai must be regretting it. Unfortunately, some things among brothers cannot be touched. Once the brotherly bond has cracked, it's very hard to return to the past. As for Kong Yifan and Tian Dagong, Yu Yang didn't feel much, as the boss had long given up on them. He only felt a bit of regret for Du Hai. Kong Yifan's inquiry about Linya's deeper intentions made Yu Yang scoff. Yu Yang knew that Kong Yifan's girlfriend had already turned into a zombie and had been dealt with by someone yesterday. This person only mourned for one night before turning his attention to other women. How heartless, especially since the woman he was eyeing was the boss's beloved sister. Would the boss allow that? Obviously not. What Yu Yang didn't know was that in Lin Chen's previous life, Kong Yifan had succeeded. At that time, although Linya clearly expressed to her brother that she felt nothing for Kong Yifan despite his handsome appearance, Lin Chen unilaterally believed that Kong Yifan could take good care of Linya and stubbornly tried to facilitate it. Linya finally couldn't bear to disappoint her brother repeatedly and reluctantly went along with Kong Yifan. The outcome was that Lin Chen, with Yu Yang's help, personally dealt with Kong Yifan and Tian Dagong, and until his death, he remained engulfed in regret. This also led to Lin Chen in this life having a strong protective and compensatory emotion towards his sister Linya, externally manifested as Lin Chen developing an extremely strong sister complex. Yu Yang casually brushed off a few words to Kong Yifan and hurried back to the hotel to report to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was busy at the time, casually took the strategy from the canteen and said they would study it together in the evening, then asked Yu Yang to help Li Jun. Around noon, Yu Yang and Li Jun rushed back to the hotel with the team, accompanied by 7 or 8 additional boys and 5 or 6 girls. The expressions of Yu Yang and Li Jun were quite awkward. Lin Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart and quickly scanned the team. Noticing that 3 male team members and 1 female team member had pale faces, their eyes showing despair. Li Jun was almost in tears as he sadly said to Lin Chun, "Brother Chun, I didn't take good care of the brothers. 3 male team members and 1 female team member were scratched by zombies. Brother Chun, I'm guilty. Punish me." One of the injured team members raised his head and weakly said, "Captain, don't blame Brother Jun. The girl we rescued panicked and ran around, attracting more zombies. And today's zombies are much fiercer than yesterday's. Brother Jun couldn't handle it." Lin Chun nodded, patting Li Jun's shoulder to comfort him. Then asked the injured team members, "Brothers, do you blame me now? Do you regret it?" Although the 4 were in despair, they hadn't collapsed yet and shook their heads in unison. Lin Chun had never forced anyone and hadn't deceived anyone into taking this path. When they made the choice to fight, they were already mentally prepared for death at any moment. They just didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. They still retained their rationality at this moment and naturally wouldn't blame Lin Chun. Lin Chun turned back and said, "Yang, briefly explain the situation at the canteen." Yu Yang began to introduce the situation at the canteen. "Brothers, you've also heard the canteen is currently very safe, but life is not dignified. In just one day, some girls have already started selling their dignity, completely relying on men to survive. Let's take another look at our current good conditions. This is the reward we gain from our choices to take risks. This world is fair. To gain something, you must lose something." The crowd fell silent. The tragedy that occurred this morning will not be an isolated incident. It can be anticipated that the zombies will become increasingly ferocious, and the environment will become more dangerous. The speculation we summarized in our strategy about the evolution of zombies has already become a reality. The strategy also mentioned the possible appearance of mutated beasts, which are now lurking, eyeing humans. If we cannot constantly hone ourselves and improve our combat power, then perhaps the next tragic protagonist will be you. The crowd became serious. The injured teammates do not need to despair completely just yet. According to our strategy, if you can survive being scratched by a zombie, you will have future blessings. Now everyone knows that Su won awaken her wind-type ability after being scratched by a zombie, and Xiao Ilan also awakened her space ability because of it. Among the 6 people who were scratched yesterday in the cafeteria, 1 person has also survived and gained a soil-type ability. So until the last moment, there is still hope for you. According to our strategy, there are 2 key points to surviving being scratched by a zombie. First, your willpower must be strong. You must have a firm will to survive. Second, your physical constitution cannot be too weak. As for whether you can gain abilities after surviving and what abilities you might gain, that depends on luck. I cannot help you with the first point regarding your will to survive, but I have good news regarding the second point about physical constitution. Last night, while studying my water-type ability, I discovered that I can release 3 different types of water. The first type is ordinary water. The second type is where I can infuse my ability energy into the released water, which can then be used by other ability users as an energy supplement. Of course, energy cannot be produced out of thin air. The amount of energy infused determines how much energy others can replenish, and there will likely be some loss. The third type I want to mention is particularly relevant to our current situation. I can infuse my own life force into the water I release, allowing the drinker to rapidly enhance their overall physical constitution and also to quickly recover stamina. The enhancement and recovery effects depend on the amount of life force infused. Boom! Upon understanding the third point, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone present is highly intelligent and naturally understands how extraordinary the second and third characteristics of Lin Chen's ability are. The second characteristic can be considered Lin Chen's ability to create blue potions, with the output depending on the total energy within Lin Chen. Given the current general energy levels of ability users, Lin Chen could spend an entire day continuously making and recovering energy, but he wouldn't be able to produce much. However, this does not diminish the immense utility of this ability. It is equivalent to Lin Chen transferring his energy to other ability users. When everyone lacks effective means of energy recovery, Lin Chen can continuously infuse his energy into water during his leisure time, which he can then use himself or provide to others, yielding remarkable effects in battle. As everyone saw yesterday, the power of abilities is overwhelmingly strong, but using them a few times can lead to exhaustion. If you have a few bottles of this blue potion, whether fighting monsters or not, your sense of security is definitely solid. This is like other guild members running around naked while your guild already has an equipment maker. Everyone can already envision that as members of Lin Chen's team in future duels with other ability users, while others' abilities fizzle out quickly, they can elegantly pull out a bottle of blue potion and drink it. This blue potion will definitely not be abundant, as it will consume Lin Chen's energy and also requires time to produce. However, as internal members, the opportunities they receive will always be much greater than those of outsiders. Compared to the second characteristic of Lin Chen's ability being beneficial for the mages in the team, the third characteristic benefits everyone in the team. After all, the skills everyone is currently using are mainly warrior skills, which require increased physical constitution, strength, agility, and other attributes. The potions produced by Lin Chen's third characteristic can serve as life potions that enhance all physical attributes, or as stamina potions that increase the combat endurance of both warriors and mages. This ability is undeniably powerful and extraordinary. It is essentially an all-purpose red potion. While other guilds can only nibble on steamed buns to recover health and energy, your guild already has potions for instant health and energy recovery. How can you still fight? Can you still play happily together? The incredibly frustrating thing is that the raw materials for making this red potion are even more precious. They are the life force of your own leader. Who dares to openly ask their leader to transfer their life force? It can only be offered voluntarily by the leader. Moreover, who knows if the leader's life force can recover after being expended? Lin Chen seems to understand everyone's thoughts and says, "Everyone, don't worry too much. As long as I don't expend too much life force at once to harm my essence, my life force can still gradually recover." The teammates felt slightly reassured. As long as it can recover, that's fine. However, Lin Chen's words also clearly indicated that he would not expend his life force for matters that are not crucial. Therefore, the legendary red potion is destined to remain a legend. Lin Chen stopped rambling, fetched a few paper cups, and began to publicly create life potions. As each paper cup filled with water, Lin Chen's complexion grew paler. By the time 4 paper cups were filled, Lin Chen's face was pale as paper, and he swayed unsteadily. Linya, with tears in her eyes, supported Lin Chen. Her heart ached, but she could not stop her brother from saving the teammates. Lin Chen weakly said, "You all hurry and drink the water, then go to the 7th floor and find a room to stay in. My water is only meant to increase your chances of overcoming the zombie virus. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own will." Linya's tears finally fell, and she hurriedly said, "Brother, just stop talking. Let's go. I'll help you to rest." The teammates saw the immense cost Lin Chen paid to create the life potion, watched Linya help Lin Chen slowly return to the dormitory, and thought of the unknown risks this might pose to his body. They couldn't help but hold Lin Chen in great respect, with a general approval rating increasing by over 20. The 4 injured teammates held the paper cups as if they were carrying heavy weights. One teammate, with tears in his eyes, said, "Regardless of whether I can get through this, I will always remember Lin Chen's loyalty. If I can survive, my life will belong to the boss from now on." After saying this, he drank it all in one go. The other 3 teammates made similar declarations and drank the water. Everyone watched nervously for the reactions of the 4. They saw the 4 spirits immediately shift from lethargy to a bit of excitement. Their pale faces quickly regained color, only to turn pale again. They continued to alternate between rosy and pale. After several transitions, it was evident that the paleness had lightened a bit. Everyone saw hope and escorted the 4 to the 7th floor, providing each with a single room, encouraging them to overcome the virus and not to let down Lin Chen's efforts. No one knew that the energy water and life water Lin Chen claimed were actually just a simple mixture of the world energy and world river water from a seed world. Moreover, the healing and stamina recovery effects of the life water were merely supplementary and not particularly outstanding. The main effect of the life water was to stimulate the body to undergo positive changes. Su Wan and Tang Yuan exchanged a shocked glance. They never expected that Lin Chen's water-type ability could undergo such a mutation. They could only imagine that if Lin Chen's water truly had a tremendous effect, his future life would definitely not be peaceful. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. However, since Lin Chen chose to reveal the energy water, he must have made thorough considerations. The energy water was bound to be disclosed sooner or later, as it would be frequently needed in the future. It was just right to announce it in conjunction with the team member's injury, which could also boost the team's favorability and earn some prestige. He knew this would bring him certain troubles, but those troubles weren't as significant as others imagined. Given the characteristics of the sources of the energy water and life water he revealed, the production of these two types of water wouldn't be too high, and it also depended on his own will. Therefore, anyone with ulterior motives could only achieve their goals by completely controlling him, not to mention whether such plans could succeed. Even if they did, the cost would be substantial, and the output wouldn't be large. Without a significant output, the overall value would be limited. Thus, as long as Lin Shun created the perception that he was an above-average expert, no one would be foolish enough to plot to completely control him. As long as Lin Shun showed a willingness to exchange, the powers that control resources would naturally pay a certain price for exchanges when needed. Although some would still come looking for trouble, it didn't matter. One must understand that Lin Shun was not just an innocent man with a treasure, but a king holding a seal. If he couldn't face such predictable troubles, how could he bring out good things in the future? Among those present, when Yu Yang smelled the familiar fragrance coming from the cup of water, his mind exploded with a buzzing sound. Although this scent was not as strong as the taste that lingered in his mouth from a morning before, he was absolutely certain that these two scents were the same, both being life water. It turned out that the boss had possessed water-type abilities even before the apocalypse. It turned out that this water was actually the boss's vitality. It turned out that when the concentration of this water reached a certain level, it could wash away a person's marrow. It turned out that the boss had already given him so much vitality. Boss, what virtue or capability do I, Yu Yang, have to deserve such care from you? Unknowingly, Yu Yang's eyes filled with tears. His loyalty to Lin Shun increased by 20, rising from a devout believer to a fanatic. From now on, he would carry out Lin Shun's orders without the slightest hesitation, executing them immediately without consideration. He even began to harbor some hatred towards Du Hai, resenting him for wasting the boss's bestowed vitality. Brother, Lin Yu supported Lin Shun back to the room, sitting on the sofa, tears streaming down her face as she hesitated to speak to Lin Shun. What could she say? Should she tell her brother that he shouldn't hurt himself to save others? Such words were beyond Lin Yu's current temperament. Should she say her brother was too foolish? That didn't seem right either. Supporting her brother's actions? That felt even more wrong. Encouraging her brother to continue this way in the future? That would be a grave sin. Did she not see that she was already crying for her brother? At that moment, Lin Shun blinked at Lin Yu, his expression quickly returning to normal. Brother Yu. Lin Yu's earlier feelings of pain and worry were now replaced with confusion and joy. Ja, don't worry. I'm fine. Brother, is this true? You're not just saying this to comfort me, are you? Yeah, of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think I'm a kind of person who sacrifices myself for others based on what I usually teach you? Brother, I want to allow you to say that about yourself. Are you really okay? Then why did you do this? I assure you, I'm really fine. Even if something were wrong, it's not that serious. Can you figure out the reason why I did this? Since her brother was fine, Lin Yu's mind returned to its clever and calm state, and she quickly understood the intricacies. Brother, since this will consume your vitality, you naturally want to do it often, so you deliberately exaggerated the difficulty to discourage others from targeting you in this regard. Lin Shun affectionately scratched Lin Yu's nose and said, You're right, but not entirely. By making the situation seem more tragic, it's easier for the injured team members to feel grateful and for the others to trust me. Brother, you're really a sly old fox. All right, you dare to say that about me? Brother, stop scratching, it tickles. Yeah, after a while, you should go down and tell them this. In the dining hall on the second floor, the previously set tables had been opened and arranged, and the team members were silently eating. The lunch table was still filled with delicacies, but no one expressed joy. It was a joke. Who would be laughing at a time like this? With teammates' lives uncertain and the boss lying in bed, if you were still laughing, it was clear you didn't want to stay in this team. With the sound of military boots clattering on the floor, Lin Yu walked into the dining hall with a stern face. Xiaoya, is the boss okay? Xiaoya, how is Chunga doing now? Lin Yu went downstairs to the dining hall, and everyone began to ask her about Lin Shen's condition. My brother is fine. He told me that vitality and physical strength are not entirely the same thing. His physical strength consumption earlier was actually not much. It was mainly the rapid consumption of vitality that caused him to collapse. In his perception, vitality is related to lifespan and potential, while physical strength is related to direct combat power. His physical strength will recover after a while, and his combat power will not be affected. He cannot expend vitality recklessly over the next few days. Doing so would harm his foundation. So you all must be extra careful this afternoon during combat. He doesn't want to see a situation like this afternoon when everyone returns at night, making it difficult for him. Lin explained. Everyone expressed that they would definitely be careful in the afternoon. If anyone got hurt again, they must prevent the boss from continuing to expend his vitality, letting the injured gamble with fate themselves. Linya's expression improved slightly as she continued. I'll bring some high-energy food up for my brother. You all wait here after your meal. He will come down soon to arrange the afternoon's actions. Oh, and he asked you to check on the condition of a few teammates on the 7th floor. If the Haven T lost consciousness, give them some high-energy food. After all, we all speculate that fighting the zombie virus requires physical energy support. Right? How do we not think of this? Someone chimed in. Linya took a large plate of sea cucumbers and abalones and headed back to her room. The remaining crowd felt a bit relieved, yet heavy, silently reminding themselves to be cautious in the days to come until the boss recovered his vitality. Everyone knew that non-ability users and non-enhanced individuals were highly unreliable when it came to gambling with fate after being scratched or bitten by zombies. There is evidence that among all the students in the Engineering Management Institute, excluding those who had already been devoured or severely injured and quickly transformed into zombies, about 40 people were lightly scratched or bitten and forced to gamble with fate. Among those 40 who were forced to gamble, only 5 won. 3 of those 5 gained abilities, 1 obtained speed enhancement, and 1 showed no change. This means the success rate was about 10%. The real data would only be smaller, not larger, because there were certainly those who didn't make it and silently turn into zombies, not included in the statistics. Even if Lin Chen's life water wasn't a miracle drug, it would definitely increase the survival rate significantly. How many percentage points can it specifically improve? Based on the conditions of the 4 teammates today, we should be able to estimate a rough number. If 1 survives, then the vitality potion definitely has an effect, but it's hard to say how much. If 2 survive, then it at least improves by 20 to 30 percentage points. If 3 survive, then Lin Chen will have a large number of fanatical followers. If all succeed, let us not think too optimistically for now, okay? If all succeed, does that mean everyone should intentionally get caught and bitten by zombies? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the self-rescue team finished lunch. After resting in place for about half an hour, Lin Chen walked steadily into the dining hall. Everyone looked closely and saw that aside from his slightly pale complexion and somewhat lethargic spirit, there was nothing abnormal, which eased their worries a bit. Over the past couple of days, everyone had great confidence in Lin Chen's abilities, and his contributions today made them feel he was a reliable leader. Everyone thought that following Lin Chen would not be wrong. If something really happened to Lin Chen, just thinking about it made everyone feel a sense of panic. Fortunately, Lin Chen looked fine. Moreover, Linya also mentioned that Lin Chen's combat power would not be affected. The team members all stood up and looked at Lin Chen with a hint of admiration. The dozen newcomers from the external academy that Li Jun brought back also showed similar expressions. For these exceptionally intelligent and assertive students from Yanhuang University to sincerely show such expressions is indeed not an easy task. In peacetime, many government officials and countless stars cannot earn their respect. Lin Chen achieved that. Su Wan and Tang Yuan were secretly amazed. As Lin Chen showcased more of his abilities, it felt as if they were witnessing the rise of superstar. Their desire to ally with Lin Chen became firmer. The dozen newcomers selected by Li Jun were all exceptional in their own right. Among them, there were 2 ability users, 1 earth type and 1 fire type, 3 enhancers, and 7 strong and capable ordinary individuals. For the entire morning, Li Jun praised Lin Chen to the sky, and they were all half convinced. After witnessing Lin Chen's miraculous abilities and incredible loyalty firsthand, most of them mentally knelt to Lin Chen, and those who didn't were nearly there. As for Lin Chen's combat power, looking at this strong team and then glancing back at the cowards in their dormitory, was there still any doubt about Lin Chen's combat power? Seeing Lin Chen appear, they all looked at him eagerly, wanting to gain his recognition as soon as possible. Lin Chen calmly nodded to the team members. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Boss, are you okay? Chingu, we were so worried about you. Senior, You really worried us to death. Lin Shen raised his hand to signal for silence, and everyone immediately quieted down. Thank you all for your concern. I'm basically fine. What I needed to say has already been relayed to you by Iya. Now, let me introduce a few new friends from the external academy. Xiao Jun, please introduce your friends to everyone. Li Jun stepped forward and brought the 12 newcomers up one by one. Xingu, fellow teammates, let me introduce you. This is Wang Junjie, a fire-type ability user. Zhou Yang, an earth-type ability user. Chao Feng, a speed enhancer. Zhou Pahai, a strength enhancer. Yi Jun, a strength enhancer. Pan Yin, a martial artist. Wow, none of the 12 are ordinary. 5 are ability users, and 7 are martial artists. Lin Chun was very satisfied. At this stage, mature martial artists are even more useful than ability users. After Li Jun finished the introductions, Lin Chun applauded along with everyone to welcome them. For all team members, they were now huddling together for warmth, struggling to survive, and there were no direct conflicts of interest in the team. So the more capable the newcomers were, the more welcome they were. Li Jun whispered to Lin Chun that these were all good brothers and sisters he met in the martial arts club at Yanhuan University. Mostly straightforward martial artists with little pretense. Lin Chun nodded with a smile. The 12 expressed their gratitude to everyone with a fist salute. Lin Chun said to them, "Everyone, time is tight now. We will hold a welcome ceremony for you in the evening. First, let's arrange our actions for the afternoon." The newcomers understood Lin Chen's straightforwardness. They appreciated it and preferred direct communication. The first thing this afternoon is to wait before we go out for action. Everyone will work together to drag all the zombie corpses within the hotel and the surrounding 100 meters together and burn them. There are several barrels of gasoline in the storage room that can be used as needed. The self-rescue team now has nearly 260 people. I have decided to divide everyone into 5 teams. Those with the ability to kill zombies will form 3 teams, led by Li Jun, Li Ying, and Wang Junjie, to continue rescuing the surviving students from the Education Institute and the Normal Institute, following the usual protocol. Help them clear a path to the 19 cafeteria and escort them there to settle down. Once you complete the task, you can return to the hotel. Regardless of whether you complete it or not, you must return before dark. Those with insufficient combat experience will form 2 teams. One led by Xiong Ping will stay behind at the hotel, and the other led by Su Peng will slowly expand around the hotel, rotating every hour. Before we act, I remind everyone again, today zombies are very fierce, so be extra careful. Lure them patiently, don't attract too many at once, and don't be greedy for accomplishments. I hope everyone returns in one piece tonight, and no one has to gamble with fate again. Ayang, you are fast. Go tell the hotel guests to help move the zombies downstairs. If anyone refuses to move, starting this afternoon, they will have to figure out their own living supplies. In the afternoon, you also need to take time to go to the cafeteria and inform them that we will supply them with 3 barrels of water every day, and they need to bring their own containers to collect it. When they come over, we will give them water from the water tower. Let us start the action. Everyone began to automatically form teams and move the dead zombies. Someone asked, "Boss, which team will you and Xiaoya join?" Everyone looked at Lin Shan with anticipation. Lin Shan smirked, "Sorry, this afternoon, Xiaoya and I have to go out for a personal matter. Those who also want to handle personal matters. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to go out." Everyone shivered. The boss really is the boss. He doesn't even dare to say he is going out alone in school, but he is going out to shop with a girl. This is the difference. Everyone trusts the combat power of Lin Chun and his sister, believing that as long as they don't seek death themselves, their safety outside is higher than that of everyone else in school. Lin Chun turned to the 2 noble girls from the capital. Before he could speak, both girls said in unison, "We want to go out with you. You definitely want to agree, right? You're very clever. Then what do you want to say?" Suwon asked. "This afternoon, there are no strong experts stationed at the hotel. I'm worried someone will come to seize the hotel." "No way." Tang Yuanyuan answered first. "I want to go kill zombies. It's not good for girls to be fighting and killing. What is it to you? Why don't you talk about your Iya?" Linya showed an innocent expression. In the end, it was Suwon who came to the rescue. "Lin Shun, don't think others don't know your tricks. You must be eyeing the black notebooks and handguns in Yuan Meng and Zheng Han's hands, right? You don't want to ruin your image by getting rough, but want us to take the blame. Your plan sounds great. Lin Shun, I can see that your heart is actually dark, and you often think about taking lives." "Lin Shun, oh dear. Grandma, it's better not to speak out what you see. I've been serving you well with food and drink, maintaining you like a horse. And yet you think so poorly of me. Although what you said isn't wrong. But in your eyes, lives don't seem that precious, right? My true nature really isn't suited to be revealed so early. I've been reborn for 3 days and haven't killed a single person yet. Lin Shun was muttering in his heart that he hadn't killed anyone in this life, not expecting that he would soon go on a killing spree in the afternoon. And it would be several at once. Just as he was feeling gloomy, Tang Yuanyuan unexpectedly spoke up for Lin Shun. Lin Shun, you know that Su Wan and I will soon return to the capital. After we go back, there won't be many opportunities to kill zombies. So we need to indulge ourselves now. I know you're worried about my and Su Wan's safety, but both of us have abilities, and the current zombies are basically no threat to us. Besides, we will cherish our own lives and won't act recklessly. As for the hotel security issue you're concerned about, I think leaving either Yuan Meng or Zheng Han behind is sufficient. What do you think? Lin Shun reluctantly nodded. Okay then, let Zheng Han stay. Yuan Meng's heart softened a bit. But you two must be extra careful. Tang Yuanyuan saw that Lin Shun entrusted the guarding task to her bodyguard and felt she had inadvertently overshadowed Su Wan, casting a proud glance at her. And her mood lifted. Now it was Su Wan's turn to feel gloomy. At nearly 2 in the afternoon, the hotel and the area within 100 meters around it had accumulated about 1,000 zombie corpses piled up outside the hotel entrance. The rescue team poured 2 barrels of gasoline over the small mountain of corpses and ignited them to send the zombies off. Amid the raging flames, 3 elite teams set out to execute rescue missions. 2 remaining teams took care of the corpse pile, waiting for it to burn down before doing their own tasks. Lin Shun, along with Linya, threw his large backpack onto an imported Hummer. He let Linya get in the car while he casually touched the fuel tank, using his mental power to probe inside and fill the tank. With the awakening of Lin Chen's ability, the spatial domain of the seed world extended about a meter outside his body. As his mental power ability upgraded, the range of the spatial domain continued to expand, now reaching about 3 to 4 meters outside. Within this range, as long as there was no spatial blockage, Lin Shun could freely manipulate some small objects and non-living entities in a stationary state. Filling the gas tank from a distance was just the most basic application of this ability. He sat in the driver's seat, turned the key to start the engine, and set off. Where do you get the car key? Naturally, he found it through a mental scan of the zombies around the hotel. Now, in the parking lot, he had found the corresponding keys for more than 30 vehicles of various sizes. These vehicles would all be needed in the upcoming campus retreat operation. The Hummer produced in the U.S. was sturdy. Under the ravages of the electromagnetic storm, the electronic devices like navigation and dash cams in the car were destroyed. However, the mechanical transmission still functioned normally, allowing the vehicle to drive. The powerful Hummer, with its low and strong engine sound, headed toward the west gate of the school. After breaking out of the 100-meter safe zone cleared by the Cloud Hotel, zombies began to appear on the road in small groups. More zombies that were originally hiding around the buildings where living people were present were attracted by the commotion caused by the Hummer and turned their attention to it, immediately rushing toward the vehicle. But before these zombies could reach the road, the Hummer had already sped away. The approaching zombies lost their target. The zombies either staggered away in the direction of the noise or returned to their original buildings. Those buildings exuded the scent of fresh blood and flesh, attracting the zombies to linger outside for a long time. On the 21st, Lin Shun had checked the latest maps of almost all major cities in China online and memorized the route maps of important urban areas from his memory. With his awakened mental power ability, remembering these things was effortless. Moreover, while accompanying Yi for fun, he bought no less than 10 map books from various bookstores. At that time, Yi was quite puzzled. He, of course, had the route map of Magic City memorized down to every small street and alley. With his current level of mental power, he could conduct directional detection and gauge the situation within a kilometer ahead. Therefore, if there were less than 20 densely packed zombies on the road ahead, he would drive the Hummer at high speed, crashing into the zombies and sending their limbs flying, quickly splattering black blood all over the front windshield. The sturdy body of the Hummer made him unconcerned about the vehicle being destroyed. Lin Shun casually turned on the windshield wipers to clean the blood off the windshield. He showcased the wild driving skills he had honed in the apocalypse, speeding through the streets of the Doomsday Magic City, leaving a trail of blood. Occasionally, he would perform a high-speed drift to turn into an alley and quickly emerge from the other end, to continue his reckless driving. Linya, sitting in the passenger seat, was shaken to the point of nearly losing her breath, even though she was strapped in. The violent shaking, occasional dangerous situations, and the flying limbs and body parts in front of the car made her heart race as if she were on a roller coaster, leaving her breathless with tension. Before they set out, she had anticipated that the road wouldn't be calm, but she hadn't expected that just driving would be so thrilling. If she weren't already a person with abilities, with strong mental power and physique, she would have fainted long ago. As the Hummer moved forward, Linya felt puzzled. Driving in the apocalypse comes with many obstacles. It's normal to get out of the car to push obstacles aside or take a detour. But sometimes, when there were only a few scattered zombies on the main road ahead, her brother would still drift and turn into an alley. Why was that? Seeing her brother driving seriously, she could only suppress her questions deep in her heart. The real reason was that Lin Shun had already detected that ahead was a densely packed zombie area or that the road was blocked by various vehicles from an accident. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to stop to push the wrecked vehicles aside. He didn't want to waste time or put his sister in danger. Fighting zombies on the streets was different from clearing them on campus. In a campus, they advanced gradually without much concern for what was behind. But on the streets, zombies appeared from all directions. There was also the possibility that once fleeing people saw them, they would see them as a lifeline and rush toward them, bringing even more zombies along. The number of zombies would increase, and one's fighting power would diminish over time. Dozens or hundreds of zombies might not be scary. But what about hundreds or thousands? What about tens of thousands? In such a scenario, it would only lead to a disastrous end. And when in a life-or-death situation, he would inevitably take Linya into the seed world, which would expose his seed world. Originally, letting Linya know about the seed world wasn't a big deal. But this girl still held strong ideals and wasn't a qualified survivor in the apocalypse yet. If she knew Lin Shun had such substantial resources and pressed him to save the world, what should he do? He absolutely couldn't let anyone else know his greatest secret, perhaps not even the person who would be by his side in the future. Having gone through too much, his heart had become weathered, and he no longer held any expectations for the legendary love. Only the bond of blood remained deeply rooted in his heart. Only by facing Yaya's smiling face and being with his loving parents does he feel his vibrant existence. Some might say this is a kind of illness that needs to be treated. But Lin Shun doesn't care. Perhaps in the future, other women will enter his heart. But at least for now, that's a distant thought. Right now, Yaya is the most important. She is everything to Lin Shun. With a strong sense of guilt towards Yaya, he wants to fulfill her wishes as much as possible. He doesn't want to see her disappointed. Therefore, to avoid discomfort for himself, he must try to conceal the seed world from Yaya for now. Yanhua University is located in the northern suburbs of Magic City, while Linya's school is in the northwestern suburbs, approximately 10 kilometers apart in a straight line, with a mapped route of 14 kilometers. Lin Shun often reverses, takes small alleys, and, after driving more than 30 kilometers, finally sees the campus of East China Electronic Machinery Institute in the distance. He didn't stop the car even once along the way, maintaining an average speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Lin Shun accomplished what seemed impossible in less than half an hour. However, starting the day after tomorrow, it would be much more difficult to do this again. By then, enhanced zombies would be common, and evolved zombies with abilities would frequently appear. Speed zombies could catch up to a Hummer, strength zombies could break a Hummer, and ability zombies could even destroy a Hummer. What's more terrifying is encountering a zombie king. A single howl would summon zombies from all directions, making it impossible to escape. By then, Magic City would truly become a city of death. Since Lin Ya has the desire to return to her school, Lin Shun needs to arrange this as soon as possible. Throughout the journey, Linya witnessed various apocalyptic scenes, feeling a persistent gloom. However, upon seeing the campus in sight, she felt a bit happier. At the same time, she also felt a faint unease, worried that something undesirable might happen. Lin Shun patted Linya's head and comforted her, saying, "Yaya, they'll be fine." The dormitory building where Linya resides is close to the north gate of the school, and outside the north gate is a small, exquisite park. The Hummer arrived at a relatively secluded corner of the park, and Lin Shun parked the car, saying to Linya, "Yaya, you first deal with the few zombies around here, then wait for me. I will go back and lure away the zombies that followed us, so we won't be blocked on the way back." Lin Shun took off the car keys and ran towards the back. As he passed the fuel tank, he casually touched it and took all the gasoline. He had to be cautious. If the car were stolen when he and Linya went to pick someone up, it would be extremely difficult to find another usable car here. Good cars in the seed world cannot be taken out in front of Yaya. Without a sturdy car like the Hummer, the return journey would be tough. Brother, you must be careful. Don't worry. The monsters that can threaten your brother haven't evolved yet. You also need to be careful here. Yes, I don't think these few monsters are a problem. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Linya led the way with her sword, while Lin Shun carried a large backpack and held a sword. Following behind her, as they made their way through the park towards the school's north gate by the small lake. They did not plan to enter through the main gate, but intended to climb over the wall, because Lin Shun detected that there were many zombies at the main gate. Taking that route would be time-consuming and laborious. They also didn't drive directly here, because it was relatively open and hard to hide. Moreover, a large target would easily attract unnecessary trouble. Having Linya lead the way wasn't to deliberately tire her out, but because Lin Shun wanted to take the opportunity to train her combat skills and solidify her evolution foundation. The entire apocalypse process is a competition of evolution speed between humans and zombies and mutated beasts, with some strange otherworldly creatures joining in later to disrupt the competition. In his previous life, Lin Shun lived in a daze, showing no interest in the hidden truths behind the apocalypse. Or it could be said that due to his status at the time, he didn't know where to start, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. This life, however, is completely different. Looking at Yaya's youthful and vibrant figure, Lin Shun felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Perhaps in this life, he has the ability and qualification to uncover the true background of the apocalypse. Perhaps he could try to end this apocalypse and restore a worry-free sky for his loved ones. Because of family ties and the desire to protect, Lin Shun finally began to develop a feeling that could be called great. The process of the apocalypse on Earth will therefore be completely different from what Lin Shun experienced in his previous life. Yaya stopped. Just as they were about to finish the lakeside path and the park gate came into view, Lin Shun urgently called out to his sister. He sensed a massive energy reaction ahead, which should be at the mid-level of the first rank, not as strong as his upper-level first rank. But the total amount exceeded his by more than one level. The owner of this energy could almost instantly kill Linya. After all, Linya's ability level is still below the mid-level of the 0 rank. The revival of Earth's primordial energy has only been 1 or 2 days. Even with the evolution virus enhancing stimulation, it shouldn't have evolved to the mid-level of the first rank. This monster is too abnormal. What kind of monster could it be? Lin Shun's opportunity might also be unique in the entire universe, and he is only at the upper level of the first rank now. Since this monster cannot have obtained such a great opportunity as Lin Shun, yet has achieved astonishing evolutionary success, the reason is likely that its qualifications are incredibly extraordinary. Linya stopped and looked back at her brother in confusion. With her mental strength below the mid-level of the 0 rank, she couldn't sense the other party. Lin Shun's expression was serious as he waved for Linya to hide behind him. Then he released his mental power to investigate carefully. He quickly discovered what kind of monster it was. About 20 meters in front of Lin Shun, at the entrance of the park, stood a willow tree gracefully. The energy reaction was emanating from this willow tree. This willow tree was about 12 to 13 meters tall, and the area covered by its crown was also about 10 meters in diameter. The entire willow tree had completely mutated. In this cold winter, while other willow trees had shed all their leaves, this one was full of new leaves, dripping with green vitality, exuding a vibrant life force. Even more astonishingly, its trunk appeared to be carved from jade, radiating a faint 5-colored glow. Just looking at this willow tree would make one think that spring had already arrived on Earth. Just moments ago, Linya had walked to the outermost edge of the willow tree's canopy, and a few willow branches began to sway slightly. After Linya stepped back, the branches returned to calm. There was nothing around the willow tree for about 20 meters, and the concrete surface was completely shattered. On the other side, beyond 20 meters, a few scattered zombies were wandering. Lin Shun had an idea, picked up a small clod of dirt, and threw it about 10 meters toward the side of the willow tree. The zombies on that side heard the noise and began to wander toward the willow tree. When the zombies approached within 10 meters of the willow tree, a horrifying scene unfolded. The branches on the side of the willow tree moved on their own, binding the zombies with lightning speed, quickly pulling them down to the roots, while several thick roots emerged from the ground, piercing into the zombies' bodies in various places. The zombie let out a howl, but quickly shriveled up, soon becoming silent, leaving only a thin layer of skin covering its skeleton. The willow tree didn't even spare the zombie's skeleton. The roots dragged the skeleton back underground. The place where the roots emerged was only slightly disturbed soil, with no other abnormalities. All of this happened in just 5 or 6 seconds. After 5 or 6 seconds, the scene before them returned to calm. As if nothing had happened, the willow tree seemed to be more spirited, its height appearing to increase just a little bit. In Lin Chen's psychic perception, the energy intensity of the willow tree had risen slightly. The siblings simultaneously gasped in surprise. What a fierce willow tree this is. A thought flickered in Lin Chen's mind as he vaguely recalled hearing about a legendary willow tree in his past life. Upon careful reflection, the initial legend of that willow tree indeed originated in the Demon City. In his previous life, about 4 months after the apocalypse broke out, mutated marine beasts landed in large numbers, engaging in a life-and-death battle with the zombie armies led by several zombie kings and the mutated beast armies led by mutated beast kings. During this great battle, people clearly noticed that in a certain area of the Demon City, a verdant willow tree emerged with an incredible growth rate, intimidating countless creatures. Its crown quickly shot up into the sky, with an estimated height of no less than 200 meters, covering an area of about 400 meters. In the end, this willow tree rose from the ground, breaking through the siege of countless zombie monsters and mutated beasts, wielding its green branches to carve a bloody path into the small mountain range north of the Demon City. In the subsequent apocalyptic years, it was said that it had appeared several times. Each time it appeared, it was accompanied by endless slaughter, with countless beings of the apocalypse falling before it, devoured by it. There were zombies, mutated beasts, and even humans who sought its body materials. It was said that even powerful otherworldly creatures that appeared in the later stages of the apocalypse were helpless against it. Each time it appeared, it was far stronger than the last, almost a benchmark for the evolution of apocalypse creatures. Some humans jokingly said that this willow tree was the embodiment of the willow deity from the perfect world, calling it the Willow Emperor. Could this be that legendary willow tree? Looking at the situation of the willow tree before him, Lin Shun thought he had a rough understanding of its early journey in his past life. In his previous life, this willow tree may have initially been ordinary, but under the stimulation of the release of Earth's primal energy and the evolution virus, its genes underwent a miraculous optimization and combination, with all genetic mutations being beneficial, concentrating all the excellent traits of wood-type organisms capable of devouring and absorbing the biological energy of all living beings. From that moment on, it was no longer ordinary. Or rather, it had sublimated into another species more awakened than the awakened among humans. Due to its inability to move in the early stages of evolution, it could only wait for prey, capturing the occasional zombies and humans that appeared in the park to devour them for evolutionary energy. In the early days of the apocalypse, those who escaped from the Electronic Mechanical Academy's North Gate would mostly choose to enter secluded parks to escape, only to end up delivering themselves into the willow tree's mouth. Because the willow tree's qualifications were too extraordinary and its potential too deep, it required an enormous amount of energy to level up. After quickly leveling up 1 or 2 levels in the early stages, it struggled to obtain enough upgrade energy. Within a few days, the faculty and students of the Electronic Mechanical Academy would evacuate, and the area would quickly become desolate. It wasn't until the marine beasts invaded, with monsters rampaging throughout the Demon City, that the willow tree finally received enough energy to rapidly level up and grow taller. At this point, the higher-level monsters had developed a certain degree of intelligence and reported the situation of the willow tree to their leaders, causing the willow tree to attract the hatred of all monsters and draw the assault of all monster kings. Of course, it was also possible that the monster kings were attracted by the evolution crystals on the willow tree. However, at this time, the willow tree had already broken through to level 4 or above. Research results from Lin Shen's past life indicated that mutated plants gain a certain degree of mobility upon reaching level 4. Thus, although the willow tree was outnumbered, it displayed great power and broke through. From then on, whenever it digested the results of its previous devouring, it would venture out to find its next prey. Its criteria for prey were based on the concentration of biological energy. As a result, many powerful zombies or mutated beasts were eliminated by it. Due to the generally weak individual humans, they failed to attract its attention. Therefore, unless humans sought their own demise by provoking it, it would hardly act against them, except for those unfortunate enough to end up in its mouth. Whenever it ventured out, human settlements within a large radius of its attack location would remain stable for a long time. In the history of the apocalypse in his past life, the surviving humans of Huagua held a very favorable impression of this willow tree. Even though it did not hunt powerful monsters for the sake of helping humans, its actions objectively brought benefits to many. Lin Shen's conjecture was largely correct. This willow tree possessed not only the talents of extension, binding, and whipping, but also several other talents. Among them, the most extraordinary ability was decomposition and devouring. It could decompose and devour most biological active substances in the world, turning them into nourishment for its growth. It could also swallow most inorganic substances, though it was more laborious. Almost all materials within the 5 elements were within its range of consumption. However, it particularly favored biological energy and biological active substances. This willow tree, like Lin Shun, also contained all 5 elements. For exotic energy substances like wind, thunder, light, and darkness, even if it could not devour them, it had strong resistance. Under such circumstances, how could it not be extraordinary? How could it not write a legend? Lin Shen looked at the willow tree with eager eyes, his mind racing with calculations. Although it would become extraordinarily powerful in the future, it was not strong enough now. If he could subdue it now, where in the apocalypse could he not stride with confidence? Overall, although its qualifications were extraordinary and its wood-type abilities were higher than his psychic power could suppress it. If necessary, he could also use the world's consciousness of the seeds to pressure it. Yes, the feasibility is very high. Then he thought again. If Yaya could subdue it and cultivate it, he could basically rest assured about her safety. Although the possibility of Yaya subduing it was slim, it was worth a try. What if it worked? Just like parents wanting to give the best things to their children, facing a heavenly spirit plant like the Willow Emperor, Lin Shen did not have the thought of monopolizing it, but wanted his sister to subdue it. After making up his mind, Lin Shen released his psychic power to envelop the entire willow tree for a test. As soon as the psychic power enveloped it, a violently fierce consciousness counterattacked. Lin Shen's figure swayed, his face turned pale, and he felt a tightness in his chest, almost spitting out blood. No, Yaya would definitely not be able to subdue it. From this psychic power, even its counterattack at the brink of death could seriously injure Yaya. If he left it here, waiting for Yaya's powers to improve, that would be too unreliable. Who knows how much it would grow by then? Perhaps by that time, even he would have no chance to subdue it. Realizing this, Lin Shun prepared to take matters into his own hands. Linya saw her brother staring at the strange willow tree for a while, suddenly appearing to be attacked, and his condition worsened. Brother, what's wrong? Yaya, step back. I want to subdue this willow tree. Brother, why don't we take a detour instead? Let's not take the risk. Linya instinctively felt that this willow tree was very powerful, definitely the mutated plant mentioned in the strategy, and she didn't know what strange abilities it possessed. She didn't want her brother to take risks. Moreover, her brother's face had inexplicably changed drastically just now, indicating that he had suffered a setback. Now, asking her to step back surely meant a major battle was about to occur, even when facing large groups of zombies before. Her brother had always remained calm and never treated anything so seriously. Could this make her feel at ease? However, Lin Shun had made up his mind. 0036, amazing harvest. Lin reluctantly stepped back, nervously watching her brother prepare to battle the strange willow tree. The willow tree seemed to sense Lin Shen's fighting spirit and realized he was not easy to deal with. Its branches began to sway slightly, threatening Lin Shun. But this was ineffective against him. Lin Shun set down his large backpack, and with a flick of his sword, the sword's shadow shifted, transforming the four-sided sword into a six-sided heavy sword. For safety and to quickly end the fight, Lin Shun took out his treasured weapon. Once the weapon was in hand, Lin Shen's aura surged, a fierce killing intent rushing toward the willow tree. The branches of the willow began to sway more vigorously, creating a breeze that forced Linya to retreat further to avoid affecting her brother's battle. Due to Lin Shen's swift sword change, Linya didn't even notice that the sword in her brother's hand had changed. She only felt that her brother's aura had suddenly intensified. At that moment, just seeing her brother's back felt like looking at a towering mountain, giving her a strong sense of pressure and an even stronger sense of security. Her brother was truly powerful. Linya looked at her brother's back with admiration. Lin Chen approached the willow tree's attack range, and the willow's branches trembled, ready to launch deadly entanglements and strikes. With a smirk, Lin Chen took another step closer. In a flash of green shadows, several branches whipped toward him with a fierce wind. Lin Chen did not dare to be careless. He raised his sword and executed a mid-grade sword technique from his past life, the clear wind sword technique, where the sword shadows swirled around him like a gentle breeze. This was the defensive sword style. Wind follows the heart from the clear wind sword technique. Wherever the heart goes, the wind follows. With the sound of swishing, green leaves fell all around, and not a single branch broke through the sword wind to strike Lin Chen. Instead, he severed all the attacking branches. The willow tree was furious, mobilizing all its branches to launch an overwhelming attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he shifted his sword style to the ultimate defensive sword style, impenetrable. A few moments passed, and the sky full of green shadows disappeared, leaving a thicker layer of leaves on the ground. Lin Chen's sword light also vanished. All the branches that could reach Lin Chen were severed, leaving only short stubs hanging from the tree, slowly swaying in front of Lin Chen, blocking his advance toward the trunk. Some delicate roots quietly extended from the ground, pulling the fallen branches underground, while the willow's branches visibly began to regenerate. Lin Chen was astonished. How peculiar, and how fast the recovery. However, the more extraordinary the willow tree's performance, the more determined Lin Chen was to subdue it. Since it had encountered him at this moment, its fate was already sealed. Lin Chen approached the trunk again, and the willow tree launched another full-scale attack with its branches. As a result, the branches were once again shortened. After stepping forward 3 more times, Lin Chen paused to recover slightly. This sword technique was not a supernatural ability. It relied entirely on his superhuman physical strength to execute. With Lin Chen's current physique, it was still somewhat strenuous to perform freely. If not for the sword being sharp and heavy, Lin Chen would truly struggle to withstand the willow tree strikes. The willow tree also seized the opportunity while Lin Chen rested to recover the branches it had lost. However, Lin Chen would not give it another chance. After regaining some stamina, Lin Chen advanced once more. This time, he infused his sword with metal-type energy. The sword's body shimmered with a barely visible gleam. Its sharpness significantly increased, and during Lin Chen's subsequent swings, it emitted waves of metal-type sword energy, greatly expanding its lethality range. At the same time, the metal-type energy within Lin Chen's body was rapidly depleting. Although the consumption was large, the results were gratifying, and Lin Chen quickly closed in to within about 2 meters of the trunk. At this distance, most of the branches had already been severed, and the remaining branches could not bend close to Lin Chen, leaving the willow tree nearly out of options. It was also bad luck for the willow tree to encounter someone like Lin Chen, who had an upper hand when it was still weak. Not only did he wield a 6th-tier ordinary weapon, but he also possessed metal-type abilities. With the 6th-tier weapon infused with metal energy, it directly ascended from an ordinary weapon to a primary spirit weapon level. How could a newly advanced willow tree resist such power? This was practically bullying a tree. Against such a relentless opponent, the willow tree's sturdy body and healing abilities had little effectiveness. It should be noted that generally, even 3rd-tier supernatural beings would have no way to deal with the current willow tree. Driven to desperation, the willow's roots also emerged from the ground to join the attack. After 2 minutes, all the willow tree's active roots were severed by Lin Chen. This future legendary willow tree was thus placed on the chopping block by Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not attack the trunk of the willow tree, so at this moment, the willow had not suffered too much damage to its vitality, merely losing its ability to attack. Once again enveloping the willow tree with his mental power, this time he still received a violent resistance. But its intensity was less than half of the initial response, barely shaking Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen confidently pressed his mental power into the trunk, aiming to locate the willow's consciousness center for a mental imprint. The consciousness center of the willow tree was located at the base of its roots, forming a massive invisible vortex. This vortex manifested as a five-colored whirlpool within Lin Chen's mental power. Below the vortex was a colorful crystal core the size of a baby's fist, spinning rapidly, containing immense energy. When Lin Chen's mental power reached the vortex and probed inside, a wildly chaotic consciousness transmission came through. Get lost, get lost. The meaning was repeated over and over. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could it be that the zombies had consumed too much, absorbing too many viruses, causing its consciousness to become so chaotic and violent? He tried to leave a mental imprint, but found that under the willow tree's strong resistance, he simply couldn't succeed. Even threatening it with death had no effect. Given the willow's current mental state, it likely couldn't comprehend what death meant. Attempting to forcibly suppress its resistance was also beyond Lin Chen's current mental power level and intensity. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly to himself. Truly, this was an extraordinary, mutated spirit plant. Even though its level was lower than his, and it was in such serious condition, he still couldn't do anything about it. It seemed that the only option was to bring it into the seed world for further processing. After assessing the willow tree's current mental power intensity and life field strength, Lin Chen found that, thankfully, neither reached half of his, meeting the conditions for entry into the seed world. Otherwise, he would have to continue tormenting it until both indicators fell below half of his. Lin Chen quickly replaced his sword and unleashed his mental power. With a whoosh, the willow tree vanished from its original spot, leaving a nearly 2-meter-deep pit behind. Linya, who had been watching from several dozen meters away, saw her brother achieve victory and was filled with joy, planning to walk over. The sudden disappearance of the willow tree surprised her greatly. She halted in place, looking at her brother with uncertainty. Lin Chen temporarily ignored Linya, closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the seed world. Once the willow tree entered the seed world, its consciousness was suppressed by the world's abilities. When Lin Chen's consciousness arrived, he easily left an imprint in the willow tree's sea of consciousness. This imprint contained the world power of the seed world. In the future, as long as the willow tree could not surpass the world level, it would never break free from this imprint. After Lin Chen took control of the consciousness sea of the willow tree, he found it to be a chaotic expanse filled with frenzied and violent consciousness demands, as well as a strong desire for various elemental energies and biological energies. He sat cross-legged on the spot, immersing his mind in sorting through the consciousness of the willow tree. With Iya providing protection, Lin Chen only kept a thread of consciousness to pay attention to external movements, while the rest was devoted to the sorting of the willow tree's consciousness. During the sorting process, Lin Chen gradually understood that the willow tree had become so violent because it had absorbed too many zombies, and the virus had not been fully digested. It seemed that in the future, after allowing it to absorb zombies and mutated beasts to increase its abilities, he would need to frequently sort its consciousness to ensure it could be controlled effectively. Lin Chen's consciousness immersed in the willow tree's consciousness sea, patiently sorting through it. If it weren't for the assistance of the seed world's abilities to suppress and stabilize, Lin Chen would have almost completely been influenced and assimilated by the willow tree's violent consciousness, turning into a devil that only knows killing. After an unknown amount of time spent sorting, the willow tree's consciousness became clear, and a distinct consciousness message came through. Master, Master. Lin Chen realized again that the willow tree's consciousness had been affected by the zombie virus since its inception and was currently like a blank slate. This was just right. A blank slate is good for painting. Once the willow tree's consciousness cleared, a capability that Lin Chen anticipated appeared: elementalization. As long as a mutated plant is tamed and branded with human spiritual power, it can undergo elementalization, transforming into elements that reside within the human body and can be summoned when needed. At the same time, the willow tree also conveyed several other abilities it possessed to Lin Chen. These abilities were ones Lin Chen had never even heard of in his previous life. They were of significant use to him, making Lin Chen increasingly delighted. After imparting some simple knowledge for the willow tree to digest and naming it Lu Huang, he transferred it into his own body. In the next moment, Lin Chen looked inward and discovered Lu Huang appearing at the center of the chi swirl in his dantian, radiating 5 different colored rays of light, each connected to corresponding elemental energy swirls. For example, The golden ray was connected to the metal elemental energy swirl, and the green ray was connected to the wood elemental energy swirl. It seemed as if there was communication happening between the two through the rays, but upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was nothing happening. However, something was indeed different from before. Even if he couldn't understand it for the time being, Lin Shan firmly believed it wouldn't be anything bad. Even if there were some negative consequences, with the seed world as a backup, he was not afraid at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan opened his eyes and looked around. It was the Cloud Hotel, a group of several leaders from the cafeteria, each accompanied by a few underlings, entered the hotel to explore. They were all envious of the comfortable environment here. Xiao Ilan, who possessed space abilities, was there to fetch water for the hotel. As she looked at the comfortable surroundings, a hint of regret arose in her heart. If only the apocalypse had happened a couple of days earlier. If only I hadn't broken up with him. Kong Yifan quietly asked the youngest, Yu Yang, where the boss and Xiaoya had gone. Yu Yang casually replied in a normal tone, the boss took Xiaoya out shopping. Everyone from the cafeteria was dumbfounded. What a bold person, still daring to take a girl shopping at a time like this. Bai Zhongfeng said, Yu Yang, we are preparing to head towards the 13th cafeteria tomorrow. We estimate there are quite a few supplies there that can help solve the cafeteria's predicament. Can you come and help us tomorrow? Yu Yang replied, that will have to wait until the boss returns to decide. Our current actions are all based on the boss's arrangements. Personally, I think it won't be a big problem. After all, the boss's aim is to train everyone's combat abilities, and any place can serve as a training ground. All the leaders nodded in agreement. The people here really are united. Indeed, how could they not be united? The first requirement for joining this team is to follow orders. Those who do not wish to follow orders can leave the team themselves. But having enjoyed the benefits, compared to the predicament over there in the cafeteria, only a fool would choose to leave, right? Linya saw her brother fighting against the willow tree. After winning, the willow tree suddenly disappeared, and her brother closed his eyes and sat down without saying a word. She was confused. What was happening? Not daring to disturb her brother, she could only guard by his side, nervously watching the surroundings while also paying attention to her brother's condition. At this moment, when she saw her brother open his eyes, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, what happened to you just now? You worried everyone to death. Also, where did that willow tree go? Yeah. How long did I sit? About 50 minutes. Brother, don't change the subject. You still haven't answered my question. 50 minutes outside is about 8 or 9 hours in the seed world. I didn't expect it to take so long to sort Lu Huang's consciousness. However, in the future, sorting Lu Huang's consciousness won't take this long since the spiritual energy pathway has already been established. The next time will be much easier. Jia, you've been standing next to me for so long. Didn't you notice any changes in yourself? Changes? Yes. I feel the wood elemental energy in the air here is very rich. Just in this short time, I feel like my wood elemental abilities have significantly increased. As if I've made 2 major advancements, but then I didn't feel that way anymore. Brother, did my wood elemental abilities advance? Yeah, your feelings are correct. Your wood elemental ability has risen from lower level 0 to upper level 0, and you're about to officially advance soon. Yeah, your wood spikes can now be released at least 15 times in a row. Oh, that's great. Brother, did you gain even greater benefits? You sat for so long. Lin Shan stood up and stretched his body. That's right. Yeah, I have good news for you. I awakened wood elemental abilities during the recent battle and tamed the willow tree. Mutated plants have a characteristic that once tamed by humans, they can elementalize, residing in the human body and summoned when needed. I was sitting just now to experience how to use it. Brother, congratulations. I knew you were the best. 0037 Lu Huang separation Lin, yet always felt a bit uneasy because she possessed 4 elemental abilities while her brother only had water elemental abilities. She felt she shouldn't have so many abilities and that her brother should possess them instead. But abilities cannot be transferred. Now that her brother had gained another elemental ability, she could only feel happy for him. She wished all her elemental abilities could belong to her brother. Yeah, now watch me perform. Lin Chun extended his left hand, and a green light flashed in his palm, revealing a mini willow tree. Lu Huang radiated 5 colors of light, appearing both illusory and real. I named it Lu Huang. Linya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Huang. With her wood elemental abilities, she naturally had a fondness for spiritual plants. Lin Chun tossed Lu Huang and as it left his hand and rooted itself in the ground, it instantly grew to a height of 12 to 13 meters, clearly resembling its form before the battle with Lin Shun. While sorting Lu Huang's consciousness, Lin Shun had given it a drop of spring water to help it recover from its injuries. The seed world incessantly chattered, saying that this willow tree could be considered a rare species of nature, requiring a massive amount of energy for growth, and that using world energy for nourishment was simply not cost-effective. It should absorb more zombie bodies instead. Lu Huang stretched its branches, directly pulling in the leaves it had previously shed. Now that it had the ability to elementalize, these leaves, originating from its body, could naturally be elementalized back. Lu Huang's height instantly increased by more than a meter, reaching the peak of the intermediate level, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. Lin Shun was overjoyed. It seems that in the future nights, I will go out to be a city cleaner, collecting zombie corpses. Soon there will be an invisible monster in this city specifically for devouring zombie bodies. Brother, these branches and leaves originally belonged to the Willow Emperor, so it's not surprising that it took them back. Lin Shun was speechless. After thinking for a moment, he said, the Willow Emperor has another very important ability. As its ability advances, it can produce separates. These separates have half of its attack and defense capabilities, and can reside in different human bodies in both active and passive ways. It can now produce 5 separates. Yaya, do you want one? Lin Ye's eyes shone with joy. Brother, really? I can also have a Willow Emperor? Of course it's true. Wait a moment. I'll let it create a separate for you. This ability of the Willow Emperor was what Lin Shun was most satisfied with, as it solved his biggest concern. Lin Shun's greatest worry was Lin Ye's safety. Although the separates only have half of the main body's attack and defense capabilities, lack growth potential, and have no other special talents, who is the Willow Emperor? It is a legendary creature with extraordinary qualifications, and even half of its capabilities can likely surpass most creatures of the same level. Moreover, it should be noted that the characteristics of the Willow Emperor allow it to upgrade at an incredibly fast speed. As long as the Willow Emperor retrieves the separates after each upgrade, assimilates them, and then sends them out again, the energy level of the separates will never fall behind. The separates will definitely carry a trace of Lin Chen's spiritual consciousness, which is mainly responsible for crisis sensing, allowing the Willow Emperor's separates to exert passive protective functions. This means that as long as this pure consciousness of Lin Chen senses that Lin Ye's external environment is unsafe, it will immediately have the Willow Emperor's separate cover Lin Ye's body. Furthermore, the Willow Emperor's separates can be sensed by the main body no matter how far away they are. In other words, as long as Lin Ye carries a Willow Emperor's separate, Lin Shun can find her wherever she goes. The separates also have another important function. In case of an emergency, if danger comes too quickly and the Willow Emperor's separate cannot protect Lin Ye in time, the separate will automatically disintegrate partially or completely, transforming into pure life force to heal Lin Ye. Therefore, Lin Shun was most satisfied with this ability of the Willow Emperor. It was practically tailor-made for Lin Ye. Of course, Lin Shun would only tell Lin Ye about the surface functions of the Willow Emperor's separates. He would not disclose the hidden functions to avoid her feeling over-reliant and neglecting danger. Lin Shun reached out to summon the Willow Emperor, seemingly retracting it into his body. But in reality, it was being returned to the seed world. After closing his eyes for a moment, Lin Chen's consciousness entered the seed world, allowing the Willow Emperor to split within it. The main body of the Willow Emperor slightly moved, and a point of light flew out from its body, landing on the ground and transforming into a slightly smaller Willow Emperor. Then the height of the original body decreased by 1 meter. This was the cost of the Willow Emperor producing a separate. Although the level of the main body remained unchanged, its energy reserves would decrease. After all the energy of the separate comes from the endowment of the main body. If too many separates are produced, the main body could even face the risk of downgrade. The amount of energy injected into each separate is determined by Lin Shun. Of course, the separate for Yaya would be injected with the maximum capacity it can hold. The small Willow Emperor also possesses a small consciousness vortex. Lin Shun used the world consciousness to leave a trace of crisis, sensing consciousness, and a few simple commands in the small Willow Emperor's consciousness vortex. The reason for doing this in his own world was to gain the support of the world consciousness, ensuring that this consciousness could not be destroyed. Once again reaching out, the small Willow Emperor appeared in his palm. Yaya, come, Channel your spiritual consciousness into the consciousness vortex of the Willow Emperor, separate to imprint it. Once completed, you'll be its host, and you can use it. After a moment, Linya completed the imprint, and the Willow Emperor, separate, entered Linya's dantian. Linya closed her eyes to feel for a few minutes, then stretched out her hand, and a green willow branch suddenly emerged from her palm, followed by 2, 3. With a flick of her hand, several willow branches shot toward a small tree several meters away. Crack! The small tree was twisted and broken by the willow branches. With another gesture, a willow branch flew towards a large tree 20 meters away, instantly wrapping around a tree limb. The willow branch quickly contracted towards the limb, and Linya flew towards the large tree along with it. Oh dear, brother! I become Spider-Man. Linya momentarily forgot the purpose of her outing. She sheathed her sword on her back, freeing her hands. Then she continuously stretched and retracted the green willow branches, exploring their various uses, having a great time. Lin Chun smiled silently, quietly watching Linya play. It was fortunate that Linya had wood-type abilities, with wood-type energy supporting her, allowing her to activate the Willow Emperor's separates for active attack and defense. Other people without wood-type abilities could only utilize the passive protective function and positioning function of the separates. During use, most of the energy consumed is paid by the user, with a small portion borne by the separate. However, after consuming energy, the separate will slowly absorb the user's energy until it replenishes back to the energy limit of that Willow Emperor separate. Now, Linya essentially had the combat power of a level 1 intermediate wood-type ability. Although limited by Linya's total energy, the combat time was short, but at this stage, almost no one could surpass her except Lin Chun. And let us not forget, Lin Chun would also prepare a large amount of instant energy recovery water for Linya. This is equivalent to everyone being new players, just entering the game with nothing, while Linya had put on level 10 legendary gear, capable of offense, defense, and healing, along with powerful energy recovery potions. If other players knew about this situation, they would definitely ask, Brother Lin Chun, how can others play like this? Are you still worried about others bullying your sister? This is too much. However, Lin Chun is just like that. He doesn't care about others' feelings. He only cares about keeping the best things in the world for his sister. As long as there is a happy smile on Yaya's face, he feels that his world is sunny. At a certain moment, Linya finally remembered the important matter and raised her wrist to check the time. It's 3:50. Brother, you didn't remind me. Hurry up. Hurry up. If we don't leave now, it will be dark soon. Lin Chun had already shouldered his backpack. Hearing this, he shook his head with a wry smile and handed Linya a bottle of energy water. Yaya, first fill up your energy. Brother, I haven't finished the last bottle yet. Be good, take it. It's better to be prepared. All right. By the way, Yaya, don't mention my wood-type ability to others for now. Just say that the Willow Emperor separate is an ability application technique you discovered yourself. Got it. Brother, don't worry. I remember your principle. I can only say things that others already know about you. Lin Chun shook his head helplessly. He realized that the most frequent action he did in front of Yaya was probably shaking his head. It truly was a sweet torment. Linya knew that her brother had many secrets, such as how her brother suddenly became wise and powerful, or how her brother emitted sword energy during the fight with the Willow Emperor. Perhaps her brother really experienced a lot in that prophetic dream of the future. But since her brother didn't say anything, she wouldn't pursue it. She believed that if her brother didn't tell her, it must be for his own reasons. When the time was right, her brother would naturally tell her. Anyway, no matter what, her brother was the best person in the world to her. It is precisely because Linya has always been so well-behaved, understanding, and has an infinite trust and dependence on Lin Chun that Lin Chun felt immense regret in his previous life for unintentionally hurting Yaya. In this life, he regards her as a precious treasure, the flesh of his heart, and has unknowingly turned into a super protective brother. Lin Chun secretly decided that in this life, he would never recommend any men to Yaya. Everything would be decided by Yaya herself, and he would only be responsible for screening them. Any man attempting to deceive Yaya would face no mercy once she sees their true colors. Of course, Linya is unaware of her brother's views on her romantic issues. She is currently content to be with her brother in this apocalyptic world and has not considered such matters for the time being. Linya plans to bring Zhou Fong to the hotel if Zhou Fong is still alive. Therefore, after they sneak into the school by climbing over the wall at a suitable place, they kill all the scattered zombies along the way. This way, when they come out with Zhou Fong, an ordinary person, there won't be any accidents. Zhou Fong is tall, with wheat-colored skin. And while her face may not be beautiful, it is definitely pleasant to look at. She is an open and straightforward girl for Beha. At this moment, Zhou Fong sits bored on the bed, stroking the smooth white fur of a beautiful large cat beside her, murmuring, "Schwer, the sky is getting dark again." What do you think your heartless owner is wandering off to at this time? The outside is chaotic. Why hasn't she come back earlier? You've grown so much. I wonder if your owner will recognize you when she comes back? By saying this, she subconsciously hopes that Linya is safe. Otherwise, why would she hope for her to return soon? Schwer cannot speak and only looks at her with innocent eyes. At that moment, as the two gaze at each other, faint sounds of footsteps from living people can be heard outside the door. The sound of living people walking is distinctly different from that of zombies. And as an ability user, Zhou Fong can easily tell the difference. She is not surprised by the sounds of living people outside, as she has already killed all the zombies in this corridor. However, she couldn't be bothered to open the door and talk to those people. She is straightforward by nature and cannot stand the pretentiousness of those girls. Moreover, those girls will soon be scared back by the zombies in the corridor below. There were originally 6 girls in the dormitory, but 3 often went out on dates and eventually stopped coming back to stay. She only gets along well with Linya, this enthusiastic little beauty, whom she considers her best friend. She only has a casual acquaintance with Xiao Yuji. Therefore, she feels no guilt about killing the zombie version of Xiao Yuji. She is currently only very concerned about Linya's safety. At the time of the incident, she should have been with her brother, right? If neither she nor her brother has turned into zombies, Lin Shun, being the healthy, athletic type, should be able to protect Linya, right? Girls from Beha province are generally bold. When Xiao Yuji from the same dormitory turned into a zombie to eat her, she fought back and unexpectedly unleashed a fireball in the struggle, turning Xiao Yuji to ashes. Then she realized that the apocalyptic legend had truly come. Schwer, left by Linya, had also grown twice in size, and when it moves, its shadow is barely visible. Fortunately, although Schwer has grown larger and stronger, it remains very friendly to Zhou Fong, an old friend who often buys a dried fish. At that time, the corridor was in chaos, filled with screams, cries, and the low growls of zombies mixed together. She is not a person who likes to meddle in others' affairs and ignores the commotion outside, hiding in her dormitory to study her suddenly awakened fire abilities. Only after everything calmed down did she gently open the door to check the noise, then mustered the courage to lure the zombies one by one to her dormitory door, killing them with Schwer's help. Yesterday, she could launch 3 fireballs before having to retreat back to her room to recover her energy. Today, she can unleash 4. Up until just now, she had killed all the zombies in the corridor of this floor and returned to her dormitory to close the door, starting to miss Linya. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of knocking, a familiar crisp voice rang out from outside. Yu Zhou Fong, talking bad about me behind my back and stirring up trouble between me and Schwer. Hurry up and open the door. I want to settle the score with you. Zhou Fong jumped up at the sound and ran to open the door. Before the door had even opened halfway, a white shadow meowed and darted toward the figure standing at the door. Zhou Fong opened the door, her eyes filled with tears, and hugged the girl at the door tightly. You heartless little one, you actually know to come back. You have no idea how worried Schwer and I have been about you. Schwer, squeezed between the two, protested by meowing. After hugging for a full minute, the 2 tall girls finally separated. Brother Lin Shun, I hope I didn't embarrass you. Zhou Fong felt a bit embarrassed after acting so emotional, as she recognized Lin Shun from his previous visits. Haha, it's nothing. You and Yi have a genuine friendship. With a good friend like you, I can only be happy for you. No wonder she insisted on having me accompany her to find you. Lin Shun, facing the girl who had helped her in her previous life, could not show any displeasure. On the contrary, in this life, he would take care of her as much as possible. By the way, with so many zombie bodies outside, we should go inside to talk, Zhou Fong invited. Brother, let us go in. Brother, do you think Schwer has mutated? Linya stroked the head of the large white cat in her arms, and Schwer closed its eyes comfortably, enjoying its owner's affection. It has indeed mutated, but that is a good thing. With it protecting you, I'm even more at ease about your safety. Lin Shin said, sensing the energy within Schwer. Xiaoya, your Schwer is now quite powerful. When it runs, you can hardly see its shadow. Plus, it can snap a zombie's neck with just a few claws. Also, I now have abilities. Look, Zhou Fong extended her hand, and a goose egg-sized fireball radiating high temperature appeared in her palm, showcasing it to Linya. Linya picked up Schwerer to examine it closely and said, "Of course my Schwerer is the most powerful. Fong, don't think you're the only one with abilities. My brother and I both have them. And many people outside do as well." Putting down Schwerer, Linya raised her hand and several green willow branches shot out, tying Zhou Fong up tightly before she could react. With a thought, Zhou Fong was pulled in front of Linya. Linya lifted Zhou Fong's chin. "Beautiful lady, why not just surrender to me?" Lin Chun did not expect his sister to have such a mischievous side, and he couldn't help but smile, secretly thinking that coming to pick up Zhou Fong this time was the right decision. With Zhou Fong accompanying Yi would have even more joy. Zhou Fong was stunned by Linya's move. "Xiaoya, that was truly beautiful. You little rascal, hurry up and let me go. I can't breathe." Linya chuckled and retracted the willow branches. Zhou Fong grabbed Linya's arm and urgently asked about her concerns. "Xiaoya, since you came from outside, do you know what the situation is out there? Also, with so many zombies downstairs, how did you guys get up here? What is the purpose of you and brother Lin Chun coming this time?" Linya answered concisely. Fong, as you can see, the outside is now an apocalypse. You'll know the specifics when you go out with us later. Don't worry about how we got up here. I was at my brother's school yesterday, and now we've cleared a safe zone over there, so we can't pick you up. It's getting late. Just tell me if you're coming with us. Of course I'm going with you. Xiaoya, you have no idea. I was almost going crazy being cooped up here for such a short time. Oh, you agreed so readily? I said, Fong, don't you miss school? Aren't you worried about the surviving sisters in the dormitory? What I need to worry about them? You know, I've only ever had you as a good sister, so my concern is only for you, my little saint. Besides, I'm not a savior, nor their parents. They will naturally have the government to rescue them. And if you, my little saint, aren't worried about them, then I certainly won't be. Right now, I'm only worried about my family." Zhou Fong's tone was a bit downcast. Lin Chun had a very favorable view of Zhou Fong. This Zhou Fong was much clearer-headed than Yi. Having Zhou Fong accompany Yi would at least not cause trouble for Yi in this regard, but would only be of help. When Linya heard Zhou Fong's words, her face turned a little red. Fong, I'm not that much of a saint anymore. You shouldn't worry too much about your family. Your relatives won't run into problems. Besides, your family is on the outskirts of the capital. They should be recovered by the government soon. Wow, it seems the outside world has indeed changed a lot. Even your mindset has changed so quickly. No wonder you aren't worried about those pretentious girls anymore, Zhou Fong teased. She no longer mentioned her own family. It's enough for her to keep her family in her heart. What Zhou Fong didn't know was that Lin Ya's changes were the result of Lin Chen's careful guidance. Fong, enough talk. Pack up the things you want to take. Keep it as simple as possible. There's everything over there. We cleared out a few convenience stores. You can take whatever you want. Once you're ready, we'll set off immediately. When we get back to the safe zone over there, we can talk all night. At 4:20 p.m. Xiaoya, aren't we supposed to go out? Why are we going upstairs? Just follow me. I will ensure your safety. A few minutes later, on the rooftop terrace at the side of the building. Xiaoya, you climbed up with this rope? Who hung this rope here first? Linja smiled mysteriously, flicking the willow branch in her hand downwards, instantly extending over 20 meters to touch the ground below. Xiaoya, don't tell me you stood below and used the willow branch to get to the rooftop. What else? Xiaoya, your ability is really useful. Fong, should I carry you down, or will you go down by yourself? Xiaoya, don't underestimate me. I used to climb trees to get bird eggs when I was young. Now I'm not too small, and I'm also an ability user. Look at me. Come on. Schwer, you go down the rope too. After Lin Chun also descended using the rope, Lin Yu put the rope away and threw it down, flicking the willow branch to hook onto a metal stake and bouncing down. The willow branch slowly extended downwards. After Lin Yu landed, the willow branch naturally retracted. Zhou Fong watched from the side, enviously clicking her tongue. The three of them quickly set off. Schwerer's size is neither too big nor too small. It was awkward for Lin Yu to carry her, and it was also unsuitable for Schwerer to stand on her shoulder. However, letting Schwerer run along the ground didn't seem right either. In the end, Lin Chun picked up Schwerer and placed her on top of his backpack. Big brother Lin Chun, don't you get tired carrying such a big backpack all the time? I've had strength enhancement and also have abilities. This weight is nothing. Moreover, in the apocalypse, it's best to carry important supplies with you. Oh, I see. The return journey was naturally very smooth. They only killed 2 zombies that wandered onto their path before returning to where they parked. Wow, a new limited edition Hummer. Xiaoya, have you and your brother struck it rich? Zhou Fong, with her tomboy personality, had done her research on various good cars and recognized the origin of this Hummer. Fong, good cars are everywhere now. As long as you can drive and there's gasoline inside, you can drive it freely. Zhou Fong thought thoughtfully. It seems the apocalypse isn't all bad. All right, stop daydreaming. Let us get in the car. Fong, you sit in the back with me. You must hold onto the handrail in the front seat tightly. Why? Do you think we can still drive politely like in peacetime? We need to speed so we won't get stopped by zombies. Oh, okay. Lynch secretly filled the fuel tank with gasoline, then returned to the driver's seat, started the Hummer, and began to speed through the streets of the apocalypse. 0039, to save or not to save. A Skloud Hotel. Zheng Han stood at the hotel entrance, looking at the self-rescue team members fighting against zombies in the distance, and then up at the overcast sky. It was getting dark again. Winter days turned dark early. Those people are really putting in a lot of effort in their fight, almost comparable to my attitude during military training. But then again, I didn't have the pressure of life and death back then. Lin Chun is really talented. In such a short time, he turned a scholar into a warrior. I wonder how things are in the capital. While lost in thought, Zheng Han suddenly straightened her expression and turned to the right. A group of people was approaching, deliberately trying to walk quietly. What are the people from the cafeteria doing here? Zheng Han was quite disdainful of them, thinking they were a typical mob. The next moment, Zheng Han's expression became serious. 8 people appeared from around the corner, clearly 4 active-duty soldiers and 4 special police officers, all armed and fully equipped. Each of them carried a bulging tactical backpack. Zheng Han raised her left hand to show her identification and extended her right hand. Soldiers, halt! I am Captain Zheng Han from the Central Special Operations Force of Huahua, executing a special protection mission. Please state your names, origins, and intentions. The leading soldier pulled out a few photos and compared them with Zheng Han's face. After confirming, the soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted. Report, Captain Zheng Han. I am Lieutenant Yan Wei, commander of the 1st Company of the 35th Regiment of the 12th Group of the Magic City Garrison Unit of the Golden Capital Military District. I have been ordered to bring people here to protect Miss Su Wan and to assist in her evacuation to the 35th Regiment base. Please instruct. The leader of the Special Police followed with a salute. Report, Captain Zheng Han. I am Captain Guaxiluan, leader of the 2nd Squad of the 4th Team of the Magic City Special Police General Team. Ordered to bring people here to protect Miss Tang Yuan and assist in her evacuation to the 35th Regiment base. Please instruct. The accompanying soldiers and special police saluted together. Zheng Han, dressed in civilian clothes, simply nodded in return. At ease. Everyone come in and sit down to talk. 2 groups of people came for the same protection and rescue task. Zheng Han was very clear about the reason behind it. The Su family belongs to the military, while the Tang family is connected to the government, so naturally, 2 groups would come. As for why the nearest 46th Regiment didn't send people, the reason is simple. This is a private job. The military personnel close to the Su family are in the 35th Regiment. Bringing Su Wan to the 35th Regiment ensures greater safety. The government side is likely protected by police forces and retreated to the 35th Regiment. After all, the 35th Regiment has the strongest military power, the most resources, and the best environment. Since the Tang family belongs to the government, only special police can do private work for the Tang family. Such things are not strange anywhere. Even with the apocalypse having arrived, the 2 young ladies are fighting against zombies outside. You don't need to worry about their safety. They have awakened their abilities and won't be infected by the virus. Moreover, many people are protecting them. That is not acceptable. How can we let the 2 young ladies take risks themselves? We must hurry over and take a look. That is fine. I'll stay here to guard the base. I'll feel more at ease if you go over. That person over there, come over and take them there. The Hummer sped up, and Zhou Fong was indeed scared pale, quickly gripping the handrail tightly. Zombies being repeatedly knocked away, severed limbs, and broken arms flying everywhere, bones visible on the road. Dilapidated cars, shops in disarray on both sides of the street, an occasional glimpse of 1 or 2 fleeing survivors, and the horde of zombies chasing them. These apocalyptic scenes deeply stimulated Zhou Fong's heart. The survivors in the buildings by the roadside cried out for help as the Hummer passed by. The fleeing survivors desperately tried to get closer to the Hummer. However, Lin Shun ignored all of this, focusing solely on driving and searching for a safe route. Zhou Fong actually felt some sympathy for those calling for help, especially those running towards the Hummer. She was unsure whether she should stop to save some people. In her mind, even if she couldn't save many, saving one would count, right? She glanced at Linya beside her. Linya only lowered her head, not looking outside. Zhou Fong quickly imitated her, burying her head down. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Shin noticed their behavior in the rearview mirror and secretly smiled. It seems their mental fortitude isn't strong enough. Even witnessing such small scenes causes them psychological torment. However, it was better for them to keep their heads down. This way, Zhou Fong wouldn't notice his unusual behavior, such as drifting and turning back onto an empty road ahead. After about halfway through the return journey and several turns, Lin Chin's expression grew increasingly grim. He discovered that all the roads back to Yanhuang University were blocked by hordes of zombies. Perhaps during the brief moment he had entered the Mechanical and Electronic Engineering College. A number of survivors had ventured out to search for supplies, drawing a large number of zombies away and changing their positions. This was truly a life-threatening situation. Lin Shin had already turned around 6 or 7 times without finding a clear escape route. In simple terms, Lin Shin's vehicle was trapped within this area. He had 2 options: either get out and kill all the zombies blocking the road, or he could lure the zombies away by himself and then return to drive away. Lin Shin didn't want to expose his overwhelming combat power in front of Zhou Fong, so he chose to take some time to lure the zombies blocking the road to Yanhuang University away. He parked the car in a corner with fewer zombies and said to the 2 women, "The surroundings are blocked by zombies. I need to lure them away. You wait for me here and keep an eye on the car. I'll be back soon." Without waiting for the 2 to respond, he opened the car door and left. Lin Shun gradually distanced himself from the Hummer with the zombies chasing after him. Before leaving, he habitually scanned the surrounding environment and noticed some living presences in the building next to the car, but there were no energy responses. No energy response meant there were no ability users or enhancers, so he left with peace of mind. This time, he left his backpack in the car and only took his sword. Just as Lin Chen's figure disappeared, a face appeared at a window in the building beside the car, observing the activity below. Inside the car, Linya and Zhou Fong exchanged glances. After a while, Linya said, "Fong Fong, let's get out of the car and move around a bit." Sister is thinking the same thing. Lin Chen's figure quickly moved among the zombies, observing the detailed terrain. The range detected by his mental power was limited, so he needed to make a real-world observation to finalize his lure plan, mainly to determine safe teleportation points before and after luring the zombies. The so-called safety meant that the place where the teleportation was initiated and where it appeared could not be discovered by anyone. After about 10 minutes, Lin Shin determined all the safe teleportation points and was ready to start luring the zombies. Linya and Zhou Fong were leaning against the Hummer, expressing their feelings about the apocalypse, when they suddenly heard a sound of a window opening from the nearby building. A face of a handsome young boy appeared at a third-floor window, looking about 15 or 16 years old. The boy leaned out of the window and whispered to the 2 women, "Sisters, it's not safe downstairs. Please come up." The 2 women exchanged amused glances, and Linya replied softly, "Little brother, we're not afraid. Don't worry." The boy, looking fearfully at the sword Linya was holding, gritted his teeth and suddenly showed a look of urgency, saying, "Sisters, I have a patient here. Please come up and help me take a look." The 2 women thought for a moment, nodded, instructed Schwerer to stay in the car and guard it, and walked into the building one after the other. Lin Shan was continuously teleporting, leading over 2,000 zombies to different streets in 6 trips. During the last lure, he clearly saw that only about 40 or 50 zombies were left scattered there. These remaining zombies were insignificant in front of the sturdy Hummer. After guiding the zombies to the designated location and preparing to teleport back, Lin Shan suddenly noticed some strange movements at the end of his line of sight. Habitually using his mental power to probe, Lin Chen's expression immediately turned grim. Jean Shumei lay on the ground covered in blood, her steel pipe falling weakly from her hand. Watching the zombies' foul mouths inching closer to her, feeling the virus violently erupting within her body, feeling the growing fangs and nails, feeling her body turning cold, and sensing her consciousness becoming violent and chaotic, she was filled with despair. Her husband had died in a car accident a year ago, and she had been struggling to survive with her daughter Wenwen. To provide the best living conditions for Wenwen, she had been busy with work and often ate outside. Her daughter had been eating at school or at the restaurant downstairs, and there were only some snacks prepared for Wenwen at home. After the apocalypse broke out, the snacks at home didn't even last a day. Just a short while ago, she had finally decided to take her daughter to her husband's friend while she still had the strength. The zombies downstairs were few, as most had been drawn away by those searching for food in the morning. However, when she went downstairs holding her daughter, despite having the black dog Xiaowei left by her husband for protection, she was still scratched by zombies, leaving several deep wounds. After tearing off her clothing to bandage herself, she insisted on driving to this place, but could no longer hold on. She could clearly feel herself undergoing zombification. To protect her daughter to the greatest extent, she locked all the car doors, leaving Wenwen and Xiaowei inside, only leaving a small gap in the front window for Wenwen to breathe. She took the steel pipe and got out of the car for a final fight against the pursuing zombies, while in the distance, large groups of zombies were slowly approaching due to the commotion from the car. She finally fell down. Her unwilling gaze was fixed on Wenwen and Xiaowei, who were pressing against the car window. Wenwen was crying out for her mother, and Xiaowei's face showed a human-like sadness. She struggled to maintain her consciousness, staring intently at her daughter, using all her soul's strength to cry out to the heavens. "Heaven, please give my daughter a way to live." This time, the heavens promptly responded to her soul's cry. Upon detecting the situation of Jin Xiumei and her daughter, Lin Shun regretted so much that he nearly wanted to bang his head against a wall. He secretly cursed himself for having a curious mindset. Within a distance of less than 100 meters, the situation over there was crystal clear under his mental power. The two were very likely mother and daughter, with the mother clearly on the verge of complete zombification. To protect her daughter, the mother had done everything she could in her final moments. The great love of a mother made Lin Chen's already cold heart tremble slightly. Now, he was tormented by a choice. This little girl in a desperate situation. Should he save her or not? If he chose to save her, it would contradict the cold-heartedness he had developed over 10 years in the apocalypse. Moreover, bringing such a burden in the apocalypse would be a disaster. It wasn't that he couldn't survive with a little girl. On the contrary, he could still live well. It was just that he would then have one more weakness that could be used against him. If he chose not to save her, he couldn't even convince himself. If he didn't have the ability to save others, it would be easy to just turn a blind eye. The problem is, not only does he have the ability, but he is overflowing with it. Moreover, the person in question is not an adult begging for help or a child with parents still alive. She is a helpless little girl. Although her mother hasn't completely turned into a zombie yet, it will only be a matter of a minute or two, which means the little girl has essentially lost her mother. Well, since heaven has allowed me to witness this scene, it must mean that this little girl is not meant to die. Lin Shen found himself a flimsy excuse. As for how to take care of this little girl, it would depend on the situation later. If it really doesn't work out, he could either send her to the orphanage at the base or let her live out her life in his seed world. To be fair, Lin Shen's heart was only conflicted for a second or two before he made the decision to save her. He immediately teleported over. Jin Xiumei was struggling in despair when a figure suddenly appeared at the scene. This person kicked away the zombie that was about to bite her. Then with a flick of his sword, he decapitated 5 zombies in a few swift movements. He then quickly walked towards her and fed her a drop of water. Jin Xiumei immediately felt a surge of warmth rising within her. Her body began to warm up, and the nails and fangs that were protruding started to retract. Her senses also began to regain clarity. A glimmer of something called hope emerged in her heart. However, the good times didn't last long. Soon the warmth gradually weakened. Her body began to grow cold again, and her senses started to become muddled. Her heart sank once more. However, she clearly saw the appearance of the person who came to her aid. It was a tall and handsome young man, dressed in a strong outfit, wielding a sword. This man was Lin Shun. 040 adopted a daughter. Lin Shun looked at the pretty Jin Xiumei and said seriously, "My name is Lin Shun. I think you should understand that you are beyond saving. The little girl in the car is your daughter, right?" He could tell from the situation that Jin Xiumei was already beyond help. Nevertheless, he still fed her a drop of energy water, hoping she could survive so he would have one less trouble. But as soon as he tried, he realized he was overestimating the situation. Jin Xiumei nodded sadly. "Yes. You have reached the final stage of transformation into a corpse. My energy water can no longer save you. If I feed you anymore, it will cause you to explode and die immediately. You have 10 minutes of clarity to say goodbye to your daughter. After 10 minutes, you will go to another world. Lin Shen calmly stated these words, took the car keys from Jin Xiaomei, and opened the car door. Woman was a delicate and beautiful little girl. Although she was just over 7 years old, she was very smart and sensible, making her very lovable. These past 2 days, she had seen many people downstairs bitten by monsters from her window, and they would turn into monsters themselves. Her mother had been bitten and had lost a lot of blood. Woman had been worried that her mother would also turn into a monster. Seeing her mother lock the car door and get out, she immediately realized that her mother was probably going to become a monster too. Her mother was doing this as a final act of protection for her. She felt as if the sky had suddenly collapsed, and she cried against the car window, almost fainting. Suddenly, a tall and handsome big brother appeared, killing all the zombies in an instant and feeding her mother something. Her mother's condition immediately improved, and her previously pale face regained some color. But before she could feel joy, her mother's body began to tremble again, and her complexion started to worsen. She saw the big brother shake his head, say a few words to her mother, then took the car keys to open the car door. Speaking to her in a gentle voice, "I can't save your mother. You should go and say goodbye to her." Wenwen cried as she got out of the car and ran over, hugging her beloved mother tightly. The black-backed dog jumped out of the car, sniffed Lin Shen, wagged its tail, circled around him, then ran to its owner, standing beside her and whimpering softly. This black-backed dog had energy flowing within it and displayed high intelligence. Lin Shen couldn't tell if it was an evolved beast or a mutated beast. Jin Xiaomei, propped up by Lin Shen at the car door, didn't dare waste time. She lovingly stroked Wenwen's head, smiled apologetically at her, and weakly said, "Baby, forgive Mommy for not being able to stay with you. Mommy is going to heaven." No, I don't believe it. Mommy, you're lying. Wenwen cried, shaking her head vigorously. "Baby, what Mommy says is true. Baby, after I'm gone, you must be strong and live well." "No, I don't want Mommy to go. I don't want Mommy to go." Sobbing, Jin Xiaomei turned to Lin Shen and said, "Young brother Lin Shen, thank you for everything you've done for me. Although you can't save me, you've given me the chance to say goodbye to Wenwen, and I can only repay this kindness in my next life. Now, I want to ask you for one thing. Could you please take care of Wenwen in the future? I know my request is unreasonable, but I really have no other choice." She had been holding back her sadness, now seeing a glimmer of hope for her daughter's survival. Her tears finally fell as she desperately pleaded with Lin Shen. She was not foolish. Having witnessed Lin Shen's formidable skills and miraculous energy water, she knew he was an extraordinary person. If this extraordinary person could agree to take care of Wenwen, she could leave in peace. Although she had already made her decision, when it came to the moment, Lin Shen still hesitated slightly. Young brother Lin Shen, Wenwen's father, died early, and she has always been very lonely. Now I, as her mother, am also leaving. Please have a kind heart and save Wenwen. I'll bow to you." Jin Xiaomei struggled to get up and kneel before Lin Shen. Lin Shen hurriedly stopped her movement. "Sister, you don't need to do that." Wenwen was mumbling, "Daddy, daddy." Jin Xiaomei's eyes brightened, and she said urgently, "Young brother Lin Shen, how about you take Wenwen as your goddaughter and let her call you daddy?" Lin Shen was momentarily a loss for words between laughter and tears. Seeing that Lin Shen did not immediately refuse, Jin Xiaomei quickly took one of Wenwen's hands and handed it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen instinctively caught it. "Wenwen, quickly call him daddy. Daddy will take good care of you from now on." Wenwen looked up, her tear-streaked, delicate little face gazing at Lin Shen with a pitiful expression. Mumbling, "Daddy, daddy." God knows how much Wenwen had longed for someone to call daddy. These past few days of extreme fear, followed by profound sadness. Only Lin Shen's appearance had brought her a sense of safety. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Shen's handsome face seemed to transform into the face of the father she had imagined in Wenwen's eyes. "Daddy!" Wenwen cried out in despair, turning around and tightly hugging Lin Shen's left leg. Lin Shen had never experienced anything like this before and was unsure how to refuse when suddenly he found himself being hugged by Wenwen, calling him daddy. Jin Xiaomei nervously watched Lin Shen's reaction, fearing he would reject her. Lin Shen looked down and saw Wenwen lifting her tear-streaked little face, timidly gazing at him. Wenwen's pure eyes were like those of a frightened little deer, filled with innocence and helplessness. Lin Shun felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. Well, today I am truly violating my principles of dealing with people time and again. It seems this little girl is indeed fated to be with me. So, what is wrong with having one more daughter? One big girl Yaya and one little girl Wen. I believe I can handle it. With a touch of tenderness and a surge of heroism in his heart, Lin Shun bent down gently and picked up Wen, wiping away her tears. Wen, from now on, I will be your daddy, Lin Shun said firmly. Dad felt Lin Shun's genuine love, and Wen was both sad and happy, tightly hugging Lin Shun's neck. Jin Xuemei was completely at ease, showing a relaxed smile on her face. Lin Shun, Wen's surname is Qin. My name is Jin Xuemei, and her biological father was Qin Wenkai. Wenkai passed away in a car accident a year ago. He was from the Qin family in the capital. Back then, he didn't accept the marriage arranged by his family and took me away from the capital to live here. The Qin family in the capital? What is Qin Zheng to your husband? Qin Zheng is Wencai's younger brother. Why does Lin Shun know Qin Zheng? Or do you have a grudge? Jin Xuemei was a bit worried, fearing that something might go wrong at this moment. There's no grudge. I know him, but he doesn't know me. Lin Shun looked at Wen. He didn't expect the little girl to have such an identity, the little princess of the Qin family in the capital, and the niece of the future emperor. Then I can rest assured. Lin Shun, if you ever become annoyed with Wen in the future, please don't abandon her. Just send her back to the Qin family. Big sister-in-law, you underestimate me, Lin Shun. Since I promised to protect Wen, I won't give her up voluntarily unless she chooses to leave herself. Dad, I want to go back to the Qin family. I will never leave you. Please don't drive me away. The clever Wen quickly expressed her stance. Wen is truly smart. Dad believes in you. Lin Shun scratched Wen's little nose, stepping into the role of a father. Having never experienced being a father in his past life, or this one, Lin Shun felt it was a strange sensation. Lin Shun, I feel like I'm not going to make it. You should take Wen and Xiao He and leave quickly. Xiao He has been changing since yesterday morning, able to spit fireballs. I think it should be helpful to you. Lin Shun was pleasantly surprised. This black dog was actually an evolved beast. All right, big sister-in-law, you still have 4 minutes of consciousness left. Aren't you going to say a few more words to Wen? No, I've said everything I needed to say. Wen, Mommy knows you are very smart. Mommy will soon turn into a monster. You wouldn't want to see what Mommy looks like after becoming a monster, right? Wen realized it was time to part from her mother and cried out loudly in pain. Lin Shun looked around and noticed that the horde of corpses that had been chasing the car had stopped about 50 to 60 meters away. Upon hearing Wen's cries, they slowly began to move closer. Big sister-in-law, this is goodbye. Lin Shun had a sudden idea, but still turned to leave. Wen's heart-wrenching cries grew even more sorrowful. Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuations emanated from Wen, causing her to tremble and faint. Lin Shun's expression changed in shock. Then he was filled with joy. This little girl had awakened under the intense stimulation of her emotions. Since Wen had gained supernatural powers, his previous idea became even more feasible. He took out a small drop of energy water and fed it to Wen to replenish her evolution energy. Jin Xuemei was startled when she heard Wen's cries abruptly stop. Lin Shun, what happened to Wen? Big sister-in-law, it's a good thing. Wen's emotional fluctuations were intense, and she awakened her powers. Her path won't be so difficult from now on. Lin Shun could feel that Wen's powers were related to mental strength. Which specific aspect of mental strength would have to wait until Wen awakened to find out. That's good. May heaven bless us. May heaven bless us. Now, I can leave with more peace of mind. Big sister-in-law, I have a plan that I don't know if you will agree to. I didn't want to tell you while Wen was awake. Lin Shun, just say it directly. It's like this. The world has changed. All sorts of strange things can happen now. I want to freeze you, keeping you in your current state, and then store your body in my space. Perhaps in the future, some special ability or treasure will be able to save you, allowing you to reunite with Wen. When the time is right, I will tell Wen that there may be a way to save you, encouraging her to train hard until she can rescue you. Jin Xuemei was dumbfounded. What kind of person was this Lin Shun? Could there really be such miraculous abilities in the world? Big sister-in-law, don't worry about safety. Let me demonstrate. Lin Shun focused on Xiao He, slightly moving his mental energy, causing Xiao He to faint. Then Lin Shun approached Xiao He and stored him in the seed world. Big sister-in-law, I've already brought Xiao He into my space. To keep it as confidential as possible, I first made him unconscious. Will Xiao He leak information? Lin Shen released Xiaohei. Big sister-in-law, see, Xiaohei is fine. Good. Lin Shen, I agree with your plan. Even if I can't wake up in the future, it's much better than turning into a disgusting zombie here. You can start your spell. With even a glimmer of hope, who would willingly choose to die? Besides, there was a possibility of seeing her daughter again. Jin Shumei unhesitatingly agreed to Lin Shen's plan. Lin Shen instructed the seed to create a separate space of 10 meters in diameter. This space would have air connected to the seed world, but the surroundings would be white clouds, preventing any entrant from seeing the scenes inside the world. After storing Wenwen and Xiaohei in the separate space, Lin Shen held energy water in his left hand to replenish energy consumption and began to cast ice magic on Jin Shumei with his right hand. He originally lacked the ability to turn water-type abilities into ice-type abilities, but with the enhancement of the seed world, he could freely switch and use abilities related to the 5 elements in space. However, his mental power abilities could only be explored by himself. The seed world couldn't assist much in the use of mental power abilities. About a minute later, Jin Shumei was heavily encased in ice, becoming an ice sculpture. Her internal activities halted, and her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Lin Shen opened another separate space in the seed world to store Jin Shumei's body. Looking at the approaching horde of zombies, Lin Shen smiled slightly and vanished from the spot. 0041 Yaya's predicament. Lin Shen instantly appeared in front of the Hummer, his face filled with a fierce killing intent. He discovered that Linya and Zhou Fong were not in the car, and there was no one around the vehicle. The next moment, he activated Lu Huang, sensing the position of Lu Huang's split body. He quickly sensed that Linya and Zhou Fong were in a room on the 3rd floor of a building next to the car. However, what he sensed made him furious. His face instantly filled with a terrifying killing intent as he roared, "You little thief, how dare you!" His current teleportation distance was over 100 meters at a time. After teleporting continuously 7 or 8 times, he appeared beside the Hummer. He quickly opened the car door, letting Wenwen and Xiaohei out onto the back seat, ignoring the greetings from Shuer, who was meowing at him, closed the car door, and took off into the air. He stepped on the windowsill of the 1st and 2nd floors, rushing up to the 3rd floor. He punched through the glass and flew into the room. Inside, Linya and Zhou Fong were weakly slumped on the floor. Their minds clear, but their faces showing panic as they looked in fear at the few menacing thugs slowly approaching them with lewd smiles. The boy who had called them upstairs also wore an evil grin. The innocent look on his face from earlier completely vanished. Linya watched as the leader of the thugs reached out his hands to grab her, with something ugly bulging out from a certain part of his body. Immense fear gripped her heart, and tears of regret finally streamed down her face. Her brother's words echoed in her mind. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing isn't the zombies or mutated beasts, but our own kind. In the apocalypse, humans can harm each other for no reason, and you can only trust your family and friends, and sometimes even they cannot be trusted. She hated herself for waking up so late. The end of the world has clearly arrived, yet I still easily sympathize with others, believe in others, and treat my brother's words like the wind in my ears. No wonder my brother is always worried about my safety. Am I really this foolish? These few men in front of me are just ordinary people. In a direct confrontation, I could decapitate them all in 2 or 3 seconds. Yet the reality is that these ordinary men have taken me and Zhou Fong, 2 ability users, down. After we went upstairs, the boy enthusiastically offered us drinks. The instinct to not drink water from strangers is a precaution that existed even before the apocalypse. So we didn't drink, we just asked what he needed help with. The boy said his sister was very ill and wanted us to take a look. Upon entering his sister's room, we found that the girl, who was under 20, indeed looked pale and extremely weak. We examined her while chatting with the boy. There was an incense burning in the room. The boy said it was to freshen the air and create a good environment for his sister. We praised him for being so thoughtful. Unable to determine the cause of the girl's illness, Linya planned to wait for her brother to come back to help find some medicine. After chatting in the bedroom for a while, we returned to the living room to continue our conversation. Then, gradually, both Zhou Fong and I felt powerless and collapsed to the ground, barely able to open our mouths. Suddenly, the door burst open, and 4 fierce men entered. If you can't face the true nature of humanity, then don't fight anymore. Just accept my protection. After all, no matter how strong you are, it is meaningless. You will still be defeated by the ugliness of human nature. My brother's words echoed in my mind. Yes, I was defeated by the ugliness of human nature. My brother's concerns were justified. Hadn't he just left me for less than half an hour? In such a short time. I fell, and I even implicated Fong Fong. What is wrong with this world? Is it even interesting to live in such a world? Brother, Linya whispered softly, her face already soaked with tears. She closed her eyes in despair, waiting for the moment of humiliation to come. At that moment, she didn't even have the strength to bite her tongue and end it. Bang! The window glass was suddenly shattered from outside, and the flying shards caused the people standing in the living room to bleed all over. Lin Chen's figure shot in through the window. After a series of loud noises, the living room was filled with the wails of the four men and the boy. Lin Chen, brother, Zhou Fong called out excitedly in a low voice. Zhou Fong had not cried before. She had only looked at those men with hatred. She knew that Lin Chen would return sooner or later, and these men would definitely meet a bad end. However, at that moment, she didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone reason with these men. She could only watch helplessly as Linya was about to be humiliated. Fortunately, Lin Chen really came back in time. Linya opened her eyes joyfully. Through her tear-filled eyes, she saw the four men and the boy lying on the ground, their limbs broken, wailing in misery. In the past, she might have felt sympathy, but now, seeing this tragic scene, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Slowly raising her head, she saw her brother looking at her with a gaze full of disappointment. Lin Chen felt very helpless. Lin Ya's body had the protection of the Lu Emperor's split body. But due to Lin Chen's current level of spiritual power not being strong enough, the split consciousness could not have much initiative. The greatest judgment of the split consciousness is used to sense and analyze attacks when Linya is directly attacked. It cannot actively resist non-poisonous drugs. For physical invasions, unless the opponent contacts Linya's body without her consent, only then will the protection activate. As long as that man's hand touches Linya, the protection will activate, deflecting the man's hand and then protecting Linya's entire body. So, these ordinary men actually couldn't infringe upon Linya at all. But Lin Chen wouldn't explain this to Linya. This time, the girl suffered a great ordeal, and she should remember his words well from now on. Linya looked at Lin Chen, her eyes streaming with joyful, wronged, and guilty tears. Lin Chen helped Linya and Zhou Fong lean comfortably against the sofa, and with a wave of his hand, 2 streams of cold water splashed onto the faces of the 2 girls. They both shivered, feeling their control over their bodies slowly returning. The drug they had been exposed to was a strong neuroparalytic, and the cold water was the best antidote. Even as ability users, their current powers could not immunize them against such drugs. They only had much stronger resistance and recovery abilities than ordinary people. This is also why the boy had kept them in the bedroom for more than 10 minutes. Ordinary people would show symptoms of being drugged in 1 or 2 minutes. They were only affected after more than 10 minutes, almost leading the boy to believe that the incense had lost its effect. After resolving the situation for the 2 girls, Lin Chen's anger only grew stronger. In this life, he vowed to protect Iya, but he didn't expect someone to reach out to her so soon. He didn't want to lose his temper at Linya, so lying on the ground were the best targets for venting his frustration. Moreover, after venting, he planned to make use of these people. Speak up, who are you? What evil deeds have you committed? If you speak well, I'll give you a quick death. If you don't, you'll regret coming to this world. The 4 men saw Lin Chen fly in through the window, instantly crippling them and showcasing his water ability. And they all knew they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to offend. There was no hope for them today. Knowing they were doomed to die, they became frantic. Kid, no need to say more. The essence of this world is like this. The weak are prey to the strong. These 2 girls are naive and immature, with no sense of vigilance towards strangers and unfamiliar environments. And they are beautiful. They deserve to be plotted against. There is nothing to say about that. You're stronger than us, and we fell into your hands. We accept our fate. It seems you understand this principle too. What else do you want us to say? Do you think we can say something nice, and you'll let us go? Linya and Zhou Fong ground their teeth in silence. But they had to admit that the man's words were unpleasant yet reasonable. They really had no vigilance against outsiders, and they truly deserved to be plotted against. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. You actually understand this world better than I do. You guys are much better than my 2 confused sisters. If you hadn't provoked me, perhaps you could have gone far in this apocalypse. The 2 girls sensed the implication of Lin Chen's words about their incompetence and couldn't help but blush. The leading man sighed. From the day my brothers and I started cutting people in the underworld, we were prepared for death in a ditch. We have indeed done a lot of evil over the years. We've had our share of beautiful women. Today is just the end of the line. Friend, no need to say more. If you're a good man, just go ahead. Lin Shin smiled, but his eyes were cold as he said, "You guys are truly despicable. You're much better than those scoundrels, and I even appreciate you a bit. But that doesn't change your fate. You've offended me too severely. I had planned to torture you a bit, but since you're so straightforward, I feel bad about torturing you." The men bitterly smiled in their hearts. They wanted to beg for mercy, but after seeing Lin Chin's actions, they knew he was just as ruthless as they were. It was better to appear tough and seek a quick death. Indeed, in a certain sense, Lin Chin's actions were just as ruthless and decisive as theirs. The only difference was that Lin Chin had a bottom line for being human, while they had no bottom line at all. Suddenly, the young boy shouted loudly, "Spare me. Big brother, I'm still young, I don't want to die. I was forced by them." The men glanced at the boy with disdain. This boy was a natural-born troublemaker. Otherwise, he couldn't have deceived so many people into letting down their guard. They didn't believe that this person in front of them would spare any of them. Sure enough, Lin Chin spoke. "Sorry, everyone must pay the price for their actions. Big brother, my younger brother is still small. Please give him a chance to start anew. I will tell you all the evil deeds of these bad people. They forced my brother to do bad things." At that moment, the door to the adjacent bedroom opened, and the boy's sister weakly leaned against the door, pleading with Lin Chin. Lin Chin remained noncommittal. The boy's sister began to recount the evil deeds of the men. These men had escaped from the detention center yesterday morning and arrived here, taking her hostage and forcing the boy to act to lure escapees upstairs for an ambush, robbing them of supplies and women. The men had cleared nearby zombies, so a few people did manage to escape here, and even Lin Chin parked here. From yesterday until now, they had already ambushed 5 people. 2 men and a child were killed, their flesh thrown from the rooftop in different directions to draw the surrounding zombies away. The women were locked in the next room to be toyed with. The men closed their eyes, allowing the woman to recount their glorious deeds. Linya and Zhou Fong were stunned, their faces pale from the girl's account. They had not expected these men to be so brutal, taking pleasure in tormenting their kind, worse than beasts. By this time, the 2 girls had regained half of their mobility and rushed into the next room. Lin Chin had already sensed the situation in the next room through his mental powers and did not interfere with Linya and Zhou Fong's actions. After the girl finished her story, she pleaded with Lin Chin, "Big brother, please show mercy and spare my brother. He is still young, and his life has just begun. He will change for the better. Big brother, if you spare him, I can offer myself to you." As she spoke, she began to take off her clothes. An angry woman's voice came from outside. "Not a single one of these beasts can be spared. Especially that little beast must not be spared. If it weren't for his innocent face deceiving people, my family wouldn't have fallen for it so easily yesterday." Linya and Zhou Fong supported a beautiful young woman dressed in rags into the room. The woman, hearing the girl plead for the boy, shouted in anger. Linya whispered, "Brother, there's another beautiful woman who has already died. She was completely naked and frozen blue. This sister's physical condition is also very poor. When we entered, she was tied to the bed, completely naked, covered with a blanket. Her clothes were all torn. These scum are utterly inhumane." Lin Chin nodded. "They have broken the bottom line of what it means to be human. They're no longer human. Yeah, remember this lesson well. In the apocalypse, many people will quickly collapse and become more dangerous than beasts. You cannot view things through the lens of peacetime, nor can you trap yourselves with moral shackles. You can keep the purity in your hearts, but you must always suspect others with the greatest malice. Never have a harmful heart, but always be vigilant of others. Remember, I cannot be by your side every moment." Linya and Zhou Fong nodded solemnly. Especially Zhou Fong, who had just entered the apocalypse, received a harsh blow and a profound lesson. The woman looked at the 5 disabled men on the floor with satisfaction and suddenly knelt in front of Lin Chin. "Young brother, thank you for saving me. May I ask you for one thing? Please allow me to personally deal with these scum to avenge my husband and daughter. As long as you agree, I can serve you like a cow or horse in the future." Lin Chin pondered for a moment, helping the woman up, and said, "Sister, it's not that I don't agree. You can only choose 2 of the people you hate the most to deal with. Because there are still these 2 girls who also need to take action." Linya and Zhou Fong shivered at the thought of having to kill living people. Although they hated these men to the bone, Actually making them kill was still a challenge to their psychological limits. The woman felt a bit disappointed, but being able to personally kill the one who executed her husband and the one who tortured her the most would at least quell her anger. Although she hated the boy the most, she chose to kill 2 adult men instead. Looking around, she found the sword that Linya had been thrown aside and pulled it out of its sheath. It was around 5:40, and the light was almost gone, making the room very dim. Lin Shun found a candle in the room and lit it. Under the weak candlelight, the woman raised the sword and struck down the left arm of the leading man. Blood splattered, and the man let out a piercing scream, blood gushing out. The woman may have never seen so much blood before. Overwhelmed by the smell, she began to vomit. However, fueled by her intense hatred, she continued to slash several times, severing all the limbs of the leading man. Finally, she brought down the sword for the last time, decapitating him. After a brief pause, she pressed on and dealt with the other man in the same manner. The room was instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse. The woman threw away the sword and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ah Chung, you heir, I avenge you." She laughed and then cried, and after crying, she laughed again, leaving Linya and Zhou Fong trembling with fear. Lin Shin calmly picked up the sword and handed it to Zhou Fong. "Choose one." Zhou Fong silently took the sword, casting a complicated glance at Lin Shun. Her hands trembled as she couldn't bring herself to strike. Lin Shin did not urge her, waiting silently. Zhou Fong was, after all, a strong woman. She had already killed many zombies and had a certain aura of ferocity about her. She desperately recalled the fear and hatred she felt when facing violation and the tragic sight of the female corpse in the next room. And finally, she thrust the sword down fiercely. With a splash, blood sprayed as Zhou Fong accurately pierced a man's heart. She also vomited. The sword was passed to Linya. Linya lowered her head, unable to meet her brother's piercing gaze. She did not want to disappoint him. However, she truly resisted swinging the sword at a living person. The woman's and Zhou Fong's vomiting had already stopped, but Linya had yet to make a move. Zhou Fong looked worryingly at her best friend, unsure what to say. She herself was still recovering from her discomfort. Yet, after stabbing that one sword, why did she feel a strange sense of exhilaration? It felt as if she had broken free from some invisible shackles, experiencing a fearless sense of lightness. Having killed 2 enemies, the woman had released much of her pent-up hatred and regained her former wisdom. She noticed the issues between Lin Shun and Linya. This was a powerful brother training his sister's psychological resilience. The woman walked gracefully up to Linya and spoke softly, "Little sister, you must have felt very afraid when you faced that dangerous situation earlier, right?" Linya instinctively nodded. "If they had succeeded and destroyed your purity, what do you think would happen to your loved ones?" Linya shivered, looking up at Lin Shun. If something happened to her, her brother would go mad and kill everyone. Linya firmly believed this. "Little sister, do you really have to wait until it comes to the point of killing to feel hatred towards such people?" The elder sister used to be afraid of killing just a chicken, but just now she actually killed 2 people with her own hands. Do you know how much hatred that is? Do you really prefer to have your innocence destroyed rather than kill someone? Or do you want to wait until a tragedy happens before you resent the evildoers? Do you really have so much love for this world? Linya was confused. You have a good brother. This time he saved you just in time. But what about next time? What if your brother doesn't arrive in time when you are in danger next time? Yes, what about next time? What will happen then? Thinking about the unbearable consequences, Linya shivered. "Little sister, ask your heart carefully. What are you hesitating about? What are you afraid of?" "Yes, what am I hesitating about? Don't these evildoers deserve to die?" "Little sister, I clearly tell you that your soul is firmly locked by the legal shackles of peacetime. During peacetime, all educational forces tirelessly tell us that everything is governed by the law, and we cannot casually kill. But now it is the end of the world. Are you still hoping for the law to govern you? You can only rely on yourself, on your own strength. Now you should act according to your true heart. Indeed, my heart does think that killing with my own hands is wrong, but it feels so unsatisfying. If someone hurts me, wouldn't it be more satisfying to take revenge myself? It turns out that the education we received before is meant to make us feel unsatisfied. I was blinded by the educational forces of peacetime, covering up my true thoughts. Before, there was the law to govern us, but now we can only govern ourselves. Little sister, your nature is kind, but your kindness should be directed towards people who are as kind as you, towards real people, not towards this group of scum. Do you see the things these people do? No, those are things only beasts would do. They don't even consider themselves human. They are simply more despicable than zombies. Zombies only eat people, but they take pleasure in torturing people. Do you still regard them as human? Little sister, if you don't kill the evildoers, do you want to leave them to harm more good people? Wouldn't that mean you are indirectly causing the deaths of more people? You would be more despicable than these evildoers. Linya's face turned pale. Lin Chun felt heartbroken, his brows furrowed, but he held back from speaking. The woman was giving you medicine, and it seemed to be a good remedy. The actions of these people are no longer those of humanity. They have completely lost their humanity and are no longer our kind. Little sister, remember that punishing evil is promoting good. Linya's hand gradually tightened around the sword hilt. The woman noticed Linya's reaction and felt the time was right, finally delivering the final push. Little sister, to put your loved ones at ease, to give yourself an explanation, to reduce some evil in this world, to save more good people, raise the sword in your hand and kill the beast before you. Linya raised her head, a light of realization flashing in her eyes, and walked briskly forward, swinging her sword lightly, beheading the last big man without a trace of hesitation. The head rolled to the side, and Linya's heart felt relaxed, just like Zhou Fong, breaking free from a certain shackle. Lin Chen looked at the woman with appreciation, feeling somewhat grateful. If he had persuaded Yiya to kill under coercion, he might have achieved the goal, but it would have likely left Yiya feeling upset for a long time. How could he have achieved such a good effect now? Originally, he planned to not care about this woman anymore after this incident. However, now he decided that if she brought up the idea of coming with him later, he would take her along as a reward for guiding Yiya. If she didn't bring it up, leaving some survival supplies for her would be enough. The woman saw Lin Chen's expression and felt relieved. She was certain Lin Chen was not the kind of person who would want to owe anyone a favor and would not abandon her later. As a PhD in psychology, her spirit was incredibly resilient. Even in the face of the apocalypse, after experiencing the tragedy of losing her family, even when being insulted by several men, her innocence already destroyed, she would not voluntarily give up her life. She wanted to carry on living for the sake of her husband and daughter. Her judgment of people was quite accurate. After hearing a few brief introductions from Linya and Zhou Fong, and spending a moment in this room, she could see Lin Chen's strength and decisiveness, his character, and his affection for his sister, as well as his intention to reform her thoughts. Therefore, she promptly utilized her expertise to perfectly shift Lin Ye's habitual thinking without causing her emotional pain. She saw gratitude and admiration in Lin Chen's eyes, and immediately knew that the road ahead would be easier. At least for now, she didn't have to worry about not being able to survive. 004 3 future troubles must be eradicated. Linya beheaded the last man and turned to Lin Chen apologetically, saying, "Brother, I'm sorry for worrying you." Lin Chen affectionately patted Lin Ye's head to comfort her. Linya then said to the woman, "Sister, thank you for your guidance." The woman smiled generously. "Little sister, it's mainly because you were able to understand it yourself. I just guided you with the situation." Next, they needed to address the issue of the boy. The boy's sister squatted down and held him in her arms, looking at Lin Chen and the others in terror amidst a pool of blood. Linya tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, and he immediately understood her meaning. Linya still didn't want to kill the boy. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in disagreement, about to speak when he suddenly saw the woman give him a look, slightly shaking her head. The implication was that they couldn't push any further or would backfire. The woman had avenged her grievances and now had a temporary place to stay, so she was not too concerned about whether to kill the boy or not. The key now was to take care of Lin Ye's emotions. The woman could see that Lin Chen placed great importance on Lin Ye's matters. He was indeed a protective brother. As long as it was beneficial for his sister, anything was negotiable. So the woman boldly expressed her opinion. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. It was already quite good that Yiya had such a change in mindset today, so let it be. He secretly made a decision. "You all take care of yourselves. We're leaving." Lin Chen coldly glanced at the brother and sister, taking the three of them out of the bloody room. The brother and sister watched their departing backs, their eyes revealing a glimmer of hatred. This naturally did not escape Lin Chen's notice, but he merely smiled coldly. During the descent, the sister said, "Thank you for your guidance earlier. Do you have a place to go now?" Linya expressed her gratitude to the woman again and casually asked about her whereabouts. After all, they were going back to Yanhuan University. "Little sister, I am currently homeless. Can you allow me to temporarily follow you?" The woman thought to herself, I will try my best to make you realize my value, so you won't drive me away easily. Sister, we're going back to Yanwang University. Are you coming with us? Ah, Yanwang University? You are students from Yanwang University? What a coincidence. I also graduated from Yanwang University. The woman was pleasantly surprised. Sister, not really. Zhou Fong, and I didn't get into Yanwang University. It's my brother who studies there. Lin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Guo Jiai. I graduated from Yanwang University 4 years ago. I am in a dual master's and doctoral program in the International College's Journalism Department, with a minor in psychology. Guo Jiai introduced herself gracefully. Lin Yu stopped in her tracks, exclaiming, "Wow, Sister Jiai, you have dual doctorates? You're a top student." Guo Jiai said with a bitter smile, "The apocalypse is here. What does having dual doctoral degrees matter?" Lin Shun felt a bit of respect. So she has a PhD in psychology. No wonder she was so effective in inducing Yaya. It all depends on whether she knows how to behave. If she does, then keeping her by Yaya's side to assist her would be good. Senior, I'm Lin Shun, a senior student in the International Trade Department of the School of Management at Yanwang University. I led a team to establish a safe zone at school. This afternoon, I went to the School of Electronic Engineering to bring Yaya's friend, Zhou Fong, to the safe zone. All the intersections here were blocked by zombies, and I had to lure the zombies away for the two girls to escape. After briefly introducing the situation, Lin Shun continued, "If you have no place to go for now, you can come back to your alma mater with us and decide what to do next after the government rescue arrives." Lin Shun noticed Guo Jiai's extraordinary abilities and thought about observing her further. "Okay, thank you, Lin Shun." Guo Jiai originally planned this and naturally wouldn't refuse. With this connection, everyone started to feel closer. When they reached the first floor, Lin Shun suddenly said, "You all wait at the door for a moment. I'll go into this room to use the bathroom and see if there are any clothes that fit you, senior." Saying this, Lin Shun entered the open door of the vacant room on the left. The sky was almost completely dark, and the room was pitch black. The girls waited at the door. On the third floor, the boy's sister was preparing to drag her brother to the next room. This room was no longer habitable. Lin Shun suddenly appeared. The girl was startled and then smiled grimly. The clever girl immediately understood Lin Chen's intentions. The boy was also shocked and screamed loudly, trying to attract the attention of the girl downstairs who had sympathy for him. Lin Chen sneered, "Don't waste your effort. Your voices can't go out." His mental power enveloped the room. The girl asked sadly, "Do you really have to wipe us out? We pose no threat to you at all, right?" Lin Chen replied seriously, "The world has changed now. Anything can happen. The possibility of you escaping and returning to seek revenge after becoming incredibly powerful, although very small, does exist. Therefore, you can only disappear completely from me to be at ease. I'm not worried about you, but I have people I care about. You may truly be forced into this, or you may truly be innocent, but it doesn't matter. Who told you that you have already harmed my loved ones? Blame this damned world." Without further ado, Lin Chen coldly broke the necks of the siblings and then collected all the corpses in the room into the seed world. He released Lu Huang, allowing Lu Huang to quickly absorb the blood that was about to flow like a river in the room, and then let Lu Huang enter the seed world to absorb the corpse nutrients. Many such things would happen in the future. So Lin Chen specially prepared a fixed area for Lu Huang to dine in the world. Lin Chen walked out of the room on the first floor, holding a brand-name warm windbreaker that had its label removed. "Senior, this is the only suitable one I found. Just wear for now. We need to hurry and get in the car." As Lin Chen came out, he removed the mental power barrier. Linya instantly felt the life force of the siblings upstairs fade away, and her heart sank. Her brother had indeed acted against those two siblings. She didn't know what method he used. Sigh, she couldn't blame her brother. He was doing it for her sake. She understood the endless troubles that could arise, but regretted not being able to take action herself. Since it didn't happen right in front of her, she would pretend not to know. Seeing Lin Ya's expression change slightly before quickly returning to normal, Lin Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this matter of silencing them wouldn't escape Yaya's notice. After all, it was too close, and Yaya also had mental abilities. As long as Yaya didn't blame him, it was fine. When they reached the car, Lin Shun paused and said, "There are two more guests in the car. Let me introduce you." Lin Shun opened the back door. In the back seat lay a delicate little girl and squatted a large black dog. Schwer was crouching on the driver's seat backrest, staring intently at the black dog. Fortunately, they didn't end up fighting. Upon seeing the door open, both the girl and the dog looked over. Typically, the awakening of supernatural abilities happens instantly, but when one, being young, had insufficient energy and fainted due to mixed emotions. Lin Shun gave her a small amount of energy water, allowing her to quickly complete her evolution, and she only needed to sleep in the later stages. The little black dog was slightly stimulated by Lin Chen's mental power and fainted for a while. After waking up, it kept guarding Wenwen. Having gained supernatural abilities, Wenwen's eyesight improved significantly. After being awakened by the sound of the car door, she opened her eyes to see her new dad smiling at her from outside the car. "Dad!" Wenwen stood up and leaped out of the car, jumping into Lin Chen's arms. Linya and Zhou Fong were also taken aback by the sight of this delicate and well-behaved little girl, their faces filled with confusion. When did my brother get such a well-behaved daughter? And this little girl even has supernatural abilities. Linya's wood-type abilities had been worn down and continuously recovered after 2 days of battle, and she was already facing a level up. After absorbing Lu Huang's massive aura in the park, she was now at the upper level of 0. Zhou Fong's fire-type abilities were also about to level up. Their energy levels were higher than Wenwen's, so they could sense that Wenwen was also a supernatural being. Although Wenwen couldn't sense the energy from the two girls, she could feel the pressure they emitted. Linya looked at Lin Chun in disbelief. "Brother, could this little girl be?" Lin Chun gently tapped Linya on the back of her head and said impatiently, "Where are you thinking?" "I just went out to lure monsters and saw Wenwen's mother being scratched by zombies." He didn't finish his sentence because Wenwen's tears were about to flow again. Everyone understood in an instant. "Wenwen, this is your Aunt Linya. You should call her Aunt. This is Aunt Zhou Fong, and this is Aunt Jai. Hello, Aunt, hello. Aunt Zhou Fong, hello, Aunt Jai." The soft, childish voice rang out. The three women were instantly melted by Wenwen's delicate and sensible appearance. "Wenwen, come here. Let your aunt hold you." Linya took Wenwen in her arms, being very affectionate. Zhou Fong also joyfully played with Wenwen on the side. Gujiai stood by with a smile. Wenwen's appearance reminded her of her daughter Yuer. Yuer was about the same age as Wenwen and was just as adorable. Her eyes turned red, as Wenwen's appearance seemed to transform into Yuer's. She radiated a maternal glow, looking at Wenwen with affection. At the same time, her opinion of Lin Chun rose a level. This person seemed so iron-blooded and indifferent, as if in his eyes there was nothing in the world but his sister. She didn't expect that deep within him there was still a kindness hidden. "Don't just focus on Wenwen. There's another companion to introduce to you. This is Little Black, Wenwen's guardian, an evolved beast that has awakened fire-type abilities." Lin Chun sensed the fire energy within Little Black and knew it was an evolved beast. Evolved beasts have a higher level of intelligence and can basically understand human speech. Since they would be fighting side by side in the future, they would be comrades. So Lin Chun wanted to give Little Black enough respect. The three women looked at the large black dog in surprise. Such a big black-backed dog is called Little Black. Is this a joke? Indeed. Xiao Hei sensed Lin Chen's importance to it and happily wagged its tail at everyone, making a whimpering sound as if greeting them. "Bro, it seems like Xiao Hei really understands human language. Look, it seems to be smiling," Linya exclaimed. Xiao Hei gave Linya a roll of its eyes, leaving everyone stunned. 0044 back at the hotel. It was almost 6 o'clock when they officially set off for their return journey, and it was completely dark outside. Lin Chen turned on the headlights and started speeding back. The zombies at night were fiercer than during the day, but they basically posed no significant trouble for Lin Chen. Linya tightly hugged Wenwen with one hand while firmly gripping the armrest with the other. Zhou Fong held Xiao Hei with one hand and gripped the armrest with the other. Both of them had adapted to Lin Chen's wild driving skills. Shui'er leaned against Linya, tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Guojiao sat in the passenger seat. Although her body was tightly strapped in with the seatbelt, she was still jolted around, looking pale with fear. The road ahead was no longer blocked by a dense crowd of zombies. So Lin Chun chose to return to the hotel through the south gate, the Yuyun Hotel. The members of the rescue team had basically all returned to the hotel by 5:30. It was already past 6 o'clock, and Lin Chun, the leader, hadn't returned yet. Although the dishes in the kitchen were ready, no one suggested starting the meal. Even those who had this thought dared not bring it up. Those who were really starving went back to their rooms to eat some instant food they had hidden earlier. Some people chatted idly in the second-floor restaurant, while others stood at the hotel entrance looking around. Yu Yang suppressed his faint unease. He didn't believe there would be any safety issues for the leader. The fact that he hadn't returned yet definitely meant he was delayed by something. He secretly noted down the list of those waiting at the entrance. Feeling this was one of the proofs of the team's recognition of the leader. Although Lin Chun hadn't instructed him to do this, Yu Yang took the initiative. He had been observing every team member over the past 2 days, assessing their level of recognition of Lin Chun. He sensed something from Lin Chen's actions and intuitively believed that what he was doing would help the leader. Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan, due to their status, felt it inappropriate to wait personally at the entrance for Lin Chun, so they sent their own guards. Yin Wei and Guo Shiluan, having learned about Lin Chen's deeds earlier, were quite impressed. To show their respect and importance to Lin Chun, each sent one of their subordinates to wait downstairs. The people waiting downstairs for Lin Chun were basically those who truly recognized and cared for him. Naturally, they had no mood for chatting, and even when they spoke, they kept their voices low. Suddenly, a person with enhanced vision said, "Look, there are car headlights in the distance. Is it the leader's car returning?" Everyone looked and indeed saw a beam of headlights appearing in the night sky. As time passed, the beam of light quickly approached Yanhuang University. The light broke through the deep night, clearly visible in the darkness. At this moment, it was certain that the leader was back. I told you. With the leader and Xiao Yu being so strong, how could anything go wrong? About a minute later, the headlights entered the south gate of Yanhuang University, steadily moving towards the hotel. Oh, the waiting people basically confirmed it was Lin Chen's car and erupted into cheers. In the second-floor restaurant, everyone, whether willing or not, got up and went downstairs to welcome Lin Chen back. Yin Wei couldn't help but click his tongue. Lin Chen's prestige is really too high. Could he really be that impressive? Tang Yuanyuan, walking alongside, rolled her eyes at Yin Wei. What do you think? Generally, she wouldn't engage with personnel from other factions, especially not with someone as insignificant as Yin Wei. Su Wan gave Yin Wei a comforting glance. Yin Wei smiled wryly and nodded, indicating he was fine. With a creak, under the glow of several candles, the Hummer steadily parked in front of the hotel. As soon as Lin Chen opened the car door and got out, everyone rushed over, expressing their concerns and worries for Lin Chen all at once. At this moment, the people from the second floor had just appeared at the staircase of the lobby. Lin Chen looked at the crowd that had just appeared in the lobby and quickly scanned the people already at the entrance. There were over 50 people, most of whom were ability users and enhancers. This number exceeded Lin Chen's expectations, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yu Yang noticed Lin Chen's reaction and felt a stir in his heart. The leader is indeed screening these people. Wow. The leader Lin Chen is indeed worthy of being the leader. He dares to take girls out for a stroll, even at a time like this. And he dares to roam the streets at night. This is truly impressive. Just as Tang Yuanyuan was about to finish her delicate speech, she was startled by several women emerging from the car, including a loli, a cat, and a dog. The women and the child were not concerning, but the cat and the dog were quite unusual. The snow-white cat was more than twice the size of an ordinary cat, and the dog looked like a German shepherd, but it was even larger than a calf. Both looked formidable. The ability users could clearly sense an energy reaction from the little loli's body. Are there really such small ability users? Everyone was quite surprised. Lin Chen bent down to pick up Wan, who sweetly called out, "Daddy." Everyone was stunned. When did the leader Lin Chen have a woman outside? And the daughter is already this big? No wonder he went out today, despite the danger. Everyone's eyes shifted curiously between Wan and Guo Jiai. There was no way around it. Among the women, Guo Jiai was clearly the only mature woman with a maternal aura. Although she looked a bit older, she was indeed a beautiful mature woman. Perhaps the leader Lin Chen likes this type of woman. No wonder he looks down on Xiao Ilan. Everyone felt they had discovered the truth of the matter. So, it turns out that it wasn't Xiao Ilan who betrayed Lin Chen, but the leader who cheated first? But isn't the leader a bit too impressive? Judging by the little loli's age, the leader must have had a child at around 15. Moreover, the leader's underground work was done too well. Guojai felt embarrassed under the strange gazes of everyone. She knew they misunderstood, but she didn't know how to explain. Lin Chen held Wan and smiled as he scolded everyone. Look at you guys with your unhealthy thoughts. Where are your minds going? Let me introduce you. I won't say anything about Yi. This is Zhou Fong, a student from the Electronic Machinery College and Yi's roommate. I went out with Yi today to pick up Zhou Fong. Wow, boss. So you went back and forth between Yanhuang University and the Electronic Machinery College this afternoon. Truly worthy of being the boss. So impressive. While we have to be careful in groups to kill zombies on campus, I didn't expect the boss can already roam the city freely. Yin Wei and Guo were greatly surprised. This group of elite soldiers had a hard time breaking into Yanhuan University even with full gear, losing several brothers on the way. If what Lin Xin said was true, his abilities were indeed not to be underestimated. This is Guo Jiai. Senior Jiai is a celebrity at Yanhuan University, having obtained dual doctoral degrees 4 years ago. She encountered some unfortunate events, and I ran her on my way back and brought her along. As everyone saw Guo Jiai bundled tightly in her windbreaker, noticing her alluring figure and face, they immediately understood and looked at her with sympathy. Everyone knows there was a misunderstanding about Lin Shun and her relationship. This is Wenwen. Wenwen's mother was bitten by a zombie while escaping with her. Her mother entrusted Wenwen to me, and I accepted Wenwen as my daughter. Upon hearing Lin Xin mention her mother, tears welled up in Wenwen's eyes. The little girl looked up at everyone and softly said, "Hello, uncles and aunts." Everyone then realized that Wenwen was an orphan adopted by Lin Shun, and their goodwill towards Lin Xin soared. Looking at Wenwen's angelic face, stained with tears, everyone instantly felt a sense of pity for the little girl. Su Wan and Tang Yuan felt they had a deeper understanding of Lin Shun. This person seemed cold and indifferent, yet deep down, he also possessed kindness and compassion. If Lin Xin knew their thoughts, he would certainly scoff. He is human. Of course he has kindness and compassion, but his kindness and compassion are not something that ordinary people can see or experience. These are two mutated beasts. Xuea, Yaya's compagnon. Xiaohei, Wenwen's guardian. Schwerer and Xiaohei have now joined our team, and from now on, we are all comrades. Let's welcome them together. Lin Shun was the first to applaud. In introducing the mutated beasts, Lin Xin never used terms like pets. He knew that mutated beasts generally possess high intelligence. Although they cannot speak human language, they can understand many human languages. They can also clearly distinguish human attitudes towards them. Mutated beasts are flesh and blood creatures and are natural enemies of zombies, capable of devouring each other. Wild mutated beasts that consume zombies will become more violent under the influence of the virus in the zombies' bodies, filled with a desire to attack and devour humans. Even domesticated mutated beasts will gradually lose control if they eat too many zombies. Mutated beasts. Boss, we encountered mutated beasts and zombie beasts this afternoon. And someone has started to report. Lin Shun raised his hand to stop him. Let's discuss these matters after dinner. It's getting late, and everyone is hungry. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "These two mutated beasts are so smart. Look, that black-backed one seems to be smiling." Everyone looked down and indeed saw that Schwerer appeared to be in a good mood, but still maintained a cool demeanor, meowing at the crowd before ignoring them and leaning against Lin Ya's calf. Xiaohei, on the other hand, was grinning at everyone, wagging his tail and making gentle cooing sounds. Even though many had already witnessed the intelligence of domesticated mutated beasts in the afternoon, they were still captivated by Schwerer and Xiaohei's intelligence. After Lin Shun briefly introduced himself to the military and police personnel, he led everyone back to the dining room on the second floor. The dining table was already set with precious ingredients. Many people had never had the chance to eat these before the apocalypse. Everyone stopped talking and began to eat heartily. Lin Shun arranged 2 spots for Schwerer and Xiaohei at his table, placing food bowls in front of them. Linya and Zhou Fong kept adding their favorite foods to the bowls. Yin Wei and Guo Shiluan exchanged glances. They had thought the 2 ladies were having a tough time these days, but unexpectedly, they were enjoying such luxury. Several soldiers also began to eat vigorously, secretly marveling at their good fortune. Over at the cafeteria and other parts of the school, there were also a few military and police personnel guarding students and professors of sufficient status, as well as scientists. However, those military and police personnel would likely not have such good fortune. Guo Jiai observed Lin Chen's imposing presence throughout and finally concluded that Lin Shun would undoubtedly be a dragon among men, rising with the winds in this chaotic world. She solidified her determination to follow Lin Shun. After the meal, the dishes were cleared away and the dining table was folded against the wall, leaving the center of the dining room empty. Every large dining hall has a ceremonial host platform. Below the host platform, everyone took chairs and sat together. Superpowered individuals, enhancers, Team leaders, squad leaders, strong team members, and ordinary members sat in clear layers. Here, the post-apocalyptic characteristic of valuing strength began to emerge. Su Wan and the other three women sat around Lin Chun, along with the military and police personnel. A few military and police personnel hurried over from the cafeteria. Although they had heard about the situation here from the students in the cafeteria, they did not take Lin Chun seriously enough. They thought that a student who had never left the campus, no matter how capable or bold, could achieve much. They believed they could easily seize control of the team here at the hotel to better protect their charges before help arrived. However, witnessing the many strong individuals in this team left them shocked. These strong individuals were every bit as capable as the superpowered individuals and enhancers in the military, at least in terms of overall quality. Moreover, the team could display exceptional combat power even in Lin Chen's absence, which was a testament to Lin Chen's capabilities. Among their group, there was one strength enhancer, and they themselves were elite special forces. But they were still ordinary people, and in terms of overall strength, they were far inferior to Lin Chen's team. Su Wan and Tang Yuan also warned them not to entertain such dangerous thoughts. They did not think highly of the abilities of these military and police personnel, nor did they want to be at odds with Lin Chun. After Lin Chun returned, the military and police personnel saw the genuine submission of these strong individuals and powerful team members to Lin Chun, even without witnessing Lin Chen's true capabilities. The phenomena and Lin Chen's solo venture into the city spoke volumes. The military and police personnel wisely abandoned their plans to compete for control with Lin Chun. Standing on the host platform, Lin Chun loudly said, "Everyone, I know you are all tired from a day of combat, but now is not the time to rest. We need to analyze and summarize the new situations that have arisen today and plan tomorrow's actions. Now, let's start reporting on today's new developments. Yu Yang, you go first." "Okay, boss." This afternoon, someone from the cafeteria took away 3 barrels of water, utilizing Qiao Elan's space ability. Yu Yang glanced at Lin Chun with some concern at this point. "Continue," Lin Chun said emotionlessly. "They plan to clear a path to the 13th cafeteria tomorrow and request our assistance." "All right," Lin Chun replied succinctly. This morning, for injured team members included one who awakened water abilities and another who gained skin hardening abilities. The other 2 did not survive. "We preliminarily believe that your life water has a significant effect, at least improving the survival rate by over 20%. Lin Chun grinned. "That's indeed good news. I will produce more life water when the opportunity arises. However, everyone should not have too high hopes, as the production cannot be increased significantly. The next time I produce it will be at least 3 or 4 days later." Everyone's expressions brightened. After all, this was an additional layer of hope, right? The military and police personnel looked at Lin Chun with eager eyes, as they had already understood the situation. Yin Wei and Guo Shiluan began to strategize in their minds. No matter how low the production, it could still regenerate. It was just very rare. Both of them were ordinary special forces soldiers, and the demand for this life water was essential. Moreover, they had brothers under them, right? Many of their superiors were also ordinary people, and many of their superiors' relatives were ordinary people as well. Now that the troops were being dispatched everywhere for missions, superpowered individuals were in short supply. They were taking on this private job and only had one strength enhancer in their team. Even if they did not use this life water for emergencies, it would be excellent for improving physical fitness. In the current situation, the better the physical fitness, the higher the chances of surviving the virus and gaining superpowers and enhancements. This destined Lin Chen's life essence to be a coveted treasure for a long time, something that survivors would break their heads to possess. Unfortunately, with this production method, the output would be shockingly low. However, no matter how scarce it is, it can still be measured by equivalence. The 2 military police began to think about what they could offer to impress Lin Chun. Any hardline ideas flashed through their minds and then vanished. Such things are entirely controlled by Lin Chun personally, and outsiders simply do not understand the specifics. Moreover, judging by Lin Chen's style of action and his formidable abilities, the likelihood of coercing him into submission is nearly non-existent. Besides, considering their status as mere pawns, if they truly grasped such resources, they would probably die very quickly. Forget it. Let those big shots worry about it. Before that, they just needed to secure some benefits for themselves. A boy and a girl stood up below, the 2 lucky ones. The boy, Shi Zhaifeng, had gained the ability of skin hardening. The girl, Wang Li, had acquired water-based powers. These two expressed their deep gratitude to Lin Shun and declared their firm determination to follow him. Lin Shun smiled and said, "Your survival mainly relies on your will and your own physical condition. I already know your intentions. Cherish your journey." Yu Yang continued to report. "The two teammates who became zombies, we couldn't bring ourselves to take action, and, in the end, we had to ask the military police to step in." Yin Wei nodded solemnly. "Soldiers who have experienced real combat have sent their comrades off on numerous occasions." Lin Chen's expression darkened. Self-deception. Such matters must be handled by the team members themselves next time. Sending off comrades whose lives cannot be saved is a step you must experience. Think about it. If you turned into a zombie and threatened the lives of your former comrades, would you wish for them to send you off? Lin Chen had done this many times in his past life. Everyone responded in agreement. The military police nodded secretly, surprised by Lin Chen's decisiveness. The safe area around the hotel has now expanded to over 200 meters. This afternoon, we approached a teacher's dormitory building. We rescued over 100 teachers and their families from there. May I ask, boss, how should we arrange for them? During dinner, Lin Chen noticed a large group of people of various ages in the cafeteria. From their attire, he could basically understand their identities, so he did not ask on the spot. This group stood around sparsely while the self-rescue team held a meeting. When they heard themselves being mentioned, they rushed over to express their gratitude to Lin Shun. Not seeing any teachers he recognized among them, Lin Shun raised his hand to stop the noise and said, "Dear teachers and family members, rescuing you is our duty. However, our team is a combat unit and only takes in those willing to fight. Therefore, please make a choice immediately. Those willing to participate in the fight can stay. Those unwilling to fight should withdraw to the 9th floor or higher and choose a room to stay in. The living conditions for the next few days will be arranged according to those guests." The group exchanged glances. This was not in line with their original expectations. They were aware of the treatment of the guests. What kind of life is that? Not to mention food, with only 4 liters of water a day. Even washing up is a struggle. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses stepped forward and said, "Lin Shun, is this how you treat your teachers? You enjoy a life of abundance here, yet let your teachers endure such hardships. How can you bear it?" Lin Shun smirked. "Teacher, are you sure you want to enjoy the same treatment as my team members?" "I'm sure. As your teachers, we don't ask to live better than you. We just ask to be treated the same, right? Very well. Tomorrow, you will take a spear and fight alongside the team against the zombies. I guarantee your living conditions will be the same as the team members. But Lin Shun, I am a civilized person. I can't fight and kill." "Oh, you are a civilized person? Are my team members barbarians?" 2 days ago, many of them were also civilized people who didn't dare to kill a chicken. Yet now they must pick up weapons and fight zombies. Are their lives less valuable than yours as a teacher? They fight hard every day. Their physical consumption is significant, and they naturally need high-energy food to replenish their strength. Yet you want to hide behind and not fight while enjoying the same treatment as combat personnel. I find it strange that you would even voice such a demand." All the teachers were left speechless and flushed with embarrassment by Lin Chen's words. The team members, initially uneasy about Lin Chen's arrangement for the teachers, felt a sense of injustice about the teachers wanting to enjoy the same treatment as them. After hearing Lin Chen's retort, they suddenly felt enlightened. After all, the times have changed. The primary task now is to survive, and resources should naturally be tilted towards those who fight. Respecting teachers is not out of the question, but at this time, everything must give way to survival. Everything else can be discussed once we survive. The military police and Su Wan's group felt that Lin Chen's arrangement was entirely reasonable and very much in line with the current situation. It's no joke. Being able to keep the teachers in a safe environment while waiting for rescue is already quite good. Wanting to enjoy precious resources is truly overreaching. The middle-aged teacher was ultimately unwilling to accept this, and he turned to all the team members and said, "Classmates, such a significant matter. Are you going to let Lin Chun make the decision alone? Do you still want fairness? Do you still want democracy? Haven't you all been educated in democratic ideals?" All the team members quickly lowered their heads, ignoring the middle-aged teacher's remarks. Damn, those who want fairness and democracy are all over at the cafeteria. Teacher, if you want fairness and democracy, you can go over there and join them. No one will stop you. Just don't drag us into it, okay? Lin Chun chuckled softly and said, "Teacher, The large group over at the 14th cafeteria is all about fairness and democracy. How about I have someone escort you over there to join their ranks? At this moment, a middle-aged woman pulled the middle-aged teacher aside, signaling him to stop talking. The middle-aged woman smiled at Lin Shun and said, "Lin Shun, my husband doesn't speak well. Please don't take offense. I think your arrangement is very good and very reasonable. The students are outside in such hardship and danger. It's only right for them to enjoy better conditions. In this world, being able to live safely and have something to eat is already quite difficult. Lin Shun, please arrange rooms for us." Lin Shun, uninterested in further discussion, waved his hand listlessly, signaling the logistics team member to take these people upstairs. In the following days, all those rescued to the hotel would be handled in this manner. Anyone willing to participate in the fight would be given the opportunity. Those unwilling to fight would have their treatment compared to that of the guests. Those who refused to comply would be forcibly sent to the 14th cafeteria. Lin Shun made the final note on this matter. 0046, new situation, boss. The ice in the freezer has almost melted. I have refrozen the meat in the freezer. However, I don't have much energy left, I'm afraid. After Yu Yang finished reporting, the ice-based ability user and logistics supervisor Qiu Lingling began to report on logistics supplies. It was precisely because she awakened an ice-based ability that Lin Chen assigned her to manage supplies. Currently, there is no clear way to enhance ability energy. The only known method is repeated use and training. Qiu Lingling, you need to use your abilities more often to quickly increase your total energy. For the meat that exceeds your freezing capability, you can cook it with a strong brine and some spices, allowing team members to carry it with them for energy replenishment at any time. Lin Chen simply handled the matter and then meaningfully said, "For cured and processed products and high-energy convenience foods, I suggest everyone not to consume them hastily. We don't know what will happen when we reach the survival points established by the government in the future." Most team members were a bit confused, while a few showed thoughtful expressions. Yanwei and other military police deeply admired Lin Chen's foresight. The 35th Division's base was currently in chaos. Numerous civilians flooded the base, leading to a lot of problems. Moreover, signs of material shortages had already begun to appear. The military and political leaders at the base were anxiously discussing how to respond to the current crisis, with material control measures being the top priority. It is certain that by then, the average survival supplies will not be abundant. Perhaps they will only suffice for basic survival, or even that may not be guaranteed. Lin Shun could see the material crisis at this time and reminded the self-rescue team to prepare early, demonstrating remarkable insight. Qiu Lingling continued to report. This afternoon, we captured 2 convenience stores, 3 clothing stores, and 1 outdoor supplies store, and the usable supplies have been brought back to the hotel. They include 110 boxes of instant noodles, 240 boxes of various biscuits, and 17 camping tents. Lin Chen smiled. No wonder some team members were wearing efficient camouflage uniforms and military boots. Very good. All convenience foods will be evenly distributed among everyone, and other supplies can be taken as needed. During the distribution process, try to avoid disputes. Everyone was puzzled. Why didn't Lin Chen establish a logistics warehouse for the team? Is Lin Chen really that selfless? Regarding everyone's doubts, Lin Chen had no interest in explaining. However, Guojia saw through Lin Chen's state of mind. It was obvious that Lin Chen had not fully recognized this team and did not plan to make long-term plans for it. In fact, he might still be worried about how the upcoming government rescue team would assess his actions. Therefore, he was not storing supplies now. He could abandon the entire team at any time. Moreover, when he chose to leave, the team members would not have any complaints because Lin Chen himself had not gained any personal benefits from this team. All visible benefits had already been distributed to everyone in the team. Lin Chen had been giving all along. Guo Jiai was once again impressed by Lin Chen and strengthened her determination to follow him. She decided to join the combat team, to hone herself between life and death, and to carve out a bloody path in this apocalypse for a bright future. All right, that's all for other matters. Now let's begin today's battle report and discussion. Xiongping. Su Peng, you go first. Su Peng stepped forward. Boss, this afternoon, the safe zone has expanded about 70 to 80 meters around the hotel. There are no groups of zombies within 200 meters of the hotel now. We discovered some new situations today. Some plants have died, while others have mutated. The mutated plants not only grow rapidly, but also have increased aggressiveness. Whether it's zombies or humans, anyone who gets close will be attacked. I also encountered mutated plants outside. Yeah, let out for everyone to see. Linya rolled her eyes at her brother and then had to take the lead. A green light flashed on her body, and a vibrant willow tree took root and shot up quickly, reaching the ceiling in an instant. Linya waved her hand, and the willow tree returned to her. Then she spread her hands, and willow branches emerged from her palms, extending continuously. We found that as long as a mutated plant is tamed, it will become a wood element residing within the host body and can be summoned and retracted freely. In the future, team members who awaken wood-type abilities can try to tame mutated plants. Everyone looked at Linya with envy. Boss, after we approached the nearest teacher's dormitory, we encountered zombie cats and dogs as well as mutated cat and dog pets. The zombie ones are not worth mentioning, but the mutated cats and dogs generally harbor hatred for zombies, and their desire to attack humans varies. Mutated beasts with owners will basically obey their original owner's will, like Shui Er and Xiao He. As for those with a high desire to attack humans, they're mostly stray cats and dogs, right? Do they have infectious properties? Boss, mutated beasts should not be infectious. Initially, we were not very cautious about mutated beasts, and a few team members got injured, but they showed no signs of infection later. After a few encounters with us, those mutated beasts fled. The lack of infectious properties in mutated beasts is a good piece of news, I suppose. Who knows how many wild mutated beasts are out there? Xiao Peng, did any team members suffer harm from zombies? Boss, the zombies this afternoon were indeed more ferocious than in the morning. Their sensing range had expanded a bit more, and their movements were similar to normal people. However, we reduced the number of zombies drawn each time and had ability users and enhancers providing type protection, so no team members were threatened by the corpse transformation. Are there any other situations? Lin Shen looked at Su Peng with some anticipation. This afternoon, while speeding down the street, Lin Shen clearly sensed that a few zombies had energy reactions within them, indicating that energy crystals were beginning to appear inside the zombies. Level 1 zombies must have energy crystals, while 0-level zombies' crystals are appearing gradually. At that time, Lin Shen could not conveniently get out of the car to hunt them, but he believed that Su Peng and the others would certainly discover this point. The self-rescue team must have gained something today. You know that with the initial strategy guide, team members often look forward to dissecting zombies. Su Peng's face showed excitement. He took out a small pouch from his pocket and presented it to Lin Shen, saying, "Boss, our hypothesis in the strategy was correct. Energy crystals indeed appeared inside the zombies. This afternoon, we killed 6 relatively powerful zombies, which were equivalent to about 3 ordinary adults' combat abilities. We extracted this thing from their heads." Lin Shen took out 6 bean-sized, white stone-like objects from the pouch. He could sense that there was a lot of biological life, energy, contained within. They felt soft to the touch, seemingly easy to crush. However, Lin Shen knew this was an illusion. The surface of these things was heat-resistant and pressure-resistant, and would only dissolve in the stomach acid of humans or mutated beasts. By using mental power, one could also draw energy from within through the skin. Both ability users and enhancers could sense the energy contained within, but did not know how to use it. Some said it should be swallowed, while others said it should be held in hand for absorption. There is currently no conclusion. No one dared to swallow it, and holding in hand yielded no reaction. Lin Shen remained expressionless. Swallowing is possible, but it has quantity limits depending on individual constitution and the level of the crystal. Holding it in hand to absorb is also possible, but requires the operation of a special mental method. Moreover, starting tomorrow, mutated zombies will appear, and the corresponding crystals will have attributes. The white ordinary crystals can be used universally, while attribute crystals can only be consumed or absorbed by corresponding attribute ability users. In the previous life, the methods of utilizing crystals were something people explored secretly. Various research institutes initially organized a system, but it was only after more than a year that it was gradually published. However, Lin Shen would induce the team members to discuss this and write it into the strategy to promote it widely. We will discuss this issue together later. I believe that with the brainstorming of us high-intelligence individuals, we will definitely reach a preliminary conclusion. Xiao Peng, is there anything else? No, that's it. Wang Junjia, it's your turn. Boss, the situation we encountered is similar to Su Peng's side. We also had no team members injured and obtained 14 crystals. In terms of tasks, we have completed the rescue of the Education College and the Normal College, which have settled down in the 19th Canteen and the 24th Canteen respectively. They each have 7 or 8 self-rescue teams leading them. However, they suffered some losses this afternoon, with about 10 to 20 people being scratched by zombies. Additionally, I brought back 20 students who are willing to join our team. The 20 newcomers expressed their gratitude and intentions to everyone. Lin Shin received the crystal core and nodded to welcome them. Li Jun, let's have these new team members join your trio. Now let's all study this crystal core together. We don't have research instruments, so we can only rely on everyone's imagination to speculate about its uses and methods. Boss, I think this thing should be able to be taken orally. Boss, I believe there must be zombie virus inside, but its activity is suppressed so it's not that intense. Therefore, this thing may stimulate ordinary people to develop abilities or gain enhancements. At least it will strengthen their physique. However, there is some risk involved. What doesn't T have risks now? Zombies are constantly growing stronger, and mutated beasts and plants are appearing one after another. This world is becoming increasingly dangerous. In the face of this, you cannot understand the pain and torment in the hearts of ordinary people. If this thing is really like that, I am willing to give it a try, to take a chance. If I die, I have no complaints. After all, this is much better than being scratched by a zombie and gambling on my luck with heaven. After 2 days of killing, some ordinary team members have put life and death aside. Of course, such people are in the minority. Everyone was taken aback by such bold statements. Lin Shin glanced appreciatively at the boy who spoke and said calmly, "This team member, don't be anxious. Let's continue the discussion. If you still insist on your opinion later, we won't stop you." Lieutenant Yanwei looked surprised at the boy who was indifferent to life and death. He already knew some information about the specific effects and preliminary uses of the zombie crystal core. On the eve of Lin Chen's return, the portable radio carried by Lieutenant Yanwei received a communication from the troops. The message stated that in order to establish a survival base for the public, the 35th Division launched an attack to reclaim the county seat of Tianyun County in the afternoon. Although the number of white crystal cores obtained in the battle was not high, there were still about 100 to 180 pieces. The initial conclusions about the uses and methods of the harvested crystal cores had already been reached through the tests conducted by the Daredevil warriors. These white crystal cores are completely harmless to ability users and enhancers, and can be used for ability enhancement and energy replenishment, with different quantity limits depending on the individual. For ordinary soldiers, there is a 5% chance of triggering an ability, a 15% chance of obtaining a physical mutation or enhancement, a 70% chance of improving physical quality, and a 10% chance of turning into a zombie. If you want to hold it in your hand and absorb it, that is also possible, but it requires a specific mental method. This was tested by warriors practicing hard Qigong in the Special Forces. They used a specific breathing rhythm of hard Qigong to induce energy resonance in the crystal core, allowing the energy to enter the human body. Using this method of absorption, ability users are the fastest, enhancers are next, and ordinary people experience effects but very weak ones. This method of absorption is more efficient than direct oral intake. The effects are also very obvious, and it is safe. After all, it avoids the potential zombie virus that may exist in the crystal core. The troops do not plan to announce this situation to the public right away, but are preparing to use this information advantage to strengthen the military strength as much as possible to ensure the military's ability to control the situation. Therefore, the longer this news can be concealed, the better. The troops' communication instructed them to seize the opportunity to obtain crystal cores to strengthen themselves. However, this news was not even concealed for a day before it was about to be exposed at Yanhuan University. Can he stop the situation from developing? No, he cannot. What reason does he have to stop it? They're trying voluntarily. The more he tries to stop it, the more it will spark their interest. After all, when it comes to brains, everyone here can outsmart him by a long shot. Why not use the advantage of information asymmetry to secure some benefits for his people? Yanwei was secretly planning. The discussion continued. Boss, the crystal core in hand shows no reaction. Do we need to use a specific mental method to absorb it? Finally, someone brought this up. Mental method? Do you think this is a fairy tale world? A mental method? Get lost. Magic and abilities have appeared. How can there not be a mental method? The history of our great Hua country is long and profound, and there are countless legends of various mental methods and skills. How can you say that there are no mental methods? Lin Shan stopped the quarrel and said, "Our Hua country indeed has martial arts mental methods. Many team members don't know, but your squad leader Li Jun comes from an ancient martial arts family in Hua country, and he knows martial arts mental methods. Li Jun, come up and use your family's mental method to see if you can absorb the energy in the crystal core." He exposed Li Jun's background and passed the responsibility to him. Li Jun looked at Lin Shan with a resentful glance. He had been busy in the afternoon and hadn't thought of using a mental method to absorb it. However, he was also interested in this. So he took a crystal core and sat cross-legged to sense it. Yin Wei smiled wryly. Things were uncontrollably sliding toward the direction he did not want to see. After a few minutes of sensing, Li Jun couldn't help but jump up. "Boss, this really works. The energy from the crystal core is really flowing into my body. I can feel my body getting a bit stronger." The atmosphere of the scene exploded. Li Ying looked at the remaining crystal cores in Lin Shen's hand, eager to try. Li Jun did not awaken any abilities, yet he could grow stronger through absorbing the crystal cores. This gave everyone strong encouragement. Someone shouted, "Boss, the strategy we made yesterday suggested that there is a mysterious energy in the air, which might be absorbed through mental methods. Let Junga give a try." Li Jun immediately said, "No need to try. I can now tell everyone that this is true. Since the day before yesterday, Li Ying and I have been able to absorb the energy in the air through mental methods to enhance ourselves. However, I regret to inform everyone that our family strictly prohibits the transmission of family mental methods." Before everyone could celebrate, Li Jun's subsequent words poured cold water on them, and the scene fell silent. The Li siblings also felt quite awkward. Lin Shun had long anticipated this situation and smiled, saying, "Xiao Jun, no one is asking you to teach your family's mental method to everyone. You have practiced martial arts for many years and have gone through multiple experiences. Haven't you gained any other sect's mental methods or commonly used mental methods in the martial world?" Li Jun slapped his forehead. "Oh, Chengge, you reminded me. I actually do have a few other mental methods in my memory, and their effects are similar to my family's. I will share with everyone the most peaceful and least likely to cause problems mental method. This mental method is called the Amei 6-step Qigong. This mental method was published in a martial arts magazine years ago. At that time, there was no special energy in the air, so the training effects were minimal. Perhaps that's why it was made public by the Amei sect? In fact, the effect of my family's mental method was almost non-existent before the apocalypse. It seems that this is truly the revival of the Earth's spiritual energy. Even the techniques that had no effect before are starting to show power." Someone sighed like this. However, Lin Shun thought of another layer. He recalled that in his previous life, many masters from ancient martial arts families had emerged across Hua country. It now seems that their martial arts mental methods gave them the upper hand. 100 days after the apocalypse began, as the god of war tower descended in various places, various mental methods began to spread one after another. By this time, various ancient martial arts families had already gained a head start for more than 3 months. I will now write down this mental method, and everyone can copy it and circulate it. The Yun Tzitzit. Everyone was excited. The heart method is very short, only a little over 1,000 words. Li Jun recited while writing, and dozens of people next to him were copying it simultaneously. About half an hour later, everyone began to try practicing the heart method. After all, Li Jun said that this heart method is upright and peaceful, with no danger of going astray. After more than 10 minutes, the rescue team reached a conclusion similar to that of the military. Everyone's absorption speed is not the same. Generally speaking, the speed of absorption for ability users is the fastest, followed by enhancers, while ordinary people's absorption speed is as slow as a turtle, barely effective. Moreover, a few people had no reaction at all. Yin Wei smiled bitterly again, unsure how the heart method released by Li Jun compares to the military's hard Qigong heart method. Now we can draw a preliminary conclusion. The technique is effective, and the crystal cores can be absorbed. However, it mainly has significant effects on ability users and enhancers, while the effects on ordinary people are not obvious. Therefore, ordinary people still need to possess abilities. The current question is whether the crystal cores can be taken orally to activate people's abilities. Lin Shan summarized. "Boss, let me be the first to eat this crab." The boy who had shown a fighting spirit earlier stood up again. "Have you really thought it through?" "Boss, I have thought it through. Damn the bird to the sky. If I don't die, I'll live forever. In this world, without abilities, it's better to die." Lin Shan nodded. Are there others willing to try? The crowd exchanged glances. Yin Wei stepped forward. Classmate Lin Shun, as a soldier, I believe I have an obligation to contribute to the people. I am willing to lead my men to be the test subjects. Everyone felt it was impressive yet unclear, and the four girls, Su Wan and the others, seemed thoughtful. Aside from one strength enhancer, all three of Yin Wei's subordinates stepped forward. The two who stood up trusted their commander greatly. As elite soldiers, they too had a strong fighting spirit. Guo Shiluan rolled his eyes and, after a moment, led three of his subordinates to stand up as well. He was indeed fearful of the potential virus in the crystal cores, but Yin Wei's actions pointed him in the right direction. Lin Shun looked meaningfully at the 7 military and police officers and said, "Thank you for your willingness to contribute to the public. Is there anyone else who would like to volunteer to try? If the effects are good, then the distribution of the remaining crystal cores may not be easy to discuss." Everyone's eyes moved. Indeed, it had been confirmed that crystal cores are a fueling station for ability users, and their precious value had already become apparent. If crystal cores could also stimulate abilities, then their value. The crowd did not know that the effect of the crystal cores was the last salvation from heaven for humanity. Under natural conditions, the proportion of awakeners is 1 in 100 million, innate evolutionaries 1 in 10,000, acquired evolutionaries 1 in 1,000, and enhancers 5 to 10%. However, acquired evolutionaries need to activate their abilities in battle. The number of these people is not large enough to support humanity in the upcoming brutal survival competition. The crystal cores undoubtedly greatly enhance humanity's qualifications for survival. Lin Shin did not hint at anything to anyone, as there really was a 10% chance of corpse transformation. Li Jun and Li Ying also stood up. The actions of the military and police gave them confidence. They urged each other to withdraw and wait until the effects of the crystal cores were clear. But no one could persuade the other. In their hearts, they believed that since the military and police dared to act en masse, they must have received some concrete news. Both of them were stronger than these military and police officers and did not believe they could not handle unknown dangers. The evolution of abilities is about taking the first step before others. God knows that although the two of them had been shining brightly while killing zombies these past 2 days, almost more dazzling than all ability users, they were secretly envious of the ability users. In the end, all were smart people. After weighing the pros and cons, they quickly gathered 20 people to consume the crystal cores. More than 10 minutes later, Li Jun began to flicker with lightning, and a whirlwind arose next to Li Ying. It was evident that they had awakened lightning and wind abilities, respectively. Lin Shun was secretly shocked. This changed the trajectory of the world again. With the abilities of the Li siblings, awakening such powerful and rare abilities should have made them famous in their past life. However, Lin Shin had never heard legends about these siblings in his past life. Could it be that without Lin Chen's rescue, they had perished on the first day of the apocalypse? Lin Shun thought of how precariously June and the others had been yesterday, confirming his judgment. However, the fact that these siblings were still alive and were loyal to him was a great blessing. Yin Wei gained speed enhancement, and Guoxiluan gained strength enhancement. Both common abilities. Yet, they were better than having no abilities at all. One of Lin Chen's team members also gained speed enhancement. A special police officer and a student turned into zombies, which were dealt with on the spot by everyone. The others experienced a significant increase in physical fitness, but gained no other benefits. However, they could now sense the energy in the air and slowly absorb it using the heart method. These data were not much different from what the military had obtained. Ability users were supposed to awaken only one ability. The awakening of 2 ability users was due to the strong foundation of the Li siblings. Moreover, were exceptions not allowed to occur? When those 2 showed signs of zombie transformation, Lin Shun gritted his teeth and wanted to make life water for them, but was desperately stopped by Linya and other caring teammates. Everyone had no complaints about this. After all, the cost of making life water was too high for Lin Shun. It was using his life to save others' lives, and he couldn't guarantee 100% success. Lin Shun could only regretfully give up. He compiled all the research results and data obtained today into a new strategy. The strategy included the heart method, our speculations about future zombie abilities and their level classifications, and attribute crystal cores. It was especially important to note our speculations regarding the precautions for swallowing and absorbing attribute crystal cores. The issues of crystal core levels and energy levels were too far away from us. We can only briefly mention our guesses for now. The small generator brought back from the convenience store was put into operation, and the electricity was specifically used for the copier, aiming to produce 1,000 booklets overnight to distribute widely starting tomorrow. In the future, whenever conditions allow, we should try to copy, produce, and distribute as much as possible. We need to create as many survival opportunities as we can for the people of Huagua. Crystal cores have already become the primary resource. In future organized group operations, all crystal cores obtained must be handed in, ensuring that all ordinary people consume one before discussing distribution methods. The gains from solo operations are not included in this rule. The gains from small group operations can be discussed internally. Those who work overtime tonight to produce booklets will receive 1 crystal core each as a separate reward, limited to 3 people. Although I currently do not have any crystal cores, everyone wouldn't doubt my ability to acquire them, right? Everyone laughed, and then started to compete for the 3 overtime slots. The value of crystal cores became prominent, and there would definitely be many disputes in the team over this in the future. However, Lin Shun was too lazy to worry about it, to set up something like contribution points or merit points for management. After all, this team would disband in 3 to 5 days, possibly even as early as tomorrow. Moreover, Lin Shen's preliminary goal had been achieved. He had already selected satisfactory team members. The remaining days could just be maintained casually. All right, that's it for today. Everyone go back to your rooms and rest. Of course, you can also go out to kill zombies and acquire crystal cores. Lin Chen announced the meeting adjourned. Everyone took his last words as if they hadn't heard them. They rolled their eyes internally, except for you, this freak, who would go out at this time to find death. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Shun led Su Wan and the 4 girls, the 7 military and police officers, and his own people to the small conference room. They need to discuss more things. The people around Lin Shun refer to Lin Ya, Zhou Feng, Li Jun, Li Ying, Yu Yang, Su Peng, Wang Junjie, and Guojiai. Except for Guojiai, the others are all ability users, considered the first tier. Those entering the small conference room found Guojiai's inclusion as an ordinary person strange, but Lin Shun did not explain. In Lin Chen's heart, he still values Guojiai a lot. Guojiai is alone and was saved by him, having a clear understanding of the world, making it unlikely for her to betray him. If Guojiai can awaken her abilities in the future and keep pace with Lin Shun, she will become the strategist of Lin Chen's faction. Guojiai roughly understands Lin Chen's thoughts, feeling honored by his attention, and silently clenches her fist to encourage herself. The initial 7-member team, including Zhou Yang and Xiong Ping, is considered the second tier. The small conference room has limited capacity, so only first-tier members can enter. Wenwen took Schwerer and Xiaohei to play in Lin Ya's room. After entering the conference room and taking their seats, Yin Wei first praised Lin Shun. Lin Shun truly has the demeanor of a great leader. In a crisis, he bravely saved his classmates and confidently organized the command. His individual abilities are outstanding. Lin Chen's future is limitless. Also, I gained speed enhancement abilities thanks to your self-rescue team. I really want to thank Lin Shun. Guoshilun expressed similar flattery. Lin Shun waved his hand. Captain Yin, Captain Gua, you overpraised me. The abilities you gained are determined by your own physique. Besides, I haven't thanked you for testing the minds for your classmates. Your courage to traverse the sea of corpses to protect your classmates is truly admirable. Everyone was slightly surprised that Lin Shun could speak so smoothly. Captain Yin, Captain Gua, let's skip the formalities. The reason for gathering everyone here is mainly because we are cut off from the outside and do not know the situation out there. The military and police comrades who came from outside surely understand some information. We know the military has confidentiality regulations, but could you two share what you can? Yin Wei did not decline and directly said, no problem. In fact, I don't know much. Some things I can disclose. Here, I'll just talk about what I can. Lin Chen nodded. After the disaster occurred yesterday morning, our division headquarters cleared the transformed comrades in the military around noon and contacted the Jindu Military District headquarters, as well as several regiment headquarters stationed in other locations. We reorganized the military in the afternoon and prepared to start rescue operations today. Yesterday afternoon, most of the senior officials of the Magic City government were evacuated from the city center under the protection of SWAT, armed police, and ordinary police forces. Entering the division headquarters, together with military senior officials, they established the Magic City Disaster Relief Command Center and began discussing rescue matters. Since yesterday, social civilians have been entering the division headquarters to seek refuge. By noon today, the headquarters has become overwhelmed. The command center urgently decided to initiate the battle to reclaim Tianyuan County and establish a survival base for the surviving civilians. It is reported that the 46th Division stationed in the northern part of Magic City and the 22nd Division stationed in the western part simultaneously initiated the recovery battles for Lianyun Town in the north and Shuiyun Town in the west, aiming to establish civilian survival bases. Since the military has lost more than 60% of its personnel, we are severely understaffed and lack offensive strength. We need complete county towns, not ruins, so during the attack, we must clear house by house and cannot use heavy weapons. By the time we withdraw tonight, only 1/3 of Tianyuan County will be cleared. It is expected that the recovery mission can be completed tomorrow, and we will start accepting a large number of surviving civilians the day after tomorrow. Lin Shun can understand that the survival rate of the military is close to 40%. The 60% transformation rate is an overall statistic. The military's transformation rate is at most just under 50%, and soldiers can take decisive actions against their transformed comrades, having the capability to clear them out. However, 10% of soldiers were dragged down by their comrades. The attacks by the 22nd and 46th Divisions went relatively smoothly as they were attacking towns. By later today, they had already completed their recovery missions. They will begin rescue operations starting tomorrow. Now, let's talk about the situation at Yanhuang University. Several engineering colleges at Yanhuang University have undertaken several national-level large-scale scientific research tasks. So there is a SWAT team and an armed police detachment stationed in the research area for protection. The school also has many ordinary police forces and its own security personnel. These forces have established a safety zone in the research area yesterday, rescuing almost all surviving key research personnel and their families. Today, they're slowly clearing the surrounding areas centered around the safety zone, primarily towards the planned evacuation direction of the East Gate. Professors and teachers residing in key areas have mostly received assistance. Those teachers living scattered are still struggling on their own. Some fortunate ones have been rescued, such as those currently residing in hotels. More teachers are still trapped in their dormitory buildings. The engineering college students' dormitory building has already had school police personnel dispatched today for rescue, while the liberal arts colleges have not yet been attended to. The plight of liberal arts students need not be mentioned. The situation for the 3 liberal arts colleges here is actually better than that of the engineering colleges. They established their own safety zones and completed self-rescue. To be honest, Lin Shun, you have made a great contribution. Lin Shun waved his hand nonchalantly. Captain Yin, these are things I should do. We have understood the overall situation. Now, let's talk about the specific rescue plan from the government and military for us at Yanhuang University. Everyone's expressions brightened. This issue is what everyone is most concerned about. Yin Wei answered seriously. Originally, this issue should not have been disclosed to you, considering that you, Lin Shun, are now the leader of the student self-rescue team. It is fine to let you know in advance. This way, you can prepare early and cooperate well with the government and military, making the evacuation operation smoother. After the formalities, Yin Wei started to provide substantial information. The command center has initially decided to send troops to Yanhuang University and several other key universities on the 25th, that is, the morning after tomorrow, to protect key research personnel, engineering professors, and talented engineering students, as well as important research equipment and materials for evacuation to the Tianyuan base for settlement. The Lianyun base and Shuiyun base will nearby rescue the faculty and students of ordinary universities. The first batch of evacuees will include some key students, such as Miss Su Wan and Miss Tang Yuan. Yin Wei glanced at Lin Chen's expression. Lin Chen understood and nodded, indicating that he was not surprised by this. Due to insufficient military strength and the need to carry too much equipment, the first sequence of evacuations is expected to last 2 to 3 days. Only after that will the organization for the mass evacuation of all key university faculty and students take place. Yin Wei hesitated for a moment, then finally said calmly, "For ordinary civilians, we can only send a small number of troops to establish safety zones in key areas, allowing them to gather there on their own. Only after the evacuation of key universities and ordinary universities is completed will we organize the final retreat for ordinary civilians." This last statement was originally not suitable for Yan Wei to share with Lin Shun. However, Yan Wei is a clever person. He noticed Su Wan's intention to win Lin Chen's favor and that this matter would soon be exposed. So he took the opportunity to mention it early to do Lin Chen a favor. He believed everyone present would keep it a secret. Even if it leaked out, it would not be a big deal. At most, he would receive a minor reprimand, and it would make Lin Chen remember his favor even more. 004 9 Effective life water. After Yan Wei's explanation, Lin Chen remained silent for a while. The overall trend of events was no different from his previous life. The plans of the military and political high-level officials in the Demon City could be said to have no major flaws. However, some things would exceed the expectations of the military and political high-level officials in the Demon City, causing the execution of this plan to be bumpy. And the people of the Demon City would pay a considerable price for it. First, starting tomorrow, the ratio of enhanced zombies in the corpse herd will suddenly rise, and there will be ability zombies appearing among the zombies. With long-range attack capabilities, the threat level of zombies to survivors will greatly increase. Secondly, at midnight tomorrow, red mist will appear again. Although humans will not mutate into zombies due to antibodies, zombies and mutated beasts will gain significant benefits. Starting the day after tomorrow, zombies will generally be enhanced, moving similarly to normal people, or even slightly better than normal people. The further it goes, the stronger the general abilities of zombies will become, and the number of ability zombies will continuously increase. Zombies are inherently 1 to 3 times stronger than normal people. Previously, they were just inconvenient in movement. If zombies' mobility catches up and ability zombies appear, the situation for humans can be imagined. Moreover, at that time, various mutated beasts will also start to appear in large numbers, threatening the populace. This is a severe blow to the key rescue operations that will start the day after tomorrow, causing damage to the rescue teams. This delays the originally planned key rescue operations from the 25th and 26th to completion on the 28th. The evacuation of teachers and students from universities is forced to be postponed until the 29th. Coincidentally, at midnight on the 28th, red rain falls, further assisting the zombies and mutated beasts. Starting from the 29th, a large number of ability zombies will appear, greatly enhancing the attack capabilities of zombies. A large number of mutated beasts will also join in. It can be said that the real apocalypse actually begins on the 29th. From the 29th onwards, the range of human activities will generally be restricted, and even gatherings cannot roam freely. Survivors who have not reached safe locations before the 29th have an extremely slim chance of survival. Under the tenacious resistance of the military and police and many university self-defense team members, the teachers and students of the universities paid a considerable price and finally completed their evacuation on the last day of 2022. The first week of 2023 was spent organizing the evacuation of the people of the Demon City. After that, those who did not manage to evacuate were overwhelmed by the tide of corpses. By the time Lin Shun finished playing in his previous life, Huagua had not been able to reclaim the Demon City. Around January 7th, 2023, the surviving populace of the Demon City officially entered the era of base survival half a month after the disaster broke out. This was the trend, and Lin Shun could not change it. Even if he was made of iron, how many nails could he drive? At most, he could save a few classmates that could be saved in certain areas, while also screening out the backbone for his future forces. Thank you, Captain Yan, for the message you brought. It will be of great help to our upcoming actions. I will rely on Captain Yan this time. If there is ever a need for me in the future, I will not refuse as long as I have the capability. Yan Wei's eyes lit up. After saying so much, wasn't he just waiting for this sentence? You are too kind, Lin Chen. However, it just so happens that I do have something to ask of you. But I wonder if I should speak? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Captain Yin had something to say, so he should go ahead. You may not know, but I am not used to owing others favors. If I can repay you a little now, that would be a good thing. Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan's eyes moved, vaguely understanding Yan Wei's intentions. And both looked at Lin Shun. It should be known that the two of them also had requests of Lin Shun. Guo Shiluan looked at Yan Wei enviously, having guessed Yan Wei's plan, and cursed inwardly. There was nothing he could do. His information was not as well informed as Yan Wei's, and he could not offer Lin Chen this favor. Earlier, I heard Lin Chen's teammates mention that Lin Chen's life water is quite miraculous. I wonder if Captain Yin has the fortune to appreciate it? Yin Wei started, slightly blushing. He knew that the information he provided would not be enough to exchange for Lin Chen's life water made from his own vitality. As long as Lin Chen could fulfill his wish, Yin Wei would owe him a big favor. In the future, if Lin Chen ever needed Yin Wei, he could just ask. Yin Wei added a heavy promise. Su Wan fanned the flames. Lin Chen, you can't be biased. You know I will be returning to the imperial capital soon. Don't you want to give me a memento? Faced with such a precious item as life water, Su Wan could no longer hold back her modesty. Yin Wei cast a resentful glance at Su Wan, immediately daring not to say more. Tang Yuanyuan also made a similar statement as Su Wan. Lin Chen chuckled, and after a while, he spoke. It seems my life water is quite popular. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Wasn't it popular? They were just short of forcing Lin Chen. I think I need to explain again. This afternoon, I made 4 portions of life water for my team, which has basically reached my limit, and I need 3 to 4 days to recover. In fact, the 4 portions made this afternoon need to be combined to have the greatest effect on one person. Using them separately is incomplete. However, the situation at that time only allowed for separate use. I cannot disregard Captain Yan's kindness, but I also cannot ignore the requests of Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan. I think Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan want the life water not for themselves. Because for their current physical condition, this life water is merely an embellishment. They should be asking for it for General Su and General Tang in the imperial capital. This reflects their filial piety. Therefore, I have come up with a solution. When Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan's departure time arrives, I will do my best to prepare 2 complete portions for them to take away. 2 complete portions of life water will require 7 to 8 days to make. Making them before that would only result in 2 incomplete portions. The completeness of the life water, that is, the richness of the life energy, will depend on how early they leave. After they leave, Captain Yan's needs will be prioritized. We can discuss this in detail at that time, okay? Su Wan and Tang Yuanyuan felt a bit helpless, but this was already the best solution. The military plane flying from the imperial capital to pick up the national treasure-level scientists and important research instruments would not specifically wait for them. To ensure the highest energy concentration in the life water, they could only delay until the last military flight took off. Yin Wei naturally could not oppose this. Although Lin Chen's words implied that the price still needed to be negotiated, at least he had secured a priority opportunity, right? He believed Lin Chen would not propose an unacceptable price. After all, from Lin Chen's demeanor, it was clear he was interested in forming alliances. Although Yin Wei's military rank and position were not high, he still had backing. As long as Lin Chen was not foolish, he would not actively offend him. Thus, Lin Chen sold his so-called life water at a high price. In fact, Lin Chen himself knew what life water was all about. Life water does have therapeutic effects on biological organisms, but they're not very obvious. Its main function is to allow the world's aura contained within it to stimulate the biological organism to undergo certain beneficial changes. The energy merely supports this process. Although many troubles will inevitably arise from life water in the future, at least for now, he has already reaped considerable benefits. The other members of the first team were not particularly sensitive to this, but Guo Jiai felt a tremendous wave of emotions. This Lin Chen is incredibly powerful, having now connected with 2 towering pillars of Huagua. This is a significant position in the imperial heart, as long as Lin Chen does not fall midway. How high will he ultimately rise? All right, let's leave it at that. Everyone should go back and rest early. By the way, Su Wan, Tang Yuanyuan, I have asked Wang Li to fill the bathtub in your room with water. Tang Yuanyuan, you can use your abilities to heat it up and help Su Wan to heat hers as well. Wang Li is one of the first beneficiaries of Lin Chen's life water, having awakened her water abilities and becoming one of Lin Chen's followers, while others in the hotel have to measure their water usage. The 2 young ladies can enjoy a bath in the bathtub. However, they are not using public water sources, so who can argue with that? Lin Chen had his classmates, who were staying in the 3 rooms across from him, move to other rooms, and the vacated rooms were used to accommodate Guo Jiai, Yin Wei, and Guo Shiluan. Lin Chen took Guo Jiai to the supplies storage area to pick out a few sets of clothes, then returned to Guo Jiai's room. He filled the bathtub in Guo Jiai's room with water and asked Zhou Fong to heat it. After Zhou Fong went out, Lin Chen took out a small bottle. Senior Jiai, drink this water and then take a bath and change. You will start fighting tomorrow, and I wish you awaken your abilities soon. Don't tell anyone about this. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he left the room. Guojai guessed that this might be the life water that everyone coveted. She already understood the value of the life water. She also thought that this might be Lin Chen's stock, as he was ultimately reserved about the outside world. However, Lin Chen was willing to let her know this secret and use this precious resource to cultivate her, which deeply moved her. She raised the small bottle and drank it all in one go. What Lin Chen gave her was the full version of the energy water. Guojai began to experience the painful process of cleansing her marrow. About 10 minutes later, Guojai started to wash away the thick black dirt on her body. At this moment, Guojai felt as if she had been reborn. Her skin became as fair, delicate, and elastic as Linya's, and a surge of powerful energy flowed within her body. More importantly, she had awakened her abilities. Not just one ability, but two. One was a mental power ability, focusing on memory and calculation capabilities. The other was a wood-based ability. She realized that her wood-based ability could not only be used for attack, but also for healing and recovery. It's worth noting that Linya's wood-based ability didn't have healing functions. Since the apocalypse began, Guojai felt for the first time that she truly held her own fate in her hands. Tears of joy streamed from her beautiful big eyes. Lin Chen, I'm not an ungrateful person. In this life, if you don't let me down, I will never let you down. If you betray me, I will make you pay. Lin Chen was sitting on the sofa with Wan in his arms, telling her stories while waiting for Linya and Zhou Fong to finish bathing so he could give Wan a bath. Initially, he planned to toughen up Iya in terms of living conditions, but he didn't expect the plans to change so quickly. Since everyone's abilities were diverse and colorful, and water was no longer so precious in his team, he decided to indulge them a bit. Sensing the fluctuations of mental energy and with energy coming from Guojai's room, Lin Chen's face broke into a pleased smile. The life water is indeed powerful. It's not only a public relations tool, but also an unparalleled treasure for cultivating talents. Senior Jai has not let me down after all. Senior Jai, I can cultivate you, but I can also destroy you. I hope we can have a good beginning and end. After Linya and Zhou Fong finished bathing Wan, Lin Chen was about to enter the bathroom himself when Wan encountered a little problem. She didn't want Linya and Zhou Fong to take her to bed. She wanted to sleep with her dad. Once she made her request, she said no more. No matter how Linya and Zhou Fong tried to persuade her, she just looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Lin Chen's heart softened. Thinking that this little girl had just lost her mother and had just recognized him as her dad, she needed comfort. So he said, all right, but Wan, you're a big girl now, and it's not suitable for you to sleep with dad all the time. Tonight, you can sleep with dad, but starting tomorrow, you must sleep with your two aunts. Wan was a bit unhappy, but seeing Lin Chen's firm gaze, she knew she couldn't ask for too much and reluctantly agreed. 050 Capital City, watching Lin Chen night. Wan, wearing cartoon pajamas, leaned in Lin Chen's arms, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Lin Chen looked at the sleeping Wan in his arms, smiled, and gently kissed her forehead before closing his eyes as well. Suddenly, Lin Chen heard Wan's voice in his mind. Dad, can you hear me talking? Lin Chen opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Wan. He was sure that Wan's voice had come directly from his head. Could this be Wan's ability? Wan opened her eyes, smiled sweetly at Lin Chen, and then closed them again. Dad, that was me calling you in my mind. It seems you heard my call? Lin Chen tried to respond in his mind. Wan, is it really you talking? It's me, Dad. Lin Chen was genuinely shocked. He had heard of such abilities in his past life. They were extremely rare psychic abilities. Psychic abilities not only allowed for mental communication with others, but also with all living entities in the world. This was far superior to those who could communicate with animals. With this ability, Wan could potentially control zombies and at least prevent them from harboring murderous intent towards her because she could soothe their violent brainwaves. She could also stop mutated plants from attacking her. Moreover, she could summon a group of relatively docile mutated beasts to form an army to protect her or fight for her. Of course, the premise was that her mental strength had to be strong enough and that there couldn't be too great a level difference between her and the other beings. In his past life, he had only heard of two such psychics. One was in the Yangdu military district of Huagua, and the other was in the U.S. Those two psychics were strategic weapons of their respective factions, usually under tight protection. They rarely appeared in public for fear of being targeted by hostile forces. He never expected that his precious daughter would awaken such a heaven-defying ability. Wan, sweetheart, have you discovered any other abilities? I can also talk to Schwerer and Xiao He in my mind. They all say you put a lot of pressure on them. They think you're very dangerous and absolutely should not be provoked or offended. Lin Shun's aura was generally well contained, and ordinary people would not notice his immense power. However, mutated beasts could sense some things through their instincts. Confirmed, she is definitely a psychic. Dad, I could just think in my head, and I can make the little things in front of me move. Telekinesis. Lin Shun was overwhelmed with emotion. The telekinesis ability he had longed for had appeared so easily in Wenwen. What kind of extraordinary daughter have I raised? Wenwen, have you told anyone else about these abilities? Not yet. I just want Dad to be the first to know. You did very well, Wenwen. Dad tells you that you cannot easily speak in the minds of others besides Dad. Even my sister, your Aunt Yiya, is not allowed. Dad, why? Sweetheart, this world is very complex and dangerous. You'll understand the reasons for not telling others when you grow up. For now, you must listen to Dad. I will listen to Dad and never speak in the minds of others. Very good. In the future, you should only say that you can communicate with animals and understand what they say. Also, you can show your ability to move objects with your eyes. From now on, you need to drink 2 cups of life water made by Dad every day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Whenever you have free time, you should recite the Chi 6-step skill, and Dad will explain it to you, and then you can try practicing. Baby, you have to remember that only when your own abilities are great enough will you not be bullied by others and will be able to protect your loved ones. The last point is that you must not let others know all your abilities. Dad is right. If Woman had skills, she wouldn't have let that stinky zombie hurt Mom, and Mom wouldn't have turned into a monster, and when wouldn't have lost her mother. Woman needs to practice her skills well and kill all the zombies in the world to avenge Mom. As the little girl spoke, her words were filled with a killing intent. Lin Shun felt a sweat in his heart and quickly comforted the little girl with kind words. After a hard time, he finally coaxed Wenwen to sleep, but Lin Shun couldn't fall asleep. He opened his eyes and began to think about how to cultivate Wenwen to grow up quickly. He didn't expect Wenwen to help him much. Mainly, if Wenwen became strong, he would worry less about her safety. With Wenwen's special abilities, even without wood-based powers, she should be able to actively control the split body of Lu Huang, right? If he gave Wenwen one of Lu Huang's split bodies, her safety would definitely increase greatly. Additionally, Guijiai had also awakened wood-based abilities and could control the split body of Lu Huang. It was really great news that the 3 important women in his life could all control the split body of Lu Huang. It seemed there would be a lot of work to do with so many split bodies of Lu Huang in the future. At the headquarters of the military district in the imperial capital, General Su Zhenghua sat in his study, holding the telegram sent back overnight by Su Wan, and laughed heartily after reading it. He was one of the central pillars of the Huagua nation. At this time, he had already moved from the West Mountain Nuclear Shelter Base to the headquarters of the military district in the imperial capital, representing the central leadership in military affairs. Old Mu, look at the telegram sent back by Warner. The family worries for her, yet she is living so carefree over there. Look, she has awakened wind-based powers, participated in the student self-rescue team to save other students, and killed over 100 zombies. She even says she is staying in a 5-star hotel and eating delicacies. My living standards can't even match hers. Do you think this girl is trying to make me happy? The tone of the old general was less about blaming Su Wan and more about expressing his pride in having a daughter who was growing up. Old Mu, whose full name was Mu Yun, was a descendant of the hidden sect Longhu sect in Huagua. Mu Yun was the elder of Longhu's sect, known as Mu Yunzi, and was over 90 years old this year. Due to his ability to maintain his appearance, he looked only in his 40s or 50s. With a clear complexion and wearing a Taoist robe, he looked quite ethereal. Old Mu had a long-standing relationship with the Su family, so he had been following the old general for a long time, acting as a health consultant and responsible for solving some supernatural issues. Although the hidden sects looked down on secular powers, they still needed to partake in worldly affairs and had to comply to some extent with the authorities. After the Longhu sect allied with the Su family, in order to show importance, they needed to send a heavyweight figure to stay in the secular world. The elder Mu Yun happened to have a connection with the Su family, so he was sent to follow the old general for a long time and provide consultation. Over the years, the old general had come to know that Mu Yunzi still retained some genuine skills passed down from the ancestors of the Huagua nation. So he respected Mu Yunzi and treated him as both a teacher and a friend. Humans are not grass or wood. Who could be unfeeling? Mu Yunzi watched Su Wan grow up and was quite fond of this spirited girl. He often said that Su Wan was born in the wrong body as a girl. Taking the telegram from the old general's hand, Mu Yunzi scanned it and immediately understood. A smile appeared on his face. Wana does not speak recklessly. What she says must be true. This is indeed a case of a woman not yielding to men. In general, Su has a successor. It's also commendable that Wana mentioned she specially sought life water for the old general, showing her filial piety. The Lin Shan mentioned here is also quite interesting. The old general nodded. They were not too excited about the life water mentioned by Su Wan. At their level, what good things hadn't they seen? It wasn't tea until they personally saw the life water that they realized they had underestimated its value. Indeed, this kid was mediocre before the disaster, but after gaining abilities, he became like a fish in water, shining brilliantly. He stepped up in a crisis, formed a team, and commanded with certainty, saving many students. This is no small feat. Could this be what they mean by times create heroes? Old Mu smiled. This is also because Wanner has an eye for treasures, allowing Lin Chen's name to reach the general's ears. However, he must also bear some of Earth's fortune. I just wonder when he will come before you. You see, Wanner has a high evaluation of him, and seems to have the intention of bringing him into the fold. Little Wanner has truly grown up, thinking of the family. However, we should not rush things with Lin Shun. We can release goodwill and keep an eye on him. If he truly has skills, he will come to me on his own. By then, the old man won't hesitate to recommend talented individuals for the future Huagua. Lin Chen's abilities would likely attract the envy of many shallow people. Without experiencing storms and rain, how can one see the rainbow? Since he has exposed this ability, he must have a comprehensive plan. If he revealed it just to show off, then he is not worth paying attention to. By the way, General, has there been any conclusion on the report from the 35th Division regarding the theft of nearly all the oil at the East China petrochemical plant? 2 million tons of refined oil and 6 million tons of crude oil. As expected, as Lin Shun had guessed, the matter of the East China petrochemical plant was brought up at the central meeting. What conclusion could there be? The whole situation is too bizarre. If it were man-made, is there anyone with such great capability now? Wouldn't that make it impossible for anyone to sleep? If it were done by the extraterrestrial civilization that triggered this disaster, what could their purpose be? To reduce the resources of the demon city and force the people there to leave early? Is it a place of conflict? Do they have a special fondness for Huagua people and want to lower the difficulty of their experiences? However, the overall view still tends to believe it was the doing of the extraterrestrial civilization, and they aim to remind us of something. Regarding the sudden disaster, the Huagua Central Authority judged that it was a kind of trial or even selection from the extraterrestrial civilization for the people of Earth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many humans awakening various abilities. The mainstream judgment of the Central Authority is that although the intentions of the extraterrestrial civilization are unknown, their level of civilization far surpasses that of Earth, which is an undeniable fact. Faced with such an overwhelming force, whether the people of Earth are willing or not, they can only step into the arena of survival competition. The Central Authority believes that its main task is to ensure that the Huagua people win this competition and that more of them can survive. It can be said that the Central Authority's speculation is half-truth. They have guessed over half of the truth of the matter, but cannot imagine that such a major case was created by a Huagua person, whose original intention was to help more of his fellow citizens survive. Lin Chen's main goal was to get the people of Demon City to relocate early, so they would be stuck by the seaside blocking the guns of sea beasts. If Lin Shan knew that the mainstream judgment of the Central Authority was that the extraterrestrial civilization was behind the petrochemical plant case, the pressure in his heart would at least be halved. In this gain and loss, who can say clearly? Meanwhile, within the Huagua Central Authority, although most parts of the imperial capital were still occupied, the Central Authority had resumed operations. Major pillars took turns to be on duty within the authority, overseeing the overall situation of Huagua. The old leader Tang Yinlong was on duty that night, holding the telegram sent back by his granddaughter Tang Yuanyuan. The old leader felt greatly comforted. This girl Yuanyuan is really good. She has brought me honor, while I am here commanding. My granddaughter is on the front lines fighting enemies. I ask, who else can compare? The old leader, in a fit of youthful enthusiasm, made the people around him smile cautiously. Regarding Lin Chen's matter, the old leader reacted similarly to General Su, releasing goodwill and maintaining attention. Around 11 o'clock at night, Lin Shun used mental suggestion to put Won into a deep sleep. Then, with a teleportation, he appeared outside the hotel. Lin Shun was about to do something very promising. Corpse collection. Yes, corpse collection. Lin Shun planned to go out at night to collect corpses from the hotel. One of Lu Huang's incredible abilities is to devour and decompose various biological corpses or living beings into primitive biological energy and absorb it. However, before Lu Huang recognized its master, it easily fell into a state of consciousness confusion after consuming many biological corpses, especially those of zombies filled with viruses. After recognizing Lin Shun as its master, Lin Shun, with the assistance of the world consciousness in the seed world, could help sort Lu Huang's consciousness at any time, keeping it awake. This was simply a perfect match. As long as Lin Shun could provide biological living beings or corpses with sufficient energy levels, Lu Huang could continuously level up without pause. Moreover, Lin Shun had also discovered a new ability of Lu Huang. Lu Huang could freely convert its own energy into biological living energy for external output. This biological living energy could promote rapid growth in biological organisms. In other words, the biological living energy output by Lu Huang was the real life-giving water. The effect of Lu Huang's version of life-giving water depended on its evolutionary level. As long as there were corpses to feed Lu Huang, it could transform them into life-giving water equivalent to its own energy level. As long as your energy level did not exceed Lu Huang's, and as long as the life-giving water provided by Lu Huang was sufficient, you would not die as long as you had a breath left. Faced with Lu Huang's incredible ability, Lin Shun could only sigh. Lu Huang, you're amazing. Lin Shun had already thought that at some point in the future, he would proudly announce to others, my water system ability has a new application. In addition to blue medicine and life-giving water, I can also convert real, effective red medicine. Consequently, more and more people would target Lin Shun. However, that was a matter for later. Right now, in Lin Shun's eyes, the tens of millions of zombies and mutated beasts in the Demon City were his foundation for world expansion and the raw materials for red and blue medicine. The consciousness of the seed world also told Lin Shun that the energy conversion ability of the seed world was even more powerful. It could transform all materials in the main world into resources of the seed world through the world source. For example, if Lin Shun brought a handful of earth from Earth into the seed world, that earth could immediately be transformed into the earth energy of the 5 elements in the seed world. However, the 5-element energy converted from a handful of dirt was still less than the energy Lin Shun usually inhaled and exhaled. Nevertheless, the energy transformed from the world source was pure energy. When this pure energy merged into the world, it would become various resources within the world. Therefore, the life activity contained within it was far inferior to the energy liquid produced by Lu Huang. The energy liquid produced by Lu Huang had a super strong restorative effect on biological organisms. The energy transformed from the world source was pure energy, providing a strong supplement to the pure energy consumption of biological bodies. These two different characteristics solved a very urgent problem for Lin Shun. The life-giving water Lin Shun previously produced was merely a small amount of world origin energy mixed with a little world river water, serving as both life-giving water and blue medicine. The main reason it could have a cleansing effect on the human body was that it contained an extremely weak aura of world laws. This trace of world law aura stimulated the human body to expel impurities and return to its innate origin. The energy only played a supporting role. In this way, the 3 products that Lin Shun had vaguely thought about in his mind were all realized. The energy liquid from Lu Huang was directly red medicine. The energy transformed from the world source was blue medicine before it merged into the world. The world energy directly intercepted from the world source, when mixed with world river water, became life-giving water. From this moment on, Lin Shun's red medicine, blue medicine, and life-giving water officially took shape, no longer being misnamed as they had been in the previous days. The seed world also informed Lin Shun that the various creations refined by humans could yield a considerable amount of 5-element energy, greatly contributing to the resource growth of the seed world. This meant that Lin Shun would need to act as a scavenger for a long time. Not only would he collect zombies, but he would also gather everything he could find. In other words, he could crush Earth and gradually move it into the seed world. Of course, at the current stage, it would still take a lot of time for Lin Shun to move the materials from a large building into the seed world. Therefore, Lin Shun's best option was to select premium product from the main world to bring into the seed world. Zombie corpses were the best premium products. Handing a zombie over to the world source of the seed world for absorption and transformation would yield pure energy blue medicine. When the energy merged into the world and was drawn out, it would become life-giving water. Handing the zombie over to Lu Huang for transformation would yield red medicine. Lu Huang and the seed world had a unified view. The original body of a zombie is human, and humans are a type of biological being that seizes the creation of heaven and earth. Therefore, the essence of heaven and earth contained within zombie bodies is richer than many other things. Regarding the impact of the evolutionary virus within the zombie body, Lu Huang could overcome it with Lin Chen's help in sorting its consciousness. Meanwhile, the seed world could proudly say, the evolutionary virus is just another form of energy. The more, the better. With such tremendous utility, Lin Shun was filled with an insatiable desire for the countless zombie bodies everywhere. During the day, he could not openly collect zombie corpses, which was quite torturous. Now, he wanted to be a city cleaner. He aimed to recover these zombie corpses and other bodies that polluted the air and damaged the city's appearance, turning waste into treasure. Changing into a black tight suit and altering his appearance, Lin Shun began to teleport continuously towards the city center. About 10 minutes later, he commenced his scavenging venture. He could not start scavenging around Yanhuang University. He had to avoid any actions that could expose him to danger. Under the faint moonlight, a dark shadow appeared around the city government building of Demon City, emerging in various locations within a radius of 1,000 or 2,000 meters from the building. During the movement, Lin Shun deployed mental power to shield most of his presence. Wherever he passed, the streets became impeccably clean. The zombie corpses that had been lying on the streets, emitting foul odors, disappeared without a trace. Lin Shun did not spare even the skeletal remains of humans that had been picked clean by zombies and mutated creatures. In a separate area of the seed world, Lu Huang had rooted itself there, happily devouring countless suddenly appearing zombie corpses and various other zombie biological remains. Lin Shun did not allow Lu Huang to absorb the bones of normally deceased humans, although these bones were essentially no different from zombie corpses. If Lu Huang were to absorb all human bones and convert them into its growth nutrients or output them as red medicine, it would give Lin Shun a strange sense of guilt about eating humans. This was different from allowing Lu Huang to devour Lin Chen's enemies. The owners of these bones had no enmity with Lin Shun, and he felt he could not handle these bones that way. He was unwilling to throw the chaotic remnants directly into the world source. Thus, he had the seed world open 3 separate world sources, named Source 1, Source 2, and Source 3. Source 1 was used to transform zombie-like biological corpses, while Source 2 was used to transform bones of those who had no hatred towards him in life. The energy produced by these 2 sources was used to merge into the world and expand it. Source 3 was also used to transform zombie corpses. But the energy produced was temporarily not invested in world expansion. Instead, it was reserved for cultivation, which meant it was for blue medicine storage. The energy from the world source itself should be used cautiously. At most, a trace would be extracted during the creation of life-giving water or in emergencies. The seed finds it hard to understand the thoughts of a human like Lin Shun. It believes that such actions are meaningless because once matter is converted into pure energy, it all becomes the same. The newly opened source is merely a reflection of the world's source. The seed thinks Lin Shun is burying his head in the sand. Lin Shun does not argue. He thinks to himself, perhaps this is why humans are called humans? I can mercilessly flame my enemies, squeezing out every drop of benefit. Yet, when it comes to the bones of ordinary humans who bear no hatred towards me, I feel a strange sense of empathy, unable to desecrate them. He mocks himself. Am I, after all, try to uphold some moral standard after becoming what I am? The apocalypse has erupted for 2 days, and about half of the survivors are still huddled in their homes, while the other half have spontaneously gathered together. The survivors tend to cluster around convenience stores, small supermarkets, various malls, and large supermarkets for warmth. Under the sweep of Lin Chen's mental power, the situation in these gathering places, large and small, is laid bare. Lin Chen cannot provide much help to these unfortunate people. He only does what he can. For the gathering place is still organized. Lin Shen clears the surrounding zombie corpses and pauses briefly to eliminate nearby zombies, especially those with a stronger presence, leaving only relatively weaker ones behind so that these people can engage in their activities with less danger. This can only temporarily alleviate the urgent situation, but he does not have time to do more. He cannot kill all the zombies around these people. He is just one person. How many can he kill in one night, even if the zombies line up for him? Killing the stronger zombies not only reduces the danger for these people, but also increases his own crystal core reserves. Why not? For those gathering places whose leaders have already turned dark and order has collapsed, Lin Shen simply picks up various corpses around and leaves it at that. No matter how corrupt the leaders become, as long as they do not cross his path, he will not interfere. Simply put, Lin Shen is still a cold-hearted and iron-fisted survivor in the apocalypse. The help he provides to survivors is partly convenient and partly because he has a moral bottom line. Besides that, his rescue of others has its purposes, just like when he organized a team to rescue classmates. His motivations are not pure. Lin Shen's abilities allow him to pick up corpses with ease. His mental power shields his presence, so zombies cannot detect him in advance. He is fast, and by the time zombies see him with their eyes, he has already finished collecting corpses and slipped away. Occasionally, if he finds himself surrounded by a horde of corpses, he can teleport out of the encirclement. Currently, no zombies with strong sensing abilities or exceptionally powerful zombies have appeared. Lin Shen takes advantage of this gap. Under the faint moonlight, amidst the tide of corpses in the city center of Magic City, Lin Shen happily acts as the city's cleaner, joyfully sweeping the streets. Even if someone discovers something unusual tomorrow, they would likely just assume that a mutated beast that devours corpses has appeared. The likelihood of suspecting human involvement is very low. He can continue this way for a few more days. After 4 or 5 days of the apocalypse, Lin Shen will not be able to scavenge as easily and happily as he does now. After running around continuously, often teleporting, Lin Shen begins to feel tired around 4 in the morning. He prepares to head back home. After taking a rough look at the gains in the seed world, Lin Shen's face is filled with joy. The energy lost in the first few days of the seed world has been completely replenished, and the total area has expanded to 103 square kilometers, an increase of 3 square kilometers compared to the original area. The concentration of elemental energy in the world had originally decreased due to the absorption by various crops and livestock. Now the concentration is already higher than normal levels. Currently, the zombies' ranks are too low and their internal energy is insufficient. Achieving such results is already quite good. A slight regret is that when the body of the Lu Huang has increased to 15 meters tall, it can no longer grow. At this point, Lu Huang has reached the peak of level 1, but has yet to advance to level 2. The seed consciousness tells Lin Shen that this is because the corpses of the zombies Lu Huang absorbs have not reached level 1 or above. At Lu Huang's level, absorbing 0-level zombies, no matter how many, cannot help it advance, and at most can only slightly increase its potential. For Lu Huang, this increase in potential is almost negligible. Thus, continuing to let Lu Huang only absorb without expelling is not cost-effective. Therefore, during the latter half of the scavenging, Lin Shen instructed Lu Huang to use all the energy absorbed afterwards to split and transform it into life water while maintaining its peak level 1 energy. Now around Lu Huang, there are 2 split bodies and a green water mass of about 1 cubic meter. The split bodies have the same energy level as Lu Huang and are fully charged. The life water mass floats in the air, exuding an enticing fragrance and radiating vitality. In addition, there are over 200 white crystal cores in the virtual storage space. Looking at the fruits of his labor after a night of hard work, Lin Shen feels immensely satisfied. At 4:10 a.m., Lin Shen returns to his room. After a short rest, he enters the seed world. He first draws on some of the energy from the world's source, allowing all his elemental abilities to break through to the initial level of level 1. As he draws energy, the area of the seed world gradually shrinks. This time, the seed consciousness surprisingly does not complain. The seed has seen the speed at which Lin Shen recovers energy. Originally, Lin Shen's advancement using world energy would consume it at double the rate, and using crystal cores would be the most cost-effective for leveling up. However, Lin Shen does not do this because the significance of 0-level crystal cores is not just that they are 0-level energy cores. In the near future, these zero-level zombie crystal cores will actually hold equal value in certain aspects to crystal cores of level 3 and 4 or higher. This is because they're the most suitable, precious items for ordinary people to take orally to stimulate their abilities for the first time. Crystal cores above level 1 are truly too dangerous for ordinary people. Due to the characteristics of zero-level crystal cores, although they are almost useless to powerful ability users, they are invaluable to organized factions. For a faction, the quantity of zero-level crystal cores is directly related to its foundational military strength. At that time, some insane organizations would even capture ordinary people, forcibly infecting them to become zombies in order to obtain zero-level crystal cores. Of course, those organizations ultimately did not meet a good end, and zero-level zombies are most abundant at this stage, making zero-level crystal cores the easiest to hunt. Starting tomorrow, the number of zero-level zombies will gradually decrease. After 7 days, almost no naturally occurring zero-level zombies will be seen. Lin Shen secretly decides to collect as many zero-level crystal cores as possible in these few days. Although his resources are already substantial, no one would ever complain about having too much money. Originally, Lin Shen could use world energy to promote Lu Huang. However, Lu Huang's qualifications are too extraordinary, and its massive size requires an astonishing amount of energy for advancement. If this energy is drawn from the world, not only would the seed consciousness feel pain, but Lin Shen himself would also be alarmed. The seed world has already dropped in level. If he excessively consumes its energy and inadvertently causes it to drop levels again, it would be an unknown number of years before he could cultivate it back. Anyway, level 1 zombies will be available soon, so Lu Huang's advancement can wait a bit longer. There is no rush for a day or two. After sorting out Lu Huang's somewhat violent consciousness, Lin Shen lets Lu Huang return to his Dantian. After meditating for 2 hours in the seed world and then sleeping for 7 or 8 hours, Lin Shen returned to the main world. It was almost 5:30 in the main world. He released the mental suggestion on Wen and began to doze off while holding her. In her deep sleep, Wen seemed to sense her father's embrace and broke into a sweet smile. At 5:50, the rescue team woke up and began to wash up. "Hey, Senior Jiai, you look particularly energetic, and your skin looks great too." A girl noticed Guijiai's unusual state. "Really? Maybe it's because we're in a safe environment and have had a good rest." Guijiai concealed the truth. At 6 o'clock, everyone gathered at the second dining hall to warm up and then receive combat guidance from the Li Jun siblings. Several martial artist friends of Li Jun also took on the role of combat coaches. Guijiai worked hard to learn each move. She wanted to become stronger quickly. Wen was also diligently mimicking the adults' actions beside her. Lin Shen glanced at Wen and didn't stop her behavior. At 7 o'clock, there was a 10-minute break. At 7:10, breakfast was served. At 7:30, they lined up. At the entrance of the Yuyan Hotel, Lin Shen stood at the front of the line, looking at the team he had personally assembled. The team now had about 280 members. These team members had been tempered by blood and fire. Their youthful looks were gone, replaced by indomitable expressions and a fierce killing intent. Yin Wei and other military police watched the team from the side, marveling at it. This team, while not as disciplined as the regular military and police, certainly displayed a warrior spirit, and their killing intent was even more pronounced. However, some members of the team had somewhat wavering gazes, lacking determination. Most of these were ability users and enhancers. Their hearts were now in turmoil. They were unsettled by the sudden appearance of the energy crystals. Energy crystals could enhance the abilities of those with powers and awaken ordinary people. Their value was undeniable. Those who had the capability to hunt for crystals by themselves were unwilling to share the fruits of their labor with ordinary classmates. Crystals were not like the food and supplies found in convenience stores. However, Lin Shen had promised that all ordinary team members would have a chance for evolution. Due to Lin Shen's prestige and strength, they temporarily dared not oppose him. But this did not stop them from calculating in their hearts. Lin Shen was well aware of their inner thoughts. He had known it would be like this from the beginning. He did not actually think their thoughts were wrong. It was only human nature. Many people noticed this team atmosphere. Ordinary team members began to feel anxious, worrying that Lin Shen would no longer care for them. They were still struggling against the enhanced zombies with crystals. What was even more frustrating was that they had not yet evolved and could not, nor dared to, get injured. This part of the team looked eagerly at Lin Shen. Clearly, This temporarily organized team was facing the danger of collapse in the face of suddenly immense benefits. Su Wan and others were keenly interested in how Lin Chun would handle the situation. Lin Chun slightly curled his lips and began to speak. Everyone, the apocalypse has been unfolding for 2 days. Congratulations, you are still alive, and you are living better than most survivors. In these 2 days, you voluntarily joined our self-rescue team and have experienced many battles. You have begun to transform into warriors and have gained the ability to grasp your own fate. During this process, 3 teammates have died. I can only express my apologies for those who have passed. Some teammates have awakened powers, and some have gained enhancements. Congratulations to you as well. Among the 280 people, only 17 or 18 have abilities, more than 30 have gained enhancements, and more teammates are still ordinary people. Although ordinary people's physical qualities have gradually improved with the apocalypse, it is still far from enough to cope with various dangers in the apocalypse. Fortunately, the zombie crystals appeared as we anticipated, bringing hope for everyone to become stronger. Everyone can see the preciousness of the crystals, so different thoughts have arisen in your hearts. This is very normal. I do not blame you. I can understand. As Lin Chun finished speaking, those who were troubled relaxed. But teammates who have not received enhancement opportunities need not worry. My promise still stands. More people felt relieved, and the team fell silent. Indeed, I promise to give all team members a chance for evolution, and I will not go back on my word. Because of this new situation, I will not assign tasks today. I announce that the team will be reorganized immediately. Those who plan to hunt for crystals alone may step forward to form their own teams and act freely. All your gains today will belong to you. You still have equal rights to the public supplies in the hotel. Only then did everyone understand why Lin Chun had divided many supplies among them early on. He had anticipated the scene of disbanding. Disbanding in this way left everyone with little to complain about. It was quite fair. However, I still hope that capable and courageous teammates consider bringing along their old friends when reorganizing, even if they are still ordinary people. After all, you need someone you can trust at your back, right? This is a suggestion, not a requirement. But once a choice is made, the first crystal you obtain will be your responsibility. Those choosing to reorganize consider this and look toward those in the line they could trust. Those who wanted to entrust their first crystal to me should stay in the line and wait for my arrangements. I hope we can still have dinner together tonight to exchange tactics and consolidate new information. You have 10 minutes to reorganize your teams. Start. Lin Chen's action of selecting core teammates was approaching its final stage. Anyone capable who chose to stay by his side to listen to his arrangements could basically be confirmed as core members of Lin Chen's future power. Those waiting for Lin Chen to handle the first crystal were certainly not included. Guo Jiayi stood still in the line. She instantly saw Lin Chen's deeper intentions. She strongly agreed with Lin Chen's move. Only during these critical yet unnoticeable moments can one truly see a person's real feelings and attitude towards Lin Chen. 10 minutes later, the team had decreased by more than 80 people. 8 ability users and over 20 enhancers formed 10 small teams, with one small team retaining 5 or 6 ordinary members. These ordinary members who stepped forward were all close to the ability users and were strong fighters. After all, those ability users were not blind. They certainly chose people who could help them. Lin Chen showed no unusual expression towards those who left. You all need to pay attention to safety. Now you can discuss today's actions on your own. Su Wan and the other 4 girls were somewhat confused. What did Lin Chen mean by this? After all the hard work to assemble the team, he just let them go so easily? The military police vaguely understood. This meant that quality was more important than quantity, right? Lin Chen looked at the people remaining before him, feeling quite gratified. Those he had high hopes for had all stayed. As for Yaya and Wenwen, there was no need to mention them. Yu Yang indeed remained loyal to him as in his previous life. Others like Su Peng, Li Jun, Li Ying, Xiong Ping, Zhou Yang, Guo Jiayi, Zhou Feng, Qiu Lingling, and Wang Li included 12 ability users and more than 10 enhancers. What made Li Jun feel a bit embarrassed was that among the initial 12 people he brought, Wang Junjie had formed another team with 2 enhancers and 2 ordinary people. He looked at Lin Chen a bit nervously. Lin Chen gave him a reassuring look, indicating that it was fine. Lin Chen was unfazed by Wang Junjie's decision to form another team. Now, he was only 2 short of his expected quota of 30 people. Surely, out of the remaining 170 ordinary people, not all of them would be ungrateful, right? It would be easy to secure 2 loyal spots.